Welcome to the 2025 North America International Championships. This is the crown jewel of the international circuit, and the world's top trainers are here to leave their mark on history.
NAIC, are you ready?
Last year, Out of Pocket showed exactly why he's a champion, shutting down every challenger who came for his crown. Teamwork made the dream work, and the Orange Juicers crushed the competition to claim their glory. In the TCG, Andrew Hedrick outplayed and outlasted them all, claiming the title of King of New Orleans. And in Pokémon VG, Patrick Connors clinched his first championship with ice-cold decisions and flawless execution.
Let's go!
Tongue come in next. Ash and Ash. We get the attack boost. This could change everything.
Another fairy singularity! Another fairy singularity! Hyper Voice and Kilo's low bliss assistance! They're going straight for the score!
Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Theo Upper Energy on the pit shot. KO with block 3 win.
The game, Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his.
We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC.
Last event of the season.
I have never heard the crowd as loud.
Welcome to the North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello and good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Steven Sanders, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon North America International Championships, coming to you live from New Orleans, Louisiana.
We saw incredible competition in day number 1, but we have even more Pokemon action in store today.
Before we get started, here's just a few standout competitors to watch as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
In Pokemon GO, Paddleman and Z's Wireless faced each other at the EUIC Grand Finals earlier this season, and now they battle again in a rematch in their very first round today.
In Unite, the last World's invite for Western regions is still up for grabs. Will DreamMax Esports, Revelation, Daybreak, or someone else secure their spot in Anaheim?
Meanwhile, in Pokemon TCG, Ray-Chin went undefeated for the entirety of day number 1 with Toedscruel EX.
And for Pokemon VG, Kyle Livinghouse continued his streak of 6 consecutive Day 2 appearances with an 8-0 start.
These trainers and many more still in competition today have a chance to earn championship points towards Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California this August. And not to mention, of course, a share of the massive $500,000 prize pool.
And with that, it's time to kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers, casters, take it away.
Welcome in, everybody, to the TCG desk here. That's our game name. It is early because we grinded through an incredible day 1 here at NAIC, one of the most prestigious events for the TCG. Shelby Boo here, joined by Kyle Puka Sukovic, and we're excited to take you into our Day 2 as we're gonna get things kicked off. What do you think, Kyle? It's a little early for you? Are you ready for some Pokemon action? Day 2.
A little bit of both. It is a little early, but I am excited. I can't wait for this second day of competition to kick off. We had lots of exciting stories from the first day. We have lots of former champions still in the field looking to make another huge accomplishment. Former international champions, even last year's international champion, Andrew Hedrick, is still in the running. Could see a back-to-back performance, you never know. Stefano we saw on the stream, got 2nd place last year, could make another deep run. And of course we have Tord Reklev, who we saw yesterday get a crazy win on the stream. He's doing very well, and the story so far is Ray Chen 9-0 with the Toedscruel EX. How far can she take it? It's going to be fun to follow the rest of these rounds today.
Yeah, I feel like this is the event of the Toad Scroll for sure. I mean, that is the deck to watch 100%.
Yeah, I mean, if that deck ends up winning, it might be like the biggest shock of all time. It would go down in history.
Oh my gosh, that would be incredible, Kyle. There's definitely a lot of heat out in the field, lots to watch here. But as you said, we have plenty of competitors that have already had success this season. These are the most prestigious events, our international events here, where our players gather from around the world. And this is North America now. We've already made it through our LATAM and our European International Championships, but we're here now in North America. This is the last event for our players to scoop up those championship points and carry on their way to Worlds this year in Anaheim. It's a lot here. These are some incredible events, and we have even more incredible awards and championship points. This is what our players are gunning for this year, because it is a pretty exclusive Worlds this time around with how our championship point system works.
Yeah, it's different than previous seasons where you had to kind of cross a threshold. Once you got a certain number of points, you would qualify for the World Championships. Now it is based on rankings at the end of the season, so you can see how many players from each age division and each region will qualify for the World Championships. For North America, it's top 125 for the Masters division. Now that number is thrown off a little bit because there are automatic invitations that get given to the winners of regional championships, special championships, and then I believe it's top 4 of international championships as well. You get an automatic invitation to the World Championships. You're not part of the rankings anymore.
Right. We've had a couple repeat winners.
That too, yeah.
They've been canceling some out.
Those have actually just like disappeared, right?
They're gone.
If you win more than one regional, you just basically took
someone else's
out
spot.
of the pool. But yeah,
high competition out here.
Yeah, but like Henry Cha, who won 3 regionals this season, he's not going to be part of the rankings for that purpose, right? So for example, like number 126 now is in the running for getting an invitation to the World Championships. But yeah, there are, I'm sure, players playing today who are maybe on the bubble for getting an invitation to the World Championships. They do well enough, earn enough points, they could leapfrog other people and make it to Worlds. So there's tons on the line.
Yeah, exactly. I heard a lot of players out in the field like, yeah, I just got to make top 16 and then I got my Worlds invite, you know?
No big deal.
Right, no big deal. But hey, it is possible to happen for any of those players that are still out there competing. Of course, out in the fields, we are playing the Pokémon TCG. Let's take a quick look at the format our players are playing in at this event.
This is the 2025 North America International Championships, broadcasting live from the Ernest M. Memorial Convention Center here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Pokémon TCG trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicks off with Swiss rounds, where every match is a best-of-3 battle. Trainers who earn total match points that exceed the threshold for their division will advance to Day 2. On Day 2, the pressure intensifies as trainers continue to face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to Top Cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical Top Cut single elimination bracket until only 2 trainers remain. These finalists will then face off on Championship Sunday, where they'll compete for the NAIC trophy and try to claim their piece of Pokemon glory. It's anyone's guess who will be crowned the North America International Champion and receive a direct invitation to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. But we're definitely excited to find out who the last trainer standing will be. Let's send it back to our casters and get this tournament started.
We're going to get this tournament started indeed, as are our players here. We have some notable matchups that are going on out in our field. And of course, that yellow one at the top is our stream feature match that we are about to jump into as well. But as you can see, There's a lot of skill out there, and these are titans of players clashing against each other in our field. So if you're walking around, you know, take a look-see at how those games are going for us.
Yeah, there's a lot of really, really strong players still left in the field. You see at kind of the top table there, Ray Chen versus Tord Reklev. And we saw Ryuki Okada yesterday in the last round. Took a loss to Ray Chen and is now 8-1. But of course, Ryuki is the EUIC champion from this season. So another strong run from a player from Japan. Lots of well-known players here doing well, but there's also a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of newer players where this is maybe their first big accomplishment. Again, this was a massive tournament. There were, well, like over 3,500 players in the event. There's going to be players you just don't know who are making deep runs, and this could be their opportunity to make a name for themselves, get a huge win on their resume. And yeah, I mean, Tord Reklev had to start somewhere, right?
Absolutely.
You know, he was a great player for a long time, but it wasn't until he won NAIC many years ago that people really remembered his name, and since then it's been, you know, we've seen Tord a lot over
He's
the
a
years.
legend.
But yeah, had to start somewhere.
Oh yeah, every player starts somewhere. And this time around, we have a pretty unique storyline for y'all, talking about, you know, titans of the game now versus players that maybe are a little bit more unknown. We have Bodie Robinson, who is already an NAIC champion in the seniors division from 2023, playing Duraludon as well, one of my fan faves. But up against Alex here on the right, who you know, is known maybe from a long time ago, played Pokemon, and is back on the scene here for y'all now. He's well known for taking decks that are slightly meta, but he makes it unique in his own way. I guess he was playing Darkrai EX and Terrakion, and he was the first to include a Roserade in that deck, which is pretty cool.
This is very much an old guard versus new guard kind of situation. Bodie, a pretty recent age up into the Masters division. For Alex, yeah, he was playing for a really long time. This is actually his first tournament in about 10 years. He was a consistent top competitor in kind of the late 2000s, early 2010s. I remember he got a top 16 finish at the U.S. National Championships back in 2010, back before we had international championships. And yeah, it's crazy to see, you know, a player who was around that long ago make a comeback. And yeah, he says it's his first tournament in 10 years.
Doesn't even have a Limitless page for us.
It's the biggest event of the season. He starts 8-1, so picking up where he left off.
I mean, you got to think that it's got to be a pretty good deck list, I feel, having that strong of a start into this field. Of course, it's going to be Dragapult EX Ghost version with that Dusclops Dusknoir line there versus Alex, bringing Flareon EX, the EV box, to our table today. Let's take a look at these prize cards between these players.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. There's the Latias EX in the prize cards that could be impactful at some point, and just the one Flareon EX in the prize cards for Alex, but otherwise pretty standard stuff. Nothing that's gonna hurt either player too much. There's a counter catcher and boss's orders in Bodie's prize cards, which could come up, but I think we're gonna have a nice clean game here, and I'm interested to see how this one's gonna go.
Yeah, those are some later game cards, and maybe you can scoop up some prize cards, and then they'll come out at the right time for you, potentially.
Oh.
Well, that doesn't sound good, Kyle. We've got the fist bump. We're kicking off our game here between these players, as Alex is going to be starting things off for us, I believe. Going first here, does have this Wellspring Ogerpon in the active position. This is an Ogerpon that is known for being able to attack your bench Pokemon. It's been a scary threat in the Terra Box decks for quite a while now, because it's able to take out key essential either support Pokemon, setup Pokemon, or potentially your main attacker before it's even able to evolve sometimes. And it's in the starting position here for Alex.
Yeah, I think that's probably very unfortunate for Alex. This is not a card that's commonly played in these Flareon Toolbox decks, especially now that Shaman is in the format and has that Flower Curtain ability to protect your bench Pokemon. This is really a surprise card. You're catching your opponent off guard. So
Not
when
anymore.
you're forced, when you're forced to start with it, the surprise is gone.
Right.
Now Bodhi knows it's there and can prepare properly, getting the Shaman into play. I'm sure Alex has won a lot of matches in this event by dropping this card out of nowhere, and his opponent's just not putting down the Shaman, because why would you expect that against a Flareon deck? So right away, just the starting Pokemon could be devastating for Alex.
Right, I'm a little sad here because that could be a devastating turn that Alex is able to take that Pokemon out and utilize it just at the right time. But now, like you said, Bodhi's able to set up here and knows exactly what his strategy is going to be. As you see him flicking through his deck here, he's looking at all these Pokemon. Of course, he is going to apply 2 to the bench that are 70 HP or less thanks to this Buddy Poffin. But you saw, or maybe you didn't, I don't know, in the deck, Shaman is there. We have that flower curtain that's able to be used to protect all those non-rule box Pokemon from those attacks.
One awkward thing is that Shaman does have 80 HP, so you actually can't get it from Buddy Poffin.
No, you can't.
It makes it a little difficult sometimes to get it out on the first turn of the game. You know, when you have a Buddy Poffin, you can get a couple Dreepy, but you do need something like a Nest Ball or Ultra Ball to search for the Shaman, and sometimes you just don't have access to all that stuff on the first turn. So even when you have Shaman in your deck, you don't always find it when you need it.
Yeah, it can be quite awkward. I mean, we've seen decks, especially, you know, Raging Bolt, they have one Nest Ball that leads to the Fan Rotom, or a Nest Ball to get that Terra Pokemon out in the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and that's what we need here from Bodhi to get that Shaman out. We'll have to see what is in the hand to start us off. 2 Dreepy being drawn from the Buddy Poffin. Let's hope we have a little bit more setup here from Bodhi. I'm seeing a couple Energy already in the hand. I think there was a shiny Nest Ball in there. Of course, going second, we do have the availability of a supporter here. It's going to be Jacques this time around to get 2 Evolution Pokemon out. Was there any other supporters? Is this all we're working with here, Kyle?
That might be it, but there is an Ultra Ball in hand as well. So this hand is pretty strong from Bodhi on the first turn. There's another Jacques for next turn as well.
Ooh.
This is an interesting spot, though. You see your opponent started with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, just puts down a Hoot Hoot, and Bodhi does prioritize getting this Shaman. But we're still at the stage of the tournament where you may not know what everybody else is playing, and you may think this is just, you know, a Terra Box deck, not a Flareon deck. So that's true. This is kind of a double-edged sword where it's like Alex had to reveal this Ogerpon, but also it may have disguised what deck he was playing.
Yeah.
So lots of interesting stuff here just in the starting turn.
That's a good point. It could still be. It's a trap. It's a trap, potentially. Yeah. Until we see some EVs hit the field, and then Bodhi will have a better idea. But so far for the turn, we had the Nest Ball, we had the Ultra Ball, we had the Badoo come out along with that Shaman, the Fire attached to the Monkey Dory for the retreat, and the Badoo has locked down the field here now for Alex. Unable to play any item cards now from his hands. We do see that Eevee come out. This is the Colorful Friends Eevee that is known for being able to jump in the active, use that move, and search out different types of Pokemon from the deck. But yeah, once again, Alex is locked on the item cards for this turn.
Yeah, couldn't see it on camera, but Bodhi did kind of react a little bit when the Eevee came down, like, oh, this is what I'm playing against. We did see the Itchy Pollen from Badoo. Bodhi had a pretty interesting turn, played the Jacques to get Dusclops and Dusknoir, and just got them so he could Ultra Ball away 2 cards to get the Shaman. So his hand is really weak right now. It's just the Jacques and a Psychic Energy. Of course, this can turn into a couple Dracloak next turn, and then can Recon Directive from there, but pretty vulnerable at the start. And Alex is going to start off with the Jewel Seeker and has a tough decision to make. Could find something like Boss's Orders plus the Sparkling Crystal to target down maybe the Shaman, maybe go after one of the Dreepy on the bench. Feels like you probably need to go for some kind of attack this turn, but the Shaman is really messing up your plans here. It's kind of awkward that you have this Ogerpon without being able to hit the bench. Torrential Pump is not a very strong attack. It's just going to do 100 damage.
Yeah, that's
so you're trying to get an attack this turn, but also plan out, what am I going to do on the next turn? It's kind of awkward, and especially because you don't have access to item cards this turn.
Yeah, no, that is really the awkward piece. I mean, it is nice having this Noctowl, having the ability to Jewel Seeker thanks to that Terra Pokemon in play, because, I mean, that allows you to get trainer cards out that are not items to still be able to play, but that's only happening once this Noctowl comes out. And then if you're not establishing other Hoots or other things for your future game plans, then it can get a little awkward for you. So we see from Alex, as you can check on the table, 2 supporters are the options coming out here in the Crispin and the Cyrano as well. And that Crispin's going to be played right away to get these energy out. 2 basic energies. They have to be different types, which is no issue here for this Eevee box deck, because if you see some of those evolutions, actually all of them, they play lots of colorful energies in those Terra type Pokemon, or Stellar Terra, I think they are actually.
Yeah, and interesting choice. Alex decides to Crispin and attach to the Eevee on the bench. Looks like we're not going to see a Torrential Pump this turn, most likely. May actually see the Colorful Friends coming into play and just setting up. Yeah, the situation was going to be a little bit awkward if you commit to the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX to attack here. You don't have an attack really lined up for the next turn. His other Crispin was prized, and this is going to be a challenging spot. So I wonder if we'll see, we're going to see a Sob.
The Sob. Yeah, I mean, I guess the Sob is 20. There's 1 retreat on that Ogerpon if he did want to pull off the Colorful Friends, but as we saw the second energy attach, 1 from the Crispin, 1 from the hand here onto that Eevee.
It's really awkward, especially staring down a Monkey Dory on the bench. It's like, does this 20 damage really matter?
Does it matter? Yeah, that's very true. Monkey can just fling it back at you, and that'd be awkward. But Colorful Friends, I mean, we've seen this Eevee. It has made waves here for this evolution deck. Allows you to search 3 Pokemon. They have to be different types, but that allows you to search out either attackers, different support Pokemon. You have the colorless Pokemon in your deck, of course, along with whatever evolutions you play. I mean, the water type in that Wellspring Ogerpon as well. So there's a lot of Pokemon that can come out. We see the fire type in the Flareon EX, and one of those Hoot as our colorless. Does have the option for a 3rd. Looks like eyeing up a Psychic, the Mew EX, or that Lily's Clefairy EX. The tech has been revealed now. Puka, what do you think about the inclusion of that Lily's Clefairy, and how important is it in this matchup?
Yeah, it's very important to hit the Dragapult for weakness. I think it's a pretty standard part of most of these Flareon decks. One thing that is not standard is Alex actually does not play Sylveon EX.
Yes.
Typically, that Angelite is very, very useful against Dragapult, particularly where you can kind of target down their energy attachments, shuffling Dracloak that are being set up back into the deck. But Alex deciding not to play Sylveon EX. Bodhi may be expecting the Sylveon and may try to play around it a little bit, but Alex's build is a bit more aggressive, just trying to attack for knockouts rather than do these technical, fancy plays with the Angelite on the Sylveon.
Right.
So I think Bodhi's probably going to spend a couple turns here learning what Alex's deck is like. You do get some advantage sometimes just with the surprise factor of playing a deck that looks like a deck that people typically use, but having a much different build and much different strategy than is expected.
Yeah, which is what he's known for, right? Yeah. Taking the meta and making it his own here, and that's definitely what you see in this build. Not having the Sylveon, it's almost criminal. That Angelite is so strong here, and it is not an option there. Another inclusion that you see in the deck and in hand as well is that Black Belt's Training supporter card too. That could also be effective in this matchup because it does allow for a one-hit knockout on the Dragapult EX for Alex. So that is also a tech we could see. You can almost see here. Leading with the Flareon EX, that Carnelian attack, it takes a lot to build up to it, but it hits pretty heavily, 280 base damage. We do have modifiers in there for Alex as well, and if you're consistently getting hit by this Flareon EX, you can be put into a couple of pickles here and there. We see the Cyrano now searching for those Pokemon EX out of the deck here for Alex as well. Another fantastic card, a supporter card as well, so if you're item locked as we are from this Badoo, Itchy Pollen, you're still able to set up your bench and your field for Alex.
Yeah, I'm curious what the plan of attack will be for Alex. Obviously, we're going to see the Burning Charge this turn.
Right.
And get rid of that Badoo and accelerate some energy with that attack. But where is the energy going to go? This is a matchup where you do want to use Psychic-type Pokemon at some point to knock out Dragapult EX. The Lily's Clefairy EX gives it a weakness to Psychic types. So you do want to power up some Psychic-type Pokemon, but all of them in your deck are pretty low HP. The Mew EX, the Lily's Clefairy EX, they get knocked out in one attack by Dragapult EX. So you can commit energy to these things, and it's really going to be about just building up as many threats as you can. If your opponent can target down one of them, then you have a backup ready, and I think Alex is kind of just trying to turn this into a race. We'll see who gets their 6 prize cards first.
Right.
And if Alex is able to just keep up the pressure every turn and power up multiple attackers and have options, it's not always easy to keep powering up Dragapult over and over. You usually need one to stick around for a turn or two. And Alex is going to try to make sure that Bodhi can't get comfortable.
Yeah.
That he has to keep getting out new Dragapult, finding energy attachments, finding like Neo upper energy, and eventually Bodhi could just run out of steam. So we'll see. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, so we see here now from Alex the Burning Charge. It's going to take the knockout on the Badoo. Of course, plenty of damage there done. That's a prize card for Alex. And then searching out the Water Energy. Ooh, that's nice too. Crispin off the prize. But Water Energy is instantly attached here to this Flareon EX. You do have the option to search out 2 basic energies, but they have to go onto one single Pokemon. So Alex lining up this Flareon EX, choosing to prioritize that in the active position. Does have a little ping from that Badoo, and Bodhi Robinson is already putting these Dracloaks into play. One's in the active position. We've have the second Recon directed. This is the draw engine of this deck here in all of these Dracloaks that are able to get more cards into your hands and have you set up a lot more as you churn through each of these turns. So what are we seeing so far from the hand here? Anything good, Kyle?
Yeah, there will be a Dragapult EX this turn. We'll see a Phantom Dive. There was an awkward one with the Recon Directive. The Neo Upper Energy had to go onto the bottom of the deck. So Bodhi, I think, will try to get a Dragapult EX out this turn, attack, and maybe thinking, I don't know how likely it is for this Dragapult to get knocked out, but if it does, the Neo Upper Energy is now on the bottom of the deck, and it may be difficult to string together attacks in multiple consecutive turns. Bodhi also did not find any counter catcher or anything like that, so those Psychic Pokemon on the bench, they are going to be safe this turn. The flying entry from the Hawlucha looks like it will target down the Hoot Hoot. This is a common strategy against this kind of deck as the Dragapult player. You go after the Hoot Hoot, cut off your opponent's access to Noctowl's Jewel Seeker, and they can struggle to draw what they need. One important card that went to the bottom for Alex was the Black Belt's Training. That is a way for Flareon EX to knock out Dragapult in one attack, and it's now on the bottom of the deck thanks to the Iono, so this could be a really awkward turn for Alex now.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it. That was, what you just witnessed was one of the best moves in the Pokemon TCG. Phantom Dive there, 200 to the active. We saw the ping from the flying entry on that Hawlucha on the Hoot Hoot, and then that is taken out off the field thanks to those damage. The damage that's also output by Phantom Dive, 60 damage done. It is wiped out. Now we have a heavily damaged Flareon EX. You said it perfectly there, Puka. We had a response, but now it's at the bottom of the deck. Of course, we're seeing the shuffle here now thanks to that Nest Ball that can also establish another Pokemon on the bench as well. And Pheasantipity is perfect in this position because after a knockout is suffered, you can then flip the script and hope to draw in to some key cards, and that is really what Alex is going to be looking for here now in this 3-card draw.
Yeah, going to be a crucial 3 cards, as you noted as well. The deck will be shuffled, so now it is possible to redraw into some of those things. The Black Belt's Training, the Crispin would be a good draw off of this. Those are probably going to be the keys to this turn. I don't think Alex can really thin out his hand before doing this, so big 3 cards off of Flip the Script. And we found the Black Belts training.
Is that it? Is that actually it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I'm used to a different artwork of it, but hey.
There's many different artworks, yes.
Those cards read the same regardless of their artwork, and that's going to be able to have this Flareon EX deal an additional 40 damage.
Turning up the heat.
That is turning up the heat. We've got some perfect map here from this Flareon EX. Of course, all of the energy that is required. It's hard to get there sometimes with these evolution decks, but look at that. It's a rainbow array of energy. We have the Black Belts training to go with it, and Alex has found the response here. And on top of that, he's getting ready with those psychic attackers that you noted, Puka, are safe still on the bench because Bodhi was just unable to have that disruption, have that gust, and take those out. And exactly as you said, the Neo Upper that would help you kind of accelerate your damage output and actually hitting your opponent each turn is also at the bottom of the deck as well. So we're going to have to see some shuffling here from Bodhi, some more recon directives here, because he's going to have to keep up the pressure after that huge knockout from Alex, down another 2 prize cards.
Yeah, Bodhi also with the crucial shuffle of the deck here. Ultra Ball can find the Pheasantipity EX, and crucially that means the Neo Upper Energy is not guaranteed to be at the bottom of the deck anymore.
We're shuffling.
So, another key situation here. I think Bodhi hoping to find another Dragapult EX plus the Neo Upper Energy to have a response on this turn. Without it, I'm not sure what kind of attack he'll be able to pull off. This is a long way to go. I mean, we have a couple recon directives. We have flipped the script to draw a lot of cards here. But yeah, if Bodhi doesn't find that one of a spec card here, it's going to be tough. You can, I guess, just use the first attack with Dragapult EX to finish off the Flareon.
True.
You would really love to find a Neo Upper Energy.
Yeah, just to get prepared there. Whoa.
Okay.
You saw it in the hand? Bright pink card there?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, we got it. I think I saw some other energy there too. But yeah, Bodhi has found it here is what it looks like. We also have the flip the script for the turn here. We've played both of our recon directive already. We have the Dragapult EX. Here's the Neo Upper Energy. Stage 2 Pokemon here on this Dragapult EX. That's going to apply
counter catcher to go with it.
Energy. We have the counter catcher, that Lily's Clefairy, that is a huge, scary Pokemon for Dragapult EX to face off against. Changing it to have a weakness against Psychic is going to be able to be taken out. As you said, Puka, low enough hit points here. It's just a takeout of both the Lily's Clefairy, striking 200 damage, and then cleaning up that Flareon EX on the bench as well that Alex had. And look at the board state now. His entire game plan has just been wiped off the field here, Puka.
Complete devastation, and all because of that A-Spec card, the Neo Upper Energy, allowing Dragapult EX to use Phantom Dive on that turn.
Beautiful.
Some huge game-changing moments from both players so far. Alex now is in a dreadful position. In order to power up an attacker, you would probably need to use Crispin as your supporter card for the turn, and that means you're not disrupting your opponent's hand. Dragapult EX, I mean, it basically just has to attack one more time, and the game is over. There's not much on Alex's side that can withstand a 200 damage attack. And the issue is if Alex is able to somehow piece together a knockout on this Dragapult EX, he'll go down to 1 prize card, and that will unlock the Blood Moon Ursaluna to come in for the last knockout. So beautiful game plan from Bodhi here. Was fortunate to find that Neo Upper Energy once again to pull off that play, plus the counter catcher.
Yeah.
So gorgeous. Huge moment. Yeah, you played to your outs, and
you found him.
Bodhi found, yeah.
Yeah. You found him here, yeah. I mean, that definitely a sign of good deck building here. It seems to be functioning quite well for Bodhi Robinson. And I mean, you can tell he's been playing this game for a long time. As you said, recently aged up into our Masters division, is already an IC champion from the Seniors division. So Bodhi Robinson is just, you don't you don't want to mess with Bodie Robinson here, as you can see. Very skilled player. And Alex Freza is just going to have to put something together. Is there any way he can sort of get around this? Like you said, the awkward part of having to use a Crispin, and like, what is your response here, Puka?
It's a little awkward. I think Alex has found a way to potentially pull this off. Yeah, it's going to start, you counter catcher up the Shaman, and we're going to have to go for Sob and try to lock it in place for a bit. You need to pair this with an Iono or some kind of hand disruption, I think, to trap the Shaman in the active spot.
Let's trap it.
The biggest danger with this plan is the Monkey Dory sitting on the bench. If that gets a Darkness Energy, it can Adrenabrain. But really what you're hoping for here is you Sob, you trap the Shaman to buy some time, and then eventually set up a play where you bring the Dragapult back out, use Mew EX to genome hacking. You need to get the Lily's Clefairy back as well, and you can go for a 3 prize card turn, knock out the Dragapult, and then place the 6 damage counters on the Shaman to finish off the game. So it's going to be a difficult path to get there, but there is still a way to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, there is, I think, a single Night Stretcher in the deck that we haven't seen played yet. But look at this as well. We're talking about so many different attackers in Alex's deck, and the Volcanion EX just hit the field. What do you think about that one?
Yeah, I don't know how much that's going to do here. That one's just
now.
getting it out of the deck so you don't draw it. But yeah, here's the crucial Iono to 1 card for Bodie. So it is going to be awkward, right? There's nothing on board except the 1 Dracloak. You can recon directive. But yeah, just down to 1 card. These Dragapult decks tend not to play very many switching cards. I actually don't know if Bodie plays any. So the Sob might work to trap this Shaman in place for a bit.
Oof.
Oh, he wants 5-3.
So yeah, some confusion here. We do have the Area 0 under depths in play. So Alex can go up to 8 benched Pokemon. Both players actually have a Terra Pokemon in place. It's going to work for
They
both.
both can, yeah.
Yeah.
We can expand the bench here. Yeah,
the crucial thing will be for Alex keeping open 1 bench space for the Lily's Clefairy EX if possible.
Right.
Needs to Sob for at least 1 turn, maybe a couple. And again, I don't think Bodie has a way to move Shaman out of the active spot.
Yeah, it's a slim amount of trainers there in the deck, and I'm not seeing it either here, Kyle. Yeah, that Sob, it's another part of this deck that you can work your opponent into these positions toward the end of the game where they've kind of used their resources, and you can stick a Pokemon in the active position. You hit 20 damage, and then it locks that Pokemon from being able to retreat. So you're required to have some sort of switching card in order to get out of that. You cannot manually retreat, even if you have the energy attached.
Yeah, a key card for Bodie will be a Darkness Energy, well, I guess a Luminous Energy.
Yes.
To put onto the Monkey Dory to kind of disrupt this play. He has, I think, 1 turn where he can afford to miss, but eventually he's going to need to find the Luminous Energy to move the damage off of Shaman and say eventually, okay, I'm just going to go ahead and
do something.
Yeah. Oh, another option is the Dusknoir.
True.
Again, Bodie has a Terra Pokemon in play and can bench stuff up to 8 Pokemon. So you could get the Dusknoir out to Curse Blast for your last prize card, but no, decides to actually attach to the Shaman.
Yeah, attached
and
to
threaten the Smash Kick.
Shaman, yeah, I guess so. Smash Kick, it is 2 colorless there, so it does 30 damage, but we see the Iono being played as well. So Bodie changes out that single card in the hand, and of course Alex limited to 3 from the Iono as well. Is taking a look through the discard pile here. What'd you see, Puka?
Well, Alex does have the Night Stretcher. I think maybe his only copy.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's going to need to grab the Lily's Clefairy EX. You'll need that to win the game. He has the boss's orders in hand as well. Now you can't power up the Mew EX this turn and also play the boss's orders.
Right.
So a really, really important thing to find here is just a basic energy card. You need to get an energy attachment this turn, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty decent draw off the Iono. Having that single night stretch with Boss's Order is pretty cool, too. We see the Buddy Buddy Poffin. If Alex has anything more to thin out of the deck, put it onto the field. That Area 0 under depths is still in play here. And the Terra Pokemon are out on both players' sides, so that's a bench of 8 that he's able to thin if he wants to.
Ooh, okay.
But that's a full bench now.
Yeah.
Luca, what do you think about that?
It's awkward. I think Alex might only have 1 energy left. I don't know if he can even power up the Mew EX at this point. So now maybe looking for another line of play.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure what the plan is going to be.
Well,
thinning out some cards here to restart with the Mew EX. Yeah, at this stage, I don't know what Alex's plan is going to be. We see the energy and
torrential pump.
Yeah, it's awkward though, right? The Ogerpon already has 10 damage on it, so Dragapult Phantom Dive would just knock it out. So if you knock out this Shaman, the game is going to be over.
I mean, well, Alex has now fully lined up this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. It's got the 2 energy on it, Sparkling Crystal as the A-Spec card here, limiting your attack 1 energy less to pull off any attack on a Terra Pokemon. And yeah, it looks like Alex has his game planned in mind here. Gonna do this Ultra Ball first as we continue through the turn, but Torrential Pump can go wherever you want. It hits 100 to the active position, and then if you discard energy, you're also able to do 120 to your opponent's bench as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the plan is here. We do see Jewel Seeker.
You're piecing it together in your head, Luca?
Yeah, I mean, just looking through this deck, I don't know what there is.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is slim here. Puka has more of some visuals over on his side, so he's looking at the entire deck, trying to piece this play together. Alex is bringing us through this journey here with the Jewel Seeker now taking those trainer cards out. And is that the Kieran?
Yeah.
And the Ultra Ball being the 2 picks from those trainer cards. So
I just don't know if Alex has the resources left to pull off anything. Now, we are seeing a potential way to pull this off. The Volcanion with the Scalding Steam and the Sob. We're going to see a huge burn flip, and it's tails. The Shaman will remain burned.
Wow.
And if that stays, it will get knocked out going back into Alex's next turn. Alex may have found his one way out of this, but no, the Luminous Energy on the Monkey Dory is going to mess up this plan.
Oh no, yeah, that's the one piece we needed, that Monkey Dory, the Luminous Energy, applying that dark energy to it, unlocking the Adrenabrain ability, allowing Bodhi to spread these damage back onto Alex's field, 30 at a time. But yeah, that was pretty wild. I mean, it's not common we see burn happening in the Pokemon TCG. It's definitely one of the lesser Pokemon abilities that we see, but burn is a thing out there. And that Volcanion EX is able to burn with that Scalding Steam ability. So it was on the bench. It was thrown in the active. Alex has to have this as a part of a strategy he has used probably all weekend long at some point.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with what burn does between turns, you put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon, then you flip a coin. If heads, the special condition goes away. And yeah, Alex recognizes now, I cannot win. Let's just move on to the next game. It was a really creative out that he found to give himself a chance. You know, if Bodhi doesn't find the Luminous Energy that turn, we could have seen the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon finish things out without the bench protection from the Shaman. So really clever play, trying to find a way out. You get excited for a moment. The burn flip is tails, but then Bodhi is able to use the Adrenabrain and mess it up, and we're moving on to game 2.
Right. I mean, the monkeys strike again. That is for sure. That has been what is happening in our field all weekend long here in this format. Monkey Dory is so good. It can be slotted into many different decks, but that Adrenabrain being able to you know, heal your Pokemon, and not only heal them, but put that damage back onto your opponent is so crucial here. Let's take a look back through this. This was such an intricate game between both these players. And as you said, Alex the whole time really had unique plays here. We see the techs come out at the exact perfect times here for Alex as he was setting up the board here, but Bodhi was able to respond to that. Got that Luminous Energy, charged up the Dragapult EX, took out the Hoot Hoot, and was able to also clean up later on, clean up this Flareon EX and the Lily's Clefairy as well off the board.
Huge turn, drawing the Black Belt's training to get the knockout with the Carnelian. Felt like things might swing back in Alex's favor, but then right away Bodhi got the Neo Upper Energy, the counter catcher, and swung the game right back into Dragapult's favor. Was an exciting finish, but it was a lot to ask to come back from that, you know, huge turn from Bodhi. You can see maybe a sigh of relief and maybe escaped from that one.
Yeah, absolutely. That Luminous Energy, exactly what we needed at that time. And Bodhi Robinson is leading now in our games between these players here. Up a game. We're going into game 2 though here. Let's see what happens this time around between our players. Of course, a lot of information has been revealed from Alex's deck to Bodhi Robinson. So really, he only has even more of a strategy in place as long as he can get set up here. From Alex, we just see 2 Hoot Hoot, the energy attachment, and that is it from Alex Freza there. And Bodhi.
Yeah, he chose to go first and didn't do a whole lot. Did not find a way to get the fan Rotom, just has a couple Hoot Hoot. And that's not great. You don't have anything lined up for your next turn. There's no Terra Pokemon in play for you to even Jewel Seeker on the next turn. So Alex decided I'm going to go first, try to get an energy attachment, set myself up for a big turn 2, but instead does not have a solid opening hand and doesn't have any great potentials for the next turn. There's still an opportunity for it to happen, depending on what he draws. But yeah.
Well, Badoo definitely hinders that, though.
Yeah, exactly. And attaching a water energy to a Hoot Hoot, not exactly how you want your first turn to go.
No, exactly. I mean, we didn't see any sort of attacks there from the Noctowl. That Jewel Seeker ability is really what it is known for. And because your energy is pretty limited, there's so many different types of energy in your deck, you really have to think critically about where you're going to put your energy, where you're going to dedicate that energy. And once again, there's only one Night Stretcher as well for Alex to get it out of the discard pile as far as that goes. And that could lead to some awkward situations too. But yeah, that is super unfortunate. We have historically seen some explosive turns from these evolution decks. I mean, you can go second, get Colorful Friends going after you just did the Fan Rotom, bringing out all those Hoot Hoot, completely setting up there. But Alex going first just had a lackluster start there. And I think that's going to be hurt even more here from Bodhi as we turn through this Professor's Research. 7 fresh cards to the hand. The Duskull, what's the starting Pokemon, now has the Luminous Energy to be able to get out of there from Bodhi. And Badoo is already awaiting on the bench, ready to hop up there and make it kind of itchy in here.
Yeah, another interesting thing to think about. So in the first game, Alex did not have Sylveon. If you're Bodhi, you have to decide, does my opponent not play Sylveon EX, or was it just prized?
True.
And you may still be thinking you need to play around the Angelite, but we'll see if Bodhi has read the situation properly.
Oh, wow, look at that. There's 2 Noctowl in hand.
Yeah. Alex did have an energy search. He could have played it on his last turn, but decided not to. Could have guaranteed the energy to attack with the Speed Wing and knock out this Badoo, but now has to Iono and draw into an energy card. Does find one. So we may see the very rare Speed Wing from the Noctowl to take out the Badoo.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Not often do you see the Noctowl attack here, but it's looking fierce on the card, and it's got the Badoo in its claws now, taking the knockout there on that Badoo. It is gone, getting rid of that item lock for Alex and taking a prize card as well. I also have a little update for you, Puka. Are you ready for this?
All right.
Ray Chen has taken down Tord Reklev at table 1. She is now 10-0 here at the North America International Championships with Toadscroll EX.
Toad beats Tord.
The script writes itself, honestly.
Yeah, what an amazing start to the tournament
Love
for
it.
Ray Chen. Now in an excellent position to make it into our top cut. What a story it would be. And yeah, it seems like Toadscroll is pretty good against Dragapult, and Ray has been facing off against a lot of Dragapult decks. We see a lot of the top players at this event have chosen to use Dragapult EX, so the Toadscroll may have just been a legendary call for this event. Still a long way to go, but it's awesome to follow.
Yeah, that is awesome. But yeah, Dragapult is also, I mean, such a good deck, such a great choice. You see it here from Bodhi Robinson, how it works together. We have this Dracloak in play now, able to recon Directive, which is what we're seeing right now. 2 cards. One's going to the hand, one's going to the bottom of the deck here for Bodhi. Looks like a quick decision there as we see this Duskull back out of the active position. Budew is back, ready to Itchy Pollen to lock those item cards once again after Alex just got rid of it. You know, allergies. A lot of people struggle with them, and that's exactly what Budew is hoping for here. Now we see the counter catcher as well. That's going to force even more cards from Alex because we had the attacking Noctowl. Now we just have the Hoothoot in the active position here.
Yeah, this is honestly a pretty dreadful spot for Alex. He will take another prize card this turn. He drew the Latias EX for the turn, which will allow the Hoothoot to retreat. We'll see another Speedwing, I imagine. But in terms of board position, this is really dreadful. Your only energy cards are going to be on a Noctowl. Your opponent is going to have Dragapult, you assume, next turn. You don't have a Flareon EX powered up. What is your game plan here? It's going to be ugly for Alex. There's still ways for him to piece some things together, but
yeah,
I don't know. This seems like a long road ahead, and the Cyrano was a good draw off of the Iono from his previous turn. Can search for 3 Pokemon EX to try to set some things up, but yeah, this is an uncomfortable position. Even though you're taking prize cards, you do have that feeling that here comes Dragapult. Here's where my opponent's going to start using Phantom Dive and picking apart some of my stuff on my bench, and you might see it spiral out of control soon.
Yeah, no, it can get really tough here for Alex, especially seeing as though, you know, talking about the energy commitments, the 1 water on the Noctowl, the Flareon, as we know, the Flareon EX for the Carnelian requires water energy. Same with that Wellspring Ogerpon as well, requires water for Torrential Pump. So you gotta see where these energies are being committed to, and you're getting limited as each turn goes by for Alex. But he is able to once again Speedwing with this Noctowl. Hey, at least it's taking knockouts, getting prize cards here. You know, it's doing something out on the field, taking down another Budew, 30 HP, little baby, gone again.
Yeah, that's the only saving grace for Alex at this stage. Being able to at least take some prize cards to make it potentially possible to string together some big attacks. If your opponent misses a turn here or there, maybe you can pull something off here, but it's going to be tough.
I mean, and think about it too. This is only playing into, we saw that damaging counter catcher play from Bodhi in game 1. And now Bodhi is behind in the prize cards thanks to Alex just speedwinging. You're speedwinging, you're taking prize cards, but where is it getting you? You're almost playing into your opponent's game plan here. And I think Alex knows that, but he's still playing it out. You have to, you know, work with the cards that you have. Alex is still trying to establish a board. We saw the EV EX come down as well as the Pheasant Dippity. The Lily's Clefairy has been out here for Alex. The free pivot with that Latias EX is great, but Bodhi has just slowly been setting up now. We see all of these Dracloaks in play. Recon Directive after Recon Directive. Now we see the Dusclops out on the field and the Pheasant Dippity for some extra support there as well. Dragapult EX is down once again, and we have an Iono in play for our players here. And Bodhi's drawing even more cards than Alex's in this, being behind in the prizes as well.
Yeah, you can feel the momentum shifting here as Bodhi does find the one card he was missing, a basic energy card to put onto the Dragapult EX and use Phantom Dive. And my goodness, another counter catcher to boot. Similar to what we saw in the last game. Going after the Lily's Clefairy EX. Yes, it's a counter to Dragapult EX. It gives it a weakness, but it is a low HP Pokemon EX. It gets knocked out by Phantom Dive.
It's
and
gone.
the Hoot Hoot goes down as well.
I'll tell you what, though, as the Dragapult player, this feels so good. It's like, Fairy Zone this, buddy. It's gone. Get that thing out of here. Hoot Hoot's gone. The Lily's Clefairy is gone, and Alex is left once again with such a hindered field, just as we saw in Game 1. Bodhi's game plan has just been concrete here in this matchup.
And what can Alex even draw here? I don't know if there's even a way. I think there's only one Psychic Energy in his deck, so even if he were able to draw like Night Stretcher and a Crispin, there's no way to power up the Lily's Clefairy EX anymore. Does require a Psychic Energy. There's no Hoot Hoot in play to use Jewel Seeker. You don't have a Flareon powered up yet.
Yeah, it's kind of wild because this deck is known for being pretty turbo, but I almost feel like with the inclusions Alex has made, it has almost hindered this deck's ability to be that turbo, and we're seeing it clunk up now. We're seeing the awkward position you can be put in with several, one-ofs. Of course, that works with Noctowl decks, but if you can't get anything else out, what are you really doing here? We see the Area Zero Underdepths put into play here now for Alex. Nest Ball being played as well. But where does Alex go from here, Puka? Like, what is his best chance? He's got plenty of different attackers in the deck. Is there anything he can do here to set up to start to swing momentum back in his favor? Or is it just too far gone here? And is Bodhi Robinson's board state too strong? He only needs 3 prize cards left to take. And for a Dragapult EX, that's pretty easy.
I think Bodhi's just... obviously, Bodhi is an excellent player and understands the different ways he could possibly lose the game. One out that Alex still kind of has is something like a Sob play to trap maybe like the Latias EX in the active spot for a bit and try to set up some big multi-prize knockout. Bodhi has kind of accounted for this already. The Dusclops in play allows you to
Very threatening.
Cursed Blast and also open up a bench spot. Also the Area Zero Underdepths now opens up the Shaman to protect the bench from any sort of Wellspring Mask Ogerpon plays. So you can try to buy some time. That'll probably work. You can Sob one of these Pokemon that can't really attack you back. But I don't know that even buying time does anything significant at this point. Eventually, I think a Dragapult is going to come out and it's going to close out the game. But you got to try, right? You got to look for some way out. So we'll see what Alex comes up with.
Yeah, I'm curious to see it as well as Alex goes into this Flareon EX. I think we did have a couple of minutes added to this match as well for some pace of play warnings here and there. You still gotta, it's very difficult to think through everything you're going through, but you gotta keep moving here. These actually have been very long games between these players as we see only 8 minutes left on the clock. The time has just flown here, but it has been very intricate. Alex has had to think through some difficult decisions as the water.
Alex was looking for the Crispin and did not find it. So I guess you could still find the Sparkling Crystal off of this to try to attack with the Flareon EX this turn and try to do something here. But I don't think he's found it. Maybe Restart can still be used.
Yeah, that's true. If the hand is slim enough, and we're slimming down here, as we see the Iono was played, only so many cards back to the hand. We see those Hoot Hoot join the field. Of course, a giant bench of 8 thanks to that Area Zero Underdepths and the Terra Pokemon in play. The Fly has joined the field as well.
Oh, no.
Is that a bad omen? I don't know. But look at that. We just have the fist bump here. Alex was only able to speed wing, and that's it. That's the game, Puka.
That is it. Bodhi Robinson takes down Alex Frezza and wins another one here. He's on quite the roll here with pretty straightforward Dragapult Dusknoir deck. And coming into this tournament, you know, there was some talks of, is Dragapult a good play for this event anymore? And a lot of players, I think, thought it might have fallen in popularity, but the resounding answer has been no. A lot of the top pros at this event decided to use Dragapult EX, and you see why. It's still such a powerful card. It sets up some crazy attacks where you can get multiple knockouts. It gives you so much control of the game, and it looks like Dragapult is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Phantom Dive is only those 2 energy is kind of wild to me. It's like so good that you don't need that much energy. I mean, the toughest part is that they're different types, but even then, you have answers. You can have that incredible ace spec in the Neo Upper Energy that you saw Bodhi utilize. The Luminous Energy also lets you play into Monkey Dory. It's incredible. So much going for this deck as we take a look back through this matchup between these players. As you can see, Alex had a lot of damage counters on the field, led with the Flareon EX in its attacks. It was able to get some knockouts here as we saw that Black Belt's training take out that Dragapult EX with that damage modifier, but Bodhi was able to find the pieces here to respond with that beautiful ace spec, applying both of those energies there and taking that strike on the Hoot Hoot and the Lily's Clefairy. Alex just could not make it happen in our game 1. Now we're in our game 2 here, where Bodhi limited Alex greatly, locking those item cards. Alex was able to get those Noctowl out, but not really establish anything else. And with Bodhi, with another huge counter catcher play, taking out those Pokemon that were dangers there for Bodhi, Alex unfortunately couldn't do anything there, and Bodhi Robinson is on his way to potentially be an NAIC champion, but in the Masters division this time. Of course, taking the win on stream is always nice, but what is the long game? You know, these players are playing to win ultimately this event, or just lock up some points and make it to Worlds too. But I mean, he's done it before. I think he could definitely do it again. He's definitely a young player that has so much potential, as you see such skillful play from Bodhi.
Yeah, and unfortunate second game for Alex. I think the only attack he used was Speed Wing.
That was it, yeah.
Got to knock out 2 Badoo, but that's not enough to win. Yeah, I mean, if you're Alex, you know, it didn't go your way, that's fine.
Happens.
You won 8 rounds so far. Just got to get back on track. A loss is going to happen at some point, most likely, unless your name is Ray Chen.
Yeah, no losses there.
But yeah, for Bodhi, a strong win. Went into an awkward matchup. Didn't know exactly what was in Alex's deck, but navigated it pretty well. Was maybe a little fortunate in the first game to find that Neo Upper Energy and the Counter Catcher combo to really get back in position to win that game. If you don't find both pieces, who knows how that game ends up. We may be telling a different story here, but Bodhi found the way to win, drew the cards at the right time, and yeah, he gets the win in the match.
Well, let's see how he's feeling after that amazing win in this matchup against a very unique deck. Skarzig, take it away.
Hello everyone, Adam Skarzig Watson here on the big stage with Bodhi Robinson, who of course is no stranger to the big stage. How you feeling?
I feel good. It was a close game 1. Game 2 he didn't really get anything going at all, so it wasn't. Game 2 wasn't anything, but game 1 was really easy. Yeah.
I think that players have kind of fallen into the wisdom, right? The generally accepted wisdom that Flareon is a decent matchup into Dragapult. Is that been holding true for your experience?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to see that deck. It's like scary, but it's a Noctowl deck, so like I own him and his deck doesn't work anymore, so I just win.
So you already have some strategies against this matchup, and you're partnering your Dragapult with Dusknoir. The casting desk was very high on praising that decision to bring that pairing. Were there any other variants of Dragapult that you were trying before, or did you move to this version very early?
It was either Dragapult Dusknoir or Dragapult with Charizard. Dusknoir is just like so powerful. If your opponent like has like a slow start, you just like steamroll them. You can like Dusclops and destroy their setups, because all the Pokemon, like all the decks right now have Pokemon that have 70 HP, and it's like their whole deck works on them. So if you go ahead with Ichipan, like you just win, and it's worked so far, so I'm happy with my decision.
I like that. Badu slowing your opponent down, giving you time to set up all of these combination plays, take multiple prizes. I think it's the classic Dragapult playbook. Do you want to give a special shout out while I've got you here really quickly to anybody who helped you practice, or maybe other friends who are here in the tournament today?
Shout out to these 3 people. They're my buddies. Noah same 60'd me. He didn't have a great run at NAIC last year, but shout out to the Gamers Basement and my family for helping me and letting me get this far.
A lot of support in your corner, and you are paying them back tenfold by showing up on the big stage here. I want to wish you some good luck for the rest of the tournament. We've still got a lot more rounds to go, folks, so we're going to kick things back to the casting desk, so stay tuned.
You love to see it when your friends and family come out right in the front row to watch your stream match. I mean, that was fantastic. And I'm sure celebrating a win there for Bodie Robinson on the stream. I'm sure he's feeling absolutely great. Awesome to hear from him. And I love the you just take out these Pokemon. Players are fully reliant on these little 70 HP guys, and you just wipe them out. It's like so funny.
Sometimes it is that simple, right? Slow them down with Badu, you get the Dusclops or Dusknoir out, maybe a Hawlucha, you knock out some stuff, and all of a sudden your opponent just has nothing.
Nothing.
Win.
Yep. I mean, Badu's reigning supreme here
So
in New
far,
Orleans, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but yeah, we can take a look at the metagame that we had at this event for this weekend. There were so many players. We can take a look at how many different decks were played and what the top decks were. So starting off with day number 1, we won't spend too much time here. The number 1 deck was Raging Bolt, followed by maybe a surprise, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl in second place, but then typical stuff, Gardevoir, Dragapult. You can see Dragapult Dusknoir actually wasn't that high of a percentage compared to the really, really popular stuff in the Joltik toolbox, but I'm curious to see how did this transition into our second day.
This is the fun part. How do these decks convert going into our day 2? Huge percentage there for the Raging Bolt, but we saw a lot of them fall on our stream matches yesterday. Let's see where we're at. This is our day 2 meta share. How many decks of each of these are still out in the field? Uh-oh, this is a little scary. Gardevoir EX moving up the rankings here. I mean, I'm not surprised by that. It's a deck that I feel like a lot of players that are very skilled at this game play, and they're able to work a lot around a lot of different scenarios and a lot of different variations of decks. Because they have so many strategies, and they usually just convert into a single prizer, and they win games in so many different ways. So
yeah, I think this actually may be a bit misleading as well. If you actually combine the Charizard Dragapult with the Dragapult Dusknoir, that is Dragapult EX is the most represented deck in day 2.
Only by a couple, though. Right?
Only by a couple. Yeah, Raging Bolt still is the most popular deck on its own. So we actually did see quite a few Raging Bolt decks make it through, but yeah, I think if you look at this, no real surprises, right? You have Raging Bolt, Gardevoir, Dragapult.
I mean,
Marnie's Grimmsnarl was the new
map.
one. And yeah, the Flareon did convert pretty well. It's typically not one of the highest played decks, but has a good number of players who make it into day 2 a lot of the time. So yeah, it's pretty interesting how this has shaken out. We also have to remember, this day 2 is huge. There's 390 people still playing. There's some regionals
that are that big.
Like special championships in certain parts of the world where that might be the whole field of people.
Yes.
And there's 390 players still making it here. So there are a lot of players who are, I think, technically in day 2, but not really in the running to make it to top cut at this point. So you have to look at it from that lens as well. Which decks are actually at the very, very top and separating themselves?
Yeah, we should make that a different graph.
Yeah. I think we may see a lot of the Dragapult separating from a lot of this other stuff. I'm not sure how many Raging Bolt are near the top tables at this point. I'm sure there's a couple, but yeah, you're going to see Dragapult, Gardevoir as usual.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually curious to see which Dragapult, which variant of Dragapult ends up having more success here in New Orleans, because there was a bit of a debate before this event on whether or not you should pair Dragapult with the Charizard EX or that Ghost package in the Dusknoir line. So we've seen, actually I don't think we've seen a Charizard Dragapult yet on stream, but we've seen the success so far with the Dusknoir line. So we know players out there in the field are having success with the Charizard EX. I can't wait if we're able to see that on stream, how those matchups fare as well.
Yeah, I wonder how many Toad Scroll EX made day 2. Maybe 1?
Yeah, where's that on our graph here? It's 1. It's gotta be.
Well, let's see what these players are competing for this weekend, see what kind of prizes are on the line. For our junior and senior division, the top prize is $7,000, a pretty nice payday if you ask me. But for the Masters, we did have like 3,700, 3,800, somewhere around there players, and whoever comes out on top of that massive field will go home with $25,000, in addition to a bunch of other stuff. Lots of booster packs, other fun prizes.
The Pikachu trophy.
Yeah.
For first. Yeah, I think they said it was like a $500,000 prize pool across all of our games.
Right.
As well. I mean, that is a lot here. Rewarded for enjoying and dedicating so much time to playing Pokemon, whether it's the TCG, the VG, GO, or UNITE. We have all of those games competing this weekend, and they're bringing home some prizes here. I think my favorite would probably be the playmat.
Yeah.
You know, I was able...
Champion.
Right, exactly. I was able to attend. It was kind of a mini event, and we had a lot of skilled players there. And Andre Screwball, who won Worlds, was just playing with his champion mat. I was like, what a flex in here. I mean, that is just so cool to have, and something, you know, you keep forever as a reminder of that huge feat.
Yeah, if you are watching with us, make sure we do have some distributions and some drops going on this weekend. You can go onto Pokemon TCG Live, use the code NAIC25, Destined Rivals. Yeah, hurry up. Get in there, redeem the code, get some fun special illustration rare cards. The Team Rocket's Giovanni, kind of extending his hand, maybe offering, maybe you should join Team Rocket.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. He looks kind of evil in that artwork.
I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
And then also the Ethan's Adventure card we saw on the stream yesterday. So
That's
some
such a
fun
beautiful
special
art.
illustration rares. How about this one? How about
Oh, yeah, I love this here. The Twitch drops. You can get this awesome swag here in your Pokemon Trading Card Game Live account as well. You can get that drop for watching our stream and, you know, play against your opponents in style. I mean, you love it. I kind of wish that one was the teal mask one though. That's our fighting type one, right?
That's the cornerstone.
Cornerstone.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Yeah,
I think the teal mask is on the other side.
Yeah,
Maybe?
Ogerpon has been kind of the mascot of the international championships this season, so I think there's been a few different accessories given out throughout the year. But we're not the only game in town this weekend, right? You know, you're here to watch TCG.
We're the best, though. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have Pokemon Go.
Yeah, we do have some drops and some stuff in other games as well for Pokemon Go. If you're interested in that, you can tune into the Pokemon Go stream. Or, you know, if you're really fancy, you pull up the multi-stream where you got all of them going on at once. And yeah, you can earn some timed research and get this Mandibuzz.
Yeah.
And it's inspired by the EUIC winning team. I think there's also the TM as well. So
yeah, and those are hard to get for sure. So yeah, definitely scoop those up. Let's Pokemon Go get that Mandibuzz right now. But we also have the video game as well going on. I'm always so jelly because they've got built-in music there on the video game side. Such exciting games to watch. And you can redeem this Incineroar as well from Wolf Glick's 2025 EUIC winning Incineroar. So he's got like all the same stats or what?
Yeah, it's like the exact Pokemon. Yeah, of course, this is Wolf Glick's favorite Pokemon ever. Incineroar absolutely loves it. And you can use the code NAIC25 Cone Parish for Wolfie Cone Parish. Yeah, great code. Yeah, if you want to get this Incineroar, go ahead and redeem that for the Scarlet and Violet video game. So yeah, some fun distributions and Twitch drops. We appreciate everybody who's with us and watching this weekend. If you weren't able to attend the event, there's still some fun stuff for you to kind of commemorate NAIC this season.
Yeah, I love it. Watching at home, you can pick up all that swag and compete with it in your own scenes, in your locals, with your friends. It's always nice. But Yeah, great having you here, of course. Definitely keep us updated in the chat. Who you're rooting for, what decks you'd like to see here on our stream. What do you want to check out that's being played here at NAIC? And of course, follow all of our social media. #play Pokemon so we can
We even got Pokemon NAIC as
oh
the hashtag as
my
well.
gosh. Wait,
Yeah.
so /play Pokemon is all of our socials. #Pokemon NAIC so we can find all of your posts nice and easy for being either at this event, watching from home. We love to see your smiling faces and just the overall joy for Pokemon.
Yeah, it's an exciting event every season. You know, every international championship is important, right? They're all big events. They're fun stuff, but you know, NAIC, at least for me, feels a little bit more special. It is typically the biggest one, and also it's the one that kind of leads right into the World Championships.
Yes.
We are here in June in New Orleans for NAIC. We have like a month break, and then the World Championships are just 2 short months away in August in Anaheim this year. So this is really leading up to the World Championships, which of course is kind of the capstone event of the season. It's the big one, but yeah, the excitement is building whereas we're heading towards Worlds.
Yeah, and the pressure only mounts as you go. You know, this is the last event before our World Championships where you can scoop up those points, you know, get those reps in, play in a giant field as well, play against some of the best players in the world that you're going to be facing off with if you get to Anaheim. So all of that is happening here right now with us. So definitely stay tuned with us. Of course, we're going to be bringing you into more excitement very soon over here on the TCG side. But it's been a great having you here for this match, and I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Over 1,900 TCG competitors across 3 age divisions gathered in Honolulu, Hawaii for the Pokémon World Championships. But only 1 junior, 1 senior, and 1 master were able to earn the privilege of traveling home with the title of World Champion. In the junior division, Logan Bailey from the USA piloted an Iron Thorns EX deck with its disruptive initialization ability to the finals match. But Sakuya Ota's Ancient Box deck put out too much damage and would eventually lead to this young Japanese player's victory. In the senior division, Haruku Umehara brought Gardevoir EX its best performance this year with a finals appearance, but Evan Pavelski with his Regidrago V-Star deck used the attacks of Dragapult EX, Hisuian Gudra V-Star, and Kyurem to lock down the win. The stage was set for a Masters Division match. The battle featured 2 players, both only 17 years of age. Fernando Cifuentes from Chile had chosen Iron Thorns EX as his deck for this event. And Shinosuke Shiokawa from Japan played Roaring Moon EX, featuring the brand new Pecharunt EX as well. Neither of these decks were extremely popular during the event, but that didn't stop these 2 finals competitors from believing in their chances to hoist that Pikachu trophy. In Game 1, Shinosuke was able to take the first KO and found himself in a promising position. But despite a few failed crushing hammers, Fernando was able to find a line to give himself a shot. Eventually, a top deck of an energy card would secure Fernando's final attack and the win in Game 1. The second game was very back and forth, but Shinosuke introduced an interesting new strategy, KOing his own Pokemon. Even though this may seem counterproductive to winning a game, it turns out this was his best way to ensure a Game 2 win and send our final match to Game 3. In the final game, Fernando was able to disrupt Shinosuke just enough through Crushing Hammer to ensure his Iron Thorns would remain healthy for as long as possible. In the end, Shinosuke was left with just a single Roaring Moon in play with no energy cards, and Fernando Cifuentes took that final KO and became the world champion.
Going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
These players have cemented themselves in Pokemon TCG history, and you too could be part of that. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete and begin your journey today.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
Welcome back to NAIC, folks. This is Adam Skarsig Watson out on the floor, and I'm joined by a couple of our juniors competitors, Christian and Nolan, and they're going to give me a hand because they're going to rate the Fire-type first partner Pokemon. Let's see how they do. All right, so who do we have up first? Tepig, first on the stack. Go with your gut. Let the people know, what do you really feel? B tier, okay. Next up, we got Fennekin. Ooh, C tier, easy C tier, he says. Next up, what do we got? A little bit of a agreement here for Fuecoco, S tier, okay, the people like that. A tier for Score Bunny, a little bit of love there. All right, Chimchar's next up on the discussion. B tier, okay. Litten. An agonizing decision, but A, it lands in A. Just a few more. Charmander, quick S, love the hat. I think we saw that coming. Torchic up next. Cyndaquil, the last one. Ooh, S tier. I love it. Thank you so much. Look at this. Do you agree? I think they made a couple really good decisions. But that is going to be it from us. We've still got more Pokemon action coming, so we're going to kick things over to the casting desk and keep this tournament underway. I'm going to let them get back to their competition as well. Peace.
Good morning, everyone. We're live here from the North American International Championships Day 2. But first of all, before I get too far involved,
I want to give a shout out to that tier list. Some of those, I think, some of those placements, I should say, I definitely agree with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was quite a few there that we agreed when we did our one there, Adam. So it was great to see there's some like-minded individuals out there, some very intelligent players that we've got out there in the field agreeing with us here backstage as well. But yes, it's myself, Alex Dow, here with someone who doesn't need an introduction, but we'll say it anyway, Mr. Shea Burton. How are you actually feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely incredible to be here at the North American International Championships, taking you guys through the next round. And this is day 2. This is where the best players have filtered all the way to the top. And the thing is, it's not over. The journey's not over. I don't think any of our players here are truly content with the day 2. They want to get into the top cut. They want to get all those massive prizes and catapult themselves all the way to the World Championships in Anaheim. And to do that, they have to keep winning games.
Yeah, absolutely. Still so many Swiss rounds to go. Of course, we already kicked things off already with the last feature match. But we've still got so much more exciting Pokemon to come and so many more decks, so many more names, so many more just general things to happen throughout this weekend before we finally get to that moment where we have the opportunity to crown our champions at Championship Sunday. But, you know, it's today first. We've got to get through today.
We have to get through today. Now, before we came to the event, viewers, we all, as casters, had to pick, what we thought would do well this weekend. How about we revisit our caster predictions and talk you through it? I'll start off. I picked Raging Bolt EX. Reason being, I find in new formats, remember this is our first event with Destined Rivals Legal here, is that I find in these new formats, the older decks that have refined lists tend to perform really well. Raging Bolt is a deck that's been established now. We all know how strong it is, bellowing thunder for big KOs. Also, might I say, Alex, that is the most represented deck in day 1 and day 2, so I'm feeling a little bit confident. Now, my second pick, Yanmega, is a little bit more out there, but, grass typing is becoming better to hit for. And then being able to move those energy away with that Jet Cyclone attack means you can power up a myriad of different attackers. So that's my picks there. Alex, what about yours?
Yeah, I've gone for something that's been tried and tested. It's been a little bit not under the radar, but starting to find a lot of popularity in the previous format with 4 Destined Rivals. And Destined Rivals, we're going to quickly touch on that one card because it's also kind of countering what I've picked as well. Let's talk about the Team Rocket's Watchtower. It's one of the few cards really on the screen about coming from Destined Rivals, stopping all of those colorless Pokemon. But despite its inherent power, I didn't necessarily think it was going to be too much or too much played in this tournament this weekend, which meant I felt Flareon EX and alongside Chip there with his Sylveon, I feel like it was at a really good spot. You're countering a lot of the meta. You've got loads of different evolutions of Eevee, which then hits for certain sort of archetypes and matchups with its weaknesses. Like you can start bringing in things like the Leafeon EX, the Umbreon EX, alongside that Flareon EX, which is so powerful at charging up, the rest of your attackers. And don't even forget that Sylveon with that fantastic Angelite attack, which is so unique in its sort of power level that you can only use it once every other turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting pick. I like that you've got to push the boat out a little bit there with your Flareon. And looking at some of the other caster predictions, we have Shelby there with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Probably one of the most successful decks coming out of the Destined Rivals set so far, at the very least. Chip, we've already mentioned, with the sort of Sylveon. I'm loving Kyle's pick, though, really doubling down on the sort of spreading sort of archetypes there with Frostlass and the Technical Machine Devolution. And then Kyle, love that Gardevoir pick. Probably the safest pick, realistically, but the little cheeky Spidops in there as well.
Yeah, let's let the viewers know that he didn't originally have Spidops there, did he, Shay? What happened there?
Okay, I'll be honest, viewers. Kyle actually picked Yanmega, and I said, how did I forget? Please, can I have that? And he said, yeah, it's fine. So, yeah, originally he did want the Yanmega, but I stole it off him.
Probably for the best, because I don't actually think there are any Yanmega in day 2.
Are there not?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, no.
Sorry to break it.
But how many Raging Bot are in day 2?
Yeah, there's some. All right? Some.
The most, thank you very much.
Yeah, well.
But yeah, there's our cards and predictions. Let us know in chat who you agree with or what you would have picked for 2 cards to do really well at this event, and tell me why Raging Bolt is the correct answer.
Yeah, but aside from that, let's also get a chance to see how the tournament is panning out at the moment as well. With the current standings, look at that, right at that very top. Ray Chen did defeat Tord Reklev in the last round there. taking them to an unprecedented 30 points. It's 10 wins in 10 rounds, Shay.
That is honestly ridiculous. Massive shout out to Ray there. You know, doing it with a deck that I think, well, none of us picked, first of all, on the cards and predictions. And, you know, has its place in the metagame. Not the most dominant of decks, but, you know, when it's in Ray's hands, 10 wins and doing it against some of the best players in the world. Also want to shout out 4th place there, Ryuki, who we had on stream round 9 yesterday, the defending EUIC champion. Won his last one as well.
I was going to say the only loss was to Ray.
Yeah,
right?
exactly, right? So lost to Ray and said, okay, now let me get back to my winning ways. But yeah, you know, Karen Kababe there at 15th, John Eng at 13th after having a tough stream game there. Managed to rally with an 8-1-1 record. Owen Kammerman coming all the way from the European region where we're from as well. You know, star-studded names here.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's still like a lot of decks that we know some of these players, you know, are piloting that we haven't even yet gotten a chance to showcase as well. But there's just so much more to come. As I mentioned, this is only heading now into Swiss round 11. We've still got so much more Pokemon to come. And as always, this is just a small snapshot, right, of where our players are currently standing. This is only 16 players of the number of day 2 players that we've got. And I'm sure there's plenty more sort of at that kind of 25 points as well, or maybe even just outside. But there's so many Swiss rounds still to come. That still gives them an opportunity to actually push themselves into a top cut spot.
It really, really does. You're 100% correct. So here we're looking at the Swiss rankings and our best players. But let's see how this round is actually going to pan out and some of these matchups here. Because I bet we've got some crazy ones to be looking at. You know, wow. John Eng versus Andrew Hedrick. Grant Chen versus Bradley Curcio. Karen Kababe versus Carl Reed. Owen Cameron versus Christian. Henry Chow versus Tim Franklin. That's a matchup there at the bottom. But our next Swiss round 11 feature match here on stream will be Lucas Zing versus Makani Tran.
I mean, 2 very, very incredible players who have shown a very, very high level of consistency. If I'm not mistaken, with Lucas, it's actually something like his 20th day 2 in a row. Yeah, it's just incredible.
Wow.
I'll get full confirmation of that. But I mean, you just see some of these achievements between the 2 players. He has been a regional champion. He's really sort of popped off, I'd like to say, in sort of the last couple of years as well. I mean, Honolulu, world's top 16 player, Vancouver top 4, a finalist again in Vancouver, trying to bring it back home, but unfortunately fell a little bit short. But he did have that Los Angeles regional win under his belt as well.
But sitting across the table for him, Makani Tran knows his way around the top tables as well. Milwaukee regional finalist, Portland top 8, San Diego regional top 8, and Baltimore regional top 4 as well. And he is playing that Dragapult EX, Charizard EX hybrid archetype, and Lucas is piloting everyone's favorite deck, Gardevoir EX.
I mean, it's definitely one of your favorites, Shay, or has been in previous years. I mean, I know you've had your sort of predictions with Gardevoir once upon a time.
I have.
But yeah, it's great to see both of these players piloting, you know, different decks again. Lucas is kind of coming off the back of playing Zoroark to his last couple of events, from what I recall as well, and doing very well with it. But now going back to this Gardevoir EX archetype alongside a lot of that testing group at the same time. And Makani, like I said, we've spoken a little bit about Charizard EX and Dragapult before. That smashing together of these 2 of the very best stage 2s just means that there's actually quite a bit of synergy there. And in a matchup against Gardevoir, well, your Charizard's going to be swinging for a lot of damage when you're a Dark type.
Yeah, you know, it's one of the only Pokemon I can just eject a Gardevoir EX fairly easily in one hit with that Burning Darkness. And I really love the synergy between the Charizard and the Dragapult. You know, if your opponent starts to play wide, Dragapult can start to dissect the board. If your opponent says, well, I'm not going to put a lot of bench Pokemon down, you say, well, I'll just Burning Darkness it instead. So, I mean, really intrigued how this matchup plays out. And I think this Dragapult Charizard EX archetype has seen a lot of representation so far at NERC. I think a lot of top players have come to the similar conclusions that this is a good deck to play. And it looks like we are going to get started here with our prize cards. For Makani, prize a Charizard EX, an Iono, a Boss, and Luminous Energy. And for Lucas, the Mew EX, currently prized as well. This is his only copy. And then worth noting, Makani does play 4 copies of Luminous Energy, so has a lot of those still to play with.
Yeah, it's trying to utilize that as really your psychic energies for your different attackers. Also, you're utilizing your own Monkey Dory as well at the same time. So there's a number of sort of unique uses for that Luminous Energy as well. But I don't think anything too crazy. That Mew could be something that could pop up at any time as well. Because remember, being able to genome hacking your opponent's attack at some stage can be really, really devastating, especially if your opponent is gone down to sort of 2 or 1 prize remaining sometimes, and maybe there's a Charizard in the active spot, and you're burning Darkness back. You know, there's a lot of little unique plays we might start to see in this creep in.
There really is, but it looks like we have our handshake, so our Swiss round 11 feature match here is going to get started. The North American International Championships. It looks like McCarty is going to get us started here with that Buddy Poffin. And why does that deck search? Let's actually run through the details of this archetype. So it's sort of a hybrid, right? You got Dragapult EX and Charizard EX. Dragapult EX, we all know about that one. Hefty Stage 2 Pokemon that spreads a lot of damage with its Phantom Dive attack, doing 6 damage counters to your opponent's bench Pokemon any way you like. And Phantom Dive also does 200 damage into the active. So that's the Dragapult part of the deck. And bear in mind, Draclook is very good for drawing cards via its ability, Recon Directive. Now, Charizard EX is kind of the opposite, right? When you evolve into it, you can attach 3 Fire Energy via Infernal Rain. That's very good, by the way. But that Burning Darkness attack just slaps the active really hard. 180 damage at the start of the game. But it does an extra 30 for each prize card your opponent has taken. So Charizard here fits a couple roles in this deck. It can actually accelerate energy to the Dragapult. Very nice. And it gives you a massive late game attacking option to slam the active as well.
Yep, that's it's really, really powerful. We've seen Charizard at the very, very top of our metas in previous times as well. As you do right now, see double Dreepy hitting the field from that Buddy Poffin, of course. You're going to want to start rolling with those Recon Directives, start getting your board set up, start maybe swinging with that Dragapult first, because then you're really causing chaos on your opponent's side of the field, especially when you're dropping those 6 damage counters at the same time. And that Charizard, or even Charmander, can kind of just wait in the wings as we see a second Buddy Poffin now. And look at that board. That's exactly what you want to see if you're Makani Tran.
You really, really do. And make no mistake about it, Charizard EX has its time in the metagame where it was the tippy-top best deck. So it's no stranger to the top tables. We are going to see a turn attachment to the active and a pass over to Luca now. Lucas, I should say.
Hello, look at that hand.
Just a turn attachment and a pass. No other playable card. That hand is all energy and a turbo energize. Wow, goodness gracious. It's over to Makani now, who is going to play an Arven to sort of get involved. Wait a minute. He's eyeing up the Ultra Ball. Is there a rare candy in hand? Does have the rare candy in hand, so can get into the Charizard EX for the turn 2 victory. Burning Darkness. Wow, that's one of the fastest games we've seen here. Wow, game 1 is over already, and Makani takes game 1.
Look at that, ice cold, no emotion right now. Dispatching that Monkey Dory that was in the active spot. There really wasn't too much going on in Lucas's hand. It was just those energies that we caught a glimpse of, and that Turbo Energize, Technical Machine Turbo Energize, I should say. But then Makani had that board set up, went first, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, that was, game was so quick, didn't get to see the rare candy in hand, but had it, and that Burning Darkness, 180 damage, more than enough to KO the Monkey Dory. Unfortunate there for Lucas, but to be fair, you're not going to win many games if all you can do is turn, attach, and pass.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas is going to have to, shake that one off. And, go into the next game thinking, well, that didn't really happen. There's still, obviously, plenty of time because we only saw 3 turns there in game 1. But, if there's any players who can maybe turn that around after looking at that top deck did not help, of course. We'll be trying to, trying to bring it back from behind is exactly what Gardevoir tends to do generally anyway. In this game 2 and game 3, as we do have our players now just kind of setting up for this game 2. It looked like Makani did have a mulligan, so if you didn't have a basic Pokemon, you do have to reveal it to your opponent, so long as your opponent has a basic as well. It does mean that you get to shuffle and draw once again. Your opponent, usually, if they don't have a mulligan themselves, get to draw an additional card for their opening turn as well. But it's on Lucas to decide whether they're going first or second.
Yeah, and I think if you're Lucas, I think you have to just try and rally. That was just unfortunate starting hand. You're not going to win any games when that happens. So, as you say, plenty of time to win a game 2 and a game 3. Gardevoir is a deck that comes from behind anyway. So sure, you just have to win game 2 and 3, but currently at 8-1-1 record, knows his way around the archetype. I'm sure he'll do just fine.
Yeah, so let's see how, hopefully we get a bit of a stronger game from both our players this time, a bit more back and forth. Hopefully we do get a chance to get some supporters, get some additional Pokemon down at the same time. Lucas looks like he hasn't grabbed another basic there. Makani does, so we will see Makani with an additional draw card because of that mulligan. Opportunities for both players to just try and set up a little bit more. Lucas has just got to collect himself, as we kind of keep saying. This is kind of a crunch time, as it were, now, as we are in day 2 at this Swiss round 11. If you are just joining us, yes, it's just been 5 minutes on the clock. Makani did take a very quick game 1, benching Lucas, knocking out the only Monkey Dory, dealing 360 damage with that Burning Darkness because of weakness. Yeah, like I said, this is on game 2 now, 44 minutes on the clock.
And yeah, we've been talking about how Lucas has to rally himself here to try and have a good game too. But also, if you're Makani, you have to make sure, stays cold as ice as he seems. Okay, got a cheeky one there, but still have to win one more. The job is not over, but it looks like we are going to get our game. Double 3 GP in play immediately, turn attach, and it looks like it's going to be a pass over to Lucas. Any playable cards this time? I see a few.
There's at least an Iono, so we're at least playing the game, Shay, or at least for the moment, and see what we can get from then onwards.
Still
needs to, there's no
any
other
ways
Pokemon.
to get Volts? Because you have the TM Evolution already, so you'd love to just play a Buddy Puffin.
Oh, there's an Ultra Ball, so we can try and get that guaranteed. This will be an opportunity for Lucas to actually go through the deck, work out those resources that are available to Lucas as well, as it looks like it's a pitching away of a Gardevoir EX, meaning we'll know where that is for the remaining part of the game.
Now
that Technical Machine Evolution.
What's that one about there,
Turbo Energize. Gives you an opportunity, like the other Technical Machines, to search your deck for 2 basic energy cards and attach them to your bench Pokemon in any way you like. I'd like to think that this is one of those key tech cards in that kind of Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX matchup, where you're trying to just overcome your opponent by getting your Monkey Dories online earlier and quicker than your opponent. Because once you get those Dark Energies attached, they're playing 4 copies in the list, it means that you can keep flinging that damage counters back over with the Adrenabrain. Like I said, this is an opportunity now for Lucas to just double check. There is one Curlier prized, one of those Technical Machine Evolutions, but it does play 2 copies. But having a Curlier prize could be a little bit of a problem, especially when you're only playing 2 in your list.
I'll tell you what, this could actually be a little bit dicey if you want a TM Evolution. Let's say you was to attach and play the owner. If you draw in to your other Curlier, I mean, your TM Evolution isn't going to grab any other Curlier, but it looks like one counter catcher, energy switch. But could use Rare Candy, I guess, if you was to miss the Curlier, but I don't know, it'd be a bit tough, but interesting. Let's see what happens. We do see the Ultra Ball conclude for the Rolts. Then we're going to shuffle one up there. And let's see, will we attach the Technical Machine Evolution? Will we just Iono save it for later, perhaps? It's interesting that we do see the Rare Candy. It's not something that every Gardevoir EX deck plays. At least does have that option.
I feel like you always never really want to leave the Mew in the active spot, so maybe Lucas is probably hoping to try and hit something else. Doesn't really want to commit the energy necessarily to it, but maybe, it's an evil necessity, so it looks like we're just going to have to go for that for now. And it's just going to utilize the restart first. Draw an additional card, hits another round.
Wow, what a restart. And then here's the Iono going to reset both players' hands. But I think you're correct, actually, not wanting to leave Mew EX in the active, because Makani does play Rare Candy, which a lot of these Dragapult decks don't play. So a turn 2 Phantom Dive would be impactful. Did we draw into the Curlier? We did not.
Yeah, it looks good. It's a lot of useful sort of item cards there. Couple of Nest Balls, there's an Ultra Ball, another Iono for a future turn as well. So we're going to get things rolling here on Lucas's side of the board. Currently eyeing up a Monkey Dory. We'll quickly just touch on Gardevoir. We've seen it all before.
We haven't had a chance to talk about that one yet.
Gardevoir EX, it's built around Gardevoir EX with that fantastic Psychic Embrace ability, allowing you to accelerate energy from the discard pile. So you'll be utilizing cards like Earthen Vessel, Ultra Balls, and Professor's Research, maybe to get some of those psychic energies into the discard pile, but then you can start manipulating and just causing your board to be flooded with its energy acceleration to utilize different attackers. Now, it utilizes things like Drifloon, Balloon Blast, Single Prizer, 30 times the number of damage counters on this Pokemon against your opponent's active. You utilize other attackers like that Scream Tail with that Roaring Scream as well, and with allowing you to deal 20 damage times the number of damage counters on this Pokemon to any one of your opponent's Pokemon on their field, as we do also just now get the Technical Machine Evolution, where we do have the Curlier in play. Does utilize things like Bravery Charms to even extend further as well. There's so much going on, and it is over to Makani now with that Arven being utilized.
So this is Makani's first time consulting the deck with the deck search here. He's playing an Arven, letting you grab a tool card and an item. I wonder if Makani's hand supports the turn to Phantom Dive. As we look at Makani's prize cards, double Luminous Energy and double Iono currently in the prize cards. It does play the full 4 copies of Luminous Energy and full 4 copies of Iono, but as Luminous Energy are very, very important, sort of the only way of grabbing Dark Energy in the deck. So only has access to 2 of those currently.
Yep.
And Psychic Energy as well, actually.
Exactly. I was going to say it's how Makani will be utilizing that Phantom Dive where possible, with no real sort of easy way to search out the Luminous Energy right now, especially when 2 are prize. Can be a little bit more tricky, but maybe this is kind of the angle that you have to go down with, slightly a little bit different, sort of eyeing up maybe Makani's own technical machine evolution there, just to try and kind of burst through into maybe more Drakcloaks, for example, as we do see a Buddy Buddy pop in, or even some of those Charmanders, knowing that once I evolve up to a Charizard, I have a dark attacker against the rest of your field and board, which the majority, if not, well, close to all, are dark weak.
Anything that doesn't get ejected by the 180 damage is dark weak. We're going to see the Buddy Buddy Poffin conclude. Going to grab double Charmander, turn attachment to a bench Drakcloak, and we are going to see the technical machine evolution. And that's going to grab 1 Charmeleon and a Drakcloak. Now it is over to Lucas. Definitely, you know, in the driver's seat a little bit more here. Has got in the game. Let's see what he can do this time.
Another Ultra Ball. Not the nicest of cards right now, because we're looking for some of those Psychic Energies to get into the hand. But when you're holding maybe 2 or 3 Ultra Balls there, look like, you know, that's one of the primary ways to actually discard some of those Psychic Energies away from your hand. And if you're having to Iono them to the bottom of the deck, it makes it a little bit more difficult. But it's just kind of a double check there, I think. Just asking Makani how many cards are in hand. If I have to hit you with this Iono, remember it's shuffle your hand, put them to the bottom of your deck, and you draw the number of prizes, draw the cards at the top of your deck, and not by the number of prizes that you have remaining. So it does mean those 3 Ultra Balls are going to the bottom of the deck right now. Not being able to utilize anything like the Arven to find different pieces like an Earthen Vessel. But let's see what those 6 cards brings us here.
Do we have any energy in discard pile for Lucas here?
Well, we have hit a couple of Psychic Energies and a
there
Vessel.
We go.
So we're
Is
at
that
least
the
getting
secret box in hand as well?
Oh, I couldn't quite see. Potentially
I think it was. So this Earthen Vessel can grab 2 energy, and you can just fling them straight to the discard pile via that A-Spec secret box. One of the best cards in the format that's seeing a ton of play right now. You have to discard 3 cards from your hand to use it. That seems costly, but you can grab an item card, a tool card supporter, and a stadium all at the same time. So that accomplishes 2 things in this Gardevoir deck. Obviously, you get to search out all the cards you like, but it also is a very quick way of turboing energy into the discard pile, which, as we said, we need to do to utilize Psychic Embrace to its fullest extent.
Yeah, one of the awkward scenarios right now is that Makani has represented a single prize board state. So, you know, trying to swing away with something that takes a single prize, which then activates Makani's counter-catcher plays, and also these like little, and increasing the damage output of the Charizard EX, for example. I mean, right now, as mentioned, you're going to be hitting for weakness anyway, but it does mean you know, you're going to be playing in your mind, Lucas, about how you're going to navigate this turn, as we do see the secret box now being played down, discarding 2 of those Psychic Energies, allowing you, as you said, to pick up so many of those combo pieces usually needed. And looks like right now, eyeing up that Professor's Research alongside the Artisan, you know, just to continue building out the boards. We get a fantastic glimpse of exactly what Lucas is considering here. There's an Ultra Ball, kind of getting that prepped maybe for that Gardevoir at some stage, at some point, to get a good attacker off. The only problem is, I'd like to say, is we do have a 2-prizer on the board our own self because of that Mew start.
Yeah, and that Mew can get ejected from a kind side of the board in a myriad of ways. You know, Phantom Dive into the active gets there. Burning Darkness does more than enough thanks to weakness. So that Mew EX probably want to save for the late game. As I said, you know, GM hacking can copy a Burning Darkness or even Phantom Dive at some point in the game, but you don't want to lead it now. You want to sort of spring that Mew as and when you need it. You don't want to lead it, but it looks like we are going to see the Ultra Ball going to be played here as well. This going to grab the Gardevoir EX. Okay, so Psychic Embrace is currently online. I think there's 3 or 4 Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
I think there's 3 right now.
There's 3, so a lot of attacks are currently live.
So yeah, it's just kind of the direction that we go down right now. I mean, with an Adrenabrain play, you could potentially Mind Bend and send an attack and actually knock out a Dreepy.
Would need the Dark Energy attachment, but we do have that. Okay, Mind Bend would be nice. That's a one-prize attacking Pokemon. We do see the restart to draw. So you have 3 cards in hand. That's Mew EX's ability.
Yeah, it looks like we're just eyeing up the Psychic Embrace right now. It's going to the Monkey Dory. 20 damage will be taken onto that Monkey Dory right now, but it can fling it over with that Adrenabrain, or maybe just kind of hold it for the moment. But I don't feel like if it's going to be in the active spot, you know it's like likely to go down. So we do see the Adrenabrain, just 1 damage counter over the Dreepy, and a Mind Bend for the first knockouts of this game 2 here in the Swiss round 11. There is an energy switch that's been picked up off the prizes. Again, another way to ramp up and quickly kind of maneuver a Dark Energy between Pokemon, especially for those Monkey Dories, especially if you want to get multiple of those Adrenabrains off in one turn. Another unique tech inclusion. But it's over to Makani now. Has promoted the Charmeleon into the active spot. Recon Directive with a choice there. Kind of very quick. Second one, a second Dracloak or the Badoo. Kind of eyeing up. Maybe do I have a turn where I can slow the game down? Do I need to?
No, I don't know. It does have the Ultra Ball, so you can grab the big bad Charizard EX. That would be devastating.
With a counter catcher, I think, in hand as well.
Yeah. That would be... That's the line of play I would go down. Looks like we are going to see the Ultra Ball being played there. Here comes the big bad Charizard EX with that Infernal Rain ability, letting you attach up to 3 fire energy from your deck to your Pokemon in any way you like. Looks like we're going to grab the full 3 copies onto the Charizard EX into the active. Wow, look at that. 330 hit points, Alex. That is an absolute monstrosity of a Pokemon to try and hit through.
Yeah, there's a reason why it was so good, and it still in reality is, right? I mean, there's a new card which has taken, some stock and basically almost tried to, copy my homework. It's got Infernal Rain, Marnie's Grimstone.
Oh, and there's the counter catcher into the Gardevoir EX as well. Remember, that is Dark Week, so that's going to be a big 2-prize KO for Makani. Lucas could be in a spot of bother here, and it looks like it's going to promote the Monkey Dory. I mean, we can use Mind Bend. The confusion might come up. We'll address that if it does later. But for now, it is over to Lucas. Did top deck a rare candy, I believe. And is there an Ultra Ball in hand as well?
I don't think so, because we missed it because they all went to the bottom of the deck. It was shuffled around.
Oh, that means that rare candy is going to get sent to the bottom of the deck. Now, the reason why rare candy is so important, because that would be a way for Lucas to leapfrog that rolls into a Gardevoir EX and continue his game plan. Without that, there is no way of getting to the Gardevoir straight away this turn. And remember that Curly has actually been sent to the discard pile, right? He prized one as well, so there's no Curly available either.
It's the only one, knows where it is. It does mean he has to kind of play around a different route now, as we do see an Ultra Ball discarding another Monkey Dory's kind of hit the discard now. Pheasantipity being eyed up as the target here, trying to spin the story by itself with that flip the script ability. If a Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn on your side of the board, you get a chance to activate the ability and draw 3 cards. A card that has been splashed in so many different decks right now because of how inherently powerful that ability is.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most played decks across the format, right? If you look at all the decks, I'm sure most decks have at least one Pheasantipity knocking about. We are going to see potentially a Bravery Charm getting attached to the Rolts, pushing it outside of range of, any shenanigans. Going to consult the discard pile first. Yeah, any Halucha plus Phantom Dive shenanigans. It would be safe from that if we did attach it, but going to put it on a Mew EX instead. Going to buff, remember, Bravery Charm increases the hit points of the basic Pokemon it's attached to by 50. We are going to put it on a Rolls. I don't mind that. Seems sensible, especially if you have to use rare candy. We need to make sure that Rolls survives.
Yeah, if you're not able to get into it, it's just kind of deliberating on that restart. Benches the Rolls, so we'll get full value from this restart. It always kind of that decision. Doesn't bench it at the moment. 2 cards. I think there was one, it might have been a Dark Energy, if I'm not mistaken.
Psychic Energy.
Oh, Psychic, sorry.
Yeah.
Flip the script for a further 3. Nest Ball. Another Energy Screamtail. Not quite enough to get you anywhere right now. One of the other scary things is that Bravery Charm could also have maybe been a consideration on that Pheasantipity as well.
Perhaps.
Because right now, Charizard is dealing 210 damage because you've taken 1 prize, Lucas.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it, but does it if you're Lucas? But has actually eked a prize card out. But it is going to be the Mind Bend. Okay, so this is 60 damage. And if you're wondering why that Charizard's getting turned around, it's because Mind Bend confuses your opponent's acts. Now, confusion's an interesting one. If you choose to attack while your active Pokemon is confused, you have to flip a coin. If heads, happy days, your attack goes through. If tails, however, the attack will fail, and you hit yourself for 30 damage as well. And that might be why we saw Makani attach the rescue board, just to help get it out of the active. Because in the Pokemon TCG, if your active Pokemon hits the bench, all special conditions are removed.
Yeah, so this is decision making. I guess that's why we saw the third energy attached as well. It does have rescue board ready to just maneuver and just kind of then go into potentially another attacker here. Makani just trying to utilize all those resources to full value where possible, then keeping the energies on that Charizard if that's an opportunity as well. We do see the Monkey Dory hitting the field now with a Luminous Energy. He's got his own Adrenabrain now live, Arvin being utilized here. Just got to try and double check what item and tool card could be sort of grabbed out of the deck right now. Eyeing up maybe something like that Unfair Stamp at some stage. Again, one of those very, very powerful A-specs, kind of saying, well, I'm going to telepath your next turn. If you take a knockout, that's on me. I will throw back you to just going having 2 cards, because each player will then shuffle their hand into their deck. If you were the one who played the Unfair Stamp, you draw 5 and your opponent just draws 2. And that's one way to really devastate your opponent's board state.
Yeah, back in the day, Gardevoir might not have cared as much about Unfair Stamp. We had Refinement Curlier. Gone are those days, and that would be devastating for Lucas. So that is how the Arvin is going to conclude. We are going to see a retreat from the Charizard. That's going to pop a Dracloak in the active. Now, I assume we're going to see a Dragapult EX from the hand. The hand is pretty big. We could use Dragon Headbutt if you really wanted to.
Yeah, you can. You're dealing 70 damage, and then if you Adrenabrain, does kind of stretch for the Monkey Dory knockout as well. It's 110
that does
HP.
Get there.
1 currently on it. Here is the Adrenabrain right now, healing effectively 30 damage from that Charizard. We'll get confirmation exactly where it's going to go to the active. Puts it down to 70 HP remaining. Knockout.
Dragon Headbutt.
That Dragon Headbutt. Yep, that Dracloak is able to do things without even evolving up to a Dragapult EX. Not giving away that big threat, especially when you know you're playing up against a Gardevoir that plays a Lily's Clefairy EX as well.
Yeah, that's really tough, actually. Not saying, well, if you're going to try and take a big 2-prize carry, you're going to have to do it on this Charizard. You don't play any Grass-type attackers, and I'm not going to let you just bench a Lily's Clefairy, turn on weakness, and do anything silly. Because I guess at that point, you could have genome hacking plus Lily's Clefairy would take the KO as well, right, with the weakness applied. So real heads-up play there from Makani. And he telegraphed the Unfair Stamp as well and said, well, if you want to carry this Dracloak, you're going to have 2 cards to start your next turn.
Yeah, again, just kind of setting up the board state where I have multiple attackers going, right? I have the Charizard waiting in the wings. That's generally what you want with your Charizard. You want it to be swinging in the sort of mid to late games whilst you're applying a lot of pressure, usually with a Dragapult EX. But when I'm combining my Dragon Headbutt of the Dracloak with the Monkey Dory, it's kind of enough to kind of overcome what you put in front of me, Lucas. So it's on you, my friend, to try and actually deal with this board right now. I've got my Monkey Dory going. You haven't. And that's normally a bad sign for a Gardevoir player.
Really is, especially when it's going to be tough to try and get the Gardevoir EX out. Flip the script has been activated, though. 3 cards for Lucas. Oh, Alex, that hand. Okay, no, that was just a hand, but we do see some other options there. But Professor's Research would be very costly to use. There's a lot of energy in that hand, and the Super Rod.
I mean, you want the energies in the discard.
Yeah, I guess I'm a bit scared about the Super, but I guess you can play it now, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. Shuffle in your Dark Energy and your Gardevoir pieces, as well as that Monkey Dory as well.
Yeah, because I think like maybe 3 Monkey Dories may have hit the discard pile. I mean, I saw them like being discarded away with Ultra Balls or the Secret Box or something like that throughout this game so far. So getting another one back is always ever so important. Hoping now maybe this research could send Lucas into something like a Rare Candy Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, we need the Rare Candy.
So vital now. Has to try and prep a second routes maybe as well. I mean, he keeps second guessing himself, maybe wanting to keep the space open. Looks like a Psychic Energy being attached to the Monkey Dory. And just kind of, again, he keeps just... He's in a little bit, we are back against the wall now. There's this energy switch as well. There you go. That's a great use of that Dark. Get it off the Mew.
All right, here we go. Big Professor's Research here for Lucas. Do we see the Rare Candy Gardevoir combination? We do.
Oh, big turn here. Can we find a way to swing things back into our favor? It is just the 1 routes in play right now. But if you can start building up your board, building up your attackers, maybe whilst you only need the 1 turn of God of War in play, because I'm sure Makani's going to be like, I need to target this down.
Yep.
Then that way I can remove your energy acceleration. But at the same time, your board is other 2 prizes and sort of an easier 1 prize as well. So many targets, which is kind of the scary thing that Lucas has to play around right now.
Yeah, because if you do put the God of War EX down, it's so susceptible to that Charizard, but you kind of need to get into the game. You can't, I mean, currently, Mind Bend, because there is no damage in play, we can't reach into the Dracloak. So at 60 isn't well, it's not here. 90 with a Adrenabrain, it would, but...
Well, one of the cute things, if there was a way to kind of bring the Charizard to the active spot, your Mew EX would actually be dealing 270 damage right now, 180 plus 3 prizes taken. That leaves Charizard with 30 damage remaining of HP. And what does Monkey Dory do, Shay? It sends 30 damage back over.
It does.
It's an option, but it's just whether there's a counter-catcher players. We do see the Rare Candy now into the second God of War EX of this game too. We have Psychic Embrace to the active Mew. We'll take 20 damage now. And then it's just that decision on how we manipulate this further turn.
And it looks like, are we going to see a Gym hack? Probably not. Is we going to see the Mind Bend plus Monkey Dory combination? You would have to accelerate another energy so you can get the full value Adrenabrain to make sure you can get the KO on the Dracloak.
Again, it's always second-guessing himself. There's tough decisions here. Back to the discard for the moment. Make sure we do see the Adrenabrain. It's Adrenabrain just to 20 to the Charmander here.
Okay.
And here's Lily's Clefairy EX, which hits the field.
I guess that is one way you can have Mind Bend now take the KO, because that Dracloak is now weak to Psychic, so Mind Bend will be 60 damage times 2 for the big KO there for Lucas. Second prize card of the game does take a Professor's Research out of there. Is over to Makani. Well, we know Unfair Stamp's in hand. Let's see how he plays this turn out.
Yeah, I'm really kind of worried about this scenario. Lucas obviously hasn't activated anything furthermore in counter catches because still behind in prizes. Makani is ahead, but Makani does play 3 Boss's Orders. Does mean you can be very, very aggressive, and of course already holding on to that Unfair Stamp because Lucas wasn't able to disrupt that hand with an Iono. Does mean that Makani will potentially get a chance to see a lot of different cards in comparison to maybe what's currently in the hand. This Charizard from Makani's side of the board currently dealing 180 plus 30 plus another 30 because of the 2 prizes taken. 240 damage base right now, and that's not accounting in for weakness, but all of those Pokemon are easily knocked out by a Charizard EX.
Charizard EX says, if I'm attacking, you're getting KO'd. It's that simple. I don't care what's in your active. There we do see the Bench Pheasantipity and the Unfair Stamp. So that's 5 new cards from Makani, 3 off Flip the Script, and you can see another 4 I should say, via the Recon Directive. Makani can see an absolutely ridiculous amount of cards this turn.
Yeah, I'd be so interested to see how many, what cards actually Lucas might pull from this. I mean, it does have Mew and Pheasantipity sort of on the board state. Makani, of course, hasn't played a supporter, so can still be kind of digging through, looking for that Boss's Orders, you know, just trying to limit what Lucas has available to him, maybe taking out something like, actually any one of those Pokemon all kind of have a bit of a threat. You know, Pheasantipity helps draw cards, Mew helps draw cards, Lily's Clefairy EX makes sure Dragon Pokemon have weakness, God of War EX has the Psychic Embrace ability.
Do we see the Boss's Orders? The Boss's Orders there, Alex. Goodness gracious, Makani, Tran. We are going to see a Flip the Script now as well. Recon Directive, going to see extra cards, Luminous Energy plus Night Stretcher, but that Boss's Orders was definitely a clutch card for this turn. Makani still hasn't used a supporter card yet.
Yeah, so big pickup for Makani. Just one of those scary things now, but we're, you know, continuing to play through this turn right now. Charizard being eyed up right now with this Ultra Ball, maybe setting up the board. Yeah, must have a Rare Candy. Well, at least eyeing it up.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Rare Candy, Infernal Rain, another 2 energy. What an absolutely devastating board to be sat across the table against. Oh, wow. This is not looking good for Lucas.
Yeah, right now, if you're Lucas, you're staring against a board of Dark Terror, Charizard EXs, alongside some draw power with the Pheasantipity, with those Dracloak Recon Directives, and also that Monkey Dory as well.
There's the Boss's Orders going to bring up the God of War EX. That is a big Burning Darkness KO thanks to weakness, and Makani takes 2 prize cards, putting him down to, what, 3 left? 1 left, I should say. Only 1 KO away from winning. It looks like Was that a concession from Lucas? It was. So Makani wins our Swiss round 11 feature match here at the North American International Championships. A 2-0 victory. Charizard EX putting in the finest of work.
Yeah, no way back for Lucas from that scenario. Makani set up the board to a perfect position where you just have big Charizard EX attacking and swinging away when it needs to, taking those ever so important prizes, knocking out those Dark Weak Pokemon at will, and it just puts Makani in a fantastic spot to continue this potential run that they're on right now. Lucas, unfortunately, has taken the loss here, but again, there's still so many rounds to come in this day 2.
Yeah, still was on a very good record. Wouldn't be surprised to see him, progress further through this tournament. But Charizard Infernal Rain has left its mark here on the NAIC stream and won that game in convincing fashion. And let's see how that game did pan out, because Makani had his fingerprints all over it. And I think if this is going to be game 1, that was a fairly quick one. Was able to just fill the board ridiculously fast, but Charizard, yes, coming down there for the turn 2 Burning Darkness, and that's it for game 1, Alex.
Yeah, game 2 was a little bit better from Lucas' side, was able to get that Gardevoir EX up and running. We saw an early knockout from the Monkey Dory, but it was just retaliated by that Charizard EX in the active spot. And from then onwards, Lucas was always kind of fighting a really uphill battle. The knockout from a Dracloak on his Monkey Dory meant that his, Makani can continue building like his own board, and his own Monkey Dory was able to do more things than Lucas's was in the end. But it was all about that Charizard. He kept picking the right pieces, finding the boss's orders from the unfair stamp, and then having a second one on the bench ready to go. And that was all she wrote. Lucas had no outs, no options, and it was on Makani to take himself to a fantastic record after this Swiss round 11.
Yeah, that Charizard EX was absolutely devastating, right? Coming out there in game 1, just being able to Rare Candy Evolve, accelerate his energy, and that's it. Such a self-sufficient attacker. And then in game 2, we really got to see the flexibility of the deck, right? We didn't see Phantom Dive at all in that best of 3. We saw Dragon Headbutt from the Dracloak coming in there with the Adrenabrain, getting that perfect math. But it was all about the Charizard EX that game.
Yeah, it just didn't need what we've always called, or what we've said a lot this weekend, that Phantom Dive is arguably the best attack in the game. 200 to the active, 60 damage counters, spread how you like. It's how you set up a lot of the board state. But arguably, Burning Darkness is just as good, if not better, when you're swinging away for so much damage, especially towards that mid and late game when you're ramping up. I mean, it's an incredible attack. We're in a self-sufficient attacker.
Yeah.
And that's one of the key things of why Charizard has its moment out of the limelight for a little bit, but has found itself, again, with this partner, which has kind of been bubbling away, but in this current tournament, it's in a pretty good spot.
It really is, and it makes me, it's interesting, because, Gardevoir's game plan into Dragapult normally would just be, right, Lilies Clefairy, Miracle Force, what are you going to do? And now Charizard says, if you dare ever announce Miracle Force, Burning Darkness will come knocking at your door. But speaking of the door getting knocked, we have our winners interview down, so let's throw it down to the stage with Adam.
Hello, everyone. Back here on the stage, NAIC. You know it, you love it, and I'm here with our winner. We just saw on stream, Makani Tran. How you feeling?
Super good. Finally won a stream game. It's been so long. Yeah, I was expecting to lose, honestly, but really happy got the 2-0. Yeah, definitely some bad luck on his end. Game 1, I donked him, but I mean, we take it, yeah.
I think that when you play Pokemon TCG for a long time, you do tend to get superstitious. So I'm glad that you broke the curse, certainly. And I think that a lot of people are wondering, myself especially, Charizard, Dragapult. This deck has kind of been up and down the last few metagames, and you brought it here. You're seeing a lot of success with it. Was it specifically to target Gardevoir? What was your thinking behind bringing this?
Yeah, the Charizard is just obviously really strong into Gardevoir. It gives you an out to just one-shot the Gardevoir with the Dark type. Also just like a great attacker into Grimmsnarl. The damage ramp is just really high. You can hit for like high numbers and then clean it up with the Phantom Dive later. Just like super big hitter, can one-shot Gardevoir, and just it can also accelerate energy. It's just a super consistent deck. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that we may have been sort of pigeonholing it, right? It's just this dark type Gardevoir counter, but you've shown that it has a lot of utility, a lot of strength outside of that. Was there any players that you want to give a shout out to that helped you test this deck or maybe help you narrow in on this version of Dragapult?
Yeah, huge shout out to Jackson Ford for the 60 cards. Huge shout out to Rowan. He won the Masters Cup with like the same 60 basically. Yeah, just took their list. They've been testing it. I've been testing it. So huge shout out to them. Yeah.
It's great to hear that you've got, again, a lot of friends out in the crowd helping you test, helping you prep. This is what the Pokemon TCG is all about. People coming together, competitors coming together to share these strategies and try to pilot them to great success. And that's what I wish you for the rest of the tournament. I think we've got one more Swiss round to go, 2 more. It's a lot of Pokemon action to go regardless. Just take it 1 round at a time, but we'll kick it back to the casting desk and they'll set us straight.
Thank you for that there, Adam. Always love hearing from our winners there and hearing about, the intricacies of the deck and how they, come across it, how they came to these conclusions. Seems like sensible conclusions there from Makani with a fantastic record. But also want to say shout out there to Lucas. That game 1 didn't really draw particularly well, but still on a fantastic record. I wouldn't be surprised to see catapult himself further into this day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still so much more to play for, so much more to try and, push yourselves into a higher position to get more prizes. There's so much on the line. At the same time, there's still 2 more Swiss rounds to come, which just gives another opportunity for 6 further points you can gain and propel yourself into the highest possible position out of the 390 odd day 2 players that we have at this tournament now. It's just an incredible moment, just a credible opportunity to see where all of these players can get to.
Yeah, all to play for. I think there's 2 Swiss rounds left, I believe. So, here, there, and everywhere. And to be fair, you're not going to win many games when your opening hand was Turbo Energize, 1 basic Pokemon, and like 4 or 5 basic energy. So, just rally yourself, compose yourself, and keep progressing through this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And in Makani's case, now it's thinking, well, maybe 1 or 2 more rounds. Maybe if I get that bit of luck again, he already said that maybe they weren't thinking they would win on the stream match. It's been a while, but maybe this could be the moment to propel themselves into that top cut spot once again and maybe look to take down this international championships here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I imagine the confidence must be sky high, not only breaking that superstition of not being able to win on stream, but doing it in pretty convincing fashion and accelerating that record with another 3 match points, maybe 2 more Swiss rounds to go. If I'm Makani, I'm feeling pretty confident. My chest is sticking out.
Yeah, absolutely. But then again, there's still so many fantastic players on the kind of records that Makani also kind of propelled themselves into as well. We've still got the likes of Ray Chen, the Ryuki, Okadas, and all the other names that we saw in the notable matches, right? They're all ongoing right now at this very second. Still everyone trying to eke those wins out to try and propel themselves into those spots. But I'm looking forward to when we get to that crunch time. I mean, the next 2 rounds are basically crunch time, right? Because we're starting to really then filter down from the 3,700, 800 players down to the 390, and then eventually to this top cut, this potential asymmetrical top cut as well, depending on how it all pans out. But yeah, let's just see how we get on with this tournament.
Yeah, all to play for. We saw the notable matches just before that, where so many started naming. Tord Reclef is knocking about Shock. He's knocking about High Tables at an IC. You would have thought that. Stefan Ivanov is still knocking about as well. He's Mr. NAIC, won it 3 times and got to the final another time. So yeah, basically all to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, we want to make sure you guys are engaging with us as much as possible. And if I'm not mistaken, we might actually have a few tweets out there going on.
Yeah, I love looking at the tweets.
This Pokemon NAIC here in New Orleans, so we get a chance here. Jay, what's going on?
Yeah, thank you to this from Frank Jimenez. Hope I pronounced that right. We've got Team Rocket blasting off again. Now, look at this fit. There's so much stuff to go on. Let's go from my left to right. We have Jesse there with the white fit. We've got Meowth there at the bottom of the screen. Even got the little coin and the whiskers and the ears as well. But look at my man in the middle, got the full suit jacket, got the red, looking a bit similar to my suit yesterday, funnily enough. And then the briefcase, and then we've got James there on the right.
Do you approve as a fellow Rocket outfitter?
Yeah. No, of course I. This fit is on point. Even got the briefcase there, the anti-shake case. Oh, I didn't even realize there's a little Persian on the shoulder as well. This right here, this is the Team Rocket squad. You got to be careful if you run into these people because who knows what could happen.
Yeah, lots of trouble there. Love that. I love the commitment. I love the pieces. Like I said, you got a massive fan when I'm sat aside a fellow Rocket member himself in Shea Burton. So yeah, fantastic to hear from Frank Jimenez and kind of see this all play out the way we love to see these kind of tweets as well, especially when we use that hashtag play Pokemon. Make sure if you haven't tweeted yet, let us know. You know, what are you pulling from this Destined Rivals set? I mean, just look at this. This is the coolest thing ever. I mean, look at that sizes of those cards. Look at those artworks, Shay. Which one stands out to you?
Wow, what a question. The Crobat right there, yeah, I'm a big fan of that. The Spidops, that's a really unique, vibrant artwork. The Houndoom as well, I got to see that for the first time yesterday. That's a stunning bit of cardboard, but you know, it's hard to argue against the Team Rocket's Mewtwo. They're looking so imposing. Oh, yeah, I don't know. What about you?
I mean, I've got to give a little love to Raticate. Come on now. Reckless Abandon.
Yeah.
I mean, any artwork that has multiple Pokemon on the card, I feel like is always a great viewing or great sort of artwork that we get a chance to see. I mean, this set just generally is just like, we have some fantastic, beautiful artwork, especially even some of the Rockets trainers as well, the supporters. Some of those full arts look incredible at the same time. So yeah, it's great to hear from M here, who's kind of just showcasing, yeah, this is one of the coolest things ever that we have. As we see some more of your Rocket people.
Yeah, come on, we got Melissa there. Pokemon players always asking about the meta. Have they even met a member of Team Rocket? I see what you did there, Melissa. I see that. We've got Jesse James there in the cosplay with the big, massive, humongous Dynamax Pikachu in the background. Loving that there. Again, got the pose on point and they got the arms folded. And that's that. If you see these ones, you could be in trouble.
Have they finally caught the Pikachu? I mean, Team Rocket always trying to get Pikachu, and this time they're in front of it, but Pikachu looks a bit too happy to say they're being caught.
Yeah, you need a big old net for that, wouldn't you, for that Pikachu? You need a big net or a hefty Ultra Ball. I don't think a Great Ball or Pokeball's working for that one. You need a big Pokeball.
Well, we go into the Pokemon GO with the Dynamax balls that they have when they catch those now. We're getting to that stage. But yeah, again, fantastic to see. Remember, if you're not engaging already, make sure you're still using that hashtag play Pokemon or hashtag NAIC 2025 there. Buff Baneri there right now, scaring our boss.
I'm noticing a theme with these tweets here. There's a lot of Team Rocket, but yeah, Pikachu. Now this Pikachu could be getting caught though. This reaction, I'm loving a little bit of a foreshadowing here in this tweet. By the way, if we look at the background, that's that Luminous City there, which we will be getting involved at with the Pokemon ZA Arceus coming out soon. So I love to get a little look at that as well. Next up, here we go. We haven't got Team Rocket this time. We have Becca, Baddest, NAIC Fit Checkpoint. Thank you, Pokemon, for the free access there. And that's that B Fit there. Also, noticed a little Rowlet on the back as well.
I clocked the little round boy. I know you weren't too much of a fan on our tier list, which you were wrong, by the way.
Oh, here we
Make sure you're telling us here, engaging with us, how Rowlet is one of the best roundest boys possible as a partner Pokemon. But there's a reason why it's there, Shay. I mean, look at it, just having a little nap.
There's a reason why it's
looks like you most of the time when you're having a nap. So
what do you mean?
Well, in between you being loud and getting all your energy up, you need to preserve all of that, you know what I mean?
Have to conserve the energy, but that's a fantastic fit there. Oh, here's Frank celebrating the glory of Team Rocket at the NAIC. Now this is Frank's got the fit down. Look at that blazer, got the R on the blazer.
You might need to learn a thing or two here.
Yeah, I know. I need to go find Frank and have a little chat about fits because that's looking good. Still got the Persian there on the shoulder, but I love this artwork. They got the Mewtwo there in the background, menacing, looking over the shoulder with that Erasure Ball attack. I don't think, have we actually announced the Erasure Ball here on stream yet? I know there was a Rocket yesterday, but I don't think we saw the Erasure Ball, but you know, the sort of standout card there from Destined Rivals, Mewtwo. Rocket's Mewtwo EX.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot. We saw a lot of Spidops because generally when you're playing 4-4 Spidops, you're going to see more of those in the actual deck list or the decks themselves. As we get a chance to highlight here, Azul.
I saw this tweet.
Ah, Azul, you can't do this to us. But, you know, one of the key things to highlight here, he has made it out, right? Okay,
they built the plane well.
They very quickly built it with those hammers and kind of chucked it all together and did make sure Azul was here to compete at the North America International Championships.
So, you know, at least this all helped to kind of, you know, expedite what happened here, I reckon.
I'm just looking out the window and you see start building the plane. Like, I hope you do a good job out there, lads. You know, I want to make sure I get to the event safely. But I did see this tweet and it did make me chuckle when I first saw it. But as we do say, I want to make sure we get the point across. Azul did make it there. Oh, here we go. Tim Danklin, good friend of mine, gonna lock in and go 4-0 today. You know, he is currently in the day 2. Did feature him on stream. Won one of his probably easier matches, if I had to guess, against John Eng. But, you know, fantastic person, content creator, and he's going to do his best to try and catapult himself further into this day 2. Because I know him. I chat to him quite a lot. He's not just happy day 2 in Alex. He wants to hit the ASIM, and he wants to start, you know, he wants to be a champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we heard from his interview already, right? He was already self-predicting that he was going to be there post that interview saying, I'm the champion of the North American International Championships here. But yeah, it's great to see. What a personality. It was great to kind of have him featuring in one of our feature matches. And again, just kind of showcasing a little bit of that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Again, that popular archetype, which has come out from the Destined Rivals. Remember, if you guys want to engage with us, make sure you're utilizing that hashtag #PlayPokemon as much as possible. Engage on the Twitch chat and all the other chats that we have available as well. Because, you know, this is what we love. We love kind of making sure we, you know, are including everyone at the same time. This is all for you guys. I mean, Bert doesn't dress like this for anyone. You know what I mean?
I dress like this for you and you only. So yeah, make sure to get involved in the socials. We love, you know, even the ones that don't get put on stream for us to look at. We are sitting backstage and we're sort of having a look and seeing what's popping up. I love looking at them.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's enough from us. We've got to send it across over to Adam, who's going to have a little look at the tier list again. I'm not really too sure why when they have the perfect one from us.
I know.
But yeah, we'll send it straight over to those guys because I think they want to have a little tweak themselves. But you let us know how good it is.
Well. Welcome back, viewers. Adam Skarzek-Watson here in the lounge with Tier Time with Adam. And I'm not alone. I'm here with Shelby and Puka. They're going to help me out rating the first partner Pokemon, the water type specifically. We wanted to get a little bit more granular with it. We don't have as much time as we did yesterday, so we're going to get right down to it. I know that you both tend to pick water type first partner Pokemon when you play through the games.
Puka picks grass.
Very offended, but thank you. My grass type trainer, thank you very much. We're not off to a good start, Adam.
I know, this segment brings us all together, for better or worse. So let's just jump right in then before they continue to get even angrier. Squirtle is a first up. What do we think about Squirtle?
Okay.
Any opinions, any memories?
Before we start, I think we're going to have a much more reasonable take than what was done yesterday. Alex and Shay, I mean, what was that? Okay, this will be a good test, though. This one is very, very easy for me. Squirtle goes in S.
Well. Yes. S
Come on.
for Squirtle. S for Squirtle. I mean,
Squirtle Squad.
Squirtle Squad. Throw some sunglasses on it. Squirtle Squad. S.
But what about Sobble? Another S.
I don't know if that one's making that. I feel like Sobble.
Shady deal.
That's like one of these.
Yeah.
One of these.
Yeah, it's
you
like
feel
between A and B.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, it is like a mid.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, now
it's good.
I'm okay with that.
Some people were actually, you know, reaching out to me about Poplio, so that we were a little harsh on the boy. What do you think about little Poplio?
For me personally, it's not going to be tough. I don't know your feelings though.
I'm feeling C.
Oh my
goodness.
Yeah.
No, see, that's not the right audience for Poplio. I'm so sorry.
I mean,
so far,
or maybe I'm not sorry.
So far, we're on the same page.
Okay, I like this. I like this. Let's wait till the one that separates us.
Will it be Piplup?
Ooh.
That sows division amongst my guests here on Tier Time.
My wife would kill me if I did not rate this
S tier.
S tier. That is an easy S from me personally.
I feel like I would put it A, but I'm okay with S. I'm okay.
A concession
I have
for
a different
S?
one for S that I love more than anything.
Okay.
So.
Is it Oshawott?
It is Oshawott.
Is
I love
Kyle
Oshawott.
willing to concede? I don't like that
Listen,
face.
he is based off of a samurai in feudal Japan. Samurats. It is so cool. He is the coolest dude. He takes his little shell off and he flings it at people. It is so sick.
Yeah, I like Oshawott. I'm not willing to say it's on the same level as Squirtle.
Oh, brutal, brutal. It's definitely better than Piplup.
Oh.
Oshawott.
I'm gonna forget that was said. Move on.
Yeah, let's just move on. Mudkip. Mudkip. Had its time back in the day. I think a lot of people, that there was really went viral, I think, back in the day, the Mudkip.
Mudkip's, I feel like it's A for Ite. It's Ite.
Yeah, I could go for that. Yeah.
It hasn't aged as well, perhaps. In A tier. Okay, pretty balanced. I think that most people in the audience might be agreeing with what we've got so far. What about Totodile?
I like Totodile. It's not at the top for me. Yeah,
I do not like Totodile because I had a very bad matchup against Feraligatr, and I still have some trauma from it. So I'm going to go at least B for me.
It's between A and B for me. If you want to say B, that's fine. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we're making concessions. It's fine.
Quaxley up next. What do we think about Quaxley? This is a very divisive first partner Pokemon, it turns out. So
Poplio's got a new friend.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Quaxley on the C.
Yeah.
Quaxley on the C.
Devastating. And finally, Froakie. This was also a first partner Pokemon that a lot of people wanted to maybe have some justice.
Yes.
For us putting it in C tier last time.
There's no way it's C tier. 100%.
I was just moderating the discussion, I swear.
It is not C tier. Greninja, are you serious?
This is like A minimum, I think.
Minimum A.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd
That's
probably
close
put
to
it
S.
A, yeah.
Yeah. A is good. A is
Okay.
good.
Yeah, Kyle's been making a lot of concessions here. So I want to throw him a bone. I think that we have some time to squeeze in the grass-type Pokemon for our grass-type.
I feel pretty good about this. This is
No, this is solid. This is solid.
There's one or two that I personally wouldn't have picked.
Listen, listen. Don't come for my boy, okay?
Yeah.
Let's kick things off with the classic Bulbasaur.
Yeah, great one. See, it's tough to compare across types.
Right.
No, what? Why are you going down?
It's definitely not down.
Yeah, it's either S or A. It's up there.
I'm just making sure you can, feel your feelings.
Feel your feelings. I think it's A. I think it's A.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's between S or A. I probably personally would have said S, but A is fine.
Okay.
Grookey.
Okay.
Grass monkey. That funky monkey.
There's someone I work with who's going to be really angry at me if I rank this pretty low.
I ain't gonna lie though, Rillaboom is like, it's kind of lackluster.
Yeah, I think that's about. Sorry, Tim.
Tier. Trico is up next. This Pokemon was kind of unfortunately needed to compete with Mudkip and Torchic. They were really cooking that generation.
Yeah. I mean, I like Trico, but yeah, it's not as exciting to me.
I do not like Trico at all.
I would go with a B.
I don't like his evolutions either.
Ooh, BC.
I think he's a C on mine.
Wow.
I think he's C.
Mercy me.
I was
Chespin.
I was forced here against my will. I'd like to state that.
Maybe we can upgrade Trico to B.
No, you already done it.
And then we put definitely Chespin's joining the C.
Okay.
For sure, right?
That's fair. Yeah.
Oh,
That's so
is
fair.
wow. They locked that right in. Chespin cannot get out of can't get a break. Snivy. I caught a lot of snark for this little Snivy.
This is your decision.
We rated
here,
it too
Puka.
low.
This is your decision.
Oh, because you got
I have no feelings on this.
Our grass type expert.
I actually don't either. I would say B for Snivy.
Okay.
Some people are going to be angry about that.
That's
but
valid.
I like Snivy. Don't get me wrong. But
Okay. I think this is the ultimate redemption. Sprigatito.
Yep.
We put it pretty low last time. I don't know what those guys were thinking, but
Spaghetti
what about
cat.
you two? The spaghetti cat.
That probably falls in A for me.
Yeah, shout out to Kyle Sablehouse for Spaghetti Cat.
Especially if you watch Pokemon Horizons.
Yes.
Sprigatito's pretty cute.
That's
and Chikorita.
I'm going to abstain from this one. You can go ahead and discuss. I know where I stand.
Chikorita, okay.
We know.
I will admit, I will file my letter of apology because I love personally like Pokemon Silver, Gen 2, you know, Totodile, Cyndaquil, and Chikorita's definitely aged very well for me. I didn't like it at first.
All right, I like what you're saying so far, Adam.
I have several plushies of Chikorita.
Okay.
I think that's a mess.
Wow. Well, I didn't even influence this one.
I'm just saying, I like Chikorita. Yeah.
Okay, Turtwig.
Oh,
and this is another Pokemon. We got a lot of fans in the audience thought that we rated this one a bit low, maybe a bit too high. Divisive.
I love Turtwig.
I'm fine with Turtwig.
Fan favorite of that one.
I would not say S, but
yeah, no, I think it's A. I think it's A. Okay. I'll take that.
That's fine.
Okay, we'll squeeze him in there. And Rowlet, the roundest boy.
I mean, I think that one's pretty easy. That one's going to the top.
Really? The top? All the way?
Look at it.
Oh, you disagree?
Better than Oshawott? Are you serious?
Yeah, I am serious.
My God.
Oh,
I do.
Better than Oshawott. You heard it here first at Tier Time with Adam. Thank you so much, Boo.
Wow, this is so much better than what Shay and Alex did. It's not even
We don't even have the
close.
fire types, and it's beating it.
Yeah, well, we don't have time for fire types. We're going to leave that one up in the air for our audience at home. But if you have any opinions, you know, definitely let me know so they don't get caught in the crossfire. But we're going to kick things back to a little break. So stay tuned because we've got more Pokemon action coming up.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend, I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was like honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably like be considered the best player in the world, so it would be like what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, with so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Welcome back out to the floor of NAIC. This is Adam Skarzik-Watson, and I'm joined by Gazer Beam. How you doing, my friend?
Doing all right, man. Doing okay. It's a little humid out here, but doing okay.
Ain't that the truth? I know you're here representing Las Vegas, so you're used to the heat, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a different kind of heat. That's like that dry that Tri-Heat. This is, oh my gosh, it's sticky. It's, ooh.
But we're powering through it, trying to play some Pokemon, and I'm sure that you brought the heat to the tournament. What was you prepping for an event of this size like for a Pokemon player like you?
You can't just grab a deck and just expect to do well with it. You have to actually take time, practice, know your matchups, know your deck actually. And then if it comes down to the night before where you change a couple cards, in and out, then that's fine, but you can't completely change decks on the drop of a dime. So I've been on this deck that I'm on. I'm not gonna leak it, but I've been on this deck that I'm on for about 3 weeks now, testing it, trying to get it ready. I think I'm like 2 cards away from the perfect list for myself.
That's good to hear. When you can settle on a deck that you like early and really put the time and effort in, this is a consistent theme we hear from a lot of players. You want to give a shout out to anybody who helped you put in all this time and testing over the last few weeks for NAIC?
Yeah, definitely. All my locals back at in Fresno, California. All my teammates, Dark Side Games, Las Vegas. Shout out to Subin. He talked to me through a few things as well, some of the matchups, and just Pokemon Live, I guess.
I mean, that is a great testing ground. Pokemon TCG Live, that's what I use. Lets me to play some silly stuff. Shout out to Dialga V-Star, of course. I've been on Mammothswine lately, just whatever silly thing I can get my hands on. Don't you give me that look. But listen, I know that you're known for playing some spicier stuff. What's one of your historical favorite decks that you kind of wish was still around?
Oh my gosh. Take me back to Gengar Mimikyu Tag Team. I had a deck where it was just 4 of those. It was 2 of the Almastars that item locked you, and it was just my opponent couldn't play items, and I just swing every turn. For however many trainers I had in hand, 50 damage, 50 times that, 50. It's just, take me back to that. That's what I want. I want it.
Everybody has that deck that they fell in love with. I hope they bring Dialga V-Star back. I'm trying to take those extra turns.
I fell in love with that too. The last rotation, I played with Marchalodon, won a few cups with it, did really well. So I mean, I'm right along with you. I like it too.
Well, hopefully we'll both continue to find success and some decks that we fall in love with. And if you are looking to get into the Pokemon TCG, try a variety of decks. Make sure you check out your local card shop and, link up with other Pokemon players just like Gazerbeam was talking about. Can I get any final thoughts from you before I get you back to the tournament and keep this thing going strong?
This thing is huge. This thing is big, and I love to see it. I just hope it keeps growing from here, and yeah, let's keep playing.
I love to hear that. Let's keep playing, but don't go anywhere because we've got more Pokemon action on the way.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to the North American International Championships here for the trading card game in New Orleans. It's hot and humid outside, and things are continuing to heat up in the venue hall as well. A little more spaced out than it was yesterday. We've thinned down the field quite a bit, and these rounds are getting more and more intense, more and more serious. So much on the line for these competitors. And today we will know who will be playing in Championship Sunday tomorrow. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined at the desk for this next Swiss round by Kyle Sablehouse. My friend, how are we doing?
Man, it's good to be here. We've got some amazing games going on in the field right now. I mean, you talked about thinning the field down, but it's still just slightly under 400 players out there. Yeah. It's unbelievable. But sure enough, we're talking about 10% of the field that's still trying to earn some more championship points, earn some more prizes there, and eventually one of them will be our champion. Looks like it's going to take a lot of match points to get that done, though.
Yeah, more than likely going to be at that 33 match point mark, 11 wins to get into Top Cut, with a few losses mixed in as well. Some ties, the path to Top Cut can look different for all of our different players out there, but really getting into things here, getting into the weeds. This is the spot where people's hopes are still alive, or hopes and dreams are kind of being squandered. People are having to come to reality of, hey, I can't be the North American International Champion anymore. I'm playing for a top 64, which of course is still very respectable.
Right. I mean, there's still plenty on the line for those players. But yeah, as you mentioned, every game is that much more important. It's going to lead you to that path that you'll be talking about for a long time coming if you are to become the champion. And every match, I mean, we're talking about not only a good deck, but it's one of the best players in the world staring you down on the other side of the table almost every single match. You're like, another big name? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
But as you take them down, you become a big name in yourself.
Absolutely. And it's what you would expect from this level of tournament, of course, as well. Players traveling from across the world, playing from outside of their home regions. It really brings out the best in the community and the best in the competition as well. Let's take a look at our up-to-date standings going into our next Swiss round. We do just have 2 more Swiss rounds remaining today. And you see that correctly. Ray Chen has taken her first loss of the event, 10-1 with the Toad Screw EX. Ryan Antonucci able to take that down in the last round.
Yeah, Ryan Antonucci getting the job done. You said he's a day 1 warrior. He's looking to show that he could also do it on the second day here in a pretty great spot. And he's got a lot of great people following behind him. We see David there as well at the 10-0-1. Bodie Robinson, who we featured earlier on. Cameron Shinoy, Owen Cameraman, one of the Cameraman brothers, also doing great. And I think John Ang and his group are doing fairly well too. We saw Grant Shen on there, Isaiah Bradner in the 16th spot. So the whole crew showing up.
Lots of names we recognize and many more still in contention for Top Cut. Like we said, 2 Swiss rounds remaining and 33 match points. Looking to be that mark more than likely where players are going to try to get to 11 wins, or if you're in the position of Ryan or David, the 10-0-3, and this is where those discussions of, oh, can I take an intentional draw to lock up my spot? Then there's the consideration of the potential of having to play into the asymmetrical rounds.
Yep.
Should I just play these next 2 rounds and avoid that asymmetrical round altogether if I can? So many decisions and so many different levels to this point of the competition.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about players that are trying to maybe also keep some of that momentum on their side. You've been playing perfectly. Why slow down at this point? If you think that you're the best player in the room, prove it today. Take that win right now. Avoid asymmetric cut, and you get to hang out. You get to watch other people play, watch a little bit of how they go about their games, sit down, relax, watch the stream, and you know you're going to have a pretty good time ahead of you if you keep on that same pace.
Some other players we can just kind of call out that are not mentioned here on this list, currently not in the top 16 at the moment, but still fighting for Top Cut. Ryuki Okada is 9-2, of course, the European International Champion. He's looking to have another deep run here at a major event. And then also Henry Chow, 3-time regional champion this season. We've been following him all along. He is currently 9-2, of course, playing his patented Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, he spiced it up a little bit this time, so it'd be cool to see, especially him as the pilot. We've got some unbelievable names on here, too. Just anyone in that 9-2 range, around that 27 match points, we feel comfortable saying they've got a great shot at still making it through to the next stage of the tournament.
And then at the same time, there's some great players that, with losses in the last couple of rounds, have fallen out of contention for Top Cut. Names we know we're not going to be seeing anymore. They're still competing out there, but players like Tord Reklev, Azul Garcia Griego, they've taken losses already today, and that's how thin these margins are. You come into day 2 feeling great, ready to start the day. You lose one of those first 2 rounds. That dream of being an international champion, once again, already gone.
Yeah, I think Michael Davidson, Brent Tonneson, a few other players in that same regard there. Yeah, a lot of fantastic names. The players we are so used to seeing, especially on the North American regional side, but also some great international names, too, that just falling a little bit short. Consta Kalama in there, James Cox as well. So some fantastic talent. Even if you do lose one of those games, you're not out of the woods yet. You're still going to have to play against some great people.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like, oh, I can't even make Top Cut anymore. My path will be a little bit easier. Now my tournament gets chill, and you sit down against Zul or Tord or Stefan Ivanov, who unfortunately as well, someone who we've been following this weekend, is no longer in contention for Top Cut at a 9-1-2 record. And yeah, that's just how close it gets for these events. A couple of ties, a couple of losses, 9-2-1. And that's just going to put you out of range.
Yep. No free T-shirt for Tim Franklin this time around.
Oh, he got on stream yesterday.
Hey, well, another. Maybe he needs a second. You know, all the travel he does, he might need one to get home.
Yeah, I actually watched that game in the last round. It was Tim Franklin versus Henry Chow. Really exciting one. You know, Tim's been one of the best players out of Australia in this kind of post-COVID era. Once we came back to events, he won a regionals down there. He got a top 32 at LAIC this year. You know, he's been going all over. He's been competing, and he likes to bring some spice. He, of course, is playing the Marnie's Grimmsnarl we saw yesterday. We know that Henry Chow is playing Gardevoir EX, and that was one of the big stories coming into this tournament, right? Yeah. Grimmsnarl's the new big deck. Gardevoir was the big deck coming out of the last format. Grimmsnarl is a dark type. Gardevoir's weak to dark. Grimmsnarl feels like it has a good time, but it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah.
Margin's very thin, like we've mentioned, and Henry Chow was able to get the win. I did hear Tim say something along the lines of prizing multiple Monkey Dory in his last 4 prizes, so that made things a little tougher for him, I'm sure, but it was a close game and fun to watch at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a lot of what the matchup can come down to, is if your Monkey Dories aren't working and theirs are, you're in trouble. And we've seen Henry take precautions in that fashion. He wants to make sure he has the opportunity to load up the Monkey Dory as soon as possible, have a few of those working for him. And when you're just spreading that damage, I mean, you're taking easy prize cards or you're making those big knockouts a little simpler.
It really is the card that defines the format right now, be it in the Gardevoir deck, be it in the Dragapult decks. We've seen it splashed into Charizard decks. You know, people are making all sorts of excuses to try to get Monkey Dory into their deck, and of course that new Marnie's Grimmsnarl uses it very nicely as well.
Yeah, it's there's so much to keep up with here. We know that all these decks have great potential to make it through. I'm really excited to see what Ray Chen still has left in the tank.
Yeah.
As we've seen the Toadscroll deck, it takes its first loss. Can she bounce back from that? I mean, the matchups still seem pretty great.
Sure.
As long as it's not exactly that Charizard Dragapult. If it's just these plain Dragapults, she's been running through those throughout the course of the weekend.
Definitely. Well, in case you're just joining us and you're not quite up to date with the format, the new decks, the new sets, we've talked quite a bit about the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Let's take a look at an example archetype of this deck. And this is what it's all about, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. And this card is a little unassuming at first. You know, 180 damage on the Shadow Bullet for 2 energy. You put 30 on the bench. It's got a lot of HP. That's an okay attack. It's really powerful with its ability, though. Punk up. You search your deck for up to 5 Darkness Energy. Attach them to your Marnie's Pokemon however you like. You know, this is a really solid card, but what kind of sets it apart is the other tools it has available to utilize.
Yeah, this is exactly why we see this deck being so great, is you already have Dark Energy. Monkey Dory fits in perfectly in this mix. You have Frostlass that is continuing to build up damage for you and your opponent as you just continue to build up the damage, typically on your Monkey Dory, sometimes on that Grimmsnarl, as you have that Pokemon in play, and you just spread that damage over to your opponent. It sets up for some really unique situations where maybe you can take advantage of knocking out some basic Pokemon, stack the damage on some evolutions, and maybe it leads to that Technical Machine Devolution coming into play and stealing some easy prizes.
And what's really interesting for me about this deck, I mean, for those of us who really closely follow the Japanese circuit as well, they get the cards before us, right? So we get a little bit of a sneak peek of what's to come in our format. Marnie's Grimmsnarl came out way earlier this year in a structure deck over in Japan, and then didn't really get played at all for several months. Didn't have very many City League results, didn't do very well at its first Champions League, so we didn't really expect too much from this deck. But then at the Champions League Aichi, there was a small group of players that came together and found a really good list utilizing the Frostlass, utilizing the Monkey Dories, and even sneaking in some of those Badoos and Maractus sort of techs. And they built a list and kind of paved a way for this archetype to find success. 4 players in the top 16, all on the same 59 cards. Let's not forget, those Champions League tournaments are 5,000 plus players.
Right.
Perhaps one of the most successful tournament runs of any testing group in any history of the game. And because of the success that that testing group had with the deck, I think that has made for this deck to be so popular at the event this weekend.
Yeah, it's when you look at this deck and you think about how it plays out, as maybe on paper compared to when you're actually at the table, it's a little different. You think, well, I have to be aggressive, I need to use this Grimmsnarl, I need to attack. It looks like it's like a slightly worse Charizard, but then also a slightly worse Dragapult.
Yep.
Does it end up helping me in this fashion or that? It's in the middle. And then you have these opportunities in the game where, yes, a Grimmsnarl will fall. Can you rebound there? And there's these perfect opportunities so often that these players capitalize on. Counter Catcher, using the Iono, Frostlass damage building up, and then picking one spot here. You either lock a Pokemon in with the Maractus, or you lock the items out with the Badoo. And taking that turn off, although you don't have that opportunity with the Dragapult and the Charizards, this is where Marnie's Grimmsnarl really comes into play. The damage builds up exponentially, and you steal that free turn and typically set up a game-winning play.
Right, and there's multiple ways you can do that, be it with the spread damage you get from Shadow Bullet, from your own Adrenabrain like you were pointing out, or that technical machine devolution wiping the evolution board of your opponents.
It's devastating to see that. It's so fun for me, though. We've been playing in this game for so long, and I just immediately think of ATM Rock. It was just such a fun card, such a surprise. Sometimes, way back when, you would just do it to remove rare candies and force your opponent to use those resources. This time around, it's more about taking knockouts and forcing your opponent to think about how they build their deck. Just the fact that this card exists means you're going to see more of those stage ones coming into play. You have the Badoo that forces that too. It's just not a big rare candy format.
Yeah, this deck plays it a lot slower than many of the other decks in the format. We've seen that when we've featured it this weekend. We've seen that from the games that are happening out on the floor, and I'm sure we will continue to see it. There's a few Marnie's Grimmsnarls that are poised to make a pretty deep run here in the event.
Yeah, I think we saw 3 of them that are still in contention at this point. Some pretty notable names on it as well. And although we didn't expect Marnie's Grimmsnarl to maybe win the event, this is what this deck is capable of. It sticks around. It has an opportunity to show a lot of talent. So maybe, though it might not be the most strong deck to play, you can certainly give yourself opportunities to steal that extra turn, and if you have that, you're going to come out on top.
Looking at the other decks that players are playing out there at the top few tables, we've got things like the Raging Bolt, which we expect. It's the most popular deck in Day 1. It was the most popular deck here in Day 2 as well. Of course, Gardevoir, Dragapult both making their names known, but there's a couple other interesting things. We see the Charizard EX, Dragapult EX combo. We see some Golden Go, and there's also an In's Toolbox deck, In Zoark. That was a card that I think a lot of people were not expecting to do super well, an archetype, I should say, with the release of Shaman, that Flower Curtain ability that we see actually featured here in this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck list, is really strong against a deck like Inzork that's main strategy is to target benched Pokemon.
I mean, you're thinking about 90-90. How much hit points does Frostlass have? Ruh-roh. You need to protect yourself, and a lot of decks consider that. And you're thinking of Curlias, you're thinking of Dracloaks. There's so many Pokemon that run into issues that the Ends Toolbox can present. Unfortunately for Ends Toolbox, that's about it. You only have 2 or 3 attacks that are really notable to try to work with. And in the previous format, we just saw that that wasn't enough.
Sure. Well, we are getting into Swiss round 12 very, very soon. We've got players making their way to the stage. Let's take a moment to look at the matches that we're keeping our eye on in this round. And there are a lot of extremely exciting ones out there on the floor. Down to the bottom, Henry Chow versus Jackson Ford. Jackson, one of the great players from Canada. Henry, of course, the breakout player of this season. Makani, we just saw on the stream taking down Lucas Zing. He's feeling great at 9-1-1 up against Vincent Owen, who had a really great run at the Toronto Regional Championships earlier this year. Ryan Antonucci versus Bodie Robinson is a really exciting one. Cameron Shinoy versus Owen Kammerman. But I'm also really excited for this match that we're going to feature here. Takuto Itagaki versus Kaiwin Kababe. We've got a matchup of former world champions.
Yeah, that's right. It's so cool. It's been so long since we've seen both these players, at least on that world champion stage. For Kaiwin, he's been playing a lot, and we've seen him sneaking up on some of those regionals performances. But for him, it was that 2013 world championship that he had. And he had a bit of a solid performance last year at NAIC.
That's right, yeah. Top 4 finisher at last season's NAIC. He was the 2013 world champion in the seniors division, and Takuto, on the other side of the table, is the 2009 seniors division world champion. What a treat. You know, these players who've grown up in the game, they've been playing it since they were very young. They now have an opportunity to compete at the highest stage. You know, it's players like you as well. You know, you've been playing since you were very young as well. Such a cool chance to see just how this game has continued to grow, the scale of this event compared to what Worlds in 2009 or 2013 is. It's really pales in comparison.
Yeah, and it's just great for these players to continue to chase that dream as well. Back then, it didn't look anything like this, as you mentioned. Now they're on the biggest stage. They're getting the flowers they deserve, and they have this opportunity to prove themselves once more. Takuto is a player that we all knew way back when as the Kyogre kid. He was always wearing that silly hat that he had But you know what? That's the beauty of it. When you're just a kid, you're having fun. He shows that this is his game. He loves to play Pokemon, and it has not left him throughout all these years.
For the love of the game and for the franchise that has brought us all together, this is a match that shows what it's about, but let's not forget what the stakes are at this point. These players are 9-1-1 coming into this round. A loss will almost certainly eliminate them from top cut contention. A tie would most likely eliminate them from top cut contention. They need to get a win here. They need to come away with 3 match points if their dream of becoming a champion wants to remain alive. And this is one of the marquee matchups of this format, I would say.
Yeah, we've really wondered what this exactly looks like as these 2 decks go head-to-head. You're worried about weakness for the Gardevoir. You're worried about setting up some really interesting math as far as which Pokemon can you attack with as Gardevoir, because you know damage is going to be spreading left and right. If there are multiple Munkidori set up on Takuto's side, you know it can easily wipe out a Screamtail that's set up, a Drifloon that's set up, and then you're just left with very few resources. So what do you do as Kaiwen? You set up your own Munkidori's. You put a bunch of additional damage on your opponent's side of the board, and maybe you can limit one side of the setup, either that Grimmsnarl or the Frostlass itself.
This matchup is going to be really interesting to see play out, how each player approaches the situation they are presented with, how they're going to navigate these opening hands. I'm incredibly excited to see, hopefully, a very good and back and forth game. What are some of the keys for this matchup, Kyle, here? Of course, you mentioned the weakness, you know, all these different levels to what we are dealing with. Looking at these deck lists, we see that there's the Devolution from Takuto. We mentioned that in our kind of previous discussion. And there's really no huge standouts here from Kaiwen's list, save for that Clef Key, which I don't know if that's a tech for this matchup.
Yeah, it doesn't line up exactly. I mean, there's Tatsugiri on the other side, so maybe you could see that come into play a little bit. But ultimately, it's about just finding that weak point in your opponent's setup. If we only see that singular Ralts, are you able to target that Pokemon, try to work in some additional help there? Or can you watch all of the prize cards just slowly fall away on one side? Maybe a card like that Blood Moon Ursaluna comes into play, takes big knockouts that you can start to set up pretty easily once the damage is spread around.
That's a really interesting tech to see from Takuto. We don't see it all the time in the Grimmsnarl lists, so a unique one for sure. The fist bump has been extended. These players are getting into the game, and it looks like Takuto Itagaki will be going first, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and he starts an excellent Pokemon here with that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, so much hype about this card as it was first released. Attract those customers, find some help, get those supporter cards to help yourself out in those early turns, and it's kind of fallen a little by the wayside. We don't see it as much, but it's cool to see now. It's a great opportunity to build yourself up for future turns.
Pops up every once in a while, but it certainly has not been as impactful of a card as I think people anticipated when it initially got revealed. Takuto's going to kick off the game with an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 cards from hand. Down goes a Darkness Energy, down goes an Iono, relying maybe on the attract customers or perhaps another supporter already in the hand, searching the deck for any Pokemon to add to the field, expecting to see maybe a Snorunt, maybe a Marnie's Impidimp. Try to get those basic Pokemon established so you can start getting more evolutions into play on the next turn.
Yeah, we know the weakness of this deck on the first turn going first. It's hard to exactly find the board that you're looking for. It really wants to play into that opening Arven, find one of those Buddy Poffins. I know we've mentioned in some previous lists, it's usually a one-of copy. Takuto's playing the 2 copies, so there's a chance you see it, but often you need a little more help. You'll look for some help from your stadium choice, the Artizone to help you as well. The Spikemuth can search out some of those Marnie's Pokemon, and typically that means your Ultra Ball searches out for your Snorunt instead.
Takuto does find a Marnie's Impidimp, puts it directly onto the bench, looking to become a Grimmsnarl very soon. Another interesting thing to track will be, how does Takuto play the matchup? Is he going to be going slowly? Is he going to try to get his board established, use those technical machine evolution to get all of his Pokemon into play? Or will we see a more aggressive approach? Will we see him go for a really fast attack with a Marnie's Grimmsnarl?
Yeah, that's one of those ways that you can see these players play the deck, is if you can get one of those rare candies to help out. It is literally just 1 rare candy this time. We've seen a lot of lists going with 2. You can get very aggressive. Target down anything that ever could become a Gardevoir on that spot. And if your opponent doesn't have energy acceleration, how do they compete?
Over to Kaiwin to kick off his first turn with that Monkey Dory in the active spot. That is going to be an incredibly important card for Kaiwin in this matchup. He is playing 3 copies of the Monkey Dory this weekend. Kicks it off with the Earthen Vessel, another great card here in the format. Many decks choosing to utilize it, but few better than Gardevoir EX. Discarding a card from hand, searching your deck for energy cards, adding them to the hand. He'll be able to grab 2 basic energy out, and off the discard, he was actually already able to put a Psychic Energy down. That's really nice.
Yeah, playing Gardevoir is a lot like playing a checklist at some point. You need to do these essential things throughout the game. The initial one is have a couple Pokemon in play. Have a Ralt so eventually you can have that Gardevoir. Secondly, it's almost just as important. Find energy cards, get them into the discard pile as soon as possible. If you have access to those, then you're using Psychic Embrace. You start to build up those attackers, and you have a pretty streamlined way of getting through the deck, finding those basic Pokemon that you can take advantage of, and start taking big knockouts.
There's a couple of ways Kaiwin could approach the early game here. Looking at the deck list, there's no Badoo or anything like that, but we do see a Cleffa included in here. That's why you can fill the hand up with to draw some cards, to close out your turn. And there's also a couple copies of Technical Machine Evolution. What do you think you'd like to see?
It just depends on how aggressive you need to be. Finding that TM Evolution would be great to establish those Kirlia and not have to worry about when you will see your Gardevoir. You could have that to build on. If the hand isn't strong, we know it's the Aussie special. You include a Cleffa, you have a quick bailout button that you can use at any point in time to get that hand refreshed, find 7 cards. But this looks like a hand that's going to pop off.
Oh, there is the pink card in the pink sleeves. Secret Box, discarding 3 cards from the hand, and Kaiwin is able to search for 1 of each of different type of trainer card. 1 item card, 1 stadium, 1 tool card, and a supporter. Opening up with the Secret Box is a extremely strong play. Well done by Kaiwin here. Nest Ball, Artisan, Technical Machine Evolution, dumping the hand with research. We're going to see a ton of cards here on turn 1.
And we see the importance already of the Monkey Dory. 2 in play now before we see anything else. Just an understanding that it will start to compile very quickly on the other side. If you see that damage, you need to move it away as soon as possible.
Nest Ball does bring down that next Monkey Dory. Artisan probably can be saved for after the research, and a pair of Ralts already in the hand. Kaiwin says, I don't even need the Artisan. I've got all the Pokemon in play I want. I don't want to give that option to Takuto to start to get those snow runs established. Let's get rid of that card and draw a fresh 7. Has a Gardevoir, has a Drifloon, so he will be able to start theoretically attacking as early as next turn.
I mean, it's a bit of a risk when you play that Professor's Research, already have the Technical Machine Evolution down. Does not see any of the Kirlia. In fact, is rewarded by finding the Gardevoir. Has that answer ready to go on the next turn. Already a few Psychic Energies in the discard pile. The Darkness on the Monkey Dory. This is everything you're looking for from that opening turn. And you don't see Snorunt on the other side. You know if damage is going to come at any point, it has to be that 1 copy of Rare Candy right here.
That was a huge, huge turn from Kaiwin, and Takuto will be looking for a response. Draws for turn, does have that Tatsugiri in the active spot, allowing him to look at the top few cards of the deck, searching for supporters. We do see Iono. Looks like Arvin in the hand as well. There is a Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So the play for the Rare Candy is there. He's playing the Arvin. I think that would be probably a little too aggressive.
Yeah.
We may more than likely just see it be played slowly, and that's really the approach most players take in this matchup, and for a lot of matchups in the format, to be honest.
Right, the damage needs to build up, and 1 Frostlass typically is not enough. If you want to keep up with the math on the other side from Monkey Dory, you probably need 2, so that in between turns it is 4 damage. Yes, they can move 3, but at least 1 sticks around, and eventually you have an opportunity to compile that damage and start to take knockouts. You see the Technical Machine Evolution there, along with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. This could easily be a double Snorunt play. And then you just have that Tatsugiri in the active, which you're comfortable losing at some point.
There is the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Snorunt more than likely coming down. The second Pokemon, I think, is the question. Will it be another Impidimp or another Snorunt? What do you value more? Do we get more damage counters in play, or do we need to make sure we have that secondary attacker?
It's completely up to the player at this point. I've seen a lot of players start to focus on the Snorunt instead, as they know the importance of getting that damage spread. But once you see a second Monkey Dory on your opponent's side of the board, it's pretty likely that they're going to keep up with the amount of damage that's pushed around. So I don't dislike having the Impidimp here instead.
Attract Customers just sees a bunch of Darkness Energy, so that doesn't quite work out the way Takuto had hoped. but Technical Machine Evolution now will be utilized. I believe the last 2 cards in hand are a Marnie's Grimmsnarl and an Iono. That is a pretty strong pairing. Now, the one potential issue with this is that Kaiwan has his own Monkey Dories, right? So, yes, you get to start spreading some damage with that Freezing Shroud. But that just gives Kaiwan the opportunity to play with some of that damage, move it around on your board.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. We've got 1 damage counter on each of these Pokemon. If both of them were to receive a Psychic Energy here, then you have 30 damage from each of them, 60 that you can push over to the other side of the board. You could maybe attack with the second Monkey Dory if you choose, and it gets pretty dangerous in that spot as you're just giving them free damage counters.
Gardevoir, of course, would never play Frostlass, but in this matchup, it kind of feels like you play Frostlass in your deck. You get the benefit of getting those extra damage counters to play with without having to eat up the bench space. Let's see how Kaiwan approaches things. Looks like there is a Professor's Research in hand. We know the Gardevoir EX is there. Drifloon has already hit the field with that Bravery Charm, attachment of the Psychic Energy for turn. This Monkey Dory could just start swinging. We'll take a knockout with... He would be able to take a knockout with the Mind Bend. There is that 1 damage counter already on the Tatsugiri. And Kaiwan perhaps is going to think about playing it slowly here and not putting the Gardevoir EX in play. Pretty smart.
Yeah, if you don't need to play this Pokemon, then no need to give your opponent that easy target. And your opponent would love for you on your first prize card taken to just leave a Gardevoir sitting right there. Instead, with a Marnie's Grimmsnarl next turn, potentially, what are you attacking into that really makes it beneficial? You're just going to walk right into a Drifloon on that second Kirlia that could evolve.
So a really interesting thing just happened. Kaiwan put the damage counter from the Monkey Dory's Adrenaline Brain onto the active Tatsugiri. There was already enough damage on it. It was going to be KO'd. Why did he do that?
Well, you don't want to give your opponent some additional damage counters to play with. We see Monkey Dory on the other side. It's pretty likely your opponent will have that Marnie's Grimmsnarl attacking, which means that their energy for the turn is available. They could play that on the Monkey Dory, start spreading that damage right back over to your side, and maybe that leads to an inopportune knockout or something.
And here it is, Marnie's Grimmsnarl evolved, Punk Up being utilized, the deck being searched for up to 5 Darkness Energy, 2 onto the active, not going to place any onto the benched Morgrim. Wants to make sure that there are plenty in deck to draw into for the upcoming Monkey Dory. And I think a pretty strong card was found for Takuto, the Counter Catcher. Is there a line here where Takuto might want to go around this Monkey Dory and target something else on the bench? Is there something that's more threatening?
I mean, you see Drifloon and you start to worry a little bit. That Pokemon can be easily brought right back in. Double Kirlia, you know you're going to have to be working pretty difficultly through both of those Pokemon in order to get the job done, but sometimes it is worth it, and he's going to hold on. Wants to wait for that Gardevoir.
Yeah, and choosing to hold off on using Iono, what's the reason for this?
You know you're going to be knocked out next turn. You're staring at a Drifloon. It's one of the more intimidating Pokemon in the game, funny enough, but it's just because of what it potentially can do. Already see 10 damage counters, or 10 damage on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl with the Frostlass. That's an additional 10, so 300 is all you need to do with the Drifloon. Pretty easy to find those numbers if the Psychic Energies are in the discard pile.
This is a pretty high-level play, I think, here for Takuto. Most players would just happily play the Iono, draw a bunch more cards. They don't have much to work with right now, but he's being patient. He knows that he needs to find a more favorable position. Even if this Grimmsnarl goes down, he feels like he'll have a way to respond, maybe with the mix of Monkey Dory, KO the Drifloon, and Counter Catcher to KO that Gardevoir EX with an Iono, incredibly strong combination.
Yeah, I mean, think about it from Kaiwan's perspective. He hasn't seen very much from the hand. He remembers Tatsugiri using attract customers, potentially already saw that Iono. He says, okay, I think you're holding on for a pretty great turn here. This was the turn I played down my Gardevoir. I know something pretty wild could happen soon. If it is Counter Catcher and Iono, I'll have Pheasantipity here to help me out and find my other Gardevoir.
Kaiwan's done a great job of getting through the deck. We've seen multiple Professor Research being played. We're seeing Pheasantipity used now. Flip the Script, that ability you can only use when something was knocked out by your opponent during their last turn. That indeed was the case. So now a few more cards are able to be drawn. Tons of Psychic Energy in the discard pile, but there's also quite a few supporters. I do worry for Kaiwan here. Will a future Iono from Takuto be really difficult to get out of?
And you see he's trying to work through that right now, using as many item cards as he can to thin through, find some additional resources. Maybe we'll see one more bench Pokemon here to try to get a couple more cards out of the deck. and then you feel a little more comfortable. You still have that Pheasantipity to draw back up, but this is not the Gardevoir of old that can sit there with Refinement Curlias and find their way out of every mess. You are a little more susceptible this time around.
It is quite a pivot from what the deck used to be. Now needing to play more, thinking of the future, thinking of what I'm going to have access to, you know, wanting to establish your board. Previously, you'd always want to leave that Curlia in play, but now there is the question of, should I just go find my next Gardevoir EX? Now, Kaiwin actually has prized a Gardevoir, and looking at the list, he does only play 2 copies. So that is something else we're going to have to keep track of here. Does he take Gardevoir EX from the prize cards that he's about to start taking?
Yeah, that is would be pretty helpful if he were to find it. Certainly an opportunity here. We'll see 2 prize cards. And if that happens, then he will have it at least in the deck. We know Iono's coming in. He does find that Gardevoir there to help out. So we'll have that available. But we did see a couple Ultra Balls used last turn.
Another thing to call out really quickly, Kaiwin did deal 300 with the Balloon Blast. So that meant that the Marnie's Grimmsnarl got KO'd in between turns by Freezing Shroud. Now, Takuto is not playing Pheasantipity EX. Most of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl players, I would say, do not play Pheasantipity, but it is a card that sometimes pops up. Kaiwin taking advantage of, hey, I want to make sure I do as little, make sure that KO happens during Pokemon Checkup. Flip the Script is not going to be an option for my opponent if they do play it.
Yeah, it's a great workaround there. The math works out so well, too. Just allow your opponent to knock themselves out, theoretically, with that Frostlass. And we see Takuto trying to set up a pretty solid play here. The damage starts to work out fairly well. You see 20 hit points remaining on the Drifloon. If a Dark Energy is found for this Monkey Dory, that's a knockout ready to roll. This Marnie's Morgrim is ready to evolve soon if it can find the right help off Iono.
Yes, and are we going to see the full commit here? That is the question. Does Takuto just go all in? Countercatcher, bring up the Gardevoir, use the Iono, try to take this massive 3-prize turn, or will we see him go a little bit more of a safe route? He says, no, now is the time. I'm going in. Come on up, Gardevoir EX, and this will be a huge 5 cards from the Iono. Kaiwin is going to be left with just 3 cards. If Takuto can find Darkness Energy and a Marnie's Grimmsnarl, he will find his perfect response this turn. There's the Darkness Energy.
Energy.
But no Grimmsnarl.
Okay, this is not it exactly. I mean, he might know his prize cards already, but if you take the damage with the Monkey Dory, move it over to the Drifloon, maybe you see some help out of your prizes. But we know the bad news. There's nothing in there to help out.
No Ultra Ball, no Grimmsnarl, no way to find another Pokemon. Tons of those supporter cards like we called out earlier. And this is the downside to not playing a supporter on the previous turn. It would let you progress your deck a little bit more, let you progress your game. Sure, Takuto wouldn't have had access to the Countercatcher. He would have had to Iono it to the bottom, but now he doesn't have anything to work with. And he, I don't think, even has a backup Impidimp. Is he going to leave this Morgrim in the active spot? Is it going to just go down?
Does he have another choice? It's not. It's looking pretty rough at this spot. You have to come up with some sort of game plan to help out. You have that 1 retreat cost. We already saw the energy onto the Monkey Dory here. I think he just has to pass over here, and that's what he's got.
A massive whiff, a huge missed opportunity, and a window now opens for Kaiwin. How will he capitalize on his opponent's inability to KO this Gardevoir EX? Draws for turn, has an Ultra Ball, and I think a research as well. The second Gardevoir being established. Kaiwin is going to push the pedal to the metal here. More often, we see the Gardevoir player playing from behind, but now Kaiwin wants to be the one asking the questions, forcing Takuto to find an answer, and Takuto recognizes he is not likely to win this game, chooses to concede, packs it up to make sure there's plenty of time for a Game 2 and potentially Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we were staring at a pretty difficult spot there. You could see avenues where Screamtail maybe could lay down a little more damage, work in some big damage on a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Monkey Dory was basically already knocked out as soon as another Dark Energy was found. It was looking like a pretty bad spot there for Takuto, so got to pack it up. You need to see how much time is remaining so that you can potentially work out 2 quick games here.
Let's take a look at our replay once we get that all set up. These players getting ready for this next game. Game 1 was a really interesting one. Kaiwin takes that first KO with the Mind Bend. And that's, I guess, what you have to do as Gardevoir in this matchup, as opposed to playing from behind, utilizing into your counter catchers like normal. You gotta be more aggressive. You gotta take those big KOs where they come up.
Yeah, just find opportunities and put some pressure on your opponent to take the first big attack using the Marnie's Grimmsnarl there. And it just leads to these awkward positions. Kaiwan is able to set up a big attacker in that Drifloon. He has the Gardevoir ready to roll. And Takuto was thinking about that. He had the perfect response, but it was just missing the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Wasn't able to play that down earlier on and didn't find any help off the INO. Just a little bit unfortunate.
And that's a huge win for Kaiwan, getting the first win of this game. The matchup, while we had things not go too slowly in that first game, it can be a pretty slow and grindy matchup. So him getting that first win definitely favors him. Now Takuto will have the opportunity to choose to go first or second. Have to imagine second will be the option.
Yeah, especially with the way that we've seen his deck. You have that Tatsugiri that can search out the supporter you're looking for. You could find the Arven. You could get rolling with those technical machine evolutions.
Look at this hand from Kaiwan. He's going first, and once again, he has double routes, and he's even got Artisan if he wants it, but he doesn't need to find anything else. He's already got 2 routes in play. Why give your opponent the option to use Artisan? That is a great opening, going first, not being able to play a supporter.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about the rest of it. There was no supporter to help out, but I mean, if he finds a little help off the top, this is pretty fantastic. And for Takuto now, he has the free retreater Badoo. He has item lock potentially available and the Buddy Poffin to start filling up this board. We've seen this a lot in this mat or with this deck. If you prize any piece of your Frostlass combo, you can be in a little bit of trouble with stacking up damage, and one Snorunt is sitting there.
And we do see the 1 Snorunt, but we also see the singular copy of Technical Machine Evolution. Most people play 2 copies of that card in this deck, but Takuto, with just the singular copy, is not going to have it here on turn 1. And now getting his evolution Pokemon in play could prove to be challenging.
I mean, we got a lot of one-ofs here. The one-of Blood Moon Ursaluna, the one-of Earthen Vessel, also there too. So finding those energies for Monkey Dory could be pretty difficult. Even finding the energy for what would have been the TM evolution is down the drain now. For Takuto, you have to maybe switch up the pace. We saw the opportunity in the last game to use that one-of Rare Candy, get aggressive, and start to take knockouts. Perhaps this is an opportunity now for that.
He will at least get his board established with a couple of Impidimp. I do believe there is a supporter in hand. I saw Professor's research at a minimum, so Takuto will be able to try to find some more pieces, try to at least draw into some of those evolution Pokemon for a future turn, and will actually choose to play Iono, and Kaiwan gives the thumbs up. That bailed him out big time.
He had nothing to work with, holding Artisan, Rare Candy, Night Stretcher.
Let's see what he was going to top deck. What's that top card here? Oh, it was a Monkey Dory.
Oh, he was in trouble.
He had nothing going on for multiple turns, it looked like.
Yep, he was going to sit there and pass, maybe Artisan Thin after seeing his opponent already found some Pokemon. It was ugly. Instead, now has another Dark Energy Monkey Dory ready to roll. It looked like a supporter there too. Gardevoir without the candy.
And that is what Kaiwan is going to debate here. He has not done a deck search just yet, so he does not know what he has prized, what he doesn't have access to. And he only plays 2 Gardevoir EX. And look at that, once again, another Gardevoir is prized. He's going to choose not to play the research, going with the Iono. Says that he does not want to mess with the potential of losing an EX early on.
And the Curlia there as well. We know that can be pretty difficult, especially when you're working towards the TM evolution. You want to see both those Curlias so you can threaten that. Just does not have it anymore.
And he does also not have a Technical Machine Evolution or a way to get Curlia from this current hand. Ultra Ball was drawn, but Itchy Pollen was used by Takuto. So Kaiwan will just be forced to pass. And as long as Itchy Pollen stays up and running, Kaiwan will not be able to get a Gardevoir in play until he finds a TM Evo. Speaking of TM Evo, Takuto here will find the news that his evolution is prized now. This would be a nice turn to potentially go for it, but off this Arven, he will not be able to grab that as his tool of choice. But Secret Box is being eyed as the potential play here. And the Technical Machine Devolution, potentially just a discard option from the Secret Box. Let's see.
Yep, Secret Box can lead to a lot of different options. The Rare Candy, the Spike Mooth, that would lead to some pretty aggressive knockouts in this spot. Take that Monkey Dory off the board, maybe sense weakness from your opponent that they don't have much going, or you could go with that more classic approach, just fill the board with your Buddy Puffin. Knowing the prize cards as we do, it seems like this could just be a spot to get rolling.
Off of the supporter for choice, it looks like Takuto is leaning into research. His hand has 2 Night Stretcher in it, and I think a Counter Catcher as well. Those are cards that I think he typically would like to hang on to if possible, so maybe an Iono could be a potential option, but he may value the card draw on the next turn. And it looks like Takuto will be going aggressive here. Secret Box finds that Spikemuth gem, finds the Rare Candy into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Punk up to throw the energy cards into play, and he's ready to start swinging.
It does not take much, but when you see your prizes and you see your options, this basically spells out one way for you to win, and in a potentially quick manner as well after that unfortunate setup in the first game. Prize cards available. But unfortunately, when you're using this this Shadow Bullet, you are going to also give 30 damage over to your opponent, who's sitting there with a Monkey Dory, just a Dark Energy away from pushing that right back over.
So there it is. Shadow Bullet takes the KO, 30 damage onto the Ralts. Takuto knows that Kaiwin didn't have much to work with other than potentially item cards off of Kaiwin's own Iono last turn. But this will be an opportunity for Kaiwin to find the combination of Rare Candy and Gardevoir. That is a bit of a lot to ask for here with this list.
Yeah, I mean, there is potential in this spot. We see the Pheasantipity already in the hand. Few ways to search out some additional Pokemon. I can't make out that last card, but it did look like Arven. So if that is the case, there's potential for some fireworks. I thought the one piece missing was there weren't a lot of Psychic Energies seen. I don't think we've seen any just yet. Earthen Vessel immediately right there.
We've seen Gardevoir players bounce around with their supporter counts quite a bit in the last couple of formats. Some people really leaning into Arven, some people more leaning into the draw supporters, and he has a one of Arven in his hand currently. That's what I think we're going to see be played.
Oh, it's beautiful. You love to see it, but this is what you'll find is he's using the Spikemuth gym. He's not going to find any Marnie's Pokemon hanging out in there, but he needs to get his first deck search. He literally has not checked since the game has started, and he's found a great opportunity to do that here pre-Arven.
Now he'll know exactly what he has to work with. He'll be able to more adequately plan out the rest of the turn and even the future turns as well. So with the Arven in hand currently, with the Secret Box in the deck, lots of different plays are opened up. Gardevoir EX can be established, a different attacker can be put into play, be it the Drifloon, be it the Screamtail. You know, what would you like to see from Kaiwin based on the board state, based on Takuto's active Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX?
It just depends on how many energies we can see to the discard pile. Because if you can work this out with maybe the Secret Box, there's a world where you see 5 Psychic Energies, Drifloon, Bravery Charm found, and you can take a knockout on this Pokemon if a Dark Energy hits the Monkey Dory. That seems unrealistic. If you can find all of that, kudos, you basically win the game right there.
Oh, look at this, though, for Kaiwin. Double Earthen Vessel in the hand. We'll be able to get a bunch of energy in the discard pile, as you mentioned. Searching out 2 more here. Is that going to be 4 Psychics down now?
Yeah, there's 4 available Secret Box there, too. If you can search out a little bit more than you can find.
I think it's going to just be that 4, which
you find another Earthen Vessel? And then you have Ultra Ball. You can get the Psychic Energy into the discard pile.
He needs to find the Rare Candy. I think that's the issue here. He has to get Rare Candy to get the Gardevoir. Cannot search out Earthen Vessel from the item card. Gets the Earthen Vessel, or sorry, gets the Rare Candy, gets that Bravery Charm and the Artisan. So he won't be able to push for the knockout with a Drifloon, but Screamtail does open itself up as an option. Maybe targeting Impidimp right now, or even reaching on the Monkey Dory could be a good play.
Yeah, I think initially I'd like to take the Monkey Dory off the board. We know how awkward that can be in this matchup when your opponent's just pushing away that damage over, maybe stealing prize cards. You've already got a Ralts that's damaged, and you haven't played a Dark Energy down yet for your Monkey Dory. But he also doesn't know the information that it is just the 1 Rare Candy. We know the Impidimp is not going anywhere for a few turns.
Ultra Ball finds Gardevoir EX. Rare Candy was sought out from the Secret Box. Rare Candy into the Gardevoir EX. Artisan could be put in play. Also, Nest Ball is an option, so you don't give your opponent the option to use Artisan. You know, cutting off Takuto from getting Snow Runs into play. Seems like a pretty good option if it's available.
Yeah, sometimes it is just the better play to not to give your opponent the evolution they might want, but not the Snorunt. The combination of those cards is why they're so good together. And I mean, look how close Kaiwen was. It really was almost all right there.
One energy card away from being able to just knock out this active Grimmsnarl from a board of only having Ralts in play is pretty incredible.
Yeah, he's worked some magic here. He also has the Kirlia to play down, establish this Pokemon in case something happens to his Gardevoir. And now you're left wondering, is this a turn where you want to take out that Munkidori, the Impidimp, perhaps even bring in some confusion with the Munkidori? It's you could go a few different routes.
And has Kaiwen played himself to a 0-card hand now? I think he played down Munkidori as his final card. Or does he have one? He has the research still remaining from the Secret Box, right?
Pretty good card to hold on to.
Psychic Embrace, placing Psychic Energy into play from the discard pile, placing 20 damage onto the Gardevoir EX. We will see the...
Oh, hang on.
AO of that Badoo on the bench with the Adrenabrain from the Munkidori, and now Screamtail is used to KO the Impidimp.
I mean, if the ordering of that went a little bit different, and he found the Earthen Vessel right there, pre-Ultra Ball, discarding the Bravery Charm,
yeah,
I think he had knockout on the active Pokemon here. Maybe he wasn't thinking about that, but the 1 in 6 kind of paid off if he wanted it.
And if he was always going to use Adrenabrain to KO that Badoo on the bench, then yeah, maybe it would have been better off for Kaiwen to just use that initially, find the Earthen Vessel, because that would have potentially changed how he approached the whole turn. Let's see what Takuto has to respond to this. Professor's Research utilized a few Night Stretcher as well to get those Pokemon all back into play, perhaps looking for a counter catcher, and he has found it off of that Professor's Research. Spikemuth Gym can be used to find another Marnie's Pokemon. It will be an Impidimp grabbed from the deck. Is it worth it for Takuto to go after Gardevoir EX here?
I mean, this is not a threatening Pokemon right now. You see the Screamtail, it's only got 2 energies on it. The Kirlia is not guaranteed to evolve on the next turn. It was a lower hand. You know there's a supporter hanging out there, but it still forces your opponent to find the right answers. If you remove Gardevoir, you take that lifeline away from the deck, and the energies don't fly.
Another thing to note here, Takuto unable to find a Snorunt, unable to start to get that Frostlass established. Damage is not going to be able to build up in play for Takuto to utilize his own Munkidoris, and Kaiwen is certainly not going to give it to him. He's not going to hit something and allow Takuto to use Adrenabrain however he wishes.
Yes, he's proven that before. He's moved damage onto Pokemon he's already knocking out just to alleviate any issues from his opponent getting to use that Munkidori. Instead, this deck is basically stuck at this point. You are a dark deck that has Munkidoris that are just hanging out, waiting for things to happen that can't. There's a Snorunt in the prize cards. We can't see the other Snorunts. It's just not building to anything. And there's another bit of this weakness that we see here is with the 1 rare candy, he's going to be a few turns away from another attacker if this Grimmsnarl were to be knocked out.
Takuto's going to think through all of the options here. Is going to counter catcher up the Gardevoir EX, probably just going to go for a knockout. There is a world where sometimes you can try to stick a Pokemon in the active spot. Now, obviously, there's a couple of Darkness Energy already, or Psychic Energy, excuse me, already in the discard pile, so Psychic Embrace could have brought that back. But there is a line where you can try to buy a turn by sticking maybe like Pheasantipity active, something that can't be Psychic Embraced onto.
Yeah, we could see that. It's just something to slow down your opponent. We've already seen so many energies burned through at this point. I believe Kaiwen's working with maybe 2 or 3 more in the deck, but when the Iono does its job and sticks your opponent on that lower hand size, perhaps there's a chance that you just don't see that energy and you have to pass over the turn.
Kaiwen has almost the perfect hand here. Energy to attach to Munkidori if he wants it, or Earthen Vessel to go find other energies out of the deck to discard with the upcoming Professor's Research, and also Gardevoir EX, which he took off of his prize card as well from the last turn. 2 really great prizes for him to find right before a research.
When your prize cards work for you in that regard, you're basically just working with a side pot that just grabs you anything that you need. It's been pretty fortunate for him thus far, and he needs to come up with a plan. We see that, thankfully, he has another Dark Energy. He has some damage on his board that he can move over, but no Pokemon immediately knocked out by this damage. So probably in that same situation where you push it all onto one Pokemon and try to take the knockout.
Yeah, and Kaiwan doesn't necessarily have to find the Drifloon KO this turn. We could see something as simple as a Mind Bend to confuse. That would leave some damage in play for Takuto, but it forces Takuto to try to find a way out of the confusion, potentially a retreat, right? A rare candy into another Grimmsnarl, which we know he doesn't have. He's only playing the one rare candy.
There may have been an opportunity to slow down in this spot even if he saw another Ralts and not play down the Gardevoir. Feel like you could use this Screamtail and take knockouts without having to give your opponent that big 2-prize issue there. But he does have the Pheasantipity still in play, so there's always going to be those prize cards. He's just going to throw away all these energies. This lines up with what you were talking about, though, Chip. That Pheasantipity could be stuck at some point.
Discarding the energies, drawing 7 new cards. There's the Drifloon. There is the Bravery Charm. With the damage in play, Adrenabrain can set things up so that Drifloon will be able to one-hit KO this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Takuto will not have a response this coming turn. There is no Marnie's Morgrim in play to get into a Grimmsnarl.
Man, and you think about the opportunities for Takuto here. If his prize cards were working the way Kaiwan's were, he'd have a pretty good opportunity here going down this many prize cards. Maybe could incorporate that Blood Moon Ursaluna, move some damage onto the damaged Drifloon, and win the game. Instead, he's stuck with just Impidimps and no way to evolve to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl on the following turn.
Yeah, you're right. Takuto could have literally won the game on this coming turn if he had Blood Moon available by bringing up that Pheasantipity on Kaiwan's bench. Not a play available with that bear in the prizes. Kaiwan off this Ultra Ball is able to find another Ralts. Cannot put it into play. Already 5 Pokemon filled up on the bench. As we're getting to the end of this game, number 2, just quick updates from the floor. Kyle Sukovich out there updating for us. Bodie Robinson wins against Ryan Antonucci. Should be locked in for top cut at 11-1, the 2023 North American International Champion in the seniors division. And then Ray Chin on the incredible series of tournaments with Toadscrew EX has locked a spot in top cut as well with a win against David going to 11-1.
Yeah, some great storylines playing out outside of this main table, but we have a pretty good one here as well.
Yep.
Can Kaiwan repeat what the Australians have done already this year? We've seen 2 of them in the finals with Natalie and Brent at LAIC and EUIC. He's trying to get the job done here, and he's on a pretty great path.
This is pretty interesting. Kaiwan not going for the KO. Perhaps wanting to remain behind on prizes to use Counter Catcher in the future. Perhaps he knows about Takuto's Blood Moon Ursaluna and doesn't want to just give him the opportunity to win. What's going on here?
This is exactly what you're talking about. You know that there's an opportunity for that Blood Moon to come out and just win the game so easily. He was not able to disrupt the hand. Kaiwan, right at the tail end of this turn, asked how many cards were there. Takuto with about 6 to 8 cards. He knows that there's potential. Kaiwan's holding Iono in hand, wants to make a big swing turn on the following turn. And with just this one Marnie's Grimmsnarl, what threat really is going to be presented that doesn't have to fight through confusion?
And that could be the thing we see happen here. Confusion's great, but it is a 50-50 at the end of the day.
YOLO!
And Takuto may have to go for a flip here. We've seen some pretty high-stakes flips in the last couple of months, dating all the way back to last season's NAIC, where Andrew Hedrick and Stefan Ivanov literally came down to a coin flip to decide the winner of this tournament. Could it also determine which player still has their top cut hopes alive? Will Takuto go for the confusion flip? Will he be forced to?
Well, there's certainly a world where he doesn't have to. If you can use the Monkey Dory as a way to move the damage over. You have 60 damage on your side. You push that back over. You have no 3 prize. Well, you'd need 4 prizes for Kaiwan to close the game out. So you feel comfortable having an additional turn. The Marnie's Morgrim is in hand, which was the one big key piece that was missing as well on the previous turns. He didn't have a threat for the Grimmsnarl to follow back up. You wouldn't need that Blood Moon Ursaluna now. So you have a few different ways to get at this.
And switch is found from the Arven. That will be able to move this Grimmsnarl from the active spot into that Monkey Dory with the rescue board, getting the free retreat, resetting the confusion. Of course, Pokemon can only be affected by special conditions when they are in the active spot.
Yeah, this one-of copy of Switch, so often we see it included in a few different decks, and it's for this exact reason. You do not want to walk into Monkey Dory issues. You'd rather take that coin flip out of your hands, force your opponent to come up with an answer. This is pretty solid here. You have a way to push over the damage right back to your opponent with that Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory.
Now, which Pokemon do you bring it off of? That's the question here. You could heal that Monkey Dory completely, or you could get rid of all the damage from the Grimmsnarl. Looks like that will be the choice here. And placing it onto the Screamtail, and Shadow Bullet KOs both the active and that Screamtail, leaving no damage in play for Kaiwin to play with, and pushing this big Grimmsnarl Takuto down to just one single prize card. Kaiwin does not have a way to take all 4 this turn.
Yeah, this is really smart from Takuto. You remove the damage from the Grimmsnarl to give yourself as many hit points as possible. It forces your opponent to play all of that damage onto the Drifloon. Easily knocked out for that single prize card from the Monkey Dory.
And now Kaiwin, will not be able to use Drifloon to attack into this Grimmsnarl. Monkey Dory is just game on board if Kaiwin does that. So is he going to have to go for another Mind Bend?
That's where I'm at.
Hope for multiple confusion turns?
Well, when you have 12 minutes remaining, you won the first game. You know how important it is to get 3 match points. Do you continue to play for another 5 minutes in a spot like this? Do you think that there's an opportunity to still close out? Or do you have time to recommit, rebuild a new board, and try again in Game 3?
Kaiwin plays Super Odd, shuffling up to 3 Pokemon and energy cards from the discard pile back into the deck. That Monkey Dory that just went down, along with its Darkness Energy, will be brought back. 1 more Darkness Energy for good measure as well. Artisan could bring those Pokemon right back into play. No damage counters in play currently. Of course, Kaiwin can put damage in play however he'd like with his own Psychic Embrace, so he'll be able to play with it in that regard.
Yeah, we'll see Monkey Dory here now. If there's access to that Psychic Energy that was brought right back, or that Darkness Energy, you could use double Monkey Dory, push the damage from the Psychic Embrace, take a knockout on the Monkey Dory that already has 60 on it, and maybe work in that Mind Bend to try to slow your opponent down. You'd avoid running into some of those issues with the damage being pushed back over to your side, especially when Takuto only needs that single prize.
This is really a tough position that Kaiwin finds himself in. Looks like he'll need multiple turns. He will be able to, well, he doesn't actually have the other Darkness Energy. If he found the other Darkness Energy, KOing Monkey Dory, get rid of that damage in play, get rid of the options for multiple Adrenabrains, that would be pretty strong, and combining that with the confusion.
Right.
But I don't know if he'll have that.
This is thin. Thankfully, we have our graphic to help out along, but to flip the script already been used. It has not signified it on the board. There's no other way to see some additional resources this time around.
What an interesting spot. There is 40 damage placed onto the Gardevoir. There is the retreat into Monkey Dory. Here comes the Psychic Embrace once again. 1 Adrenabrain can be used. Place some damage from this active Monkey Dory. Where does it go? Just start targeting down the other Monkey Dory. Potentially put it all on the active Grimmsnarl. Where does Kaiwin want to put this 3? And what does Takuto have as the 1 card in hand off of the Iono? Or will he just go for this flip here? That is the question. Marnie's Grimmsnarl now confused. Draw for turn. Looks like a Darkness Energy. What is the other card? It is a Boss's Orders. That doesn't really do too much here. Usually a card you love to see off an Iono to 1.
Yeah, that's typically the answer to win games, but he just does not have anything lined up for him. No big attack to help clean things up.
Kyle, I think we're going to see the flip. I think the flip is going to happen here in just a moment. Going for the Shadow Bullet. It's a 50-50. You flip heads, you win the game on the spot. If you flip tails, you don't necessarily just lose right away.
If Kaiwin didn't move the damage off the Monkey Dory, a corkscrew punch from Marnie's Impidimp would have won the game right now. With the damage moved from the Monkey Dories. So
yeah.
I mean, he played around everything. It is down to the coin flip.
Wow.
Does Takuto want to take a chance with 8.5 minutes remaining?
I don't know if he's got another play. I mean, maybe it's a spot where he may as well play the boss, bring up Pheasantipity, maybe stick it active, try to force Kaiwin to find the energy to retreat. Going for it, it's one of those like maybe might as well situations because there's not going to be many more turns of this game regardless.
Oh, you talked about that Pheasantipity. If that Pokemon's brought up to the active, You don't exactly have the knockout, but you'll have it on the following turn. You could switch around, bring up a different Pokemon, and wait.
Could move the damage from this next Adrenabrain to that Pheasantipity, though. That would line up for the KO with the Shadow Bullet.
Okay, certainly some plays to think of. Maybe you don't have to take this big risk, but he's building the damage.
Only
on
moving
Monkey
2.
Dory.
Only moving 2 damage counters, not the full 3. That is an option. We're
Here we
going
go.
for the flip. Let's see it. Roll of the dice, and it is a heads. That is a KO. Takuto sends us to game 3.
7.5 minutes remaining. Both these players desperate for an additional win here. They'd love to see the 3 additional match points to keep their chances alive. Give them a shot to maybe make it into our top cut here at the North American International Championships. It is going to be a doozy. We could see it. Both these decks have the potential. There's Rare Candy, and there's some really good cards on the other side.
7 minutes, not enough time to finish a game of Pokemon, but it might be enough time to get us to best of 3 turns. And that's really what it's about, getting to best of 3 turns with a chance to close it out, because you have not as much time as you want, but an extended amount of time. Let's recap that game too.
Yeah, this was really the play of the game from Takuto. Had to switch gears, understood the prize cards. They were terrible. Use that one of Rare Candy, get your Marnie's Grimmsnarl moving early and often. Start taking those prize cards, put pressure on Kaiwin, who accidentally found the perfect answer, but did it in the wrong order, it looked like.
Big KO onto Gardevoir EX. Takuto goes down to 3 prizes, and Kaiwin missed out on an attack this previous turn. Had to go for the Mind Bend. Takuto takes 2 prizes, KOing the Screamtail, KOing the active Monkey Dory, down to just 1 prize card, and it all came down to this. The flip of the coin, the roll of the die, lands on evens, which of course we signify as heads. That is a KO, sending it to a game 3. Kaiwin thinking through that situation, you know, wondering perhaps if there was an opportunity that he missed out on.
Yeah, and you want to play careful. You want to play around the opportunities of your opponent to use Monkey Dory, spread that damage back over to you, but he did play a little safe. He slowed down. He was hoping that the confusion would buy him some additional time, and he needed to get 4 prize cards in that spot. It was still going to be an uphill climb.
Game 3, just over 5.5 minutes remaining to see if one of these players can find a way to lock up a win in this round. Takuto going first, starts that Tatsugiri 2 out of 3 games, right into the attract customers, and look at those prizes, a couple of Impidimp, that Marnie's Grimmsnarl, the Shaman even, something that could come into play if you want to protect against the Screamtail, all cards Takuto does not have access to.
Yeah, just a 1-2-1 line of Marnie's Grimmsnarl to work with here. That's not great. It's going to lead to probably a little bit of a struggle here for Takuto to line that up and take some knockouts, especially in a game where you have to play quickly.
Oh, wow, yeah, only 3 Impidimp in this list, so is only going to have this 1 Impidimp to work with. Over to Kaiwin, draws for turn. It is the Gardevoir EX, and what does he have in this hand? I think I see that Rare Candy. I see a Nest Ball, but is there a supporter?
There is a Professor's Research that I saw when he was splashing the hand earlier. I couldn't tell if there was another one to go along with this, though. If this has Arvin to go along with it, that would be phenomenal, but at least you have that Ralts, that Rare Candy Gardevoir. Research could lead to some pretty phenomenal things on the other end. It just takes a Vessel, it just takes an Ultra Ball, or even a Secret Box to have all those energies at your disposal.
I can tell you it's definitely not that Arvin. As we look at the prize cards, a pair of supporters, Kaiwin only playing the 1 Arvin, and it is hiding out at the moment alongside an Iono, and also that one of Screamtail. Not going to be an early game attack option like in game 2.
I mean, even those Psychic Energy are bad to see there too. You have 7 available to work with. You need to see at least 2 or 3 to get the ball rolling with Gardevoir. Have the options to retreat these Pokemon, build up to 40 damage, to move it with Monkey Dory, and then attack with a Pokemon like the Screamtail, the Drifloon, or into the Gardevoir with the 3 energies. You need to see those energies.
Now, Kaiwin may...
Ooh.
Okay, he had a couple options here. He could have chosen to play it slow, right? Rare Candy Gardevoir in the hand, hold off, play into that next turn, then go for the research. But he says, I need to research now. This game, I need to find a technical machine evolution. I need to start to get more established. We're going into time very, very soon, so he wants to make sure that he'll be able to be an aggressive player.
Yeah, but look at this. We see the Bravery Charm actually thrown on the active Pokemon where the energy is placed. If you see the TM Evolution now, in a little bit of a pickle, and look at that. The punish just waiting for him.
Technical Machine Evolution was drawn into, but you know what else was drawn into? In a weird way, it works out.
Stop.
He drew both Curlia.
Well, yeah, it worked out pretty great. He also has Rare Candy and Night Stretcher in the hand, so Gardevoir's right back. I don't know how this is happening.
Yeah, Kaiwin does play 2 Rare Candy in his list. Takuto on just the 1 copy. Speaking of which, Arvin played now. Can find Takuto that secret box potentially.
Well, what's in the box?
That we know that secret box leads to Rare Candy plus the Spike Myth Gem if that's what Takuto wants. And I love to see this as well. Takuto playing very quickly, recognizes the situation, not a lot of time left on the clock. A great adjustment from a Japanese player who normally only plays best of 1, changing to our current format with best of 3, making the plays he needs to. And he is going aggressive. Rare Candy, Spike Myth Gem found, as well as Rescue Board.
Yes, exactly. This is where you need to be. Now he's also thinking preemptively of what future turns would look like. Does he want to go for the boss's orders or the Arvin? The Arvin provides him a little more consistency throughout the course of what's left of this game. Boss could lead to taking out the Gardevoir if your opponent has that response. But he has the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. He's ready to retreat, take that knockout, and with sub 2 minutes remaining, this is where you need to be. Giddy up.
Rare Candy into Grimmsnarl. Punk up brings 2 energy out of the deck. Attract customers. Look at the top 6, finding a supporter card potentially. Iono and Research both being offered up. Got to make these decisions quickly. 1.5 minutes remaining. Takuto wants to ensure that he will not be turn 0 of time. And the way things are shaping up, unless Kaiwin has a very fast turn, he will be the one who is turn 0.
Right. Sometimes playing optimally does not mean you're playing correctly. You need to avoid some spots like this. Retreat, throw the Pokemon around.
Oh,
here we see Earthen
it's going to
Vessel.
be close. Earthen Vessel gets rid of the Iono. Just about a minute left, and there's a bit of a nuance here with the way the rules work. Takuto needs to attack, and Kaiwin has to promote before time expires. With 50 seconds left, that is going to be the case. Kaiwin having to promote one of these 2 Ralts. Debating which one it will be. One will be able to be Rare Candied into Gardevoir. Draw for turn. Kaiwin with 45 seconds will almost certainly be turn 0 of time.
Right. Spike Myth to see what's happening in the deck now. Has the Night Stretcher, so if you go with the plan of just survival, Munkidori in play, holding on, maybe finding one more additional basic Pokemon, probably enough to withstand what Takuto is able to do in 2 turns.
Right. Right now, Kaiwin just kind of needs to pump the brakes and change his strategy. He can't win this game anymore. He has 6 prize cards left. He's got this turn and the next turn. No Psychic Energies in the discard pile. It's just not possible. He's got to accept that reality and totally pivot here. He is now playing for a tie. A tie at this point would eliminate both players from top cut more than likely, but there's still so much on the line. So Kaiwin really just wants to fill his board, get a lot of HP in play, probably not putting a Gardevoir EX in play.
Deal 0 damage.
Don't give your opponent the 2-prizer. Don't give them damage to play with Munkidori. Just try to fill the board and ensure that your opponent has no way to board wipe you, has no way to take all 5 of their prizes in the next 2 turns.
Yeah, and it seems very likely given the fact that we did not see any Snorunt this time around as well. It just has not been in play. There's no damage to move with the Munkidori. It's sitting there useless on the bench for Takuto. It is all about Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and Shadow Bullet just does not do enough here.
Kaiwin could even retreat into the Klefki if he wants to shut off Takuto's Adrenabrain. Not any damage to play with right now, but you know, just throw it down just in case.
I mean, it's the lowest amount of hit points. If you place it in the active, that's just less damage for your opponent to work with.
Can use the evolution, can put a Gardevoir EX in play, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that. Retreat into that Klefki, and sure enough, a pass. Mischievous Lock turning off Adrenabrain, turns off the Attract customers as well. And now Takuto needs to try to determine, is there a way to take all of my prizes or board wipe Kaiwin? And the answer is going to be no. And what an exciting game. Unfortunately for us, Kyle, it's going to end in a tie.
Yeah, I mean, what a great back and forth between these 2 competitors, 2 world champions, giving us a great show, but with 2 very interesting decks too. We've seen this iteration of the Gardevoir back and forth it continues to find success. We didn't see Klefki do too much, but I'm sure it's been fun in other matches. And as for Takuto, this is one of the more interesting lists of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl that I have seen. So many one-ofs. It did bite him a little bit here. Let's take a look at how everything went down.
Yeah, recapping all 3 of these games, and things really stalled out a bit for Takuto. Chose to play things pretty slow in the middle of the game, and I do have to wonder if it came back to bite him.
Yeah, it was a very slow approach. We saw trying to set up this big board, then pivoted a little, did not want to go into the double frost last, and that just left damage on board for your opponent to work with. Kaiwin taking full effect of the Monkey Dory, of the Drifloon, taking big knockouts, and even though there was a solid turn of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl trying to make a comeback, it just didn't happen.
And then in the second game, Takuto took a much more aggressive approach, and then Kaiwin, on his turn, was able to use his Screamtail, target down Impidimp, a really powerful turn to play. But on this turn, after Takuto takes the KO from Gardevoir, Kaiwin chose not to go in with a Drifloon. He had it lined up, could have one-hit KO'd this active Marnie's Grimmsnarl with Adrenabrain, chose not to do it, chose to just go for the confusion, and then that let Takuto find the switch, get out of the confusion, go down to just 1 prize card remaining, and really leave Kaiwin with no win condition.
Yep, finally Kaiwin had to go back to the Mind Jack, try again with the confusion, and Takuto was comfortable going for the flip there. It makes it work out. It was a great way to lead us into that third game, just unfortunately not enough time to see who would have won. I mean, Kaiwin had opportunities in Game 3. He had Rare Candy Gardevoir.
Right.
He went with the other strategy, so we didn't really get to see what he was capable of. But I'm sure we would have been in for a great one.
Yeah, it's really tough to wonder what would have been, what could have been, but a really high-level game, I would say, from both those players. They played really well. Maybe some different opportunities that were missed out on here and there, but that's Pokemon. I mean, it's a hard game. There's so many different decisions every single turn, and especially with decks like the ones that both of these players are utilizing. Adrenabrain, such a difficult ability to be able to use perfectly. I think very rarely do we see perfect games of Pokemon being played. It can happen, but really tough whenever you get that spread damage into the mix.
I mean, yeah, think about your options as a Gardevoir player. You have to attack with your best option, but also not be in range of 60 damage being pushed over to you at any point in time. It's impossible. You just can't do it. So he uses the Drifloon when he can, but then he also tries to set up these other options to slow your opponent down. He doesn't want to leave damage on board because then it gets pushed over, but he only does it with confusion. It's just, you got to pick one or the other. It's so hard to keep up with that.
It is definitely something to keep our eyes on, and something we'll continue to keep our eyes on are these last couple of Swiss rounds. And I should say last Swiss rounds. We just finished the second to last, round 12. Round 13 is going to be coming up very, very soon. Our win and end to top cut will know for sure exactly how many match points are going to be required to get in. The highest stakes games of the season are coming to a head right here at the North American International Championships. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. We're going to take a quick little break, but don't miss out. Round 13 coming back very soon.
first got into Pokemon like collecting as a child and playing with my brothers. And then when my brother got old enough, he started going to official tournaments and took me with him.
Consta is your little grand champion.
My oldest brother who plays Consta, he like convinced me to try playing as a junior. And then I like won nationals that year and got to worlds. That's how I like started being excited about the game. Like I can go to nice places and actually do well. My favorite place I've been to is probably Yokohama. I like Japanese culture, and that's why I like to be able to play Pokemon and go to a country I always wanted to visit. Was amazing. Since I started competing in Pokemon, I've learned to manage my nerves better because you have to be able to focus on the game in a high-pressure situations. And also I've learned to not take mistakes that badly when you do them in the games. It's not the end of the world when you misplay.
And with that, you hold Kalama.
My favorite moment in Pokemon history is probably when Mega Audino won Worlds.
Mega Audino EX is your 2016 World Champion.
I was there, and the fact that everybody shouted, was cheering for the Mega Audino player, the feeling was so amazing. My #1 goal is to do well at Worlds. I've done well at international championships now, so that's the next thing I want to do. My brother was top 16 this year, so I want to at least just do something similar to him. The fact that I have fun while playing and that I can achieve something noteworthy while playing is what drives me to play Pokemon competitively.
Welcome back to the floor of NAIC Pokemon fans. Adam Watson here, and I'm joined by Owen Dalgard. Now, for those in the audience who might not know who you are, despite your monumental season, why don't you let them know who you are?
Hi, everyone. I'm Owen Dalgard. I'm a first-year master. I'm currently ranked number 3 in the U.S. for Pokemon TCG, and I've top-8 my last 3 regionals in a row.
That is an insane run, like I was saying, but is there any sort of secret to your consistency? I know a lot of people in the audience, a lot of competitors here at NAIC would kill for that sort of record.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been putting in a lot of work, especially with my testing partners and friends, especially Nathan and Omar. But I've been putting in a lot of work, playing a lot of games, playing a lot of TCG Live, playing a lot of ladder, and just putting in all of my best effort to practice games, practice different cards and decks. And the more you practice, the better you get. So that's definitely my recommendation for anyone.
Just put in the time, put in the work. Is there a specific method of practice that maybe you use that others don't, or maybe one you just particularly enjoy or find effective?
Well, something I really do enjoy doing is coaching all of my students. And when I'm coaching my students, I get to work with them on their side of the deck as well as mine. So I think it's been giving me a lot of practice helping my students and coaching them through their games.
Yeah, I mean, that is an old saying that the best way to learn something is to teach it. So I'm glad that you're already beginning to spread your success with the next generation of Pokemon competitors. But speaking of competition, what do you think about the Destined Rivals metagame? You know, this is a new set coming in, becoming legal for this big tournament. Was that a big change in your testing, or you really didn't consider the power of the set that much?
I'm definitely super interested in all the new Destined Rivals cards, especially the Shaman and the Watchtower Stadium card. Those are definitely the 2 most impactful to me. But I do like a lot of the cool rogue decks, especially the Team Rocket's Mewtwo deck that Tord played in the Japanese tournament. That was super cool, as well as the new Garchomp EX deck. Those are all very cool decks. I'm very excited to see how they do during the tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that players are kind of divided on. Oh, this is a rogue deck. Maybe this has some legs. Even Tord, right, playing the Team Rocket's Mewtwo in a different tournament. Can I get your read on Grimmsnarl EX? This is another deck that players are kind of divided on whether it will be good enough for this format.
I definitely think Grimmsnarl is a meta deck. I wouldn't even call it a rogue deck. I just think it's a really strong deck going in this tournament. In my opinion, it's in the top 3 up there with Gardevoir and Dragapult. Probably around 12%, but I do think it's very strong and definitely something that I've been testing into and factoring into my choices for my deck, as well as going into the meta game and the overall percentage of the tournament.
That's great to hear. If you're on the fence about Grimmsnarl EX, we've got another expert opinion saying that it does need to be accounted for a big tournament like this. And I guess one final question, you've been trying to lock down, despite your consistency, a final win, a big major win. What would be the first thing you do if you were to win NAIC?
If I were to win NAIC, I'd definitely like celebrate with all my friends, Nathan, Omar, all of the people who support me. Thank all of the parents that have helped me and taken care of me over traveling to all these events, especially my parents, my dad and my mom. Super grateful for everything they've done for me. And I would just be ecstatic and thrilled to win a major tournament in the Masters division.
Well, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, Owen, for your time. And we're going to kick things back to the decks for more Pokemon action.
We're here about to get into our very last Swiss round. It could not get more exciting than this.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting into the thick of things here. There's just one round to go, and everybody is gunning to make it to that top cut portion of the tournament and keep your hopes alive to become this year's NAIC champion. I mean, this is what you play for. The stakes don't get much higher than this.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure a lot of people are now gathering around ready to watch this because they're either out of the tournament or, you know, they're about to see who's about to be in our top 8. It is so exciting out here, Puka. I'm ready to get into this. And of course, we have another match with some star-studded players that have a lot of fan favorites out in our crowd, I'm sure, as well. And of course at home. We've been following along with both of them now for several years, and it's going to be an epic one. And of course, the matchup is going to be exciting too.
Yeah, we'll get to that as we get nearer to the match. But yeah, I think right now our two players we know for sure are locked up are Bodie Robinson with the Dragapult Dusknoir deck we saw earlier today, and then Ray Chen, the Toadscruel EX. Now both those players are at 11-1. They should be safe to make our top cut here at NAIC. So what a run for Ray Chen. The last two big events of the season, the Portland Regional Championships, made top cut there with this rogue deck, the Toadscruel, runs it back for NAIC, the biggest event of the season, and makes top cut again. We'll see if she's able to take it a bit further this time than just getting to the first round of the top cut, but it's really exciting to see a player really burst onto the scene and have a crazy run just at the end of the season. There were no real big results before that,
right?
But now there's just a burst of two huge finishes.
Yeah, exactly. And you were talking about this yesterday too, about how the deck, even though it had such great performance in Portland, kind of still went under the radar. It's like nobody really took it seriously, respected it. I think only 7 of them made it into our day 2, so that's pretty cool to see that many in day 2. But yeah, I mean, if this goes further, I mean, this is just going to be incredible for Ray Chen and Toadscruel EX, and it's going to be definitely one to remember for a very long time. It really already is with the record we see it at already here at NAIC.
Yeah, it seems like 32 match points is going to be the cutoff to make top cut here at NAIC, which is not much room for error. If you're going to make it in, that's what, 10 wins, 2 ties, 1 loss. That's pretty rough. If you go 11-2, you're safe. But yeah, 3 losses and you're out. So this is going to be a nail biter for sure. We still have a lot of players who are kind of out on the bubble. I believe Tord Reklev is one of them who, if he wins his match, he'll make it into the top cut. And we've seen what he can do at NAIC before. So there's so much exciting stuff left to be played.
Yeah, we're talking about the matchups. We're talking about the numbers, what it is coming down to for these players. Adam, maybe you could fill us in out on the floor.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Adam Watson back here on the floor at NAIC, and you hit the nail on the head. 32 points is the cutoff. I had a chance to very briefly look at some of the player names that are probably even going up against one another to try to get into top cut. You already mentioned Tord Reklev.
I've got Piper Lapine as well, Ryuki Okada. These players that we've been hyping up all weekend and even been showcasing on stream still have one more round to try to get in. Owen Kammerman, another big player from EU, trying to secure that spot, and Henry Chow as well, who's had a monumental season, 3 regional wins so far. Still not gonna have such an easy time trying to claim an IC.
Yeah, I think Henry's run really started last year at this event,
right?
Making top 8 at NAIC with Gardevoir. We were looking at all of his results, and it's basically just Gardevoir.
Yeah, imagine being able to play Gardevoir this whole time.
Yeah, it's all Gardevoir.
He played Golden Go at one tournament, and he was like, never doing that again. Gardevoir only.
All that glitters, indeed. He learned his lesson the hard way, but he's back on what he loves, and from what I hear, he's also continued to innovate on that deck list, as he's wont to do.
Yeah, well, thanks, Adam, for that update. We're going to get back to the desk here because I believe our players are getting set up as we're going to get into our very last Swiss round. This is going to turn out the numbers for us, shake things out here at NAIC. We're going to know soon who makes our top cut, who's on the asymmetrical top cut for us, who gets into top 8. It's only getting more excited from here. And then, of course, tomorrow we will have our championship Sunday. But to get to there, we have to get through these last couple of rounds, and you're not going to want to miss which players are able to see that success here at NAIC.
Yeah, I think we can take a look at some of our notable matches for this round. We have quite a few of them. The one we're going to feature is Piper Lapine versus Henry Chow. What a matchup to end our Swiss rounds. Both these players made top cut at the Portland Regional Championships just a few weeks ago, and they're both excellent. So we have a great one for the last round. You see Ray Chen versus Bodie Robinson. They might play it out. They might ID. We don't know. They're both into the cut no matter what. You see other names like Isaiah Bradner, Torrid Recleb versus Kaiwin Kababe. Kaiwin just got the tie on stream. And yeah, Ryuki in the running to make it back to top cut at an IC after just winning EUIC earlier this season. There's so many great matchups out here. I think there's a good chance we're going to have a really big top cut. You know, you mentioned it's asymmetrical cut now.
Yes.
Everybody who has the same record as 8th place does get to go into the top cut now, and there could be an extra round. This could potentially be the first time we see something like more than 16 people make the top cut at NAIC, and it would be, I mean, it'd be wild.
Hey, the more the merrier. The more Pokemon TCG, the more competition, I'm all about it. And that is what we're about to dive into here. Speaking of 2 very talented players that are trying their best here to get these match points in this match, they need a win here. It's Piper Lapine versus Henry Chow. And they are both multi-regional champions. Of course, Henry Chow making an incredible run this season. As you see, 2025 Atlanta Regional Champion. Started it off in Baltimore and San Antonio. And Piper knows that as well from 2 regional wins in her 2023 season. So both of these players are very similar caliber here. I think they're around the same age too. They're both pretty young players in our Masters division, and they are out here competing in our featured stream match. It's going to be an exciting one.
Whew, this is a blockbuster matchup. These are 2 of the best in the game right now. I ran into Piper yesterday after the first day ended. She was a little annoyed. She lost the last round of Swiss to Bodie Robinson, and she said, I'm not worried, though. I'm going to win all my rounds tomorrow.
Oh, easy.
Everything's going to be fine. And here she is with an opportunity to do that. She's not lost today. One more win, and you make it to the top cut. Keep yourself alive to become international champion. 3 years ago, she did have a win and in for top cut at NAIC and was not able to convert, and she wants to get retribution on that.
Yeah, she wants to run this back here, make it in this time. And of course, our last match that we featured were these decks too. It ended in a tie. So let's now see who's gonna become our winner in this match. Who's gonna come out on top between Gardevoir and Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Maybe we'll finally get this conclusion here, Kyle.
We'll love to see that. And Henry, he's a fierce competitor. He really wants to win. And, up until Portland, whenever he would make the finals, he would end up winning. But he did get second place in Portland to Michael Davidson. He showed that he is human. We'll see if Piper can take down one of the top players of this season, Henry Chow. This is an epic match to end our Swiss rounds here at NAIC. Let's see something great.
Let's see something great. I need to see more than just energy attached to Monkey Dory Pass, which we've seen earlier on this stream, but let's see if Henry can set us up with a nice, stable starting turn out here. We're gonna start with an Ultra Ball to discard a couple of cards here for Henry. All right, so we've seen how this matchup goes. It is actually very intricate. Do you wanna talk about what we're gonna be seeing here from both of our players, Kyle?
I mean, it's complicated. The games change quite a bit depending on, starts, like what you're able to get into play quickly. It can be kind of a headache to play this matchup, to be honest. I'm sure both these players have had to go through this matchup multiple times. I think when the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck really came to light, it was at a Champions League event in Japan, and when this card came out finally, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, it was thought maybe this is the end of Gardevoir. It's got the darkness weakness. The Grimmsnarl deck is good on its own. Maybe Gardevoir is finally going to get cast aside. But no, it is closer than it looks. Even if you don't have that many tech cards, Gardevoir is just such a powerful deck. The unlimited energy acceleration, the ability to move damage counters around with the Monkey Dory, and the Drifloon with the Bravery Charm is able to take one-hit knockouts on big Pokemon EX like the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. So there's a lot that can go on in these matchups. I think that's one of the challenges as well. There's not a straightforward game plan. You kind of have to react to what your opponent is doing.
Right. Well, one thing that we definitely are going to see is Monkey Dory, as you already see it out here from Henry Chow. I'll also mention, too, Piper is very familiar with Gardevoir, has been playing Gardevoir a lot this season as well, has converted over to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, so I'd be interested to hear why. Obviously, Piper's thinking that this is a deck that can beat Gardevoir because you know how powerful Gardevoir is, so you have to go into this giant tournament knowing that players like Henry Chow are going to be out there in the field with Gardevoir and have a chance to beat it. So Piper's going to get set up here with her own Monkey Dory off of this Nest Ball to start us off. And look at this jumbo card in the corner, too.
Yeah, the oversized Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is the mascot for Piper. And yeah, got a nice little, the trick-or-trade version of the Monkey Dory coming down.
Yeah, I love that. A little spooky
Some
in
style, yeah. Yeah, Piper did say in Portland she played Gardevoir again, but she's really tired of playing Gardevoir. She's like, I've had some good success with this, but I just don't want to play this thing anymore. And so not too surprised she switched over to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl and is having some big success. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why the Spikemouth Gym, it is an incredible stadium card for this deck.
So good.
Once every turn, you just get to search for a Marnie's Pokemon and put it into your hand. So just a stadium card that can be repeatedly used every turn. You can get the basic, you can get the stage 1, you can get the stage 2, whatever you need at that given time. It's a huge consistency boost, and it works in the face of things like Badoo's Itchy Pollen, since it's not an item card. So it's one of the reasons this deck is able to function the way it does.
Yeah, and you love to see this. Speaking of consistency as well, that Pokegear 3.0, searching out that Iono here for Piper. You know, you look at the top 7 of your deck, grab a supporter. That can help out quite a bit for this deck that lacks draw support and can kind of fall into some really clunky hands here and there. And this is going to be the new hand for Piper Lapine here as we see that ace spec in the secret box netted to the hand. We're going to see that dark energy go down onto her own Monkey Dory here, the more fashionable Monkey Dory on the field. And now, yeah, we see a difference in Monkey Dory, but look at this. The numbers are equivalent here between our players, and you can start to see why and how powerful this Adrena Brain ability is going to be in this matchup. We see Henry searching out these energy with the Earthen Vessel, discarding a Psychic Energy, getting those babies into the discard here. Does have to Professor's Research next to get a new hand.
Yeah, the Adrenabrain, I mean, we've seen it for over a year now. It's such a powerful ability to be able to move damage from your Pokemon to your opponent's Pokemon, and it's especially effective against the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck that is kind of about spreading damage around to multiple Pokemon and setting up knockouts on a future turn. When both players have the Monkey Dory, it's even more complicated.
Yeah, yeah. Usually it's like, oh, I'm doing my own damage to myself and I just sling it back at you. But when your opponent's also going to sling that damage back, it gets way more complicated. I say, Puka, I do not envy you with the math. We're going to have to be adding up. You're a lot better at it than me, I'll tell you that much. But Henry here is going to establish these two Ralts down. We have 3 Monkey in play, 2 of them active with the Adrenabrain ability already. And I think a couple Psychic Energy now in the discard pile.
Yeah, huge turn for Piper. Has the Secret Box in hand. This is going to enable a turn to Rare Candy into Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX if Piper wants it. The Secret Box is the card you want to see in your hand early on in the game. It's an A-Spec card that gives you incredible consistency. A-Spec cards have all sorts of different effects, right? You have Prime Catcher, which lets you be aggressive. You have the Neo Upper Energy, which can help you kind of cheat out energy costs, things like that. The Secret Box has become kind of a staple one for setup decks like this that want to just find consistency cards. It's like when you get set up, your deck is just very strong. You're seeing it right here. The Secret Box can grab Rare Candy and the Spikemuth Gym, so it gets you the way to get the Stage 2 into play, and then the way to search for the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. It's a great combo.
Yeah, powerful tool cards as well. If you need the pivot, you can grab the rescue board. If you need to get into those evolutions, you grab that TM evolution. It's a fantastic A-Spec. Perfect here as we see the Rare Candy into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX punk up ability to get these energy out. They do have to be placed onto our Marnie Pokemon here, but that is A-okay because that is who we're attacking with. And then we can just free place Dark Energy onto the Monkey Dory to get them ready to sling some damage as well. So this is truly what unlocks everything here for Marnie's Grimmsnarl. You can fully set up so early in the game and start swinging, and not only do you have the 180 from Shadow Bullet, but you also have the damage, the 30 damage you can apply to your opponent's bench. So that's gonna add that extra damage that Piper might need to take the edge in this matchup.
Yeah, it's funny though. Right now, you wish that it was optional.
Right.
You don't want to put 30 damage because it's just going to get sent back to you.
Unless you're winning
Dory.
with it.
Yeah. Yeah, and part of the reason this deck works the way it does is because you don't have to use your energy attachments on the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. You don't have to use your attachment for the turn to power it up. The ability does that for you, and you can use your attachments on the Monkey Dory to set up the Adrenabrain. You see a shift in this matchup. You know, this deck does usually play Frostlass as well, and Piper does have the Frostlass in her deck, but recognizing that it's not worth putting into play against somebody who has a bunch of Monkey Dory.
Right.
So Piper is just going to say, I'm going to put these big Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX into play. They have a lot of HP. They hit your Gardevoir EX for weakness. This is going to be my plan of attack. Just power up a bunch of Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Don't worry about the spreading damage part of the deck for this matchup. I'm just going for big knockouts, and we'll see if you can keep up.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a scary board. These big, dark Pokemon, that is not what you want to see, being dark weak, that is for sure. Henry Chow going to shuffle these Pokemon back into the deck within the Monkey Dory and that Scream Tail that was discarded earlier off an Ultra Ball in our first turn. Pheasantipity is going to help out a little bit here with the Flip the Script ability, draw into 3 additional cards for Henry as we're going into an Arven now as well. So it seems like, you know, we've got a hand. We're playing cards here for Henry. The 30 damage from that Shadow Bullet went down onto the Ralts for Henry. And now we have the Secret Box and the TM Evolution here from that Arvin to start us off. So it's Secret Box versus Secret Box, Kyle. I mean, you see how good this ace spec truly is. There's a reason why it's nice, bright, and pink, and you can only play one copy of it in your deck.
Yeah, Henry was one of the biggest proponents of the Secret Box in this season, playing it in Gardevoir for quite a while now, being on record saying that this is one of the reasons why the deck is so good. When you draw a Secret Box, you get set up, you win games. Now, an interesting part of Henry's list, in Portland, Piper decided not to play Drifloon in her Gardevoir deck, instead opting for 2 Screamtail. And here, Henry is opting not to play the Drifloon either.
Yep.
So there's a chance Piper could be expecting Drifloon to come down at some point, but
There's also a chance she knows that it's not in the deck too, maybe.
True, yeah.
She took it out as well,
Yeah.
It's definitely, it's on the mind, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you don't know exactly what is in your opponent's deck. Sometimes you kind of have to take an educated guess, and we'll see what happens.
That wrong card. That's not the counter catcher.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think that was in hand, right?
Okay, yeah, I meant to play the counter catcher, took out the TM evolution anyway, but that's okay. We have
totally.
the counter
This
catcher.
is the counter catcher.
Now. Don't look at it, it's fine. Well, the Monkey Dory is going to come up here for Henry Chow. We also saw the evolution into this Gardevoir EX. That's what's unlocking our Psychic Embrace here. That's why the Screamtail is having to take these damage counters now for each Psychic Energy applied to it from the discard pile thanks to that Gardevoir EX. That's the piece we were missing there. Now it is all unlocked here for Henry Chow, the Gardevoir King himself, from using a familiar attacker here in the Scream Tail. It wants the damage on it so that it can hit you really hard, Puka, and that is exactly what we're seeing now with this Roaring Scream.
Yeah, you see some interesting plays with where to put the damage counters. Henry's trying not to put too much damage on Piper's board. You can see a kind of a clever situation here.
That.
Puts the 6 damage counters onto the Screamtail, but then moves one so that it's not in range of the Shadow Bullet doing damage to a benched Pokemon for 30 damage. Also, the counter catcher was pretty big here. Brings up a Monkey Dory with no energy, and now we see the Shaman come out for Piper. She's got to be kind of annoyed that she wasn't able to get that sooner, but
right.
Yeah, Henry's able to bring up the Monkey Dory that doesn't have an energy on it, and then knock out the one that does have an energy on it. So it's going to present a really awkward situation for Piper. First of all, she needs a way to retreat, and I don't think she had one. So she's just going to miss an entire turn.
Oh.
But even if you find an energy to retreat, then you're having to use your attachment, and you're not going to have and you're not going to have Adrenabrain set up for future turns. But I think this worked out way better than Henry thought it would. He just got a free turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you're hoping for in these scenarios. You play into it, and sometimes you profit from it. That's exactly what happened here. Piper's stuck with just this Monkey Dory in the active position as the board is just stale here, and Henry Chow has some options now. He's going to retreat out of this Screamtail, which, as you said, is not in range to just get Shadow Bullet down by that Grimmsnarl anymore. Has that 5 damage still on it. And we see this Kirlia come up into the active position here now with 3 Psychic Energy attached to it.
What is the plan here? We're seeing Kirlia powered up? We're going to see a Psychic?
I'll just move all 6 on the Shaman.
That's what I'm
60
thinking
damage?
too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
we're seeing that, yeah, that's it. I mean, it's a single prize attacker here that's now been fully healed up thanks to those Adrenabrain. And that's it. That's 60 done to this Monkey Dory in the active here. Piper's forced into this Professor's Research just to get a new hand than what she was working with before.
Yeah, this is an obnoxious part of when your opponent has multiple Monkey Dory set up and you do not. Your opponent gets to dictate where the damage counters go. Yeah, Piper really suffering by not having access to Adrenabrain, and at most can have 1 with a single attachment for the turn. It's been an awkward game after, the opening turn was really strong, but after that, Henry's been able to mount a comeback, and it seems like he's been putting himself in a pretty strong position in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool that we can see the Curlia come up and just start attacking as well. That is not something I think I've ever casted over or seen in a game. So Henry Chow has definitely worked this matchup, has the strategies and the lines here. Now we finally are able to jump out of the active position with this Monkey Dory here as the damage is flying around, and we're gonna get some knockouts on Piper's side. That's where we needed to be here, but is that really the best scenario now that we're back over to Henry's side? Is he gonna still be able to hard charge and put more pressure onto Piper? What do you think, Puka?
Yeah, still a tough game plan to sort out. Henry did set up the Shaman to be knocked out by an Adrenabrain here, which will unlock Screamtail to attack the bench once again. So clever play on his part, setting this up a turn in advance. It feels like there's not a great option in his deck to go right at a Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX to do the 320 damage you need to knock it out in one attack. His game plan is about maneuvering around these and kind of ignoring them for as long as he can, and maybe using the annoying counter catchers to bring up Monkey Dory, trap them in the active spot, and try to buy some time. We'll see if it works out. Piper did have a huge double knockout on the previous turn,
right?
And the pressure is back on Henry for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the Shaman fall now to the discard pile thanks to that damage being moved over. It was in range for that Adrenabrain.
You also saw Piper put an extra energy onto the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. You might be like, why are you doing that? It only costs 2 energy to attack. One of the things you can do in this matchup is attack with Monkey Dory's Mind Bend. Force your opponent into that confusion flip, and if they flip tails, it can set up a knockout on their Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. So Piper was preparing for this, over-attach energy to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX so she can simply retreat if Henry goes for the Mind Bend.
Yeah, you don't ever really want to leave things up to a 50-50 chance. Rather, get out of there, get a fresh attacker up, and keep swinging. And you see, Piper knows this is the strategy. He's played into getting these big Grimmsnarl out here. Henry into an Iono. Piper's going to get 3 cards to the hand. Henry's going to have 4. We also see the flip the script that hadn't been utilized yet. Perfect sequencing here to get a fresh 3 as well for Henry.
Triple monkey setup now.
I know, usually
That's
you see this on, you see this, I mean, sometimes the Grimmsnarl has 4 monkeys down. It is possible, but look at Piper's side here. We just have the 2 monkey, and neither of them have the energy down on them yet. And Henry has definitely has a dominant field of monkey, that is for sure. That Pheasantipity is helping out quite a bit as well. I mean, think about that. That's 30. If there's 30 damage that you can spread on your board, that's 30 each monkey. You think how much damage that's adding to your attacks as well.
Yeah.
It's just brutal.
Yeah, if you have 3 Monkey Dory, all with Adrenabrain, they can move up to 90 damage per turn. Yeah, I think it's probably going to be the Mind Bend this turn. And Henry probably knows this one probably won't work out. Piper's probably just going to retreat, but he's kind of hoping that maybe you do this a couple times, that eventually it sticks. You force your opponent into a coin flip. You just be really annoying, and then eventually it might work out.
That's what this match comes down to. Who can be the most annoying monkey player? That is for sure. Mind Bend is definitely a pain to deal with. And that is what we're seeing now. Monkey Dory with the Mind Bend, of course, the Adrenabrain to heal up as well. Has 2 Psychic and a Dark, spreading that damage over. We have a confused Grimmsnarl EX for Piper Lepine.
Yeah, one of the awkward parts about this deck, in one of the ways it's very vulnerable, is it does not have any sort of draw engine.
Right.
There's nothing. Most of these don't even play Pheasantipity EX, so late in the game you can get hit by Hand Disruption, the Iono, and be in awkward spots. This would be a great position where Piper would want to play a Boss's Orders. You go after the Gardevoir, take a 2-prize knockout, but she just doesn't have the resources to do it. She actually drew 2 counter catchers.
Oof.
Really annoying. You can't play those right now. So her hand is mostly worthless, and she has to play with what's on the board, and you have to think eventually Henry's going to find a way to overpower this.
Right, you're running out of time, you're running out of resources. at least was able to retreat, bring this fresh Grimmsnarl EX, no longer having to deal with that confusion, taking the knockout on that Monkey Dory, all that energy into the discard pile once again. And this Gardevoir EX is brought up into the active here for Henry. But yeah, that's tough position to be in here for Piper, as far as kind of worrisome. You don't really know what's going to happen here, because it's a little bit volatile playing the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. What are you going to get in hand? Speaking of which, Henry is going to get this monkey out of the deck here. Not that we, need it anymore. Or out of the discard, I should say.
Yeah, he's Ultra Balling for the 4th Monkey Dory in his deck. And then going to flip the script.
Look
draw.
how many cards are in the deck.
Yeah, three of his 4 cards. So only 1 card remaining. Yeah, looks like we may see another stall play, perhaps. Can bring up, well, you could even go after the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX on the bench. It's already got 60 damage on it. That's something you can consider. Yeah, it's about finding the way to close this out at this point. You still need to get 4 prize cards. You can knock out both a Monkey Dory plus 1 Grimmsnarl. Looks like that's going to be the plan of action. 1 Monkey Dory goes down from the Adrenabrain. You can try to pick off another one, and then you just need to knock out 1 Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX to win the game. Now, it is kind of scary. Your opponent is at 2 prize cards. It's just a boss's orders onto your Gardevoir, and a Shadow Bullet ends the game, and Piper would win. But you have to think at this point, your opponent probably doesn't have what it takes.
Oh, yeah, well, we're seeing the boss's orders now here from Henry being played to bring up that Marnie's Grimmsnarl from the bench that has only a single energy attached, as that was the one to retreat. Has already that 60 damage on the active as well.
Here comes Screamtail once again.
Ooh.
So yeah, trying to trap this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX that only has 1 energy on it in the active spot, and then pick off the Monkey Dory on the bench with the Roaring Scream. Go down to 2 prize cards. And you know your opponent didn't have an energy card on the last turn. Their hand seemed pretty weak. So you can probably safely assume your opponent will not have an energy plus a boss's orders to close out the game.
And then I'll move off
Henry playing this one beautifully so far.
I mean,
onto active.
I expect nothing less here from the Gardevoir champ, as we've seen known all season. This is a legendary storyline here for Henry Chow, as we see the damage being shifted over to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. What do we have, Puka? It is not looking promising here from Piper's expression.
On to the next game we go.
I will go second. That's all we have here from Piper Lapine, as Henry Chow is going to take the first game here between these players. And like you said, Kyle, Henry played this beautifully. I mean, that was gorgeous. There's a lot of intricate plays, lots of damage counters, but the one thing Henry Chow had the whole time was the monkey dominance. I mean, there was so much dominance in those Monkey Dory, and having all of that extra damage to be spreading over to Piper's field is pretty nice, but also Piper just not having that extra support at the end there. Needed so many resources. Well, really only 2 resources. Just wasn't able to get it.
You could see Piper kind of shaking her head there. Maybe felt like she opened herself up to a play there when she didn't have to. Yeah, this is crunch time right here. This was the turning point in the game where Henry was able to counter catch her up the Monkey Dory, and Piper was not able to retreat on that turn. It bought Henry a crucial turn. Even though Piper was able to get the early Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, eventually Henry took control with all the Monkey Dory, able to overcome weakness in this matchup. And yeah, see a dejected look on Piper's face as she knows that's a game she could have won. It just didn't go her way.
Yeah.
Maybe she benched one too many things, and we'll see if the strategy changes at all in the next one.
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. I mean, we pretty much went through the entire deck there for Henry Chow, and there was no Drifloon in sight. So I'm curious to see if now, I mean, that's definitely some knowledge that we have there. So Henry is starting us off, as Piper said, going second this time around. And check this out, the first card played here for Henry Chow. The secret box ace spec, discarding.
Must be nice to be Henry Chow.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You don't even need to search it. You just have it in your starting hand. Couldn't be better than that. The Iono, Ultra Ball, and Ralts going down to the secret box as we get all the cards we want in our hand here for Henry. Let's take a look at these prize cards.
Yeah, nothing too great.
No.
Well, nothing too impactful.
Crazy. Yeah. Nothing too bad here for Henry Chow, as I think this is going to be pretty streamlined once again in this game 2 for Henry's strategy. And I mean, if you're Piper too, let's hope Piper has a pretty solid start here, because it's going to be needed when your opponent just starts off with the secret box. I mean, really, they're getting everything they need out of their deck right now.
Apparently in the first game, I think the technical machine Turbo Energize went to the discard pile, and Piper asked, was that a deck list error? You mean to have that in your deck?
Oh my God. That's hilarious.
So yeah, these players, I mean, they played at a lot of the same tournaments. I'm sure they've played against each other before. They're very familiar with each other. But, I mean, this is competition, right? It's me versus you. One of us has got to win.
Right.
You got to battle your heart out at this stage. You know, one more loss, you're out of this tournament. But one more win, you make it to the next stage and maybe fulfill your dream of being the champion at this event. So the pressure is on, and there is that Turbo Energize once again.
It's back out. I mean, check it out. We've only seen this in maybe a handful of other decks. It's not very common that we see it.
It won Worlds last
year. Whoa, my bad. Yeah, but that usually we're used to the TM Evo or Devo, but that one lets you search out energy cards, and you can just get going with your Monkey Dory ASAP as soon as you want to. So that's pretty cool to have that Turbo Energize. I'm sure it's helped Henry throughout this tournament so far. But for the starting board here for Henry, we got 2 Ralts here. The Monkey Dory is down, 1 Psychic Energy on the active, and we're over to Piper. And for Piper, we're gonna see some Pokemon. You'll love to see it. The Buddy Buddy Poffin feeding all of the Pokemon coming out onto the field right now in those Impidimp.
You see the pace of play picking up as well. Piper normally a pretty fast player, but even for her standards, going at light speed. Time is of the essence at this stage. Neither of these players wants to tie this round. A tie eliminates both of you from contention. You need to get to 32 match points. Right now they're at 30. So you want to make sure this match finishes. You got to go fast. For Piper, that means winning 2 games over the course of the next 23 minutes or so. So it is time to pick up the pace for sure.
And that's pretty hard to do. We've known Gardevoir going pretty slow. I mean, it's a deck that has a lot of actions that you take, especially when there's Monkey Dory on both sides. You have to decide where those Adrenabrain abilities are going to go, where the damage is placed. I mean, we're already at below 25 minutes between these players, and we've only gone through 1 game here. So Henry Chow going to apply this Bravery Charm onto the Monkey Dory before a Professor's Research. It's going to take us into a new hand. Piper, on the other hand, was able to get the Shaman out a lot earlier than we saw in our last game this time around. You think that's going to turn the tides a little more here in Piper's favor, Puka?
Yeah, it'll make things a little bit more awkward early on in the game for Henry. If you recall, his first attack in the last game for a knockout was with the Screamtail, taking out a benched Pokemon. So yeah, not having access to that early on could impact how this plays out. I think Henry's still feeling okay. Does use the Turbo Energize to get a Darkness Energy onto Monkey Dory and get a Psychic Energy onto the Curlia.
Yeah, I mean, we already had the Dark on the other Monkey too. So there's a lot of energy out there on the field now for Henry. And a Bravery Charm on the Monkey. It's beefed up. It's 160 HP now.
Piper's got another turn 2. Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. We're going to punk up and try to put the pressure on, get some knockouts here, say, hey, let's get this game moving.
Yeah, absolutely. Piper is playing quick here, and I love to see it. The rare candy here for Piper. I mean, Marnie's Grimmsnarl is out. The Morgrim is on the field. We've got a pretty strong board here. And another Dark going on to this Monkey on the bench as well. It's pretty nice. Not 1 Night Stretcher into the discard pile after that Professor's Research. we're going to get this TM Evo out on the field, but it's not going to stay there. It's going to be discarded here after this turn.
So yeah, Piper actually deciding to set up the Marnie's Morgrim, not the Grimmsnarl. Just going to go for the Corkscrew Punch, which will get the knockout and will not put damage onto Henry's side of the field. Shadow Bullet makes you put 30 damage onto your opponent's bench Pokemon. So instead, just going in with the Morgrim, getting the knockout and not giving Henry any ammo to fire back with those damage counters with the Adrenabrain.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it still nets you that prize card that you're looking for. Your single prize card or single prize Pokemon up in the active position now. Henry promotes that Kirlia into the active. All these stage ones are getting into the fight. We saw the Kirlia attack. Now we're seeing the Morgrim attack here as well. Henry looks to be debating this hand here. So far, there's multiple rare candy in it. Lots of supporters, but it's just the research here to throw it all away.
That is a tough one to throw away. One of the vulnerabilities now of Henry's board is there's only one Kirlia. There's not a Ralts currently, but now even if he puts a Ralts down, if the Gardevoir EX gets knocked out, it'll be 2 turns before he can get another one. So this, yeah, no access to rare candy. This could come up as the game progresses. Right now, I think Henry's still trying to figure out what kind of attack he should go for. The Marnie's Morgrim has kind of an awkward 100 HP. So 1 Adrenabrain plus a Mind Bend from Monkey Dory isn't enough. You need to use both Adrenabrains to knock out the Morgrim. You could, go for a Scream Tail. That could knock out the Marnie's Morgrim. But again, you have the Shaman out there preventing the bench damage.
Right.
So it's a little bit awkward to figure out which Pokemon you should attack with here. He does have access to Counter Catcher, I suppose. But yeah, it's going to be... It's limiting his options right now.
Right, and that was a lot of resources that were thrown away for sure for Henry Chow. So that's a lot that is gone. A little bit netted back to the hand from this flip the script here for Henry, but it is definitely awkward. You've seen Piper has put a lot more pressure. It's been much smoother in this game too against Henry. Night Stretcher is going to come out here for Henry to get that Ralts down. We have also the Artisan that's going to net us the Scream Tail onto the field once again.
Yeah, and looking at Piper's hand, she's already eyeing up a boss's orders for next turn. She's already planning out what her next turn is going to be and what she needs to do to set herself up for a victory eventually. Henry going to prevent this as much as he can. We do see the Gardevoir EX is in play now. He'll be able to Psychic Embrace. It's like that might have been an attachment from the hand, though. Not wanting to put any extra damage right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that could have been it here. The Psychic Embrace, or not the Psychic, well, now we're doing the Psychic Embrace to put these energy onto the Scream Tail. But yeah, that may have been attached from hand. There was no damage there put onto the Gardevoir EX here as we take 40 damage onto that Scream Tail, 2 damage for each Psychic Energy onto the Scream Tail.
Yeah, and he's trying not to put too much damage onto the Scream Tail so that it doesn't get knocked out by the bench damage from the Shadow Bullet. So it's a weird dance trying to play around this. And what the? 3 Psychic Energy go on to the Monkey Dory with the Psychic Embrace.
To fling it off.
Just loading it up to get some damage on there.
Yeah, that's the thing about Gardevoir. You can make your own damage, even with Piper playing around that, leading with the Morgrim. Henry's just throwing his own Psychic onto this monkey. What do you think about that, Buka?
So I think he's trying to prepare for a boss's orders. Knowing if Piper boss's orders brings up the Gardevoir EX, Henry does not have a way to get another Gardevoir in a single turn after that. So he needs to prepare his next turn in advance. So he's trying to load up damage onto his Pokemon, load up some energy to prepare for the next turn. He's doing what he can to play around what his opponent might do.
My gosh, the mastermind behind Henry Chow. It's just absolutely incredible to watch here as we see another prize card go down here, but it's on Henry's side now that Morgrim's out for the count, and Piper has this Marnie's Grimmsnarl set up in the active. We saw last game, Piper had consistently set up these Impidimp into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but this time around,
Huge boss's
this
orders.
boss is going to take out this Gardevoir EX, take it off of the bench into the active, and we've been talking about here for Henry, it might be pretty difficult to get another one of these Gardevoir EX set back up again, and that's 2 prize cards as well for Piper Lapine.
Yeah, Piper's going to be in a really awkward position here now. If Henry goes for the Mind Bend, she doesn't have a backup Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX in play. We may start to see some confusion flips come into play in this matchup. Piper currently ahead on prize cards, but it's looking a little dicey in terms of position for the rest of the game.
Right.
Henry does need to start to work up towards another Gardevoir EX. Seems like that's going to be important for him to close out the game eventually. But he's put himself in a spot where he's got a bunch of damage on board. He can move it with Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain. He can do an annoying attack with the Mind Bend. There is a Scream Tail powered up. It's got enough damage on it to do some relevant damage. I don't know, this is a really tricky one for both sides. There's still a lot of maneuvering left.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like we were talking about last time, Piper had the double Marnie's Grimmsnarl to be able to pivot out of it, have options, a lot of hit points out on the field. Think about it now, an Impy Dimp coming down this late in the game. I mean, it's just a 70 HP Pokemon, that Impy Dimp. And if it's taken out by Henry, that's another Pokemon down and a lot of resources not able to be utilized, or maybe not even an attacker. So it's like you said, it's just the 320 HP up here in the active position with that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And Henry's just chugging away here with the Iono that has limited Piper's hand now to 3 cards. Henry, of course, having 5.
Okay, where does the damage from the Adrenabrain go? Feels like you need to get your Scream Tail out of range from Shadow Bullet once again. Actually going to move all 6. And there is the Mind Bend. Ooh. Does Piper have a way out of this? I don't think there's a switch or any easy way to get in and out of the active spot. No way to recover from the special conditions either. I think we're going to see a big coin flip coming up. And hey, that's what NAIC is all about. We've seen some big Mind Bend flips in the last year. Here it is again.
Here it is again. Yeah, you definitely, this is what we saw last time. It was Arvin for the Switch in our previous game between the same matchup. But yeah, this time it's Arvin. We're going to get this Super Rod and one of those tools thinned out of the deck. We're going to shuffle some energy back into the deck here for Piper. But no switching around is not what we're going to be seeing here. Spike Muth is going to come out into the field, changing us out of this Artisan now to get this Morgrem out. It's not going to be able to be played as that Impy Dimp just came down here for Piper, but it is going to go to the hand as some extra backup here.
Yeah, now the awkward thing is the Shaman does have some damage on it, and it could go down. Oh, but wait, the second Adrenabrain now 6 damage counters. This is a huge flip. It's heads. Piper takes out the Monkey Dory and the Curlia in a single attack, and the Henry Chow is in trouble.
Oh my gosh, 1 prize card left to take here. Thanks to that heads, the Grimmsnarl is still confused, but it happened to attack through that confusion there as Henry Chow promotes this Scream Tail into the active. Only has 10 damage on it at the moment.
And if you're Henry now, you have to consider, should I just concede? Is there an easy way out for me? Should I just give myself enough time to win a third game?
We're almost at 10 minutes here between these players.
What is the way back? It's going to have to be a lot of confusion flips, I imagine. There's no Gardevoir in sight. There's no good attacker for Henry. Just the Mind Bend is going to be the best thing you can do. Piper also has 2 Monkey Dories set up now, and Henry only has the 1. Right. She's going to win on that exchange. It feels like that 1 coin flip was the decider in this second game. But Henry Chow has come back from some weird situations before. Can he do it again?
Yeah, never count him out. That is
the
not what we
switch.
want to do. Whoa, what? The spice here. We saw the Artisan come down, the energy switch to get that Psychic off the roaring, or the Scream Tail onto the Monkey Dory here. That's going to be able to allow it to Mind Bend. once again. And of course, this Ralts is back now after that Night Stretcher here. But look how thin Henry's deck is. We've seen so many resources go down in this matchup so far here for Henry, drawing up to 3 now thanks to that restart on the Mew EX. We've already used Flip the Script for the turn. We are back once again into this tiny hand here for Henry Chow. This is.
We have 1 card left in his deck.
Yeah, I think so. That looks like 1 after this Iono drawing 5 out of the deck. That's it.
All right. Now Piper just down to the 1 card. One of them is the Spikemuth. Jim is able to find another Marnie's Morgrem and set up an attack maybe in the next couple turns. Now it's a question of, do you even go for the coin flip this turn? You can just move some damage back and say, next turn, I'm going to get another Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. I'm going to win the game. Can you stop me? But no, here it is.
Here it is, and it's a head
Piper
anyway.
Lapine takes the second game, and we're going on to a game 3.
A game 3 between Piper Lapine and Henry Chow after some brisk plays here from both of our players. Piper was able to win, tie us up into a game 3. It does not get more exciting than this. And with some of the most high-skilled, intricate plays I have seen all weekend from both of these players in this super tricky matchup. What do you think went wrong there for Henry?
Well, Piper flipped heads. He would have preferred if she flipped tails.
Besides the heads and tails, I feel like it was just so much more awkward for some reason. And it was kind of shocking because Henry started off, remember, with the secret box leading into this game 2 here between our players. But as you see, Piper was able to already take a prize card with that Morgrem this time around, trying to limit as much damage as possible for Henry's side. And then look at this, the boss's orders taking out that Gardevoir EX that limited Henry's ability. He just had to have so many more answers there. Oh my gosh, they're going.
Yeah.
Let's hop out of this replay and maybe into our match here because these players are flying.
Yeah, Piper's already starting off her first turn. These players are not wasting any time. We are into game 3. A Buddy Poffin kicking things off, starting off with the Marnie's Impidimp again. Oof.
That was a quick setup.
Yeah, I mean, these players know what's at stake. There's not a lot of time left. They want to get through this game. They know the winner moves on to the top cut. The loser is out, and a tie helps neither player.
Exactly.
So they just want to get this going. We need to decide a winner here to see who is going to make it into the top cut here at NAIC. The pressure is on.
Yeah, this is all going to come down to how both these players are able to set up, but they're going to be playing quickly here. So we need to play smoothly, but try not to make mistakes here, but also go fast because, I mean, you could see the hands are shaking here. It's all coming down to this. We have 3 Impidimps set up for Piper Lapine, starting one in the active, and Buddy Poffin was the only card played on that first turn, as Henry is going to be able to play this Arven to get into the deck straight away. Going second has the availability of that supporter to be used. Prize cards has a Night Stretcher, a Counter Catcher, some later game resources, as well as that Super Rod. That is the only Super Rod as well for Henry, and that Gardevoir EX sitting at the top of the prize cards as well. One of the 2.
Yeah. Henry is going to Arben for the secret box and the technical machine evolution, trying to get off to as strong of a start as possible. Discards 3 cards and can search for 1 of each kind of trainer card, Pokemon tool, a supporter, an item, and a stadium. And will have a pretty flawless first turn. Can get the technical machine. Well, I guess he can choose if he wants the evolution or the turbo energized. Looks like evolution is going to be the choice. Can get a Ralts down onto the board. You can use the technical machine evolution and go from there. Yeah, you gotta go fast at this point. There's no time for a drawn out game.
Yeah, you can't have that. That is for sure. The Earthen Vessel here is going to discard that Curlia. So we're going back into the deck here. I think they're just clarifying what's out. That Artisan is in play now here as well for Henry. Searched off that secret box. Ultra Ball easily going to discard the Psychic Energy that we need in the discard pile to power up our moves later on in this game. And there we are, the Ralts coming out here. We see the TM evolution being utilized as the energy was attached to the Scream Tail to be able to use that TM. It is going to discard now out of the way, but we only have that single Curlia as the other one had to be discarded for that Earthen Vessel to get the energy to discard to the Ultra Ball as well. Piper on the other side now leading us off. We have a Monkey Dory in play. Oh, Secret Box! Arvin for the Secret Box and the TM Evo. Similar strategies here from both our players, but
that's just going to go right to the discard pile. We are going Turbo once again. Rare Candy, Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Time to punk up and try to punch your ticket into the top cut here at NAIC. Piper sees an opportunity here, getting a quick Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Try to attack, put pressure on your opponent, and take some prize cards.
I like punking up, that's for sure. As we see the Spike Muth Gym here, the Professor's Research out for Piper, the Ultra Ball, and that TM Evo. So a ton of cards are being thinned out as well. You saw all of these lines here. The Arvin into the Secret Box, into the discard. More discard now to that Ultra Ball. We're going to get this Morgrim out into the active position. We have the Spike Muth to get us this Grimmsnarl. Rare Candy was already in the hand here into this Grimmsnarl EX. And that's going to be able to charge up both of these Marnie Pokemon.
And even one for the Impidimp.
Yes, exactly. As long as it's a Marnie's Pokemon, we're good here. Now, is one going to come down the Monkey? That'd be wild.
I don't know if there was one in hand, but there is a rescue board to put on the Monkey Dory that could be helpful here. Prevent it from getting, counter catcher. Oh no, there is the Darkness Energy. What a perfect second turn for Piper Lapine, taking advantage of the situation here. And Henry plays a Professor's Research. He needs to draw something good here.
Yeah, you love to see it. Of course, that's...
Oh, no!
Oh, you don't love to see it, maybe?
He's got no way to get Gardevoir EX on this turn. Just an Earthen Vessel, a couple of supporter cards, a Monkey Dory. There's no way to get Gardevoir.
Oh, my gosh.
A big miss for Henry on his second turn. Unable to match the pace of Piper in this game. Just gonna have to settle for attaching to a Monkey Dory most likely.
Oof, that is tough. Yeah, we just saw the Earthen Vessel getting another Psychic into the discard. Monkey Dory charged up at least, but that's all that we get here from Henry Chow. And we're back over to Piper. It's exactly what you said, Puka. The pace is fast here. The Grimmsnarl has the edge as far as speed goes, and that incredible hand that Piper had before. Now we have so many resources that Piper is able to utilize. The Spike Muth Gym is still in play. That's already been activated here immediately for Piper. We have a Pokegear 3.0 to get a supporter out off the top 7 cards as well.
Yep, looks like the choice will be the Arvin. Already has Professor's Research in hand, but may not. Yeah, okay. Decides not to take a supporter card off that, deciding I'm just going to have to use Professor's Research this turn. No sense in taking a supporter card out of my deck. And here we go. Just an excellent start from Piper in this crucial third game in the final Swiss round. She will be able to corkscrew punch once again with weakness, even with the Bravery Charm. That is a knockout, and now Henry needs to get Gardevoir out. Where is Gardevoir EX for Henry?
Yeah, all of these Psychic Pokemon weak to the dark. Even this Morgrim is swinging and able to take these knockouts. 2 prize cards down now for Piper. There's only under 2 minutes left on the clock between these players.
Huge
as we
6
go
cards.
Into this Iono. 6 cards here for Henry. We got it.
There is Gardevoir EX. Henry can stay in this game. Whew. But now what? Is it Scream Tail time? Try to pick off one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. The Shaman is in the prize cards for Piper, so no protection on those benched Pokemon.
Yeah,
gotta think an attack here is coming, and the Lily's Clefairy EX is coming out.
Coming into play here, that Full Moon Rondo, 20 base damage and 20 additional for each benched Pokemon between both of these players. I mean, it's an attacker here.
Yeah, he can move 3 damage counters.
Yeah, in addition with the Adrena Brain is going to take the knockout there on this Morgrim in the active position as this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX.
Only got 190 HP, so with the 10 on it.
It's a baby.
The Shadow Bullet can just knock out the Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah.
At the very least, Piper has a 2 prize card turn lined up.
It does the exact damage here, 180 onto that Lily's Clefairy, taking it out no matter what here. These players are playing so quick. Spike Muth back again. This has got to be like the last copy. I swear they've been flying here and there from Piper. And now we're going to see it be utilized here to get another Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. This is so many hit points that Henry's going to have to work through. 320 HP on both of these as we take another 2 prize knockout here into Henry Chow's Gardevoir EX in the active position. Pheasantipity is going to help out, draw 3 additional cards. We have another Monkey down with the Dark Energy attached for 2 Adrenaline Brains to be activated this turn for Henry. We're flying.
Is it just time for Mind Bend and cross your fingers? I mean, what else can you do here? The Marnie's Grimmsnarl is fully powered up. It has no damage on it currently. You can Adrenabrain a little bit. Is it going to help at this stage? And time has been called at this point. We have entered the 3 extra turn portion. So Henry should be turn 0. And then essentially both players will get 2 turns to close this out. Piper is right there. You can feel it. She's just 1 knockout on the Gardevoir EX away from getting to the top cut here at NAIC in New Orleans, making up for 3 years ago where she had a similar opportunity and fell short.
I'm my supporter, right?
Yeah, this is tough to see. It's all coming down to this. Of course, time has been called between these players, so slowing down the pace a little bit here as this Screamtail is going to take all these damage counters from that Psychic Embrace off the Gardevoir EX. We're going to see the knockout here.
That's it. Boss's orders. Piper wins and moves on to the top cut here in New Orleans. What a quick, decisive victory in the final game. She's able to pull it off in style. And we're going to see Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX moving on to top cut here. Congratulations to Piper. What an amazing way to close out our Swiss rounds.
That was incredible. We have our conclusion. We have our answer. Piper Lepine has brought the speed of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Blessed by the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Flashing that jumbo card up there. Piper had it all here. The speed has beat the familiar Gardevoir deck that she's used to playing. She put it down for NAIC, and now she's taking it out and into our top cut. That is so awesome to see here for Piper Lepine. Let's take a quick look at the journey. It was a long one, but there was a lot of incredible plays from both of our players here, starting off in our game 1. Look how much is on both of these boards already.
Yeah. And as we go through this, I mean, you have to say, what an incredible season for Henry Chow. 3 regional championship victories, a 2nd place at another one. Getting all the way to this final Swiss round, falling a little bit short. Has to feel a little bit disappointed like he fell short, but I mean, what an excellent season for an incredible player.
I mean, you
and
see why he got
all of the entertainment he's provided us throughout the season. Just incredible matches throughout. Definitely made a name for himself as a top competitor this season. Still has the World Championships coming up, of course, but just got to hand it to Henry. But this was Piper's match. This right here, the heads on the confused flip. This changed Piper's course in this entire tournament. Tails there, we might be talking about Henry Chow moving on to another top cut at NAIC, but that was the difference maker. Piper was able to take that game and get off to a roaring start in the 3rd one. The Marnie's Morgrim with the corkscrew punch, and then the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX cleaning things up. What a match.
That was incredible. I mean, you could see exactly why Henry is a 3-time regional champion just
Throws
this
down the
season.
boss's order.
I know, I didn't even see it. It just threw down there, and I was like, what's going on? Boss's orders straight out there for Piper Lepine, and the win is there as well. Marnie's Grimmsnarl taking down Gardevoir, and I would say the best Gardevoir player that we have out in our field there in Henry Chow. So the feat that Piper Lepine was able to get there, I mean, that was incredible there. And always the excitement of those mind bend rolls there. It's just It couldn't get better than that, Puka. I think that was a fantastic match between those players, but Henry Chow has proven himself all season. He's proven himself there in that gameplay, as we saw. I mean, he did everything he possibly could in those games. He was playing absolutely beautifully that whole time.
Yeah, big props to Piper for keeping her composure in what has to be one of the most stressful moments of your playing career. Right, time is running low. The pressure is on. It's win or go home.
Right.
And she was able at breakneck pace was able to compose the ways to set up winning plays. I think she played pretty flawlessly in that final game, which is extremely impressive given how much pressure there is in that moment.
Against Henry Chow.
Yeah, how fast you have to be going. She set everything up. Obviously, the cards went her way. She was able to set up beautifully, but she was able to figure it out and didn't leave any room for Henry to come back in that game. That's just the hallmark of a professional player.
Absolutely. I want to hear from Piper Lapine. She showed us an incredible game. I want to hear how she's feeling now. Skarzig, let's welcome her to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the big stage here at NAIC. I'm here with Piper Lapine, who just locked in her spot for top cut. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I was a little scared about my deck going into the event. Everyone just wanted to test against Grimmsnarl, so I got a bunch of games, and I just kind of ended up playing it. So yeah, it's working pretty well.
Grimmsnarl player by proxy. Were you originally even considering the deck, or was it just because it was the thing you tested the most with and played the most that you wanted to bring it?
I've always really enjoyed spread decks, which you can kind of see by me playing Regidrago and like Guardy with heavy monkeys and stuff. So it's kind of always been a deck that's in the back of my mind. I really didn't enjoy playing on like TCG Live and stuff, but then I started playing it this week in person, and it felt really good. So ended up on it, yeah.
Were you worried at all that the presence of Grimmsnarl would maybe take away that good matchup in Gardevoir, that it wouldn't be a big enough percentage of the metagame? Because that was kind of my concern going into this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I tested the Guardy matchup because I played a lot of Guardy, and it's honestly not too bad for Guardy. I figured a lot of top players would end up playing it like Henry, so I wasn't too worried about that matchup like being too small. I hit 2 of them this event, so pretty good. Beat them both, yeah.
All right, very solid. And of course, taking down Henry Chow, monumental. Yeah. If you're playing a deck that beats Gardevoir, you have to be able to beat the best Gardevoir players. Are there any other matchups that maybe you're not so sure about based on your experiences throughout the weekend so far?
I'm a bit scared of Bodhi's Dragapult deck because he destroyed me yesterday in round 9.
Dragapult, still a boogeyman for this metagame, certainly. And speaking of Bodhi, do you want to give any special shout-outs to your friends and family that help you practice and are just here to support you?
Yeah, shout out Bodhi for also making cut, and everyone who's out there supporting me. Yeah, it's been awesome. Shout out to Roz for helping me with the list, and Ben for giving me the staff Ross lasses.
Very sick. I'm glad. I always love to hear how the players have so many people supporting them and in their corner. And gosh, is there any more questions? One more question. You've got a lot of fans in the audience. My wife is actually a huge fan of yours, so do you have any special shout outs or messages for people who might be looking up to you as a player?
Just keep playing. The game's really fun. Yeah.
Yeah, game fun, and there's still more game to be had as we get back to our top cut. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk, but before we go, one more big round of applause for Piper Lapine. And back to you, folks.
Hey, game is pretty fun when you're hitting heads on those dice rolls. Tell you what, the game is definitely fun. Always a pleasure to hear from Piper. I'm sure sighing a big breath of relief now, taking the win in that. I mean, that was a 3-game set. That was crazy there, Kyle.
Yeah, but that's just the beginning for her,
Right.
Now the next phase of the tournament really begins, making it into the top cut. Now things start to get real. You're only a couple wins away from potentially being the champion of the biggest event of the season. It's an excellent accomplishment to make it this far, but the job's not done yet. There's a lot of work to be done. It can be difficult after such a thrilling win in that situation to calm yourself down and get yourself back into playing shape. That's going to be key for Piper and all these other players who have experienced, a lot of adrenaline flowing as they won their last matches. It's about staying focused as you get to this next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, keeping that mental energy is going to be so important. because now we're really going to get into who's going to come out on top. And then as we prepare for our championship Sunday, it only gets more epic from here, and it's going to be awesome. Of course, we're going to continue up the action with you all. We do have a pre-show before we get into our top cut, which is going to be pretty awesome to see. But, you know,
hopefully no more tier lists.
Yeah, no more tier lists. Don't bring us through that again. But speaking of shows, Puka, do you enjoy trivia at all? Are you a trivia guy?
I partake in some trivia sometimes, yeah.
I hosted a Pokemon trivia.
Oh, really?
Recently. Yeah, at my local shop for Pokemon Day.
Okay.
It was pretty fun,
Nice.
pretty fun. Do you know which Pokemon has the most variations in the Pokemon universe?
It was Spinda.
Yeah, that was easy. I should have known who I was asking here. Well,
It would look real bad if I got that wrong.
Honestly. Oh my gosh. Well, if you like trivia, we have just the thing for you. Coming out June 27th. Take a look at what we have in store for y'all.
Ah, yes, there you all are, just as I left you and definitely not posed. Hello, NAIC. I hope you've been having an incredible weekend so far. I'm Brian David Gilbert, longtime Pokemon fan, Pokerap enthusiast, and believe it or not, the host of the very first official Pokemon game show. Today, I'm so excited to share with you all some details about the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, like how the game is played, and also how you can get involved in the chaos from home. The team has been working so hard behind the scenes to make something unique and fun, and we really hope you come check it out. All right, roll the clip. The Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is a multiple choice trivia quiz with a twist. Each question has a Pokemon attached to it. To win the game, you need to have all 4 of these victory Pokemon in your collection at the same time. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and of course, Pikachu. The Pokemon you collect in the quiz each have a one-time effect, which can be broken into 4 categories. There are supportive Pokemon, which have positive effects that help you shape the game, and there are disruptive Pokemon, which bring a bunch of negative effects that aggravate your opponents. Both groups only require a single copy of a certain Pokemon in your collection to use its effect. Then we have Victory Pokemon, the main win condition of the game, with effects so powerful that they require 2 of the same Pokemon in your collection to use them. And finally, Magikarp, which does nothing, actually? That can't be right. Maybe we should try collecting as many as we can to see what happens. Once an effect has been activated, it can't be used again, but the Pokemon remains in your collection until you reach a maximum of 6. From there, you can choose to swap new Pokemon in to get access to more one-time effects. Each question will have one of these Pokemon attached to it, and players will have to quickly buzz in to answer and catch that Pokemon. If the first buzz gets it wrong, the other 2 can buzz again. If no one gets the question right, we move on, and the Pokemon returns to the tall grass. And the fun isn't just in the studio. You can play along at home live on Twitch. Answer our questions and get ready to make your mark. You'll have chances to vote on key moments and even help us with some sneaky secrets that could completely shake up the game. Got all that? No? Well, the best way to learn is to do. So join us live on Twitch on the 27th of June and find out more.
Well, that looks like a ton of fun. It's always nice. You know, we do so much related to Pokemon, but give me more. I'm okay with that. You know, wake up, play some Pocket, play some Pokemon trading card game live. We're casting Pokemon here. We're catching Pokemon in Pokemon Go. Right, exactly.
Pokemon Sleep.
Yeah, wake up and feed berries to my guys. Yeah, that is so awesome. Pokemon has just spread out all over the place. We have so many of them in our real lives now, but we still are doing some fun things like that trivia show. So make sure to tune into that, play along. It's going to be an awesome time.
Yeah, let's not even mention all the plushies that inhabit our everyday lives.
Oh, I got lots of those.
I know. Yeah, so that'll be a fun game. Make sure to check that out when it goes live. I'm excited to see what's going to happen with that. Looking forward to it for sure. We do have kind of, you know, a lull between that last Swiss round, and we get the top cut matches all sorted out, figure out who's going to play who, and all of that. So there will be a little bit before the next match actually begins, but wow, we have so much to talk about. as we've determined our players who are going to make it into the top cut.
Yeah.
We don't have a final list for you quite yet. We will have a top cut pre-show segment that will run down
through all
of that stuff. We can confirm that Tord Reklev has made it back into the top cut at NAIC. I know he's got a lot of fans out there. He'll be looking to run it back. He's won the event. He got second at the event. It's been a little bit since he's had a really strong finish at NAIC, but this could be it. When Tord Reklev makes it into a top cut at an international championship, he tends to do some damage and makes it pretty far. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Force to be reckoned with. It is an absolutely stacked list that we have so far that we're going to get into. Also, we'll have all the decks and such for you. It looks like a pretty decent variety of decks from what we've seen. I mean, it depends on what you consider variety.
Yeah, I saw a lot of Dragon Ball decks.
Yeah,
and a lot of Gardevoir decks. But yeah, yeah, there are some unique ones in there. It looks like we do have some folks standing by to have a quick chat with us. So let's talk. How's everybody doing over there?
Hey, Boo. Hey, Kyle. What's up? Can you hear us? Am I coming through?
You. Yeah.
Yes. This is a fantastic moment to just welcome in everybody, right? I'm here with Chip and the other Kyle. I had to be the other Adam for a little bit.
Kyle. Whoa, you said that, not him.
I am shorter, okay? I'll take that regard.
I mean, you're looking good. You're looking trim over there.
What's
nice
on your
healthy.
socks? What's on your socks today, Kyle?
Flamingo, but not official.
Oh, don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Flamingo.
It's a flamingo.
You are the other
Yeah, it's just
Kyle.
flamingo.
Yeah, my goodness. But it's been a great tournament so far. I'm just floored by the size of the tournament, but also the fact that we were able to come together, see so many folks enjoying Pokemon, fans out in the crowd, just running around talking to everybody, getting interviews, doing tier lists has just been a blast. And I really appreciate all of y'all helping me with that. I'll get Chip and Kyle next time.
Yeah, we still have to fill out our partner Pokemon tier list at some point along the way. I've got some thoughts on the placement of where everyone else is.
Oh, trust me, you and everybody else, buddy.
Yeah, but it has been a great weekend. It's hard to remember. You know, we talk so much about, this is the largest Pokemon tournament of all time. But, I mean, the scale of these things just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I mean, 1,000 Masters more than what we had at this tournament just last season.
Wow.
Who knows what we're going to have in the future.
Yeah, this event only used to be like 1,000 people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Good times.
I heard someone say that the staff at this event is greater than what the first U.S. National Championships player base was.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild to see.
And when the events of this scale, certainly they get bigger and bigger and bigger. We're constantly adapting and learning and trying to make it a smooth experience for all of the players and also all of the guests and, all the juniors and seniors, right, that are here maybe playing their first big tournament or just want to come here and celebrate Pokemon. So let me just, take the moment to give a shout out to our judges and our staff for helping things run smoothly, and to all of our Poke parents that are also making sure that these little children are in the right place at the right time, because it helps things run smoothly. And they are certainly amongst the unsung heroes of the Pokemon scene.
Yeah, I'm curious, Chip and Kyle, have you been out on the floor at all? Have you seen any matches out there?
I was sweating along with a couple of our closeout ones to make it into our asymmetric top cut here. Oh man, it was a good one between Kaiwan Kababe and Tord Reklev. You mentioned we had our winner, but it was like a 45-minute game one with Maractus and Monkidori back and forth, passing the damage counters around. Tord just waiting for the perfect time to drop in his Professor Turos and then set up for the perfect turn with a jamming tower counter catcher and taking the game away. It was Kaiwan just one turn away for like 3 straight turns. It was really cool to watch.
I mean, Tord Reklev is a master, I think, of waiting for that opportunity, playing his games very patiently, which is something that maybe gets lost in a lot of evaluation of matchups, right? Yep. Sometimes you run into, as you said, Kyle, these very oddball situations or these edge cases that you haven't accounted for, and your ability as a player to adapt to those. It can be the difference between top cut or not.
Yeah, and there's two sides to the coin, of these different matches happening. We only get to feature one, unfortunately, but there's tons of great games happening. Kyle highlighted that game between Tord and Kaiwan. On the other side, though, there was Nathan Gidsberg versus Lee Bui. And Lee Bui's had some great tournament runs, player from the Pacific Northwest, well known and respected amongst that community. He was playing Golden Go this weekend. Anyone remember what Ryan Ginsburg was playing?
Flareon!
Yeah. And that game was over in about 15 minutes.
Mercy, mercy.
Tough
Well,
one.
it seems like both of you have seen the matches. You maybe have a stronger bead on what our top cut is going to be looking like, our ASIM. So I'm going to say goodbye to Boo and Puka. Thank you so much for bringing us over to the lounge. And let's get this Top Cut preview show underway, folks. We are still trying to get the official word, the official numbers, but again, 32 points to make that top cut. And it looks like a lot of players hit that threshold for the asymmetrical. Do we have the total player number yet?
Yeah, it should be 15 players going into this last round. It looked like the potential could be 16. There's always the chance for natural ties to happen. So it was going to be somewhere between 8 and 16 players based on how many ties ended up happening. And a lot of players, we talk about gentlemen's agreements from time to time. If you get to this situation and your goal is to win the event, you want to go as deep as possible, but there's still so much on the line.
Yeah.
Taking a tie in the last round, while it might eliminate you from top cut, the difference between tying and losing could be the difference between thousands of dollars of prize money.
Yeah, and the players have also had to bolster their sportsmanship, right, and their discipline to be a part of these very high-pressure situations. And I think that we've managed to grow and mature as a player base and an audience, and they take care of it when they need to, but the tournament runs smoothly regardless, and we've got a lot of players ready for their shot at their rightful portion of that prize money. First up, we actually do have a profile for Ray Chen. This player made a splash, got on my radar certainly in Portland with the Toadscroll EX, and is running it back here. Toadscroll EX, maybe not a one-off deck for this metagame.
It has everything. It's got the grass weakness that applies to so many different matchups. It has a turn 1 attacker going second in that Teal Mask Ogrepon when you use that energy switch, or even move in the Iron Leaves for some early aggression. And of course, you have that Toadscroll EX. You can do tons of damage building up with that Colony Rush. Energies all over the place. And we can't forget that the baby Toadscroll does a little work too, and solidified a few matchups.
Yeah, very strong against decks like the Golden Go out there that really rely on putting cards from their discard pile directly back into their hand. And then tons of the Dragapult decks as well. I mean, you already are pretty strong against them with the ability of Toadscroll EX, but insult to injury, really, since so many of them are so reliant on Night Stretcher to get back their Pokemon. Yeah, Ray's an extremely cool story because she played this deck to Portland, dominated the event, did lose in Top Cut, right? It's going to happen, but had a really great run. And it didn't really feel like very many people picked up this Toadscroll deck. Nobody truly believed in it. And Ray showed, hey, this deck is still super strong. Puka was pointing out that it doesn't look like there's any cards in Ray's deck list from the last 2 sets that have come out recently. It's all cards that have been around for a while. We could have been playing Toadscroll all this time, and Ray's maybe proving to us that that should have been the move.
Yeah, I think that especially with, I believe it's Protective Mycelium that keeps you from getting the cards back from the discard pile. Everybody just zeroed in on it as just the Golden Go counter. Aha, you can't use your superior energy retrieval, buddy. I love when Boo does that. But and with Golden Go leaving the metagame, people kind of maybe lost sight of that ability having such a heavy effect on so many other decks in this metagame. One of the strongest cards that we kind of don't really talk about, right, is Night Stretcher, getting back the Dusk Noir line pieces, or getting back your Badoo or your Monkey Dory to keep your engine up and running, taking that away from your opponent, the same way that a lot of decks rose to prominence to stop Pheasantipity from drawing cards, just keeping your opponent from getting these important Pokemon back from the discard pile or energies can get you so much mileage, and Ray Chen certainly proving it here.
Yeah, just taking advantage of the deck lists on the other side of the table. These players are focused more on Professor's research and all these discarding options, and they have to play aggressively to stay in contention because their opponent's taking prize cards as early as the first turn with the Teal Mask Ogrepon. The pressure's on you. You can't slow down. You have to discard these resources.
Yeah.
And then as soon as the little Toadscroll comes out, you can't see these cards ever again. There's a chance that you don't ever see another Grimmsnarl or another Dragapult in the mix, and you just run out of resources.
And players, when they're under that pressure, you discard that Dragapult, and then suddenly the last one is prize. That's exactly what happened to Henry Chow, right? Yep. He loves to ditch the Gardevoir EX early and then get it back with Night Stretcher. If you don't find Night Stretcher or don't have access to it, really seals your game plan. Another player that I do want to shout out, though, gentlemen, is Isaiah Bradner. We've got a profile here, folks. This is a player that really needs no introduction. He's constantly in the hunt for these big wins. Great day 2 conversions, great top cut finishes, but he needs a big win. He's always been hunting for it, and it just never seems like the stars are aligning for him.
I mean, he found it this year, finally, in his Stockholm Regional Championship. And I mean, I think I've given him more crap for it than anyone else throughout the years, but it's just because I really love the kid. He's so genuine, and he loves this game, and he wants to be the best that everyone wants to accomplish. He works with such great players to get to this point, and he really puts in all the work. He's trying every time to find the perfect 60 for whatever tournament he's playing in. And he thinks he's found it right here. He's on an absolute tear. I believe he's won 7 matches straight to get to this point. I mean, he had his back against the wall. He knows he has 4 more now that he has to take if he wants to win the whole thing.
I think this tournament especially is very special to Isaiah, dating all the way back to his time in the seniors division. He got 2nd place at NAIC back in 2018, and then he won this event as a senior in 2019. Followed that up with a finalist finish, losing to Azul GG in a really exciting final match in 2022. I mean, this event, he just seems to really pull out all the stops for this one.
And he's just so humble as well. If I'm remembering correctly, wasn't he sort of the coach for Reagan Retzloff? And this was a player that really jumped out and surprised us. And I was kind of wondering if he was maybe taking a step back, focusing on sort of his protege's career, and now he's back in the limelight trying to give us a good show here today, folks. But another player I think we can jump over to certainly is Yerko Valencia in top cut contention here.
Yeah, Yerko's been on a pretty great run of himself as well with the regional championship this year. A top 4 finish in Monterey to go along with that. I believe he's seated about 3rd right now over in the Latin America standings. He's got so many championship points, and he's doing it with one of the most consistent decks right now in that Raging Bolt.
Yeah, getting the win over in John Vilev was fantastic, kind of to kick off sort of the beginning of the season. We're always wondering how players are going to react when they get a big win so early in the season. Are they going to just say, okay, well, I'm locked in, I'm going to chill and relax, or am I going to keep grinding? And Yerko is showing that I'm still out here trying to compete.
Yeah, and doing it with the Raging Bolt, and we see here in his picture holding up the Lugia. That was the deck of choice for Yerko for quite some time. He really seems to enjoy these aggressive decks, the ones that are just going to start trying to take prize cards as quickly as possible and force your opponent to find a response.
When it comes to aggressive decks in the Pokemon TCG, putting a lot of pressure on your opponents is great, especially to get wins maybe against less skilled opponents. Just kind of quickly put them under pressure. Maybe some players will crack under that pressure. They don't know how to react. But you maybe lose out on some flexibility in other matchups. This is why some players are very doubtful of Raging Bolt's ability to win, especially in a large event like this. But it is always similar to Gardevoir, the best of the best that seem to be able to squeeze the extra percentage points out of decks like Raging Bolt.
I mean, it gives you the best opportunity to make it into the top cut. You're playing best of 3, 50 minutes. You'll have a limited amount of time. If one of the games doesn't go your way, you're so aggressive that you could still win those next 2 games, whereas maybe another deck like a Dragapult or a Gardevoir doesn't have that opportunity, but then you make it into the top cut. You have 75 minutes. Those decks start to look a little more favorable now. I'd rather be a Dragapult or a Gardevoir in that sense because I have that time to work with and set up.
And I do have to give a special shout out to Raging Bolt being the poster child for the deck that really made Disruption feel bad. Just kind of drawing with Ogerpon and Pheasantipity at the climax of the game really forced players to reevaluate the metagame. Speaking of which, Ryan Antonucci getting a strong read on the meta, going all the way to top cut here with Charizard Dragapult. What a combination.
Yeah, this deck seems really well positioned right now. Dragapult in general is obviously one of the strongest Pokemon in the format. We'll see lots of Dragapult through our top cut in many different variations, but Charizard EX seemed to be a pretty strong pairing, especially for this event. It's a little bit weaker into the opposing Dragapult decks, a little weaker into Straight Pult, definitely a bit weaker into the Dusknoir Pult.
Yep.
But you have a lot of advantages against some of the other decks. For example, the Gardevoir, which traditionally is pretty tough for some of the other Dragapult variants, is pretty decent as a matchup for this Charizard build.
Yeah, we've seen a little more consistency out of this build. Oddly enough, it just seems to work out because you have those energies that you accelerate with your Charizard EX. This Pokemon comes down pretty early when you have the technical machine evolution to search out your Charmeleon. You play down that Charizard while they're looking another direction. You play the Badoo and lock them out for a minute. Charizard comes down, 3 energies to the board. You're attacking with Charizard, a threat they have to handle, while you already got a fire energy onto your Dracloak for the next turn.
And Ryan's been really close to a lot of top cuts the past couple of seasons. Obviously, he won the Knoxville Regional Championships last season in 2024. He's had some really great runs. He starts off day one extremely consistently. It's not uncommon for me to look at the end of day one standings and see Ryan Antonucci 8-1, Ryan Antonucci 8-0-1, 7-0-2. Really, really strong records entering the second day of the competition, but he's fallen just a little bit short pretty consistently this year, losing some win and ends, losing second to last rounds of Swiss, and just not quite getting into top cut. But he's able to lock it up this weekend. I'm happy for him, and I know he's very excited for the opportunity to get back up on the big stage at NAIC. He did have that top cut finish all the way back in 2018.
Oh yeah, a lot of players would give anything for that kind of consistency, and if you are always making day two, always making deep runs, it's only a matter of time before the stars align. Just one final point, of course, with Dragapult Charizard. People are worried about running Charizard because of the grass-type attackers coming out of the woodwork, maybe trying to beat down on Grimmsnarl, but the thing about this deck is that attacker has to line up at the perfect time with the Charizard towards the finale of the game, or if your opponent sniffs that out, they're just going to lean into the Dragapult a little bit harder, which has no weakness. And are you running Clefairy? Are you running some kind of crazy anti-meta attacker box? Where's your consistency coming from when you've got the Infernal Rain, setting up that fire energy just like you were talking about, Kyle?
Yeah, one thing I've really enjoyed with the Charizard list as opposed to some of the others is you have a little more flexibility when it comes to your A-spec as well. The opportunity to use that unfair stamp, that has been devastating for so many players. And now we see, instead of having to use the Sparkling Crystal or the Neo Upper Energy that we see for some of these other players, when you have that, combo it with a boss, maybe that's exactly what you need to come back, and we know that Ryan is a great comeback player.
And Charizard Dragapult being represented by another as well in Makani Tran. This is a player that is always making, again, such deep runs, known to jump around from deck to deck to find something that's clean, something that's strong, and I think this is another great point, Kyle, talking about how ace specs have shifted back and forth as the metagame ebbs and flows.
Yeah. Things constantly changing. Makani, of course, coming off of a second place finish at Milwaukee not too terribly long ago with Dragapult, but he's changed things up quite a bit. That build was very straightforward, didn't have a secondary attacker, really focused on just getting a bunch of Dracloaks in play, getting into Dragapult and attacking. This one, a little more nuance and more options as well with Charizard EX.
We joke about the curse of the stream as well for a lot of players. Makani has definitely faced a lot of that throughout his time in the TCG. Just not seeing hands that are even playable sometimes when he gets on the stream. So he finally broke that this time around. We saw him on stream. He looked the most confident I have ever seen him. And that is a terrifying thing for someone on the other side of the table. When Makani's playing well and he actually has cards, he's probably one of the favorites to take home this whole thing.
I don't really count myself as a superstitious person, but Pokemon TCG always makes me doubt it because we do have a batch of players that always seem to have that bad luck when they end up on stream. We know that it's a lot of pressure when you're under those bright lights. You got all the eyes watching you, but to break through that curse, build that momentum for yourself, overcome that sort of personal demon, it's great for your mental going into a tournament like this to know that you have a little bit of that extra, I don't know, je ne sais quoi for the top cut.
As long as the plot armor for my opponent goes away, I'm happy. just let's play some fair Pokemon.
Top cut, no plot armor. That's the true gentleman's agreement right there. Just go in with the luck you were born with. But we've got so many other players, of course, for our top cut. Another player who we just saw win, Piper Lapine, locking in that spot with Grimmsnarl. This is a deck that had a lot of discussion around it coming into this format, coming into Destined Rivals as the counter to Gardevoir, kind of preemptively scared it out of the standings and the rankings.
Yeah, Piper's going to be the lone Grimmsnarl player in top cut. I think a little bit of a surprise based on the conversations people were having leading up to this event. But it turns out Dragapult, Gardevoir, these decks that were good previously are still very good. Lots of players just chose to stick with or slightly tweak the deck that they already had lots of experience with. Piper was not scared to pick up something new and something that, you know, she's not unfamiliar with. Spread, strategies, setting up damage counters for future turns. That's what this Grimmsnarl deck can really excel at. It's a super, super high skill ceiling deck. So I'm not really surprised to see that it's a deck Piper chose to play, for one, and for two, one that she's succeeded with and gotten to this point.
And one thing that I have to call out, everybody at home's probably already thinking about this, is just her speed, her pace, her confidence in these lines, and the ability to execute like that under pressure, to kind of recognize your entire prize map and your matchup right away and go in and commit to that is what makes her such a strong player, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, she's known for playing some pretty unique decks and finding a different plethora of attackers. We saw her using the Radiant Charizard in one of those regional championship wins that she had back in 2023.
That Inteleon
was that Baltimore
deck?
Yeah,
Yes,
and
yes.
I mean, you had to attack with all sorts of different Pokemon to stay in the game while you're trying to get to your Radiant Charizard turns to be efficient. And she showed that she can do just that. She's in the Gardevoir matchup, and she's attacking with her Stage 1
Yes.
with her Morgrem, just trying anything, but it works. It's so efficient. It makes so much sense in the matchup, and that just shows what type of player she is. She is always thinking of what can give me that slight edge.
And you're going to need all the help you can get if you happen to be matched up against our next player, Tord Reklev. I mean, we don't even have enough boxes on the graphic to fit all of his achievements, certainly. But he's on the Dragapult, on the Badoo, and he said during his winner's interview when we had him on stream earlier that he's back to business. He's back to his old ways of playing something very clean and consistent.
Yeah, he's gotten a little off from that. It's what he was known for such a long time, dating back to that inaugural NAIC back in 2017. He played 4 Tapu Lele in his deck, something basically nobody was doing. And in game 1 of the final match, he won the game by using that 4th Tapu Lele to find the game-winning supporter card. He's known for that consistency, but he's strayed away from that the last couple of years. We start to see him tech things out a little bit more, give himself maybe an option or two that a consistent, straightforward list wouldn't have. Sounds like he's back to his old ways, and that is a really, any version of Tord is a pretty scary proposition, but the 4 Tapu Lele Tord maybe is the scariest of all.
Yeah, I think the consistency we see is from the fact that he has multiple Badoo, multiple Counter Catcher, multiple Turo, just him giving himself the best opportunities to find those little unique lines, where his opponent overextends in these certain aspects of the game. Too many energy down here, you get a new hand there, now I think I can take advantage of your item count. Whatever he picks up on in the middle of a game, he can then exploit, and he does a great job of that. I almost want to replace the graphic and just make it Badoo and Maractus, because that's all he needs to really set up a game.
Well, I actually do have one more graphic for you folks. We've got our bracket set up. So let's take a look and see what players are going to be matched up against whom. I'm really excited because this is where things get really muddy. If you hit your good matchup, if you hit your bad matchup, you've got your work cut out for you. This is where players are going to start crossing their fingers maybe. I hope this deck gets knocked out so I don't have to play against it. Any head-to-heads jumping out at you, gentlemen?
Right away, just a call out for Ray Chin, being the first overall seed with the Toad Scroll, not having to play in top 16, moving ahead straight into top 8. Such a strong benefit in this tournament. Locking up top 8 prizing right away as well, that is massive.
Yeah, that's incredible. And then waiting for Ray is Makani Tran and Tord Reklev. Are you kidding me? That will be a phenomenal match to see. Does Tord have what it takes to work through the Charizard? We know that match can be pretty interesting. 2 Dragapults facing off, trying to find which one is the better build for this tournament.
Yeah, and then that would result in a revenge match versus Ray Chen trying to run it back. They did pair earlier on in the tournament, so that I know he's really excited to have another shot at taking down that Toad Scroll. And I mean, going down further in the bracket, we've got Greg Minkle and Bodie Robinson. Bodie, again, was winning in the seniors division, now in the masters division, still keeping it good, still keeping it clean. And he seemed incredibly cool, collected, and motivated when I spoke to him earlier.
Yeah, Bodie's probably one of the most mellow and chill Pokemon TCG players out there. Not stressing the small things. He's living the good life, happy to be along for the ride. Of course, he did win NAIC, as you alluded to, Adam, in 2023 as a senior. And he's coming off of a pretty strong season. He just got top 8 at the Atlanta Regional Championships with Golden Go. He's running it here as well into top 16. Not the Golden Go, but doing very well here this event. A matchup that I want to call out for sure down there at the bottom, I'm really going to have my eye on. Ryan Antonucci versus Isaiah Bradner. These are two of the best players in all of North America, and they're going head-to-head in top 16.
Yeah, we see that Charizard Dragapult for Ryan Antonucci, Isaiah on the Gardevoir. To see that matchup, it is so fun to watch, to find that perfect opportunity to play down the Gardevoir, set up a decent board state so that you can combat against the Charizard EX. Does he have what it takes to move to the top 8 here?
All right, they're coming back to us on camera, and we've got just a little bit of extra time to say thank you so much for joining us so far throughout the tournament today. This was the Top Cut pre-show. A lot of strong players, a lot of storied names to keep our eyes on, and we're going to lock in another piece of Pokemon history here soon, so don't go anywhere. We're going to a quick break, and we've got Top Cut when we return.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out. So.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass. Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. one prize card for each player. Take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, band, Burbank, laser, end to one. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klaczynski was crowned the 2015 US National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hey, what's up, Pokemon fans? Adam Watson here once more on the floor of NAIC, and I'm here with a player that some of you might recognize, Paul Ortiz. We've actually run into you a couple times at a few different tournaments trying to follow your Pokemon journey. How's it been, my friend?
Yeah, it's been really amazing, actually. You know, like I've been in the Las Vegas community for about 2 years now, and it's been a wild ride, honestly. Like for me to go to a couple of regionals and then, you know, finally be able to come to a big international one like this has been such a cool, amazing ride. I'm ecstatic right now.
It's great that we keep running into each other because I love hearing these updates. We met first in which regional was that?
Los Angeles.
And then after that, it was California again.
Sacramento, yep.
Sacramento. And now we're here at NAIC in New Orleans. So you've been traveling around, playing a bunch. What's that experience been like traveling and playing and competing now at this next higher level?
Yeah, it's been honestly really, really cool. Like honestly, like walking into this place, goosebumps right away. You know, I mean, the venue is amazing. The staff is amazing. Everybody here is like, the atmosphere is electric and I can't get away from it, you know? So it's been such a good, fun time for me.
And when you played that first regional, were you expecting to keep competing and going to ICs, or were you kind of waiting to see how you did at that first competition? What does that evolution of your competition look like?
Yeah, it's made me want to just get into it even deeper. You know, I dove headfirst into it, dived into the water, and now here I am, you know? So I've been wanting to compete as much as possible. You know, I have a wife and kids at home, and, you know, they're here with me today at NAIC. But, you know, it's been amazing to be able to, like, they let me do this, you know, and it's been a really, really great time.
When you have your friends and family in your corner supporting your hobbies and potentially your full competitive career like this, that is a great boon to have. If there was somebody else who was maybe looking to follow in your footsteps, start playing in regionals, what advice would you have for them?
Yeah, I would say, you know, find a really good play group first off, you know, and then just go to your locals. Like the locals are going to be really amazing. You know, like it's really scary to go to them at first, but then once you find a group or just in general, the store, you know, once you get to know them, they really are accepting, you know, like the Las Vegas group, I didn't think was going to be bad or anything like that, but I knew they were as big as they were. And it was like a little nerve-wracking for me, but to be able to meet people right away, it was amazing. Like they took me in like a family, you know, and we literally travel around the world together. We're on the same planes, we're on the same hotels, same Airbnbs, and it's just been a great time, you know?
That shared journey. And it sounds like you've really found your footing as a competitor. You sound super confident. I know you were telling me a little bit earlier before the interview that you were kind of figuring out what deck you wanted to play for the tournament. And this is also something I know a lot of competitors, a lot of people at home might struggle with, settling on a deck. What was that process like for you when you finally locked it in?
Yeah, you know, like talking with my team, most importantly, you know, like just getting them to understand what deck I'm playing and then feedback from them, you know, understanding what they're doing and then play testing the night before, the day before, everything just in general, right? It's really getting to understand what that meta looks like and then possibly coming up with either your own deck or following that meta, you know? I mean, if you're here, just have fun, you know, just in general. That's what it's all about. I'm not here to, you know, I do want to win, believe me, but at the end of the day, I'm here to just have a really, really good time. For me, it was just, you know, really understanding from my team what to do, and I feel confident going into this tomorrow.
I like that a lot. When you are playing with your team, you're trying to have fun, but maybe you might win. Do you have a goal? Are you looking to make day 2, definitely, maybe top 100? Yeah. Like, what is there any sort of goal for your performance at this tournament?
Yeah, I definitely want to make day 2. You know, I would obviously love to win. You know, that'd be amazing. You know, there's a ton of great competitors here, but day 2 would be a great thing to have. Like, go get on the Limitless page. That would be really, really cool to have.
That is only one step on your Pokemon journey. Thank you for sharing so much of your story and your progress so far. So if you want to get in on the Pokemon action, just like Paul, make sure you visit your locals and also check out Pokemon.com/compete. But don't go anywhere because we've got more Pokemon action on the way.
The pressure is higher, the stakes are bigger, and every decision from here on out could be the difference between greatness or heartbreak. Only 15 players remain after 2 grueling days of competition. We have now arrived at the top cut here at the North American International Championships. Every one of these players who are remaining have battled through an absolute smorgasbord of the world's greatest players, and I cannot wait to be your tour guide through the next top cut round. I'm Shea Burton, I'm joined by Alex. Alex, how are we feeling?
Yeah, feeling incredible. We've got an incredible sort of core set of players that remain here in this competition, all vying to make it and become our international champion in the Masters division. Of course, don't forget there are the juniors and the seniors battling it out as well. We'll be battling it out to also become international champions, but we're here to guide you guys through the Masters division bracket that we've got. That asymmetric bracket looks pretty stacked, Shay.
It does, you know, 15 players, and you know, Ray getting that bye, as it were, due to her fantastic record. So this is the scariest round, I think, for our players, right? You really don't want to lose here. You want to try and catapult yourself into that top 8 and beyond. Still got one more round to go before you can secure that, though. So that means this next round is going to be very impactful.
Yeah, we're talking about those 15 players. Let's get an eye on that bracket itself so that we can remind everyone exactly how the journey will be like for all of our players here. As we've already mentioned, Ray Chen at the very top does not have to play in the asymmetric top cut. Will be guaranteed their spot in top 8, but vying to battle them in top 8 will be one of Makani Tran versus Tord Reklev. In the same side of the bracket, we've got Cameron Shenoy versus Pedro Tura, and Riley McKay up against Nathan Ginsburg.
Yeah, already got some star-studded names there. You know, can Tord do it again? Only one way to find out. That's by watching the rest of this stream. But towards the bottom half of the bracket, we have Bodie Robinson versus Greg Minkley. I apologize. John Eng versus Roche Patel. I know I was actually watching John Eng's game there to secure himself a slot here. He was very excited, skipping away from the table, saying, "This is the one, this is the one." And then we have Piper Lepine versus Yoko Valencia, and then Ryan Antonucci versus Isaiah Bradner, fresh off doing fantastic this season as well. Either one of these rounds would be fantastic to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any one of these players will be an exciting player to watch pilot their deck to try and push themselves into a top 8 spot. Remember, we're in a fortunate position where right now they're guaranteed their spot in top 16, but they just want to get that one step further. I mean, effectively, I mean, Ray's only sort of 3 matches away from being called an international champion. The rest right now, 4 matches away from being an international champion. Some of them, I mean, we're going to talk about Tord Reklev, potentially a multi-international champion. But some of these players here, yeah, they're going to be vying and doing their utmost to try and get there.
And you know, all these players are super competitive, right? I think some people will be happy to have been here, but they want to try and catapult themselves into the top 8s to meet Ray, into the semi-finals, and then the finals to secure yourself the title of being the North American International Championship champion, you know, for all the prizing, the booster packs, and as well, you know, if it's me, just being able to call yourself an international champion, really helping that ego out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much for these players to be thinking about at the moment. You know, this is every single round. It felt like we were saying it's crunch time, but we're just getting more and more to like that very sort of that climax points here for every one of these matches. You know, just one more could give you more prizes, more championship points at stake, you know, more cash on the line effectively, you know, for all of these players. Every single one of these matches now gives them a lovely little bit of a boost going forward. So it's just incredible to see, and I can't wait to get the action started.
Well, lucky for you then, Alex, because we can head down to the table for our asymmetrical Top Cut feature match here, where we have Pedro Tua versus Cameron Shenoy. And this is going to be a very fun matchup because we've got some fun decks lined up here. And, you know, both of these players have terrific resumes there. For Cameron, you know, Johannesburg Special Championship top 8, New Orleans top 32 last year, Melbourne OC IC top 16, and then got a top 32 there in Yokohama as well. But then sitting across the table from him, Pedro, he's going to be doing his best to try and get the win here as well. Top 32 in Porto Alegre, top 16 in Sao Paulo, top 8 at Rio de Janeiro, and then a top 16 at Fortaleza as well.
Yeah, some really impressive results from both of our players. And you start to get to see the actual decks that we're going to be showcasing right here for this asymmetrical Top Cut. I don't believe we've yet to see End Zoroark. Everyone's sort of written it off because of the release of Destined Rivals.
Yep.
And that's Shaman that's come into play now. But Cameron here piloting this deck, a unique one to take into this particular format. It was gaining some traction before, but now he's found himself in a top 16 spot here in this asymmetrical cut, potentially going even further.
Yeah, you know, there's no reason why he can't. You know, End Zoroark, you know, one of the older trainers, Pokemon, owners Pokemon, I should say, but, you know, draws a lot of cards, has fantastic attacking options. Clearly, as Cameron has found himself here, but it looks like our players have just flipped the coin to decide who's going first. We'll get down there soon. Just shuffling up. Looks like we might have seen some mulligans, actually. But what do you think is going through our players' heads right now, Alex, as they're shuffling up here for this game?
I mean, it's going to be intense. There's going to be all things going through their minds right now, just because, I mean, they're going to be ecstatic that they've made it here to this asymmetrical Top Cut, right? They're in top 16, but they're only one match away from a top 8 spot, and that really is where, you know, it starts to really come to the point where these players are actually so close. I mean, they're already close enough, like we've already mentioned, 4 matches away from becoming an international champion.
Now, you know, thousands of dollars here on the line, depending if you was to win or lose. But it looks like both players are just looking composed, taking a deep breath. At the end of the day, you just have to play each round as and when it comes. It doesn't matter if you're on the stage, doesn't matter if you're, you know, on the tables. You have to just get involved. But it looks like our prize cards that are being laid out for Cameron has prize the Technical Machine Devolution and End Zoroark and the Rigid Band. That's interesting. And then over to Pedro. Oh, wait a minute. Has prized the 1 copy of Ends Darmanitan for Cameron that won't be available to him for the rest of this game until it's taken. And then for Pedro, a Dreepy, a Dragloak, a Dragapult, and then 2 copies of Buddy Puffin.
Yeah, actually, one of those key things that we started to see when I was looking through some of the deck lists that were being piloted by these Ends Toolbox type decks, a lot of people started to reduce the number of Darmanitan or cut it out completely from their deck list because of that threat of Shaman and that Flower Curtain ability stopping the bench being attacked. But, you know, that's definitely one to keep an eye out on, whether Pedro right now can sort of have to handle the potential Darmanitan coming down at some point. But here we go.
And it looks like we are getting started here in our asymmetrical Top Cut round at the North American International Championships. And it looks like Cameron is kicking us off here, opening up with the Buddy Puffin, and you grab any 2 Pokemon with 70 hit points or less and pop them straight onto your bench. Now, as Cameron is going to do this deck search, working out what's prized, let's take a little run through his deck that Ends Zoroark archetype. It is built around End Zoroark, has that fantastic ability trade, then you discard 1 card from your hand to draw 2. So if you have 3 End Zoroark out, you can see an extra 6 cards a turn. And its Attack Night Joker for 2 Dark Energy lets you use any one of your Ends Pokemon's attacks as this attack. So as you can imagine, if you have a whole suite, a whole smorgasbord of Ends Pokemon in, you can do some fantastic attacks like Powerful Rage from the Ends Reshiram. There's 20 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. Virtuous Flame for a crisp 170. And there is obviously also the Ends Darmanitan. Now remember, that's currently priced for Cameron. Does only play 1 copy. However, Flame Body Cannon, discard all energy from this Pokemon. You do 90 damage to the active and then 90 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon as well. And don't sleep on Backdraft, 30 for each basic energy card in your opponent's discard pile. That can add up fast.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those decks which I mean, we've seen how powerful that ability trade has been in previous years. We've seen how powerful that type of ability has been so powerful in Gardevoir EX when Curly has had refinements. You know, we've even seen EN's Zoroark EX in Gardevoir itself because of that ability. So it's such a strong, strong ability right now in this game. Just to see more cards and get so many more options. And then that Night Joker ability, attack, I should say, is something that really allows you to kind of stretch utilizing different attackers, especially when you got things like EN's PP up, which allows you to accelerate energy onto the board as well. As we do see the EN Zoroark now both hit the field from that Buddy Buddy Poffin, has that free retreat, Baby Cleffer in the active spot as well. I mean, it's just started in, we're pretty perfect hand at the moment. We do have so many things going with ENs. When you have different trainer Pokemon, trainer supporters, trainer sort of item cards, you get all of this synergy that you get across the actual deck. As we just saw, you know, there's potential for EN's Castle giving you some real free retreat ability as well.
And it looks like we're going to see a turn attachment to a bench EN Zoroark. The EN's Reshiram is going to come down. Now it is the pass over to Pedro. He's going to start his turn off there with the Nest Ball, and he's playing that Dragapult Charizard EX archetype. Alex, when you take us through that one.
Yeah, absolutely. You're combining two of the most powerful stage 2s in the format. Dragapult EX has been dominating for so long now. One of the best attacks in the game, Phantom Dive, 200 to the active, 60 damage counters to be spread across your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. To get to that Dragapult, you have those Dreepies, you have those Dracloaks, you've got Recon Directive, you have pre-built-in draw power in your Pokemon line, allowing you to just look at the top 2 cards, take one and put one to the bottom of the deck. Now, when you supplement that with a Charizard EX, you know, it's already a self-sufficient attacker with Infernal Rain and that Burning Darkness attack, which allows you to do 180 damage. But as you go through and progress through the game where your opponent takes more prizes, you are really ramping up and really starting to just brute force your way through multiple Pokemon here. As Pedro does get a chance to play that Nest Ball, does have that Dreepy currently on the board state as well. He's going to be utilizing different cards like these Monkey Dories with those Luminous Energies as well, utilizing that Adrenabrain ability we've spoken about so often across this weekend so far, and we're sure we're going to see more of it, but it's just going to be so important. And he's also targeting that Budew as well to try and slow that game down that little bit further.
Yeah, that Budew for 0 energy, letting you use the attack. Itchy Pollen does 10 damage and stops your opponent from playing any item cards next turn. A devastating attack, as we do see the attach energy and retreat to get Budew inactive. And there is the Itchy Pollen. I hope everyone's taking their antihistamines here in the New Orleans, because the pollen count is looking rather high. Is over to Cameron now. Is going to start the turn off there with the Serrano support. And not one we see all the time, but it's fantastic in the EN's Zoroark deck. Then you grab any 3 Pokemon EX and put them straight into your hand. So when you're trying to get as many EN Zoroark in play, then that's a fantastic way of doing it and works really well against Itchy Pollen. Since you can't play any item cards like Ultra Ball or anything like this, Serrano just says, well, I'm a supporter here, have 2 EN Zoroark and a Blood Moon Ursaluna as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be. It's one of those cards that we've seen inclusion because of that active Pokemon on his opponent's side of the board. Budew stopping all of those items, meaning you're having to rely on alternatives to get to your EX Pokemon. As we see the first trade ability of this asymmetrical top cut, discarding that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, not as useful in this scenario. We see the second now, discarding a second Serrano, as we do get a further 2 cards. I was going to say, after the Itchy Pollen, I mean, that Cleffer is actually holding many plants and many little like things anyway. It doesn't have to worry about the sort of its antihistamines and such. As we do get the second Dark Energy attachment, a free retreat from the Cleffers. EN Zoroark EX in the active spot. Knockout on the Budew. First knockout of this asymmetrical top cut. Cameron taking the first prize.
Doing it with that awesome attack, Virtuous Flame. But we are going to see a quick counter catcher into the other EN's Zoroark, and then a swift Professor Research there from Pedro. 7 new cards, and it was the N-Star Manatan that was taken out of the prize cards. So if Cameron's hand stays the way it is, we'll be able to get that into play. And it is worth noting that Pedro does not play a copy of Shaman, so we'll be able to use that Flame Body Cannon for full effect.
Yeah, so right now, with the support already played, the only way to kind of disrupt Cameron's hand will be that unfair stamp, unfair by name, unfair by nature. One of our favorite quotes from a fellow colleague of ours, of course. But that does begin setting up the board with further Dreepies and a Charmander as well. We do need to start getting to those Drakloaks as soon as possible. Maybe the Badoo there, not really doing enough to slow Cameron's game plan down. Does have the unfair stamp in hand, so can consider deliberating playing it now. But of course, Cameron's got that own pre-built-in draw power with that trade ability. So it's one of those really awkward scenarios. It's just whether Pedro can continue wanting to continue bursting through, looking for maybe like the Drakloaks.
And it looks like he's going to play that unfair stamp, that powerful one-off A-Spec card. The A-Specs are very strong by nature, but they're balancing factors, so you can only play one of them. Pedro's opted to play unfair stamp. You can only use this card if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, which Badoo was. Each player shuffles their hand into their deck. You get to draw 5 if you played it. Happy days. If your opponent, however, they only get to draw 2. But as you did rightfully say, Alex, when you have 2 Zoroark in play, you can immediately turn those 2 cards and see a lot more.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll see the 2. You'll get 1 from your turn's draw as well. And then you'll be discarding 1 card to draw 2 every single time. You do see a net sort of 7 cards, as it were, from that scenario. As we do get a Drakloak live now, Recon Directive, deciding between that Luminous Energy and a Charmeleon there to maybe get that little bit closer. Is holding a rare candy in hand from that unfair stamp. So maybe just thinking, well, is there another way I can potentially get into attacker at some stage here? Does look like it's taken the Luminous Energy, just making sure that that's such a key component there. And it's passed over. It's over to Cameron. How do you piece together this turn here? Always hit the stadium, ends castle. Free retreat on the active Zoroark when he needs it. It's just going to start maybe trading through as well. Boss's orders also in hand. Can maybe even target down something like the Drakloak or the Energy. Rigid Band first, going to the discard pile.
So if he can somehow draw into the Darmanitan again, we'll have to shuffle the deck or find an Ultra Ball or anything like this. Would be able to actually KO both the Drakloak and the Dreep. We have to shuffle the deck, though, since it was put straight back to the bottom.
No, it was from unfair stamp. It was shuffled around. Remember, you got put down to 2. You shuffle your hand into your deck.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry. Usually it is those Ionos. You're right. It's one of those things a lot of our players do have to keep an eye out for, as another Zoroark has hit the field now. Both trades utilized. Ends Castle played. Free retreat.
And there looks like that's a fantastic play. Going to get the 2 Energy Zoroark straight back in the active. There's the boss's orders. Going to bring up that Drakloak. Virtuous Flame for a second KO for Cameron. Pedro's 2 prize cards down already in 2 turns. What can Pedro do? Does have the rare candy in hand, though, right?
Yeah,
Still does have, and a Charizard EX Burning Darkness does hit harder for each prize card your opponent has taken.
The only scary thing is when you're facing up against a deck like Zoroark, which you're not dealing enough damage when you're a Dragapult. And at the moment, you're not quite dealing enough as a Charizard. You're going to be sort of within range of a powerful Rage from that Ends Reshiram because of that Night Joker attack, where you get to copy a bench Ends Pokemon's attack there. As we do see the rare candy, we are seeing the first Infernal Rain here of this asymmetrical top cut. We're going to be self-sufficient, powering up our attackers. We'll have Burning Darkness live, and we can also attach 1 fire to the Dreepy if we choose to do so as well, just to make sure we can get that powered up, ready to go at some stage. Pedro just deliberating whether that's the decision. Does confirm, gets the 3rd energy attachment from that Infernal Rain now. Burning Darkness currently dealing 180 plus 60 damage because of the 2 prizes Cameron has so far taken.
Yeah, that basically says, don't you dare attack into an Zoroark if you're not dealing at 280, because that powerful Rage would do that damage straight back ×2, and that would be a swift, easy KO. So we are going to see an Arven being played here for a Technical Machine Evolution and an Ultra Ball. Looks like the Ultra Ball could be getting played here at the same time as well. Going to discard that Technical Machine Evolution and a Luminous Energy. And this could be finding a Drakloak. And then we can start using some Recon Directive.
Yeah, got to get that ability back live because that's ever so important. Do remind ourselves that the Drakloak does only have 90 HP. So it's still a bit of a scary one to kind of have waiting in the wings there, especially if Cameron's able to find that Ends Darmanitan and start utilizing that Flame Body Cannon at some point as well. As we do see a Recon Directive, could be an important pickup here just to try and get that board built up. Easy choice, it looked like. Looked like an Iono went to hand. We do have a rescue board for the active. Just got to make sure we don't play into Cameron's hands here.
Yeah, this is looking quite scary. We are going to see the free retreat thanks to the skateboard rescue board. We are going to see a burning. Oh, we're going to see a counter catcher into the ends. Darumaka. That's a smart heads-up play. That's going to remove the flame body cannon threat, and you don't play into a powerful rage threat there as Pedro takes his first prize card. Ends Darumaka sent straight to the discard pile. And here is the sort of limitation to the end Zoroark deck, is if you're trying to access the bench, if you haven't got a Darumaka in play, flame body cannon is no longer an option. So you kind of, what's the word, handicapped here of what you can use to attack.
I mean, again, you got to just be thinking, I can deal plenty of damage with that Virtuous Flame. 170 does trade into a Defiance Band, which isn't live because you are ahead on prizes. Currently, second trade here, discarding looks like the second Buddy Poffin. Let's have a little look at those two cards. Are they useful? So, oh, the Night Stretcher is always very handy. Can get back that one-off Darumaka, I should say. But is that space better utilized for something like the Pheasantipity? Probably not yet. I mean, you got trade and abilities ready to go to keep seeing more cards. You've only sort of taken 2 prizes. Any ends doesn't hurt too bad yet. Maybe that Darumaka is probably the better card to have back, or maybe going for another End Zoroark EX to just keep trading through.
Well, it does have the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking in hand, so Cypher Maniac Code Breaking, let you put any 2 cards you like to the top of your deck, and then with trade, you can basically access them straight away. So I wonder what you could manufacture, what sort of turn. Obviously, Cypher Maniac is a supporter, so you can't double up on supporters this turn, but that could be what Cameron's looking to eye up, as we do see the Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking getting played. So Cameron can put any 2 cards he likes to the top of his deck, and the beauty of this in combination with trade is what Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking should say is put any 2 cards you like from your deck into your hand and discard 1 card from your hand to do so.
Yeah, such a powerful type of card. We've seen many of them in previous years as well under different monikers and names, as it looks like here. Just eyeing up a few different pieces. It looked like there was a Professor Churros that was also being considered for a future turn as well, especially if you're going to be smacked by a Charizard EX, not for a knockout as well, but eyeing up an Ends PB up. I mean, so many options here that are so useful. As any 2 cards, remember, as mentioned, you'd shuffle the rest of the deck. Those 2 cards go to the top, and if you can trade a card away from hand, those 2 you've just selected to go to the top will fall into your hand and perfectly ready to combo for however you want to play out your turn.
I wouldn't mind the Ends PP up here. Try and get extra energy into play, because if your Ends Zoroark goes down for whatever reason, you will be stuck twiddling your thumbs. But there is the trade. So he's going to grab those 2 cards. I think one of them was the secret box, I believe. There's the trade. Going to discard that Ends Zoroark. Let's have a gander. Secret box, energy switch. And we're going to see the turn attachment as well.
Yeah, just having the secret box ready for a future turn. Cleffa retreating into that End Zoroark EX, which has been powered up already. Will now be able to utilize Night Joker and a Virtuous Flame once again. 170 damage to this active Charizard EX. 160 HP remaining here. And now it's back over to Pedro. It's a very annoying turn to deal with, of course, as we do get an Iono now to reshuffle back. Well, not shuffle back, I should say, to shuffle your hand to the bottom of the deck.
Yep, so that secret box there for Cameron has been sent to the bottom. We'll have to shuffle the deck somehow to get access to it. Pedro will now get 5 cards. Cameron will get 4. When via trade, we'll be able to draw up. Pedro is going to use Recon Directive now. Look at top 2, put 1 in your hand. Oh, Luminous and then a Dracloak. With Dracloak going to get sent to the bottom. Luminous energy put into the hand. Maybe we start to develop the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain threat that would actually move the Charizard EX out of range of a second Virtuous Flame. We do see Dragapult EX getting involved as well.
But again, you don't necessarily want to smack into it too hard, because then it will just instantly return KO with that powerful Rage attack. But maybe there's not really many other options, as the 30 damage is placed onto the bench End Zoroark EX from Adrenabrain now. So Charizard down, or back up, I should say, to 140 damage on itself, so back to 190 HP. And now it's just that awkward decision here. Looks like it's going to be a Burning Darkness, 240 damage to this End Zoroark EX in the active spot. It's going to come straight back at you, which is one of the only scary things here. Cameron is on you here.
24.
Oh yeah, just confirming that the amount of damage that's been done. There you go. We have rectified 240 damage on the active. 4 times 6 on the dice.
Reversal energy in the hand. That's very interesting. So can't use that now, but that's a fantastic card to use with the Flame Body Cannon End Darmanitan attack, I should say. But here we are going to see a trade. What are we discarding? There is that reversal energy. Going to draw 2. 1, 2. Monkey Dory. Do we have an energy? It'd be really nice if you could maneuver that 3 damage off that End Zoroark EX. Just get that back out of the way. With that Adrenabrain ability, we'll see another use of trade now.
Yeah, just a few sort of unique cards. I mean, the Iono here is probably maybe the least useful at the moment. I mean, there are things like maybe I think there was a counter catcher there. We do see the trade Iono discarded here. Another 2 cards we get to see. Look like a second Monkey Dory and an Ends PP up here. I mean, did have access to that energy switch before. Has one more trade, of course. Let's see what further card. Looks like Monkey Dory being eyed up here as a second or third discard, I should say. Another 2. There's only 1 bench space available, so discarding the Monkey Dory probably seems right for now.
Ends Reshiram and Iono being taken.
Powerful Rage currently dealing 20 times the number of damage counters on this Pokemon. So 240 times 20 will be a lot of damage and more than enough, but maybe just saying this is enough to just do it. Professor Churro scenario, protecting the healing, the Zoroark there, nullifying that whole turn from Pedro, that Charizard's 240 damage that it has dealt, now meaning it's just been completely erased.
And now, so you can remove all that damage, you Ends PP up onto the bench, Ends Zoroark, and you got the Ends Castle to free retreat into the one that has the energy, and you can still use Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain off that 30 damage as well, putting you outside of range of any silly shenanigans. There is the Monkey Dory of the Adrenabrain. This is an absolute monstrous turn, make no mistake about it. Moving that 3 damage off. There's the free retreat with the Ends Castle. Here we are going to see a big, hefty KO here from that Knight Joker plus Virtuous Flame combination. There it is, Virtuous Flame KO. Cameron has 2 prize cards left. 1 KO away from winning this game. Over to you, Pedro. How do you respond?
Yeah, no damage counters. Well, other than that little one on a little Cleffa after that Badoo's Itchy Pollen early on in the game. But Cameron demonstrating right now just how powerful and strong this archetype actually truly is. And it doesn't even need to use the Ends Darmanitan or Darumaka to kind of get into the Darmanitan right now. Just utilizing that Virtuous Flame, having access to Powerful Rage when he may need to do so. Also just showcasing exactly why, when you're not dealing enough damage to one-hit KO my End Zoroark EX, you're in a lot of trouble.
But here we are going to see, it's actually going to be quite hard for Cameron to take these next 2 prize cards. You know, the End Zoroark archetype, without the Darmanitan in play, is capped at doing 170 damage. There is no 2 prize 170 damage yet. So Pedro, can you start using Phantom Dive, start spreading some damage counters around, and definitely still get back in this game.
I mean, Phantom Dive, you just don't want to be doing it on the End Zoroark. Remember, that Powerful Rage is just waiting. They just got to be careful. Maybe this is why we're going down this angle of potentially utilizing a Mind Bend attack here. But, you know, there's still quite a few more things that Pedro can still do. Going through the deck, checking for what else could be accessed with that Arvans for the moment, at least. But Mind Bend seems to be the direction here, because then that means you won't be necessarily in big range of a horrible Powerful Rage attack onto a 2-prizer for the moment. Looks like it's just an Ultra Ball being picked up here from the Arvan. Not too sure what target could still be there as Pedro does shuffle up. Just kind of double checking. I mean, there's no more Charmanders here. You know, those Charizard EXs would finally start hitting really relevant damage. Mind Bend being announced. Going to be confusing. That End Zoroark EX is going to be back on Cameron to try and navigate through this, but has access to End's Castle already that's still been on the field.
Yeah, so that confusion, in case you don't know, if a Pokemon is confused and you attempt to attack with it, you have to flip a coin first. If heads, your attack goes through. Love that. If it's tails, the attack actually fails and you hit yourself for 30 damage. Now, with the Ends Castle, you can free retreat out of it because if a Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG hits your bench, all special conditions are removed. But then we actually haven't got any energy to attack yet. But we have seen a third Ends Zoroark hit the field. Looks like the Ends Darmanitan was discarded via a trade. And I'm just intrigued to see, do we have any ways of accelerating energy in hand? Doesn't look like it yet.
Not right now. We'll need access to something like the Ends PP up to be able to do so. Another trade there. Have we found anything? Doesn't quite look like it right now. A couple of counter catches which aren't live anymore. And generally, Cameron's always been ahead in this game so far.
We do see the Night Stretcher. That can also grab back one basic energy, but we do need a second. We saw the energy switch already. That would also work in this scenario.
One more trade, two further cards.
Ends PP up. Do we see that? Oh,
there it is.
My goodness, off the trade. So Night Stretcher can get you back one energy from the discard pile. Ends PP up can grab you back a second. You can free retreat out of the confusion thanks to Ends Castle. And then you can fire off your Virtuous Flame for the KO. Go down to one prize card.
Yeah, and right now, if you're able to take out that Monkey Dory, which seems very likely, maybe you start setting up something like that Pheasantipity to go down really easily by sending over with Adrenabrain, as we do see the Ends PP up there. I'm sure we're going to see the active find a way back to retreat, just hang in the background for the moment. But again, it's got a Night Stretcher. It needs to be utilized to get an energy attachment, right?
Is there a energy in the discard pile, actually?
One?
Maybe there's only one energy in the discard pile, so Night Stretcher might not be live. So we are going to see the Iono here. Okay. That's going to reduce Cameron's hand size down to 2. Has used all the trades already. Would love to see a basic energy here in these 2 cards. Let's see what they are. 1, 2. Oh, no energy there.
Yeah, only 7 energies being played in the deck, 4 currently on the board.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry, there is one more. Oh, there's not a trade left. He's doing the Adrenabrain. That's going to move off 30 damage already.
Yeah, and will we see a flip? Because this flip could still be pretty big here.
Yeah, good point, actually. No, we're going to see the grasping draw. That makes a lot of sense as well, letting you draw up till you have 7 cards in hand. And that would remove the special condition confusion as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I guess the only awkward thing here with the grasping draw, now you're going up to 7. You flung over 30 damage to that Pheasantipity. You're going to see it coming back.
Yeah.
And that's just going to be the one slight awkward thing because you're leaving that Monkey Dory in the active spot there for Pedro to maybe play around with a bit more those damage counters that are on his side of the board now. But Pedro's still got quite a bit to try and navigate through this turn. Currently still 3 prizes behind from Cameron having taken 4, and Pedro only currently taken 1 knockout on that Ends Darumaka.
Yeah, but if any deck can come back, we know that Dragapult decks love to try and come back, but here we do see that Adrenabrain moving that 30 damage straight back onto the Ends Zoroark, and then healing the Pheasantipity by 30 as well.
Yeah, a little bit of pass the parcel there on the 3 damage counters between the 2 Pokemon at the moment, so that we do have confirmation that Monkey Dory has been utilized now. Buddy Poffin just being played just to kind of double check what Pedro may have access to. I mean, unfortunately not much there, of course, because has prized sort of the 1-1-1 line of the Dragapults as well. Just as a reminder, you know, we got an early glimpse of it nice and early at the same time. We've seen the Charizard EX go down as well. And now we're just on the board. We're playing the board with just a Monkey Dory and the Dragapult EX here, waiting in the wings. There is a boss's orders, but what can you do with that? Can you maybe... You haven't been able to really remove the stadium as well. There's only 1 stadium in Pedro's list, as we do see the boss's orders now on that Monkey Dory. We'll be taking a knockout here with Phantom Dive, maybe removing the plays that Cameron might have by using the Adrenabrain there, as more damage counters being placed onto the damaged Ends Zoroark EX and just prepping the others at the same time. I do like this a lot here.
Yep. This is a big turn, maneuvering those into range of Adrenabrain plus Phantom Dive combination. Big prize card there for Pedro as well. Currently on 4 prize cards remaining. Cameron is on 2. There was no hand disruption though, so after the grasping jaw does have a lot of resources available. See a lot of energy there, 1 copy of basic energy and the ends PP up. Does have Professor Churro as well, because could potentially heal off one of these Zoroarks, but because Pedro spread the damage out, won't be able to have a fresh Zoroark here.
Yeah, not completely at the moment. We'll need to hit that energy, and with the Hens PP up currently in hand, could utilize the 3rd End Zoroark on the board to attack with a fresh one, should he choose to do so. But we're going to continue seeing more cards cycling through as well. That deck's going to be starting to look thin, I'm sure, here. Defiance Band picked up, not that useful. Pheasantipity could be useful on a future turn here, should one of those End Zoroark EX go down. 3rd one being eyed up to utilize trade now.
Big trade here, let's see. Going to discard the Artisan. That makes a lot of sense. We're getting a lot of use out of Ends Castle. No point in, replacing that 2 cards. What are we going to see? Energy Switch, that could be helpful. Secret Box Ace Bet coming back as well.
Big pickups, but what are you looking for? I guess this is the only real question at the moment. Do you even, can you find a way to maybe, there's no real way to take out the Pheasantipity for the moment as well. That's also just out of range because, as you mentioned, damage, you are capped at the Virtuous Flame, 170. I mean, there's only 8 damage counters on that End Zoroark EX, which is 160 after Powerful Rage, if that's decided as the attack of choice here. Kind of just double checking what resources Cameron has gone through. It's going to be so important as the Ends PP up is being utilized now.
And it is going to be attached to that fresh End Zoroark that has no damage on it. Could see the energy switch there being used. Could save that at a later date. Try and pull off some monkey shenanigans there as well. Power Pad, item card, letting you shuffle in any 2 supporters you like from your discard pile back into your deck. Boss's orders being eyed up. Love that. And what else are we going to see? Oh, maybe just the boss. That's a bit of a statement right there if it is.
Yeah, it's one of those big things now. I mean, if you're dealing 170 to the Dragapult EX in the active, that does leave it with 150 HP remaining. But when you're then going to see an Adrenabrain come back out at you, you're kind of putting it back to 180, and it's still kind of then out of range of a Virtuous Flame. It would have to be then a Powerful Rage that would knock it out. But I'm sure Pedro's not going to try and play into that game plan as he has done so far in this scenario there. The Power Pad has shuffled up at least that Boss's Orders. Energy attachment to that End Zoroark EX now. We have 2 raring to go. 2 out of 3 already damaged. 1 fresh one. Professor Churro scenario being eyed up. Onto the Cleffa. Just getting it out of play so it's not an easy target.
Yep.
From Phantom Dive.
We are going to see End Zoroark hit that active now. So that means Night Joker is the attack rating to be used. Obviously, Night Joker lets you use any attack you like. Can't be using Powerful Rage. That would do 0. So I imagine we'd see a nice big Virtuous Flame for 170. But as you did say, Alex, with Adrenabrain live, it's just going to bounce back 30 damage straight away.
Yeah, just double checking how many cards are left in Pedro's hand there. Checking those resources. Gives us a chance to kind of have a quick glimpse into the discard pile once again as well. Making sure we're helping to track from our side exactly what's going on. Cameron just kind of deciding maybe now is the time to use my secret box. Discarding a few cards that are less useful in this scenario right now. Looks like that Pheasantipity, the Cleffa, and an Artisan being discarded. So can choose with this secret box an item card, a supporter card, something like that Boss's Orders that's already been chucked back into the deck as an example. Yep. Another tool card and another stadium, but I know there was a couple already in hand, so we'll get confirmation of exactly what Cameron's looking at right now as he's just deliberating. Just the 2 cards. Black Belt's training.
Ooh, well, that's an interesting one. Then you do an extra 40 damage into your opponent's EX this turn. Now that would actually mean Virtuous Flame plus Adrenabrain plus Virtuous Flame again would actually reach the KO, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the unique inclusions of this deck, just to try and make you stretch that little bit further. If there was a world where that Pheasantipity was in the active, I guess Virtual Flame with the Black Pelts training would also hit the 210. Just an update for everyone. As we do see a Virtuous Flame attack into the Dragapult EX there, putting it down to 150 HP remaining. Just want to give an update to everyone right now in the other asymmetric top cut game. Rosh Patel has beaten John Eng 2-0 to advance into our North American International Championships top 8. Congratulations to Roche there, and commiserations to John Eng. It's been a great run. Unfortunately, it has been stopped at this stage of the tournament.
Back over to Pedro here. Just deliberating on what to do. Hasn't played a card yet. I think 3 cards in hand. There's a Buddy Buddy Puffin. I imagine we probably won't be seeing a target on that. We've seen him play these recently and fail them, but at least gets to consult the deck. And Serendipity is not live right now because none of Pedro's Pokemon were knocked out during Cameron's last turn. So, yep, just going to consult the deck there via that Buddy Buddy Puffin, shuffle it up. Now, what do we do? Now, this is the thing. You really can't just be Phantom diving into the active. That damage comes flying straight back. So we need Pedro to start playing musical chairs a little bit here. There's an Iono. Does play counter catch. I know we've seen at least one. There's 2 in the deck. One's definitely been used. So there might be one available. 4 new cards for Pedro. Boss's Orders, Chi-Yu, Charizard EX, and a rare candy.
Yeah, not the most useful in this scenario. Chi-Yu usually utilized as a revenge attacker.
Yep.
With that Mega Fire of Envy if any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn. This does 90 more damage, so that 50 plus 90, 140 damage attacker on a single prizer. Very useful into other matchups, not quite this one. But it's just deliberating, how do I handle this? This is just a Phantom Dive being announced, I believe, right?
No. I know we saw Adrenabrain being used. Wait, maybe, is it a Phantom Dive?
Yeah.
Wait, it looks like it must be because we're just deliberating the bench damage there, getting spread to the bench. So it is over to Cameron now. Powerful Flame would be game here. Night Joker plus Powerful Flame combination, unless I am mistaken. But no, it looks like we are going to see the Powerful Rage attack. Big KO there for Cameron as he wins game 1 here in our asymmetrical top cut at the North American International Championships. Tell you what, that Ends Restaurant put a lot of work in that game. We had Virtuous Flame, Virtuous Flame, Virtuous Flame, and Powerful Rage for game.
Yeah, incredible display of a deck that so many people had written off.
Yeah.
He had the threat of the Ends Darumaka down at one stage, quickly targeted down by Pedro, but it didn't matter in the end. If I can keep announcing big, heavy attackers, if I can keep announcing trade, seeing more cards, whatever disruption you do to me will not be enough as we get a chance to just have a watch back of exactly how that went down.
I really liked that game for Cameron there because I felt Pedro was asking a lot of questions early on, and Cameron was just able to leapfrog them. We saw the turn 1 Itchy Pollen. Cameron was able to respond with this Ciano. Here we saw the big Boss plus Virtuous Flame combination. Pedro trying his best to stabilize, removing that Ends Darumaka. That was the threat at the time, but Cameron was able to stabilize. And this was just poetry in motion, quite honestly. There we did see the Virtuous Flame. Again, we saw the big clutch Adrenabrains, and I loved the clutch Professor Churro as well. Cypher Maniac's Code-Breaking even got an appearance, but this was the big turn. The big Powerful Rage, 400 damage, bouncing it straight back, and that results in both players shuffling up ready for our game 2.
Yeah, so we're going to have to try and go through a different game plan right now. Pedro cannot be swinging too easily into an Enzoroark EX there. And we just saw Cameron with a, I'm not quite sure if that was the poker face or not, but it looks like
a double mulligan, yeah.
I think saw the double buddy pop in and was just like, wow, this could have been great, but
that's
not
one
quite.
Of them where you draw your first 3 or 4 cards and you're like, please be a basic, please be a basic, please be a basic. But alas, it was not. In the Pokemon TCG, if your opening hand of 7 does not contain a basic Pokemon, you reveal your hand to your opponent. And then if your opponent has a basic Pokemon, they get to draw an additional card for each mulligan. However, since both Cameron and Pedro did mulligan, they both sort of say, let's have another go at having the starting hand.
Yeah, I mean, despite how the kind of game plan went out, a lot of time was taken. We still have plenty of time, however. There's a lot of opportunity for Pedro to turn this back around.
There really is.
We do need to get into those stage 2s, and we do need to take sort of big, cheeky knockouts in reality.
Yeah.
You know, try and force the issue without having to necessarily always hit into an Enzoroark EX because of that scare of that powerful rage attack.
Yeah.
Both our players now do have their active Pokemon. You know, we're just finalizing the last bits of the setup for this game 2. We're going to be kicking this off shortly. There is the fist bump, both players. Game 2 of our asymmetric top cut feature match. 2 baby Pokemon in the active spots. Cleffa once again in the active for Cameron. The Badoo there for Pedro, and it's on Cameron to kick things off. It looks like just deliberating on just getting a Monkey Dory down with a Dark Energy. That hand, Shay.
There's no Enzarura in that hand. I don't see any ball search either. This could be a fairly quick turn 1, and there is the pass over to Pedro. Now must be licking his lips thinking, all right, okay, how about this? You haven't got Enzarura in play, but Pedro's hand equally looking a bit dire. Charmeleon, Reset stamp, unfair stamp, rare candy, TM evolution. Could this be one of the rare times you see the Badoo not using Itchy Pull and going for the TM evolution instead?
I think that's the deliberation right now, or is it more important to just get the energy attachments onto the Dreepy here? But you just saw your opponent's hand. I mean, it's only a turn 1, so you know your opponent can't attack, can't play any as supporters, as you just mentioned there, Shay. So is it just, let me just get into the game as I normally would and slow this down? It is the Itchy Pollen on that Cleffa. It's taken 1 damage once again. What's that top deck? Cypher Maniacs. And then going straight into a Grasping Draw will mean you allow yourself to potentially just draw into them. There's a way out. There's a way out, Shay.
It is a way out. You'd like it to be a bit more immediate.
Of course.
It is a way out.
You can't have everything, all right? So just stay in the game is ever so important. And that Cleffa's not going down.
You say that, Alex, but I'm sure if you ask Cameron right now if he wants everything, I'm sure he would say yes. So you know what I mean? Let's not be playing those games. We do see the Rigid Band getting attached to Monkey Dory. Now, that is functionally useless. Rigid Band is only effective if it's attached to a stage 1 Pokemon, but it does reduce the damage to that stage 1 Pokemon by 30. Now, here is the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, letting Cameron put any 2 cards he likes to the top of his deck, and then can obviously draw them via Grasping Draw. Now, this is actually Cameron's first time he's consulting the deck, so we'll be able to work out potentially what's in those prize cards, and it looks like...
Yeah, let's learn alongside Cameron here, as he's just kind of double-checking exactly what's available. Oh, one of those Darumaka, Damanitan pieces again. Exactly, the Pheasantipity at the top as well. I wonder what I'd like to see from this actual Cypher Maniac's code breaking here. Probably something like a supporter needs to kind of get into the game, get some of those Enzarua down as soon as possible. Maybe, I mean, you don't really want to give your opponent an artisan or anything like that. Remember, you can't play items because generally your item lot. So you have to maybe go for a supporter, maybe like an Iono, preserve some of those key resources currently in hand maybe, and then maybe just look for something just to kind of a draw into them rather than necessarily having to put an artisan down on turn 3 of your game 2 here in this asymmetric top cut.
It's interesting. You know, you would love to just go Buddy Buddy Poffin plus Serrano combinations. You get your Enzarua and play quick. But when your item like that Buddy Buddy Poffin's functionally useless, I wonder if you even potentially start to grab an energy and then start mind bending perhaps and apply a bit of pressure and KO this Badoo. I don't think Cameron had any other energy in the hand. Just going to consult the deck, still working out. And this is the interesting thing about Cypher Maniac. You get any 2 cards you like. And quite honestly, it can make decision-making a little bit tough. So you have to start trying to plan 3 or 4 turns ahead. Looks like 1 card has been deliberated, though. And just working out what to take next. The Itchy Pollen really making life awkward. And I think you were right, Alex. It looked like an Iono was taken as that second one.
Yeah, you just want to preserve those resources. There's too much to maybe try and grab like a... You know, you can't really do too much more in terms of draw power. Your draw power is the trade ability. You just need to get into them first. So let's go with the Iono. From there on, we can try and hopefully piece together some Zoruas into Zoroarks at some stage.
And it looks like, yep, Cypher Maniac has been concluded. And there is the Grasping Draw. So it gets those 2 cards plus 1 more. So that's 3 in total. Now it is over to Pedro. Can't use that unfair stamp. Oh, goodness. Wow, that hand really is a bit higher, isn't it? You can attach energy. We could see the bite for 40. I mean, I would actually take the KO, funnily enough. I doubt you'd ever want to do that, though. Oh, this is awkward. You'd love to have a Dragapult EX in that hand. Imagine slamming down rare candy Dragapult right now. Instead, it is just going to be the Itchy Pollen, not even opting to attach an energy there. Okay, is over to Cameron. Is still item locked though. I wonder if we'll see what one of those cards was from the Cypher Maniac.
I mean, one of them is likely to be that Zorua, right? You need to get one of those down. It's got to be hopefully a supporter, something like that Iono. Try and get into more things. Does get the NG attachment onto the end Zorua as well.
This is interesting. You know that Pedro's hand is really dire. Do you want to give him 6 new cards?
Well, maybe it's one of those things where you're thinking, well, maybe Pedro's holding on to an Iono, and if I'm not doing anything, and he doesn't want to play it.
Iono last turn.
Yeah,
though.
well, you never know. You never know at this stage. But we do see now an Adrenabrain sending back the 20 damage to the Badoo.
Yeah, and it looks like we are just going to see the grasping draw. I like that play. Thinking, well, if you're dead drawing, I'm not going to help you out. Is over to Pedro, though. Looks like did draw a Buddy Poffin. Is able to get some more bench Pokemon down. Will be able to grab some Dreepy and or Charmander. And this is actually Pedro's first deck search. It is going to be able to work out that one of those Dreepy have been prized. 1 Luminous Energy, 1 Fire Energy, Dragapult EX as well.
Yeah, and just as we get that sort of deck search for the first time on Pedro's side, I'm starting to get some more results come through. At least nothing concluded at the moment, but just to give an update for everyone, I'm sure looking forward to finding out exactly how it's going on. Dreepy and Charmander has hit the field now, but Isaiah Bradner is currently 1-0 up in his asymmetric top match. Bodhi versus Greg right now is currently 1-1. So Bodhi Robinson up against Grink Minkley is 1-1 as well. And then Riley McKay currently 1-0 up against Nathan Ginsberg.
Just as we do see the TM evolution via the Badoo, so that's going to accelerate those 2 bench Dreepy into Drakloak. Is over to Cameron's side of the field now.
And
Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, so important now. The item lock has been broken because of that technical machine evolution attack.
So let's see what Cameron can do here. So his hand has been unlocked a little bit. Did we see a way to get the end Zoroark in that hand? I can't quite. Let's have a secret box in hand.
Well, you can now. That'll get you a supporter like a Sarano, so you can start piecing together, you know, 8 end Zoroark EX. I mean, one of the cute things that Pedro has done is by not actually attacking with Itchy Pollen again, he knows that Monkey Dory can't fling back over that 10 damage and just take an easy knockout onto the Badoo. But yeah, it does look like we're going to get a secret box being utilized now that the ends Darmanitan looked like it was going to be the choice to be just placed into the discard pile. No, just trying to save it, knowing that it could be ever so important on a potential turn. Even just getting the Darumaka down is actually a big threat. Even though...
prize cards, though.
Yeah, I mean, at some stage, right? You take a knockout, you get the Darumaka down, and just be like, well, you need to deal with this. Or eventually, if you don't evolve up, it's going to get you.
Well, that's what we did see it get KO'd pretty swiftly in game 1. But there is a secret box guarding 3 cards from your hand, and you can grab an item, a tool card, a supporter card, and a stadium. There's that rigid band as we do get the zoom in angle. Love that. We didn't actually see the rigid band get used in game 1. Tool card, while it's attached to a stage 1 Pokemon, reduce that damage it's attached to by 30. Buddy Poffin being taken as well. Still got to pick a supporter though. And as we did say, there's that Serrano. And that Serrano can turn into an End Zoroark EX, and the End Zoroark EX can turn into 2 more cards via its ability trade.
Yeah, not just one End Zoroark EX, you get multiple, right? So you can start getting cards out of the deck. Thinning is winning, one of those key phrases we always use all the time. Buddy Poffin utilized first, of course. You still want to build out your board to have more End Zoroark as soon as possible so that you can go into those trades ability so that you can see more cards each and every turn here. There's the 2nd and 3rd End Zoroark now hit the field. It's one of those scenarios which Pedro's going to get potentially some PTSD, as we saw from the first game. Once you get the Zoroarks down, you get those Zoroarks, they're tough to take out, especially when your Pokemon are currently capped at maximum 200 damage with no prizes taken from Cameron's side of the board.
Think about how awkward that is to deal with. They're saying, you cannot attack into my main attack. I just bounce the damage back for big KOs. It makes life so awkward for Pedro. The only sort of thing Pedro can hold his hat on here is that Cameron only has access to 1 Zoroark. If he chooses to use a Serrano this time. Ooh, are we going to see a scratch KO 1 for 20? That would be a KO. That would limit any Itchy Pollen potentially next turn. That would leave an End Zoroark to be very vulnerable. Or what we could, or a technical machine evolution. Going to bounce those Dratlotes back to the hand. So that means there will be no Phantom Dive threat, because that TM machine evolution lets you pick 2 of your opponent's Pokemon and de-evolve them. Now, Pedro can put them straight back down, make no mistake about it, but that means there will be no Phantom Dive Dragapult threat this turn.
Yeah, we're going to see some recon directives here, some additional cards to give Pedro some more decisions that could be made. I think one of the key things he has to again consider is utilizing Itchy Pollen.
Wait. There was a rare candy and a Charizard EX currently in that hand, thanks to the recon directive.
I think it's going to be so important to get that Luminous Energy. We need that Monkey Dory, I think, live. I think if this is this has to be a pretty big turn where you try and get maybe the Monkey Dory and just energy attachments. We don't have it at the moment. Rare Candy, as you mentioned, Shay, really big just to kind of get that big, bulky Charizard EX going right now. Because if you can get the Monkey Dory down, you can send the 20 damage off the Badoo.
Yeah.
And then essentially just means that the Monkey Dory won't be able to send back a 10 damage Itchy Pollen back onto it. And it won't just be knocked out from a simple Adrenabrain on Cameron's next turn. But if he chooses to use Itchy Pollen now, it just won't be good enough. So maybe this is why we have to go into the Charizard EX and maybe just start forcing the issue. Take the first prize.
Yeah.
Although then Cameron's playing from behind. Those counter catches are going to be live.
Defiance Band as well will be live as well. Might not be as relevant. We do see a Luminous Energy getting attached to bench Dratlote. Free retreat thanks to the Badoo. But here we do see the big bad Burning Darkness KO. That's 180 damage, more than enough to carry that Enzora. Pedro is currently on the board here in our game 2 here in the asymmetrical top cut. Look like Iono was taken from the prizes. Is over to Cameron now. Can play that Serrano to grab 2 and Zoroark. And looks like he's going to do that. I mean, you can grab 3 copies and then get them straight into play. Only could get 2 of them into play, obviously. Could grab Pheasantipity as well.
I mean, I'm sure you'd love to, but when you're hiding in the prizes, Pheasantipity
silly me. Thank you, production staff, catching me out there. Appreciate you.
But you can still grab something like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, just get it out of the deck, or maybe, that is the decision. It's the same as what we saw in game 1, where Cameron did just sort of pitch away the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Such a great late game attacker, but in this scenario, I mean, dealing the damage that you do with a Blood Moon Ursaluna won't be much different than just dealing 170 Virtuous Flame in reality at the end of the day. But there it is. We do have the 2-end Zoroark EX now. I'm sure we're going to see them both evolving up from those Zoroarks. There we go. 2 live and active and ready. Trade ability on the board. First one, Blood Moon Ursaluna. See you later.
Straight to a discard pile. Ends PP up, actually quite impactful here. Does actually need to get energy in play to start attacking. We do see energy switch in hand, so can maneuver that energy from Monkey Dory onto a Zoroark EX. We do see the ends of Reshiram as well, so Night Joker will be able to attack, well, with something good.
It needs one more energy, all right, because the ends PP up, as you kind of already highlighted, does get 1 back onto an end Zoroark EX, but let's see what this draw is. Artisan pitched away 2 cards. And Zoroark EX, ooh, Serrano, not quite the energy maybe needed here. Or would maybe have to utilize the energy switch off the Monkey Dory, which, again, we've highlighted.
Is there an energy in the discard pile, though?
Was there maybe? Yeah, there was one from the end
from the end Zoroark. Yeah, no, you are correct. So we can go ends PP up plus energy switch combination, as we do see the ends Reshiram hit the board as well. That means Powerful Rage and Virtuous Flame. Well, Powerful Rage isn't live, but Virtuous Flame definitely is. There's the Night Stretcher. That's going to grab back the end Zorua.
Yep, kind of so important to make sure you have as much draw power as possible. There's ends PB up, energy acceleration to your benched ends Pokemon there. And it goes straight onto the end Zoroark EX. We do have the Rigid Band as well, another way to just make it super, super difficult for your opponent's Pokemon to take big knockouts on your end Zoroark EX. Energy switch off the Monkey Dory here. Ready to go. Virtuous Flame on that Charizard EX. 170 damage right now. Applying so much pressure on Pedro's side of the board. No current Monkey Dory available. 2 Luminous Energies already attached as well. We know 1 actually was prized at the same time. So there's only 1 available left in the deck, as it looks like we're getting a Fire Energy attachment, getting a Dragapult potentially ready for future turns here. Remember, Charizard EX still only capped at 180. I mean, you're only doing 10 more than what that Reshiram can do.
Well, I got 150 thanks to the rigid
Oh,
band
yeah,
as well,
of course,
right?
of course. You're doing worse than the Reshiram.
Oh dear, that rigid band's making life
Oh,
awkward. There is the
here's
other
the
luminous
fourth.
energy though. Okay, there we go. Who cares if you prize them? Just draw into them. As we do see a second recon directive. Dragapult EX.
And an Arven there. So that Arven can help you get some cards. Maybe get something like that Nest Ball. Maybe even get that Monkey Dory as an option. Kind of always a very useful card to have on your board state with a Dark Energy, but just kind of deliberating there. Ooh. It is going to be that Arven pick. That Dragapult EX going straight to the bottom of the deck for the moment there. And we're happy with that.
Awkward for Pedro, isn't it? When you can't attack into your opponent's attacker, like, it just makes life so much awkward. Here, musical chairs. Obviously, could grab a counter catcher here, to be fair, though, off the Arven.
I mean, this scenario...
Oh, no, he's ahead on prizes, so
yeah,
I can't do that.
You're probably just going to want to... You probably do spend some time just hitting into the end Zoroark and, you know, forcing the Professor Churro scenario, forcing more combo plays there. There is the rescue board being eyed up and the Ultra Ball as well, as the Ultra Ball is now discarding a Charmeleon and a Dreepy. Does get the Dragapult, so maybe we are just going to Dragapult at the moment. It will be 200 to the active. Again, does leave you susceptible to that powerful Rage, but maybe Pedro's thinking that Charizard EX is so important to just have one mid to late game.
Problem is, though, if you attack with Phantom Dive, which we are, Rigid Band gives you an effective 310. If you then Adrenabrain off 30, you're now into free-shot territory, and you can just announce Powerful Rage twice for 4 prize cards. We are going to see Phantom Dive here, though. That's going to be 170 damage into the active, thanks to that Rigid Band activation. And then 6 damage counters getting spread. So all 6 onto the bench, and Zoroark EX.
Yeah, 300.
Oh, let's just think Pedro's saying, why have you only put 170 on there, Cameron? Because of the Rigid Band.
There you go. Third, Zoroark EX now hitting the field. Powerful Rage now currently dealing 340 damage.
It's a big number.
2 times, or 20 times, should say, the damage counters on the Reshiram or on this Pokemon, as the attack says. So currently dealing more than enough to deal with this Dragapult EX. Oh, there we go. It's going to be such an important turn here. This could swing things drastically as we do see the first trade.
Yeah, so ends Reshiram and ends Zoroark. That's not super helpful right now. Both of those cards aren't really helpful, to be honest. We are going to see trade, though. That's going to discard. Well, what we're going to discard here is going to be the end Zoroark to draw 2-1. And 2, what are these? Dark Energy. Love to see that ends PP here. Okay. Do have that ends Castle currently in play still as well. And this is where this deck is so powerful. When you're drawing 6 cards a turn, you have 3 retreat. You can accelerate energy from the discard pile. You can copy any one of your ends Pokemon's attack in play. It can just get out of hand. And we still haven't even seen the last trade yet. Looks like that's what Cameron is eyeing up here. Looks like he's going to discard the reversal energy. Not super helpful right now since there is no Darmanitan threat. Well, anywhere near in the same stratosphere. We are going to see Dark Energy and an Enzora.
Yeah, the Dark Energy is always a useful pickup. Stop powering up your other Pokemon or even get it onto things like the Monkey Dory. But prioritizing right now another Enzoroark EX, thinking maybe this one in the active spot does eventually go down.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's going down. It's going to be taking names with it right now to use his Powerful Rage. But that's the decision that Cameron has to make now. All trades utilized there.
Yep.
As we do see the Powerful Rage now, 340 damage.
That's a big, massive KO for Cameron to get on the board. Pedro looking like he's going to put some dice on there, but that's a big one-shot. Looks like Buddy popping and ends Darumaka has been taken from the prize cards. Is over to Pedro. This is looking a little bit dicey, Alex. The Dragapult has gone down. The Charizard EX has got damaged, but there is Pedro going to start his comeback here with that unfair stamp, reducing Cameron's hand size down to 2. Pedro will get 5 and still has access to supporter, but the only problem with unfair stamp is was rather unfair for Pedro, is that the 2 cards becomes 3 cards after a top deck, and then we get an extra 6 thanks to the trade.
Yeah, right now 6. He's going to be hoping we can maybe take down the active Enzoroark EX.
Could be find energy still, actually.
Could be 4. Needs energy. I mean, annoyingly, that Badoo does have an energy currently trapped on the active as well.
Does have 2 energy in the prize cards. Oh, Do we see energy? Does Professor's research? Uh-oh. No energy yet. Oh.
We could potentially keep going through the deck. I mean, just double checking.
There's a lot of ways to get through the deck.
Yeah, I mean, 5 fire energies generally in the deck itself, 4 luminous energy. We know where all 4 of those
Still no energy
have been around. We haven't seen it yet with the first recon directive that we have here. So it's not the easiest to try and pick up right now.
Not what you want. You don't want to be having to try and fight for an energy here if you're Pedro. You want to be able to announce an attack, send that end Zoroark down. Looks like Pheasantipity has hit the field. Buddy popping first. Get to consult the deck. Let's see how many are in there. Oh, 1.
Luminous energy there we saw.
1?
Yeah, that was a scary thing right now because one of those fire energies are prized. And one of them got discarded from the Charizard EX retreating. There was another one that was attached to the Dragapult EX which went down. So it is.
So there's 2 outs.
Is it just 2?
Night Stretch. I only saw one Night Stretch and a Luminous energy.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're right. But in terms of raw energies,
this is goodness gracious. Okay,
yeah, we do get a double check, of course, that Dragapult has been prized. So it's not even the easiest to consider as a way. So we do need that Night Stretch at the same time. So a couple more pieces still to go. We're going to flip the script first here.
Let's have a look. Night Stretcher. Okay.
That's 1.
That's 1 piece.
That's 1 piece. We still need 1 more.
Well, I guess realistically, you can still attack with the Charizard here, right?
Still needs an energy on it. Would have to use that Night Stretcher for the energy instead. Then committing that Dragapult's not going to be coming back anytime soon.
Oh, but if you do that, he just gets Virtuous Flamed.
Yeah, because there's only 1 Night Stretcher in the list.
Wow, this is looking dicey then. Having those energy prize and the Dragapult EX early on didn't seem super impactful, but you know, when the energies are so tight in these lists, it can really come back to bite you if they hit the discard for silly reasons. Here is a Night Stretcher, though. What are we going to...
Yeah, it's going to be that Dragapult EX getting that attacker back live again, of course. Does have some cards which are currently, available to be played. You know, that Counter Catcher is live. Hasn't played a supporter, if I'm not mistaken, right? Just to confirm.
Nope, hasn't played supporter.
Just the unfair stamp. There's a Counter Catcher on the damaged end Zoroark EX right now. Doesn't have energy on it. Does have a stadium to replace the End's Castle right now. Maybe hoping that's a way to trap your opponent's turn for the moment. Ultra Ball being utilized now. So we're just going through what those options are. Will you be getting another Charmander? Maybe prepping a second Charizard at some point. You do play a Super Rod to replenish, but as the Monkey Dory as the option right here, right now, only access to 1 Luminous Energy. Obviously can't get that attached to the Dragapult EX either. So a bit of an awkward spot here.
You can go for a Dragon Headbutt, right? I mean,
yeah, the Jet Headbutt is
Jet
live.
Headbutt, sorry, yeah. Oh, looks like we can see Professor's research being played there for the supporter. 7 new cards. What are they?
Yeah,
Iono, Dracloak, Nest Ball, Iono, Charizard EX, and a Dracloak.
Not quite what you're looking for. You haven't got that energy attachment down at the moment. We might just be a bit stuck because that fire energy right now is still stuck on that Badoo. It's not ideal because it's got free retreat, so any retreat won't actually get rid of it for the moment. It's just a bit of an annoyance for Pedro's turn, of course.
That's the thing, these Charizard EX decks love to play, you know, real low amounts of fire energies because you can get them into play via Infernal Rain, but as you say, when the Badoo that attacks for free has a fire energy on it, get a little bit life awkward.
Yeah, doesn't have access to another Dreepy right now. Another one, again, we've seen the prizes a few times now. That other Dreepy is prized. Itchy Pollen just kind of putting it on 20 damage
20 damage because of the weakness.
So what can we play? Oh, he just top decked a Professor Churro scenario, it looked like.
Wow.
There's some maneuverability for you
and
if you ever needed it.
And had the End's Castle in hand as well. You can pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is incredible here. I mean, the deck itself is just playing itself in reality.
Yeah.
You know,
and that's before you've even used your trades as well.
What's actually probably difficult is actually trying to use trade for which options you go for. Because the Power Pad's also useful as well.
Power Pad's a good card. It's getting sent to the discard pile, though, for 1 and 2 cards here. What are they?
Artisan.
Another stadium replacer. Ends PP up. Can't play that one, though. Can't play Ends PP up here.
Remember, no item cards. I guess the Power Pad was the easy choice because you can't play it.
Yeah.
But still, It's one of those where it's just like, again, it's just kind of awkward because you like to utilize that power pad, you know, to get back stuff like the Professor Churro scenario, especially if they're not, your Pokemon aren't getting knocked out, right? Here's the second trade now. Still one more waiting in the wings. Dark Energy, Cypher Maniac. And there we go. So now it's just a decision. I mean, do you want to play the stadium right now? You maybe don't quite know the tech cards, the number of stadiums in your opponent's deck right now. We're very lucky. We know it's just that one jamming tower.
I like this. If you're using a Adrenabrain here, you can actually mid-turn KO the Badoo and force something up into the active that Pedro doesn't want to take damage right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call, Shay. So important. These little micro decisions that need to be made here. So we're just deciding which Pokemon we're going to actually remove.
And I like this, doing the Adrenabrain first. We're going to take the KO without revealing what else is in the hand, so Pedro isn't to know that Cameron can easily remove this Zoroark out the active. But there is the Adrenabrain mid-turn KO on the Badoo. Cameron goes down to 3 prize cards left. And this is a dangerous decision if Pedro hasn't got the knowledge that Cameron can maneuver this Zoroark easily. So he's going to promote the Monkey Door. That's the safest pick.
I mean, the scary thing is if this Zoroark goes into the active,
yes,
it does have powerful rage, 170 damage on it. If it goes to the active spot, it's dealing 340 damage to whatever's in the active spot. So you can't send up an EX Pokemon. That's an easy 2 prizes there.
You can't, yeah.
So it has to be the Monkey Dory that is unfortunately sacrificed in this active spot.
But the problem is here, if Cameron can just KO this Monkey Dory, which he very easily can, go down to 2 prize cards, and at that point, Charizard EX isn't going to go anywhere. If you dare damage another end Zoroark, you can powerful rage into the Dragapult. It's looking quite tough, but it is going to be the Cypher Maniac co-breaking as the supporter now. And what that basically means is whatever Cameron wants to do next turn, he can do it, because he can put any 2 cards out to the top of his deck.
Yeah, and I really like this. It looks like he's eyeing up a boss's orders for a future turn, self-protecting that. If I'm going to send up this end Zoroark EX, maybe he needs to find another energy to power up the second attacker that's available at some stage as well.
There is
one
an
energy
PP up in hand. Obviously, can't play it now. So if the Ends Castle does stick, you can just promote something else. Ends PP up potentially next turn.
But you do have to worry about getting potentially Iono'd, so you're only going to be working off the top 2 cards.
Oh, you got your trade still.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, but you got to keep playing.
Yeah, no, this is true. Playing to your outs. This is why Cameron's so far ahead here and in the asymmetrical top cut. So let's see what happens. He's going to draw those 2 cards from the Cypher Maniac because of the trade, obviously. What is the discard going to be? Is energy switch in hand as well? Did we see that? I might have got unfair stamp.
Don't quite see that.
Boss's orders and energy. There you go.
But again, you can't play the boss's orders now. So that boss's orders, if it gets Iono, it gets put to the bottom of the deck.
But what this means is you can sort of put your Ends Castle in, prepare your next end Zoroark. Do you even attack with the fresh one here, preserving the big...
You've already attached the Monkey Dory.
Oh, we did. I apologize.
No, yeah, it was already attached to Monkey Dory,
we have seen an attachment already. We did see the attachment already. Oh, now this is interesting. Has the retreat been committed already? I'm not 100% sure. We'll get confirmation. We do have table judges there. So we are going to get that energy back into hand by the looks of it. Well done to the table judges catching that. We love to see that.
This is why I guess what I would have liked to have seen is just leaving those 2 at the top of the deck. If it gets Iono'd, then you know you'll draw into them, so it doesn't have to worry too much. But again, you know, it's one of those things, sometimes when you're attaching to a Monkey Dory, you don't quite see it as like an attachment because you have the end Zoroarks.
Yeah, it easily happens, you know. In my head, energy attachments is to fuel attacks, you know, not... You know, Monkey Dory, as you say, sort of slips the mind, as it were. So now it looks like we are just going to see a retreat.
Not going into the attacker, so leaving the Monkey Dory in the active spot. Maybe now just saying, let's just draw some cards up. I mean,
I don't mind this. You know, Pedro hasn't really done a great deal recently. He's just saying, well, let me take this turn off, really checkmate you here. Or no, deciding against it in the end. This is a really interesting decision, actually. It's not as easy at face value, because if this Zoroark EX goes down, you haven't got an easy get-out-the-way option to take your last 2 prize cards, right?
You need the boss's orders and an energy, right? And then you got trades. You got to try and just get into it.
Yeah, true, which is currently in hand, actually. Yeah, no, you're right, you're right.
You've still got some Monkey Dory shenanigans. Here it is. Well, Ivory attack knocks out the Monkey Dory now.
Powerful Rage or Virtuous Flame. Cameron takes 1 more prize card, 2 prize cards away from securing himself a slot in the top 8 here at the North American International Championships. Took the Professor's Churro from the prizes. Is over to Pedro now. does still need to find some energy here. Don't forget, Rigid Band is currently live. That's reducing damage to the end Zoroark in the active by 30. Here we go.
Ooh, top deck of the Iono, but he already had one in hand. Is that what? Is that a Super Rod? Yeah, so I mean, we do need to get enough energy, and there's a number of energies in the discard pile. Already utilized that one Night Stretcher, so.
And here's what you say: if you left the cards at the top, they've now been sent straight back to the bottom from that Iono. Let's see what there's. Luminous energy. Oh, but you can't use that on the.
Yeah, you can't attach it. It doesn't work when you have two of them attached, unfortunately.
Can't even attack with the Charizard EX realistically, because that just gets KO to a Virtuous Flame.
You're Ionoing, you're shuffling back those cards you just put to the bottom. Is there still access to something like that Super Rod that's available? Remember, one Fire Energy currently prized, doesn't have access to any more without accessing the discard pile. This is going to be the only problematic aspect here.
Yeah.
Don't know if I saw much going on in that hand. Or not hand, sorry, the deck. Is there an out for Pedro here? Because right now, that End Zoroark EX still has that Rigid Band. Jet Headbutt's only going to be doing 40 damage.
Oh, that's not wanting a late game scenario, is it?
And it's already swinging back with that powerful Rage attack for a knockout. Oh boy, we're in trouble here.
Oh,
hand
and it's
extended.
a concession from Pedro. Cameron Chenoy has won games 1 and 2 here in our asymmetrical top cut, the North American International Championships. Him and the Zoroark EX box archetype is currently going to be in our top 8 here. Congratulations to Cameron.
Incredible display from a deck, like we said, that everyone had written off. End Zoroark. It's such an amazing way to kind of display the power of the deck when you know your opponent cannot really take big one-hit KOs. You can protect your Pokemon with its high HP, with the Rigid Band, with the Monkey Dory, as we do get to see the cheeky smiles there by Cameron's side, having known he's made himself in the position of top 8 right now and could still go further.
Yeah, no, really can. Congratulations to Cameron. I do want to say commiserations there to Pedro. You know, tried his absolute best, navigated some very awkward resources to deal with there, but I think that's just a very hard matchup on paper. And let's see how this game did pan out with our replay, because quite honestly, it was one to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1 here, remember, with the Cleffa start, we started swinging away with that End Zoroark so early. Virtuous Flame dealing plenty amounts of damage, but Pedro wasn't really able to set up the board. All of those Drat Cloaks and any sort of Pokemon that were being set up originally, Boss's orders, targeted down. Darumaka was targeted down. Pretty key decision there not to deal damage into an End Zoroark from that Charizard. But just by being able to announce back-to-back Virtuous Flames sort of sent Cameron in a fantastic spot, eventually hitting those key resources like the Ends PB up and then that powerful Rage to take the massive knockout for Game 1.
And this is where just life was so awkward there for Pedro. Was able to get out to the races first in Game 2 with that big burning darkness, but this is where just Cameron was just with that awkwardness of that powerful Rage, just basically saying, don't you dare attack me, that damage is coming back, and Pedro just running out of energy cards. This was a really clutch Adrenabrain mid-turn KO. Just made everything so awkward for Pedro. And, you know, wasn't really able into this Game 2 to navigate out of that mid-game scenario, running out of resources, and that's where we saw the concession. And that's what secured Cameron a slot in our top 8. Wave to the crowd. Love to see it.
Yeah, incredible. Like Shay's already mentioned, commiserations there. But a fantastic display by Pedro to go all the way to top 16. I mean, that's a massive feat in itself. But again, congratulations to Cameron for making it into our top 8 now. And then again, 2 more games, 2 more matches to make it into the final, to be then hopefully competing on Championship Sunday. I mean, you got to be over the moon with a deck that, like I said, no one had thought would go this far.
Yeah, and a really interesting build. I know before there was arguments for and against the Serrano. We even see cards like Power Hourglass to, you know, accelerate energy back. Cameron wasn't playing any of those realistically. Was still able to navigate himself into this top 8. And when you get into top 8, anything can happen. Right? It doesn't matter what your matchup is or who you're playing against. You just got to take each best of 3 as it comes in. It's currently only, what, 2 away from Championship Sunday.
I mean, speaking of top 8, I know we have tried to give as many updates as much as possible, but we're getting some pretty quick updates across the bracket so far. We're starting to see our top 8 actually be filled and try and get that confirmed as well right here, right now. This is currently the latest update. We've seen Tord Reklev once again make it into a top 8, defeating Makani Tran 2-0 in his top 16 asymmetric match there. Will be facing up against Ray Chen again, and was one of the only losses to Tord Reklev. Ray was able to best Tord in Swiss already. Cameron Shenoy, as we've already seen on the stream, on the same side of the bracket there, having bested Pedro Tura 2-0. Still have Riley McKay and Nathan Ginsberg still battling it out to see who will face Cameron in top 8, of course. But there's a couple of more completions there in the bottom bracket, Shay.
Yeah, we got Roche Patel, as we did say, 2-0 John Eng, and he secures himself a slot in top 8. And then we have Piper Lepine, 2-0 Yurko Valencia to secure herself a slot in top 8 as well. So we still have Riley McKay versus Nathan Ginsberg, Bodie Robinson versus Greg Minkley, and then Ryan Antonucci versus Isaiah Bradner. They're still being played out.
I think I do have notification that Greg Minkley has actually beaten Bodie Robinson 2-1. And it's such an incredible story for Greg as well. We had a chance to look through sort of that run that he's had so far. He actually started 0-1-2 in this tournament.
Wow.
And has since won every single match to take himself into top 8, and will be facing Rosh Patel there in top 8 as well. We're just waiting for a couple more final games, but this bracket is really starting to be shaken up by all of these players. I mean, there's some big names going. Just the fact that even we see Tord Reklev's name again, Shay, and that's just outrageous.
Yeah, you know, if you're playing against Tord Reklev here in an international championship, especially, and you start getting to the top cut, you're thinking, wow, has Tord got that plot armor? He loves an IC, doesn't he? He makes the finals and wins them just like every other weekend, it feels like. But that's going to be a clash of the Titans at the top 8 bracket, all the way at the top there, because, you know, this seems to be Ray Chan's tournament so far. Only losing, what, 1 round so far over these entire 2 days. So that's going to be a clash of Titans. You know, everyone else here on the board has had a fantastic tournament just to be here. So I'm sure every one of these players who are still available can begin, this is my time.
Yeah, and there's been such a breadth of different decks as well across the asymmetric top cut. And then the top 8 itself. I mean, the fact you keep mentioning Ray's deck, the Toad Scroll EX. But at the same time, one thing I'm going to keep an eye out. I mean, it may not happen because they're going to have to face a number of different players across the top 8s, maybe even semifinals. But we could actually see a potential rerun of EUIC
Yep, we could.
2024, because Isaiah Bradner is still in it. He's still facing Ryan Antonucci right now in the bottom half of the bracket on the other side of what Tord Reklev is. I mean, that's something definitely to keep an eye out on. But again, you've got so many big names. Piper is looking to really sort of take down that first international championship as well. Rosh Patel, Cameron Shenoy, it's just all of these players having fantastic achievements in recent times across the years. And it's just looking for that one moment for it to be them to be crowned that champion.
Exactly that. We'd love to see the rematch of the EUIC 2023. That'd be fantastic. 2024, I should say. So as you did mention, you know, we have a lot of different decks and players here in our top 8. But let's have a look at how the day 2 metagame actually did pan out and see how we filtered through to this result here. You know, Raging Bolt EX still maintained its, you know, most popular deck there in day 2 at 16.9%, but the gap did get closed a lot. Gardevoir EX currently at 15% of the metagame here in day 2. Marnie's Grim Snarly X proving to be the most impactful new deck from our new set, Destined Rivals, 13.6%. And then we got now into Dragapult EX territory there. You got Dragapult Duster at 7.4, Dragapult Charizard at, you know, 10.3. If you add those together, actually would be the most popular archetype, beating out the Raging Bolt by, you know, a couple percentage points. And then there's your pick, Alex, there. Flareon EX wasn't even on the graph in day 1, had a very good conversion, squeaking in as the 5th most popular deck.
Yeah, 7.4% of all the 390 decks that were in day 2. It's nothing to be, you know, sort of scowled on, because it's one of those decks which has the potential but can be easily countered. I mean, one of the cool things that we're seeing is that we do get to see a number of these decks in that asymmetrical top cut, you know. But at the same time, there's still a few decks that we know of, that we've seen featured already, that isn't even on this graphic. That Toadstool EX is currently in top 8.
The End's Toolbox
is in top 8.
Yeah.
Horde Recklev's slow Dragapult, which people had written off over the other two at some points, is in
the top 8.
So, you know, there's a few out there. It doesn't even need to worry about just this 70% meta share that we're currently viewing on the screen as part of the other 29.5 that we show there in the top right-hand corner. There's some decks still bubbling away and could potentially, you know, take it down without even being one of the most popular decks in day 2.
And that's why I love a new format, Alex. I love a new format, viewers, because you don't know exactly what's going to pan out. Marnie's Grimstyle currently in our top 8 as well via Piper Lapine. And you know what? I mean, if you look, even looking at this graph, other decks represented is actually 29.5. If that was actually plotted on this graph, it would be by far almost 2 times Raging Bolt. So that means we've got a lot of stuff to look, still see panning out here at the North American International Championship. Remember, this is our first event with Destin Rivals being legal. So that means that there has been no precedent set. We don't know what the best deck is in this format. And you guys don't know either. There's only one way to find that out, Alex. That's by watching this stream all the way through to Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been some incredible matches throughout yesterday in day 1, throughout today in day 2, and that's just so far, right? We've only seen the asymmetric top cut feature match so far. We've still got top 8 to enjoy, top 4 to enjoy, both top 4s to enjoy, and that's something a bit of a treat for the viewers at home as well. And that's why it's going to be so exciting to make sure you don't go anywhere and just keep staying with us, because so much more Pokemon to come, Shay, and I'm excited. You're excited. We're excited with you guys.
Oh, yeah, I'm so excited. I just can't wait to get started. I was trying to get off here so we can get our next one started.
I know. We want them to the table as soon as possible, but I guess we're still trying to figure out the rest of the top 8.
Yeah, you know, the top 8 still. And then, as you did say, at an IC, we show both top 4s. That's an extra little treat for you guys. You know, normally at regions, we don't get to see that all the time. We get to see both. So we get to follow both our finalists' journey, no matter what part of the bracket they're from. We can follow them all the way to the final. And there's something else, a little bit of an extra treat for you at internationals as well. Championship Sunday. So you get all the finals from all the different games and all age divisions, juniors, seniors, masters in TCG. VGC, got Unite, and you've got GO as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible that we get a chance to showcase the other age divisions as well. Of course, we do highlight a lot of the Masters tournament and the structure that we get to see in terms of the feature matches, but a chance to see the juniors pilot their decks, the seniors pilot their decks. I mean, the way I've always said it and seen it is that they are the future of our Masters division, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to be eventually one day competing at this very big stage in the Masters division. And that's why they're sort of setting the precedent now nice and early. But you know what, Shay? After that asymmetric top cut, I feel like we need to just take a moment to gather ourselves.
I do, viewers, I do.
Yeah, make sure you guys grab a drink. Don't go too far, because we do have a very exciting top 8 match to come shortly. Don't go anywhere.
the first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like 2nd grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Goomy. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, I think they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I'd need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships.
Out-secure Kabi-chans. Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AL's Cup champions!
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game.
Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is gonna 3-0 sweep Doombug to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Goodra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final Boss's Orders commanding one of these 2 Pokemon on the bench to come up will clinch the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched 2 prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion, 5-time international champion, and the greatest player of the modern era.
And a Saltfest variant.
Ivy Kudger coming out again from the Ogerpon, picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Ferrograph, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Dragon Pulse, targeting the Chien-Pao. It is enough. It picks up the KO, and this Tinglu has a lot of pulling weight. It has to do. It will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit
is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal. A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EYC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto, la verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer y también enfrentarme ante Kabi-chans.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NAIC, a gigantic Pokemon tournament going down in Narlands. My name is Adam Skarzig Watson here on the floor, and I have some important updates. Those of you who've been following the stream closely knows that we've been waiting for just a few more names to fill out our top 8 bracket, and I have those for you now. Isaiah Bradner is advancing, Riley McKay is advancing, and Greg Minkley is advancing. We now have our full top 8 bracket filled out. Let's take a look now, folks. This bracket are our 8 competitors who have fought tooth and nail to get this far, and now we've got Shelby and Kyle to take it away and take us to the next step on our Pokemon journey.
Welcome into the desk, everybody. You see it here, top 8 players have come from all around the world here to compete at the North America International Champion. But at the end, there can only be one winner. And first, this is where it starts, the journey through our top 8 into top 4 semifinals, and then the finals on Championship Sunday. And all of these players have earned it. Think about the countless hours that have been put into this game to get them to this point now in top 8 here at NAIC.
One of these 8 players will be crowned champion at the end. Let that sink in. We started with over 3,500 players. We're down to just 8 at this point. These are the 8 that have risen above the rest. Incredible stories for all of them. An incredible accomplishment to make it this far. But somebody is going to win, and they need to take one more step forward in this top 8 to do so. We have a lot of exciting Pokemon TCG left to play this weekend.
There's a lot to go, and they've gone through so much already. There's been tireless matchups back and forth. You know, we're playing in a best of 3 format all throughout this event. So there are so many matchups that you're having to go through. Stay mentally focused, have your game plan, adapt to different matchups, and all of these players here have done that. We're gonna have Ray Chen facing off against Tord Reklev. Cameron Shinoy, who we just saw, is going to be up against Riley McKay. Greg against Rosh Patel, and Piper Lapine against Isaiah Bradner as well. Kind of wild, too, to see both Tord Reklev and Isaiah Bradner, and they're kind of on the opposite sides there. Could they be meeting again for another face-off?
Yeah, we just saw that video with Tord versus Isaiah in the finals of EUIC, where Tord was able to best Isaiah. It could happen again. Tord will have to go through Ray Chen, who is the only player to deliver a loss to Tord in this tournament today even. And I don't think it was even very close the first time they played. Of course, Tord Reklev is capable of anything. So we'll see if he can work some magic this time against Ray Chen, who is just on the run of a lifetime. But yeah, all these players have made it to the top 8 so far. So let's take a look at the prizes for this event and see what these players have already won and what else they're playing for at this point. We have so much on the line in this tournament. The first prize, that $25,000 first place. Whew. But you look, the 5 through 8, all of the players left in the tournament, they are going home with at least $7,000.
Let's go.
Plus, who knows how many booster packs and other prizes and, you know, commemorative playmats or whatever they get, you know. They're going to be going home with a lot.
Promo
and
cards,
have,
all of it.
Yeah, and have a fun accomplishment on their resume as well. But each win from here is progressively more valuable, right?
Right.
You win the top 8, that's plus $3,000, up to $10,000. You make it to the finals, that's a minimum of 15, and then the big one, 25. So you're playing some high stakes matches here.
Yes, absolutely. There's thousands of dollars in difference between these placements. So if you think our players are going to let up here and not push forward, push on, and continue to try to win every single game they can, you are mistaken. We have so much on the line here. So much dedication has been put into this game by all of our players who have made it already to this point in our top 8 in all of our age divisions as well. You know, we are here with the Masters, but the juniors and seniors are also battling it out, and we will be broadcasting them and showcasing them on Championship Sunday as well in their final matches. So make sure you catch up with all the juniors and seniors you know, see how they're doing and faring, and also let us know who you're rooting for, who has already made it into the top 8, who do you want to see advance from there, because there's a lot of fantastic players that I know have some fan bases behind them and some incredible decks that they're piloting as well.
And one other important thing on the line is championship points, qualifying for the World Championships and getting yourself in position for some stipends and awards for the end of the season leaderboards. We're looking at top 125 for US and Canada, 125 for Europe as well, top 100 for Latin America, 20 for Oceania, and then 10 for the Mesa regions. Right now, you're in top 8. You have 380 points.
That's a huge boost.
That's a lot of points. Actually, if you make it to the top 4, I think you automatically get invited to the World Championships.
There you go.
So if there's anybody left in our field who maybe doesn't have a lot of points,
trying to get the Hail Mary.
Yeah, it can happen. And it could also alter the leaderboards at the end as well. If you finish in the top 4, get an automatic invitation, but you finished at the top of your rating zone, that will pass down to somebody else. So I'm sure anybody who's out there kind of like on the bubble for an invitation to the World Championships, maybe in like the 130s or whatever in North America, they're probably crossing their fingers that somebody who doesn't already have an automatic invitation is going to make it to the top 4, so that one more maybe just passes down to them.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there right now that have maybe already made it through their runs that are just hoping and counting on the results potentially from this event. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of the championship points break down after this event and see where everybody ended up right before we jump into August for our World Championships in Anaheim. It's been a fantastic season. Honestly, it's flown by as well, but we're already here at NAIC.
Doesn't feel like that long ago we were in Hawaii, but
right.
There we are, coming up in just 2 months. We'll be in Anaheim for the World Championships. Yeah, it was just a year ago already that we had Stefan Ivanov versus Andrew Hedrick in the finals of NAIC last season. It was a match for the ages. We'll see if this tournament can live up to that. We've had some great matches so far, but these are the big ones. These are the top cut matches, the single elimination rounds. It's win or you're done.
Win or you're done. Yep. That is what it's down to here, Kyle. But you definitely want to stay focused here. Definitely stay tuned in, because this is going to be a legendary one for so many reasons. We've been talking about our storylines all weekend long, but it seems as if our script has definitely been writing itself. We even mentioned this matchup earlier, and now we get it here for our stream. So I'm very excited to jump into this, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on the line for these players that we're about to stream in our top 8 feature match. And I think they're going to perform and give us an awesome show.
I sure hope so. I do believe the players are ready, so we can head over to the stage for our top 8 match. It will be the Toad versus Tord matchup. Ray Chen with the Toadscruel EX going up against what I would consider maybe the final boss of the North America International Championships, or just internationals in general. The only player to have won not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5 international championships.
All the rings.
And he's made it to the finals a couple other times and fell short. I mean, anytime you see Tord Reklev make it to the top 8 of an international championships, you have to think, oh boy, is he going to do it again? And the one standing in his way is Ray Chen.
Absolutely, Ray Chen, who has had a phenomenal run here so far at NAIC and has already taken down Tord, as well as we mentioned before, with Toadscruel EX. Let's take a look at these placements and these accomplishments for both of our players. This is going to be an incredible match here, but as you see, Ray Chen right off of Portland here, top 16 with Toadscruel, brought it back here to NAIC, and now look, sitting in Masters top 8 with this deck. I mean, it's unreal here for Ray Chen.
What else could you say? I mean, you compare the resumes. I mean, Ray had one of her best finishes, making top cut in Portland, finishing in the top 16, and now is here in top 8 of NAIC, going up against Tord, who, as we mentioned, has won a lot of tournaments.
Champion.
Also, yeah, was a finalist at the Yokohama World Championships. He's made top 4 at another World Championships. I mean, this guy has done pretty much everything. Yeah, this is a tall task, but we will point out Ray has already defeated Tord in this tournament. The Toadscruel EX deck tends to have a pretty good matchup against Dragapult EX. A lot of Ray's victories in this tournament have been against Dragapult. But there's only one Tord Reklev.
Yeah, that's
We've seen him pull out the impossible before.
The plot armor.
What game plan does he have here?
You know what I think it is? I think it's the crocheted Celebi plush. I saw it hit the table, and I knew Tord was here ready to sit down. That thing has got some luck, I will tell you that much, because look at this. We're back here once again, Masters top 8 with a Tord Reklev run, making it through here with Dragapult EX. Has to defeat one of his most difficult matchups, if not the most difficult matchup here in Toadscruel, Ray Chen. Can we see it again here from Ray Chen? Taking down the absolute star-studded player, Tord Reklev, the best in the game. I'm sure many would say, I definitely say that, that's for sure. And we're gonna see here momentarily as these players set up. We do already have one mulligan here from Ray Chen. That means that's gonna be an additional card going over to Tord until Ray can secure a basic Pokemon in the hand to start off the game.
And Ray did win the opening coin flip and chose to go second. We see this a lot with Ray. She's choosing to go second and try to attack on the first turn with Teal Mask, Ogerpon EX, or Iron Leaves EX on the first turn. A very aggressive deck. That is what she's going for, trying to put on early pressure and then never let up. Just attack with Toadscruel EX. Now you look at this matchup, Tord has been on the stage a lot. You know, he has been on stream, feels like almost every tournament that he plays in. He makes it on camera at some point. Ray has been on stream a couple times and has performed pretty well. You would think, oh, somebody who's newer to the stream may not have as much experience, might be nervous, might not play optimally. Don't think that's been the case. Ray has been able to hold her composure under pressure, and this is the biggest test yet. Top 8 against Tord Reklev. This is the pressure turned up to the max.
Oh yeah, no, look at that. Look at that. All the Pokemon that we mentioned for Ray Chen are in the prize cards here, the ones that we said you just kind of come out swinging with. 2 of those Teal Mask Ogerpon and the Iron Leaves EX, as well as the Energy Switch at the top. 2 there for Ray Chen. 2 Dragapult EX for Tord Reklev on the right side. Holy moly, that's a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Well, that's awkward.
I think it's much worse for Ray having 2 of the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX in the prize cards. That is one of the big reasons this deck works so well. That's going to be tough with only 2 of them, but not impossible. So excited to get this match up and running. As we mentioned earlier, when these 2 faced off in the Swiss rounds, Ray won, I think, pretty decisively.
It was like 15 minutes or something. This might be a quick one, y'all.
But, I mean, with those prize cards, who knows?
Exactly.
All right.
Anything can happen here in the Pokemon TCG. We have the mulligan drawn extra for Tord, and we're kicking off our first game between these players in our Masters top 8. Let's see if Tord's going to be able to take down his biggest enemy in the Toedscruel EX.
We have the special illustration rare Latias EX versus Toedscool.
What, you're shocked or something? Come on, what do you mean? This is the deck right here. Yeah, the Latias EX start here for Tord, of course, with its Skyliner ability, famous in so many decks, helping those basic Pokemon free retreats, which is pretty nice here. Ultra Ball getting us started as well, throwing away some supporters for Tord to go straight into this deck and start getting some Pokemon out. So we talked about Tord's already been taken down by this deck. Obviously, Ray Chen has very difficult prize cards as well. How is Tord going to be able to capitalize on that? Does he just need to play as decisively as he can, as fast as he can? What do you think, Puka?
Yeah, it can be a difficult matchup. The Toedscruel EX's ability, Protective Mycelium, can prevent the damage counters from Dragapult EX's Phantom Dive from being placed on certain Pokemon. That makes it really challenging, cutting off, you know, really the powerful part of the Phantom Dive attack, making it so it only really hits one Pokemon, limits the strength of that card. But for Tord, it's a couple different things. You want to try to buy as much time as you can. Sometimes Badoo can slow down this Toedscruel deck. If they don't get off to a good enough start, it can shut off those bug-catching sets and things like that that let you burn through the deck really quickly. Otherwise, it's just about trying to find your opening, trying to find little situations where, you know, your opponent misses a card here or there, misses an energy. You're just looking for any opportunity to squeeze out a potential advantage. You just kind of got to cross your fingers sometimes that the Toedscruel deck just doesn't have it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're going to have to wait for the perfect moment to swing the board in your favor. And Ray Chen here, we're talking about all of those Teal Mask, or 2 of those Teal Mask Ogerpon in the prize cards that can limit Ray here from being able to Teal Dance, get these energy onto the board because you have both your Teal Dance and your attachments for turn here. We've already seen the attachment for turn, speaking of which, on this Toedscool in the active position here for Ray. Straight into this Iono here, so fresh hands for both players.
Oh, yikes. That's not a great, yeah, that expression face says it all. There is a Squawkabilly EX in hand, but also 2 Toedscruel EX. If Ray wants to use the Squawk and Seize, she has to discard 2 Toedscruel EX, and there's a Badoo sitting there on the bench as well, which would prevent stuff like Super Rod from being played to shuffle them back in. Ray's going to have to decide right away, and the Squawkabilly comes down. We're going to see the Squawk and Seize.
Oh my gosh, the Squawk and Seize. We're discarding the hand here, drawing up to 6 fresh cards. 2 Toedscruel EX in the discard pile here for Ray Chen as we form, oh wow, that's several bug catching sets, I think, to the hand. We have one of those Teal Mask Ogerpon here, but whoo, now we got a Squawkabilly. Only chance to use it is on your first turn, so that's it. Squawkabilly's down. It has been utilized. We're jumping back into the deck here with this bug catching set. This card is so good in these grass decks. It's like an Earthen Vessel and a Buddy Poffin kind of combined, except better somehow too. You know,
it's not always better. That time we just got one.
Yes, that's true.
Energy.
Yeah,
but
that's true. You still have to hit those cards for sure. But you know, combination of your grass energy and your grass Pokemon, as well your basic grass Pokemon. Ray Chen is going to net another grass to the hand here and shuffling up after that.
Yeah, I think for Ray, it's about, I mean, ideally you would get an attack off this turn. You know, you would find your Prime Catcher, maybe go after the Dreepy.
Let's just kick.
Yeah, I don't know about that. You know, you need the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to Teal Dance and get energy into play and use some of those energy switches. Right now, that has not come together. Oh, the Prime Catcher was the top part of the deck.
Look at that. It's so close. We did the Teal Dance to draw one, but it's...
And now Ray's actually going to have to make a somewhat interesting decision. Does decide to take the Toedscruel EX off of the bug catching set. The reason this can be a little bit tricky is if Tord plays Iono on the next turn, that card will go to the bottom of Ray's deck, and we know the other two Toedscruel EX are in the discard pile.
Right.
There's no way to get them back, and you would be cut off from item cards from, you know, Itchy Pollen, from Badoo. So this is a bit of a risk, you know, trying to set yourself up for the next turn. If Tord happens to have an Iono and plays it next turn, this could backfire, but Ray is just trying to set herself up to have a good attack on the second turn.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. We're going to pass it back over here to Tord now to kick things off. Let's see the hand for Tord here. What's it looking like? We see a Buddy Buddy Poffin into the hand. Another Dreepy already in the hand as well. A Night Stretcher. Brock Scouting. I mean, wow, look at that.
Yeah,
plenty of cards here to work with for Tord.
Not a particularly explosive hand, but hey, it's good enough.
We got some Pokemon out here.
Yeah.
We're taking it slow. We're taking it easy. We're establishing the board here. You know, that Latias is already in the active, so can jump out of there. Dreepies are being put onto the bench here to give Tord as much pivot into additional attackers as possible as we establish these little dudes.
Yep, Tord's going to take a look through his deck, I believe. Yeah, just going to search out, make sure he remembers what's in his prize cards. And again, try to buy some time against this Toedscruel deck. Need to get a couple Dracloak into play to use that Recon directive. We'll see the Brox scouting here, I'm sure, to grab one of those Stage 1 Pokemon and start to look through the deck and find hopefully some other Dracloak and go from there. This is a little bit of a slower build of the Dragapult deck, relying on the Itchy Pollen from Badoo to try to buy you some time. Tord does have some tricks in this deck, as we saw yesterday in his match against Andrew Mahone, some ways for him to buy some time in certain matchups. So we'll see if any of that comes up, but I think Tord is aware that Ray knows probably all of his tricks, and
yeah.
Some of them may not work.
Yeah, they call it the slow and steady Dragapult build. Slowly building up here, that evolution Pokemon that was sought out off that Brock scouting here into the Recon directive for Tord. Ooh, but
not a great one. Just the Neo Upper Energy
and the counter
catcher. That's not going to find another Dracloak, so that's going to be a pretty slow turn for Tord.
Yeah, not any additional draw there. One of those to the bottom, one of those nets to the hand here. Remember, there's also 2 Dragapult EX stuck in our prize cards as well for Tord. So we got plenty of Dreepy out here, but only 1 Dracloak so far, and still has some prize cards to go through to get into additional Dragapult EX besides the one that we have in the deck. That is an additional energy onto this Dracloak here, and we see the jab there with that Badoo, 10 damage with that Itchy Pollen. No energy required there, but the item cards are locked for Ray Chen.
I think you see Ray there hoping to draw up boss's orders on this turn. The Dracloak with the 2 energy cards on it is such a tempting target to go after, but was not able to find the boss's orders on this turn. So far the game plan has not gone well for Ray. You're hoping to attack turn 1 going second. If not, you're hoping to, boss's orders up something that's important for your opponent. It's just going to be an attack into the Badoo on this turn, it would seem. So not the greatest situation, not as advantageous as it could be, but Ray will still get the first knockout and does have a Toedscruel EX up and running.
Right, that's pretty nice here. The Toadscroll EX that we were kind of worried about potentially being difficult to get out because 2 of them were already discarded. This one is up, it's running here. It's just kind of an awkward board to have here for Ray Chen, partially due to those prize cards as well. The Professor's Research grinded through more of this deck here for Ray Chen as well, fresh 7 cards. But yeah, that Toadscroll EX, the Colony Rush here, 80 base damage from this Colony Rush. It requires 2 grass energy, but it also does 40 additional damage for each of your bench Pokemon that also have grass energy attached. So not only are you putting the protective mycelium, you're communicating to all of the mushroom brethren and the entire field of your Pokemon with those grass energy to protect them from the effects of your opponent's attacks. But you also are outputting more damage for that Colony Rush as well. You're bringing the whole gang and rushing out. And this time, it's going to take a Badoo down. That's the first prize card. And taking that Badoo out, Tord, on the other hand, is starting off our turn promoting that Latias EX.
Right, so one big thing that Ray was probably upset about was not having a way to protect the Toadscool on the bench. Only things with grass energy attached get the protection from the protective mycelium, and Toadscool does only have 60 HP, so it is a prime target for a Phantom Dive from Dragapult EX.
Being hunted right now.
Yeah. Tord does have the counter catcher as well, and is just going to go hunting for prize cards, bringing up the Mew EX.
Jeez.
And we see the Maractus go to the discard pile. That is one of the tricky cards in Tord's deck. He may have tried that out against Ray and realized it doesn't work. Ray has some ways out of it, and the protective mycelium does prevent that effect of not letting your Pokemon retreat. So, as identified, this is not a card I want in this matchup, but is going to have a very powerful turn. You see the Phantom Dive, knock out the Mew EX, possibly knock out the Toadscool. Ray is not fully established. You need a lot of grass energy in play in order to make this work and do enough damage to knock out a Pokemon EX as big as Dragapult. So it's going to be an awkward turn for Ray to follow this up.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, of course, being hindered by the lack of the Teal Mask Ogerpon. That usually you have a bunch out there. You're teal dancing all around, getting all of these grass energy out, protecting your field, adding to the Colony Rush. It's a strategy that is working, but just not at the moment for Ray Chen. And you see what Tord is able to do with these turns as things go forward. I mean, we talk about Dragapult EX as if it's like a bullet train, you know? Once it's rolling, it's hard to stop. That is for sure. And you see why. These recon directives, they draw into additional cards. It only requires 2 energy for the Dragapult EX to attack. We don't have any protection on some of our Pokemon now, unfortunately, for Ray Chen. So this is what's being set up for Tord to actually see a better matchup here against this Toadscroll EX deck when sometimes he can suffer greatly going up against it. So it's pretty nice here for Tord. I'm telling you, the Celebi, it's shining down on him right now, but we're not going to count Ray Chen out yet. So far here, Tord is going to be able to knock out this Mew EX. That's gone. That's 2 prize cards and the restart ability off the field. Toadscool's taken out with that 60 damage counters from the Dragapult EX Phantom Dive. That's 3 prize cards here for Tord Reklev leading in this match so far.
Yeah, definite advantage to Tord in this situation. It's going to be really difficult for Ray to respond with a knockout on this Dragapult on this turn.
More energy. We need more energy.
Energy. Probably need some energy switches to move some around to your other Pokemon. It's more difficult with the 2 Ogerpon in the prize cards and the Iron Leaves in the prize cards. Those are both ways that let you get more energy around on all your Pokemon.
I mean, it plays like 4 energy switch too, because that's a huge part of its strategy, to spread those energy out to the entire colony, the mold colony. It's forming here.
So what is going to be the plan for Ray? Is this a turn where perhaps you try to target down a different Pokemon? You are at 5 prize cards, so you're going to have to take out 2 Pokemon EX and then a 3rd Pokemon somewhere. So this could be an opportunity to just go after like one of the Dracloak if you have a boss's orders. try to get on even prize cards, and then try to close it out with 2 big attacks after that. Yeah, it's a long road ahead. That was a huge turn from Tord.
Right, and let's see what Ray Chen can do with some item cards now here.
Yeah.
We got the Nest Ball being played to bring out a basic Pokemon here for Ray Chen. We'll see what else is in the hand. Did you see anything in the hand, Kyle, that could potentially help Ray so far here in this turn?
I mean, there's a lot going on. And this deck, once it has access to item cards, can do a lot of stuff in a single turn.
It's got a lot of items.
Yeah, so I think we're going to see a pretty lengthy turn where Ray is going to play a bunch of stuff. It's just, will it be enough? There's a long way to go in order to knock out this Dragapult EX.
Long way, a lot of damage. These Dragapult EX are bulky, 320 HP. Of course, you know, it is a stage 2 evolution Pokemon, so the heft is warranted, I suppose, on that Dragapult. It's got a bunch of babies on it as well, shooting some lasers too. So yeah, Ray Chen has a big amount of HP to get through. We'll have to see. Pheasantipides join in the field from that Nest Ball. That's going to allow for some additional draw support here for Ray Chen. But it's like you said, Puka, is it going to be enough here? We're going to net 3 cards to the hand. Looks like we've already been building up a decent hand with not being able to play item cards. So it's really where Ray Chen wants to take this.
Yeah, so the way it works out, you need 6 grass energy spread out on your benched Pokemon. That's energy on 6 different benched Pokemon.
Right,
so you need the area 0 under depths to expand the bench. And then you need to find a way. Right now, there's only 1 Pokemon on the bench that's got a grass energy. Ray needs to find a way to make that into 6. And I don't know if you know this, but you can only attach 1 energy card per turn.
Yep, unless you're Teal Dancing.
Yeah.
But
so
that's about it.
It's going to require a bunch of Teal Dances, probably a bunch of energy switches. I think it is possible to pull this off, but it's going to be pretty tough. I think the easier thing would be to target down a benched Pokemon this turn and maybe just take a single prize card.
Oh, yeah, this is tough. You just try to protect your board, try to still get through these prize cards, and just try to withstand this matchup here for Ray Chen. As we see the Toedscruel EX back on the discard pile. So sad. They dropped too early, Puka. But we got another one of these Teal Mask Ogerpon. That is going to allow for more attachments for us. Now we have the Teal Dance ability being used there. Also draws us an additional card here for Ray Chen. And then we also get the energy attachment as well for Ray.
There is the area 0 under depths that can be played, so now the bench has expanded to 8.
All right, Ray.
Does open up this play a little bit more.
Ray's got those Terra Pokemon in those Teal Mask Ogerpons, so area 0, we got 8. Actually, on both sides, technically. Tord also has 8 now as well, thanks to that Dragapult EX.
Yeah, I think one of the issues here is Tord is currently ahead in the prize race, and there are so many easy targets on Ray's bench. You see Tord has the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX already in play. Eventually that will be able to attack, and it will just take a boss's orders to go after something like a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. That's the most likely way that this game would end. And Tord plays a lot of boss's orders. It's going to be tough to dodge him taking the last prize cards here.
Yeah, Tord is well known for playing very consistent decks and decks that have a lot of boss's orders as well. To add to that consistency, you know, choosing where you want to attack, when you want to attack. It's always a nice ability to have when you're playing the Pokemon TCG. We're going to see the Super Rod that got that Mew EX back, the Nest Ball to bring it out onto the field once again here for Ray. That's an additional Pokemon that can get a grass energy in the future, add to the damage output of the Colony Rush on that Toedscruel EX, and of course has the restart ability if we get there as well to draw some additional cards. But Ray Chen just needs to continue to follow this and hold on here as Tord Reklev is kind of eyeing down, probably feeling much better than the previous matchup against Ray.
Yeah, so far. All right, so Ray's trying to optimize this as best as possible. Energy switch moves an energy to the Toedscruel, so that one's going to be protected from the Phantom Dive. Restart for 1 card. I think hoping to find a boss's orders off of this 1 card. There's still Flip the Script available as well. And 3 big cards here. Will Ray find a way to go after a benched Pokemon? I don't see it.
Iono, the Grass Energy, and a Toad Scroll as well for Ray Chen. So not finding that Gust ability to try to slow Tord down as much as possible.
Still got a Teal Dance.
This. Yeah, we have a Teal Dance and I think an attachment for turn still too.
Yeah, the Teal Dance will draw a card. And it was not a boss's orders. There is still the Prime Catcher to find. Don't think it's possible to get the knockout on Dragapult here because of all those prized Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, so gotta be something.
Yeah, that's such a bummer. Teal Dance into a card, just not the right supporter we needed. I think it was the research, not the boss's orders here for Ray Chen. So we're still just kind of stuck with this hand here. Of course, the Toad Scroll EX is charged up with this Colony Rush. Going to attack into this Dragapult EX. Doesn't have enough energy spread out on the bench to take a knockout on it. So the Dragapult EX remains here with 120 HP left as Tord Reklev goes here. Surviving a turn with this Dragapult EX. As we're going to start with these recon directives here. And now it gets scary because Tord Reklev is going to have a lot of play here for this turn. Well, look at that, too. The third Dracloak found straight into another recon directive, counter catcher and a boss's orders, and the counter catcher is going to go into the hands.
Yeah, I think maybe some future planning here from
I was thinking
Tord.
that, too.
He put the boss's orders on the bottom of the deck, preparing for perhaps an Iono on the following turn. He wants that not in his hand so that he could potentially improve his odds of drawing into it.
Yeah,
off
of course.
the Iono. He's already got a boss's orders in hand for this turn.
Oh, nice.
The counter catcher isn't going to do anything because he's winning.
It's ahead in prize cards, yeah, or
Yep.
taking prize cards, I should say.
No, and he already has 2 boss's orders in hand, so
Oh, there's 2?
no sense
Yeah, we didn't need that.
getting a third one.
Oh my gosh. Well, we
Yeah.
have a healthy Dragapult EX being evolved into here for Tord Reklev. Gets that Neo Upper Energy A-Spec card as well. And we see one of the 2 boss's orders being brought, bringing this Toad School into the active position as well for Tord.
Yeah, and this is why the game is going to be so difficult for Ray to win. Tord plays 4 boss's orders. A lot of people in Dragapult were really slimming down on that card, playing like 2 boss's orders and then playing counter catchers. Now we have the full 4. And this card is obviously extremely good, right? How many times do we say, oh, someone plays the boss's orders to win? Yeah, why aren't we just playing 4 of them? It comes up so often, and you see Tord just kind of going back to the basics with this deck. 4 boss's orders. This is going to let him take the lead and keep it. It's going to be so tough for Ray to dodge the last boss's orders. Especially it's 5 prize cards to 2. Ray's going to have to take 3 knockouts before Tord can take 1. And this is just not looking good for our Toad Scroll player in the first game.
Yeah, so sad here. And, you still get to play around with the damage as long as those Pokemon aren't being protected by that Toad Scroll EX. So that's sad to see here, but we're going to keep going here. Super Rod's going to get us this Toad School back. Can be a combination of Pokemon or these Grass Energy, because that's all we're playing. 12 Grass Energy. It's a lot of Grass Energy. Yeah, speaking of 4-ofs, you see the strategy a lot of times. If it's not like the setup cards, you see a lot of the strategy in the 4-ofs for our opponents or participants' decks. And we saw like the 4-of Teal Mask Ogerpon. It just wasn't a 4-of, sadly, thanks to the prize cards for Ray Chen this time around. So anytime your strategy is greatly hindered, it's going to be a difficult match for you. Ray Chen still has this expanded bench thanks to that Area 0 under depths remaining in play.
Yeah, I'd say the only positive thing is that Tord doesn't have Pheasantipity EX in play at the moment, so no access to flip the script. There are still 2 Dracloak out there, 2 uses of the Recon Directive to dig through the deck, but it is possible that the Iono could slow him down a little bit. It's still going to be a tough, tough game to win, but Ray Chen will try her best. It all starts here, disrupting the hand, sending that boss's orders to the bottom of the deck.
Yes, which is exactly like you said, Puka. That is why the other boss's orders kind of adding a veil of safety here for Tord, protecting against this Iono, because you shuffle your hand, you place it at the bottom of the deck, but then you have to draw per prize card off the top of your deck. So if you know your cards are at the bottom, you're not going to draw into them, at least immediately. You're going to need to shuffle up, have other ways to draw, which you said Tord does not have in the Pheasantipede, at least at the moment. It's just a Psychic Energy and the counter catcher in the hand here for Tord. Ray Chen has put everything in the way with this Iono, trying to disrupt in this late game as more energy are going down now onto the Teal Dance, or Teal Mask Ogerpon with the Teal Dance ability to draw an additional card here, and we're into a bug catching set.
Yeah, you can see how this deck's supposed to work now.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah, it's important for Ray to get a Grass Energy on the Toedscool. The path to victory here is you attack with your Toedscool EX, get a knockout. Tord can't find a boss's orders, he has to attack into it, and then you would retreat into a new Toedscool EX on the following turn, get another knockout, and then hope again that Tord doesn't have a boss's orders or even a counter catcher at that point. There's going to be so much stuff you have to dodge at this stage, but Ray is going to try. It's not over yet. Oh, and actually going after the Dracloak, cutting off one of these recon directives. This is a smart play. This is a way to reduce the number of cards that Tord will see over the next couple turns and potentially prevent him from finding that game-winning boss's orders. Yeah, his hand is not good.
No, it was not good off of that Iono, that is for sure. Also netted iron.
Okay.
Oh, was that?
He just has boss's orders. All right, Tord Reklev takes game number 1, finding the boss's orders to close things out.
That was the top deck?
Off the recon directive.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? How did I not see that? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Tried to limit the recon directives, but cannot limit Tord Reklev, as we see there, the recon directive leading straight to that boss's orders. I guess it's a good thing it went to the bottom of the, or the bottom of the deck that time, so it could somehow end up back at the top here for Tord Reklev. And that's going to be game 1 between these players. And I'm sure, like we said, Tord is feeling probably much better, seeing as though we were told it was a 15 minutes conclusion between these players previously in their former matchup. Let's take a look back at our replay between these players in a Toedscool versus Dragapult EX matchup.
Yeah, it probably feels better because he won a game in this match.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, I mean,
didn't get too owed.
Yeah, this is what you got to do, right? Take advantage while you can. Ray had a slow start. Tord was able to capitalize, slow things down with the Itchy Pollen, get a quick Dragapult EX, take a 3-prize turn, and Ray just was not able to find the setup needed to get the big colony rushes for one-hit knockouts. That's the key, and Tord was able to maintain his lead with the boss's orders. I think he played 3 boss's orders that game.
Pure consistency. The boss himself playing those boss's orders.
Final boss here
right.
at NAIC for sure.
Exactly.
This is the guy that you do not want to see your name paired against once we get to this stage of the tournament. He's not invincible, but why, he sure wins a lot.
He's got a lot of plot armor, that is for sure. A lot of aura as well. He's always swagged out in these Pokemon shirts. I mean, how beautiful is that? Pikachu eating a snow cone. You don't get better than that, of course.
We got Pikachu eating two different things. They got the ramen Pikachu.
Yeah.
And they got the shave ice Pikachu.
Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Pikachu eating snacks. That is what I love here. Yeah, but Tord, I mean, I think every day I've seen him, he's wearing a different Pokemon shirt. He had a collage of Psyducks on one, and it was so cute. Love to see that. But I know that Ray is going to love to see a win, is what she is hoping for here in this next match. Tord!
A little sweaty out there.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. My hands would be sweating, that's for sure. These players are on the main stage here in our Masters Top 8 here at one of the largest tournaments of all time, really. The North America International Championships of 2025, the biggest one yet. They've worked themselves all the way to the top here, the Masters top 8. Let's hope the prize cards aren't as limiting here this time for Ray Chen in this match, because I want to see this Toadscroll EX deck absolutely explode with the Colony Rush, with the Mycelium protecting everybody, and go in turbo mode. I want to see it perform here for us, Puka.
Yeah. You do see, Tord wiping up his hands a little bit. We mentioned he has been on stage a lot. He's been in a lot of these high-stakes matches. But even the best, most experienced players still get nervous, right? You still feel the nerves. Doesn't matter how many times you've been up there. It's still a big moment. Nobody is impervious to making mistakes at this level of play. And, Tord is an excellent player, probably the greatest player we have seen in this era.
Right.
But even the best can crack under pressure sometimes. We haven't seen it very often, but nerves are still a factor. I think Tord's probably feeling pretty calm after that first game. It's about as well as he could have hoped things would go. Got a pretty easy win, to be honest, so now he's got some breathing room. And the prize cards aren't too bad for him in this one. So yeah, I think he's feeling pretty relaxed right now. The pressure is actually going to be on Ray after losing that first game.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely over to Ray Chen this time around. Can we see Ray Chen pick up a win, bring us to a Game 3, give us an exciting finish here between these players in our Masters top 8? Ray will be going second this time in this match here. So Tord's going to lead us off with 2 Dreepy brought to the field with that Buddy Buddy Poffin.
We'll see if there's any energy attachment to go with it. Looks like there is the luminous energy going on to the Dreepy. So Beautiful. This is pretty good start for Tord. Opens with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, gets some Dreepy down, passes the turn, and says, all right, do your worst.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll see what Ray Chen can give us here. We're looking at the top 7 right now to get these grass Pokemon or grass energy. I just saw a nod here. A bunch of grass energy already in the hand and just a Toadscroll.
How bad was that hand? Hold on. I don't know if there's access to a Teal Mask Ogrepon. Okay.
Oh, we got an S-Ball.
There is an S-Ball. That might be the only playable trainer card in Ray's hand. It might all be riding on this Teal Mask Ogrepon EX to Teal Dance for something good.
Come on, 1 card here. We can Teal Dance. We've got plenty of grass energy in the hand here for
again,
Ray.
2 Teal Mask Ogrepon EX in the prize cards. Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, how did we not see that, Puka? And wow, okay, 2 Teal Mask Ogrepon, the same thing we saw last time. This time does, I guess, have that Iron Leaves, but the 2 bug catching set as well. I mean, wow.
How is Tord going to win this one? Never count him out for nonsense like this to happen.
The aura! I'm telling you here, Ray Chen does have the 4 of the Teal Mask Ogrepon, but we saw it in our game 1 how limiting it is when you don't get that bonus energy down that plays into your 4 energy switch. Puts all of those energies to boost up your Toadscroll EX.
Big card
here we go.
It's
Another
a nest ball. Okay, we get another shot at this.
Woo.
Here comes what I assume is another Teal Mask Ogrepon EX.
One more time.
Just keep dancing.
Just keep dancing, exactly. When in doubt, dance it out here. We're going to get another Teal Mask Ogrepon EX out here. That's going to lead to another Teal Dance, an additional card to the hand to help Ray Chen keep going here in this
turn
is the
1 card.
What was it?
Oh, a Super Rod.
That is a late game card. We do have the Toadscroll from the hand that Ray started with here. The Toadscroll inactive, but
hate to see it. 2 games in a row, no turn 1 attack from Ray Chen. This deck consistently,
and really only 3 cards played.
Yeah,
that's
consistently this deck is able to generate enough energy, use energy switches. There's Squawkabilly EX, there's the Iron Leaves EX. You are able to put on pressure turn 1 with this deck. That is part of the strength of this deck.
Through it.
You attack turn 1, you attack turn 2, you just keep the pressure on. This has been devastating.
Yeah, very devastating to see. And now Tord is going to have these turns once again to just build up gets this Dracloak out. The jamming tower just for funsies because we're about to discard some cards here with the professor's research.
Yeah, neither player plays any Pokemon tool cards, so that's worthless.
It's literally nothing.
But may as well play it, I suppose. Yeah,
right.
Tord does find one Dracloak already, and it will be Itchy Pollen time, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Gotta power up, or gotta buy some time with the Badoo, give you some time to power up your Dracloak, which will evolve into Dragapult EX eventually. If you're sitting in Tord's seat here, this is exactly how you wanted this to go. Your opponent stumbles in the opening turns, you get a perfect start. Yeah, must be nice to be Tord Reckless.
Must be nice, absolutely. Must be nice, still remaining calm, cool, collected, despite I'm sure there's a lot of adrenaline going on right now for both of our players here, but I want to see the fight back. You know, Puka, I'm always rooting for the underdog as well. So whenever a player's behind, I just love to see these incredible comebacks that we can see sometimes in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, especially the underdog deck, the Toedscruel EX.
Right.
One that, you know, we were aware of after Ray's run at the Portland Regional Championships, but I think if you asked 100 people which deck would have been the #1 seed after the Swiss rounds were over, I don't think any of them, unless you were polling Ray Chen, would have said Toedscruel EX.
Right. Yeah, I actually watched an interview with Ray Chen, and she was talking about how she sometimes determines what she plays on a coin flip, or I guess a dice roll or something like that. But
I respect that. I've done that before.
Right, exactly. And I think that's how they ended up with this Toedscruel deck. So look at this now. Ray Chen all the way in Masters top 8 thanks to that here. But that is pretty cool to see. But yeah, I want to see it go further, Puka. At least I want to see us go to a Game 3 between these players because it's an awesome matchup. Tord Reklev just seems to be finding some luck here and some plot armor as we see Ultra Ball being played here to discard a couple of cards. We saw the Badoo that was already netted from the professor's research, and then we got another one out on the field, so that additional Badoo's easy, discard there. And now we're gonna get into this Dracloak here for Tord. That's gonna be a second recon directive here for this second turn here for Tord Reklev.
Yeah, and I will say, obviously that was not the start that Ray was hoping for, but this is not over by any means. There's still a lot of game left to be played. It just wasn't an ideal start. Ray didn't have a supporter card, but does still have a couple energy cards in hand. We'll be able to use Teal Dance on the next turn to draw some cards, get some more energy in play. Very likely we will see her attack on the second turn, but it doesn't feel good knowing you missed your first attack. Tord is setting up perfectly.
Right.
There's not going to be a lot of room for error for you throughout the rest of this game. And right now, your hand is still not very good.
Yeah, now you're even more limited as well. It's this Itchy Pollen is going to lock those item cards down too. It's very similar to what we saw in our Game 1 between these players here, but Pheasantipity EX is going to drop to the bench first before this Itchy Pollen. Now we are underway here. What was the top deck, Kuka?
A Toedscruel, not EX.
Oh no, the non-rule box Toedscruel.
Huge Teal Dance here. What is the card? It's a bug catching set. You can't play it.
That is an item card that's being locked by this little Badoo. The Itchy Pollen is holding strong here.
Boss's Orders is a huge play to go after the Dracloak with the energy on it. Can potentially stop Tord from attacking with Dragapult EX on this next turn. If he was able to get a Dragapult EX, counter catcher up the Toedscruel, and knock out both of them at once, you gotta think this game would almost be over. But Ray is gonna try to slow down Tord, attack with the Myriad Leaf Shower, get rid of the Dracloak with the energy, and say, okay, give me at least one break in this game.
Yes, please. We need it here. Gets the bug catching set. No, we wanted that Ogre Pond there, but gets the bug catching set out of the prize cards. Does take out that Dracloak that had the energy attached with the Myriad Leaf Shower, hitting additional damage for each energy on both of our Pokemon there. Tord Reklev Gonna kick off this turn now. Professor researching, that was a slam of the hand there. Ray's even like, let me take a look at this real quick.
Yeah, Tord is digging for Neo Upper Energy on this turn, that A-Spec card. If he can find that, a counter catcher, and a Dragapult EX, he will wipe out both Toad School from play and take a huge lead in this game. It's about finding the A-Spec card on this turn.
Yeah, we know what's at stake here. That was a Professor's research for a fresh 7 cards. What do we see in the hand, Puka?
A lot of stuff that's not pink.
Yeah, I don't see anything. Hot pink, that does make it easy for us to find. Here's the Recon Directive. Oh, same card there.
Easy choice.
Right.
But
well,
he gets one more shot.
Exactly. That's going to lead us to another Recon Directive here for Tord. Shiny pink, Neo Upper Energy. It's going to unlock a lot here for Tord. Can he hit it?
No, I don't see it.
Wow.
Okay. And actually, I don't see any energy.
What?
I don't think he's going to be able to attach this turn.
That's a huge hand, and we don't have a single energy in it. Yeah, look at that. It's just item cards, supporters, couple of Pokemon in there as well for Tord, but not an energy.
What was that?
Sheesh. That's kind of crazy off our research. Now we're seeing the look through the deck here off this Ultra Ball.
You saw the Neo Upper Energy was actually near the bottom of the deck.
Yes.
So was not going to draw into that. Yeah, this is kind of awkward now. You're going to be back in the same position next turn where you need to find the Neo Upper Energy. The Itchy Pollen from Badu will slow down Ray once again.
But
she has not played a supporter card yet. So it's possible her hand still just won't have anything going on.
Yeah, that's true.
But you don't love to give your opponent a free turn in this situation.
Nope. Yeah, you want to continue the pressure there, but now with this lack of energy here for Tord, which is kind of shocking to see, the plot thickens potentially here. Tord is going to utilize being behind in prize cards, going to prize or counter catcher up this Toad School into the active position here, and then just Itchy Pollen, hit it for 10 here on these Toad Schools.
What is the card for the turn? Okay, it's a Latias EX. That at least allows you to retreat your Toad School and attack. And we actually see the regular Toad School coming into play just to prevent, I don't know. I don't know how much it's going to do. It's got the Slime Mold Colony, can prevent rescue stretchers from being used. And now Tord is counting the deck. How deep can I look at this? What are my odds of finding that Neo Upper Energy and starting to put pressure back on my opponent?
Yeah, we're doing something at least here. We're getting that Teal Mask Ogerpon to the hands now as well off of that knockout of the Badu. Maybe that can help us out a little bit more to get more grass energy on the field, to be able to energy switch them around as well for Ray Chen. Tord here promoting this Drakloak into the active. As we take a look at this hand, do we have an energy now?
Not yet. He's looking for the Neo Upper Energy again. First Recon Directive. Nothing there.
Yeah, I'm going to put
be able to Recon Directive twice this turn, plus use Flip the Script. So there's going to be a lot of cards to look at. Can play a supporter card as well. You got to think he's very likely to have a way to find the Neo Upper Energy this turn and start attacking. See, Tord asking how many cards does Ray have in her hand, perhaps debating playing the Iono, but has also realized your hand has been really bad this game.
Yeah, maybe I don't want to do that. Yeah, that is a little awkward. Is going to choose to flip the script first here. Let's see if we can see this energy.
There it is.
Has it. Shakes his head here as we find that Neo Upper Energy. That is going to apply both energy needed for the Dragapult EX, thanks to it being that Stage 2 Pokemon. The 1A spec allowing for that Dragapult EX to attack with just one single energy attachment.
You can feel the inevitability now of Tord Reklev. There is no Toedscruel EX in play to protect these Pokemon on the bench from these damage counters from the Phantom Dive. There's no opportunity for Ray to even get a Toedscruel EX into play. Probably not at any point for the rest of this game. Every time you put down a Toedscruel, it's just going to get knocked out by the Phantom Dive. What can Ray possibly do in this game to battle back? Tord has just found a way to take a lead, and I don't know if he's going to give it up.
I sure wouldn't, Puka. I sure would not. As that Dragon Ball EX is ready to swing. We had the choice between a Luminous Energy and a Hawlucha to the hand. Puts the Hawlucha in the hand here for Tord. Still has Supporter for play for the turn. It's going to be the Brock's Scouting here to thin even more through this deck. And look at this deck. It's already so thin. We do have the evolution Pokemon for the Brock's Scouting to be utilized to get that Dracloak out.
Yep, and just doing a quick check. Did that Dreepy come into play this turn?
Right.
I don't remember.
I actually don't know.
He said he doesn't remember either.
Yeah. I think it did.
He's like, I don't remember.
Yeah, we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, easy for them to check there. But yeah, as you said, Puka, there's only one Toedscruel in play, and it is not the EX. It's just that Slime Mold Colony Toedscruel, which, I mean, by the way, has hindered a lot of other matchups. You know, you can't do your Night Stretchers. You can't do any sort of energy retrieval from the discard pile. Your
Golden
discard
Go
pile
does not want to see that.
It's locked down. You can't do anything against that. You can't get anything out of your discard pile, and that can really hurt a lot of matchups there for Ray Chen. Curious to see how much weight that Slime Mold Colony has carried, but
Does seem like the Dreepy has been in play for a turn, so should be good to evolve. It's like we're just getting confirmation on that from the judges, and we do. Yep, Tor just double checking. Is this okay? Am I good? Don't want to find out after I use Recon Directive that I wasn't allowed to evolve.
I like the caution, I do. Here's the Recon Directive here between an Iono and a Fire Energy. One could go to the hand, the other goes to the bottom of your deck here, but Tord's in a position he wants to see. He got the Neo Upper Energy. These Pokemon on the bench for Ray, besides that Teal Mask Ogerpon, do not have energy. There's no Toedscruel, even if they did have the energy to protect them here. And Tord has just been running away. We see the Hawlucha with the flying entry. This was netted off one of the Recon Directive here. Was being debated heavily, is going to put those 10 damage counters on both the Teal Mask Ogerpon and that Latias EX. Getting rid of that 10.
Yeah, I think a simple game plan from Tord from here on out. It's just going to be 3 attacks and 6 prize cards. Knock out this Teal Mask Ogerpon, 5 damage counters go on the Toedscruel, and you can put 1 more on that other Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. They all are now in range of Phantom Dive, 200 damage knockouts.
My God.
Ray can finally use item cards, but is it too little, too late? Yeah, it's not looking great for our Toedscruel. Ugh.
Yeah, it's tragic to see this. Absolutely tragic. But Tord Reklev, he's doing it again. We saw the multi-prize
getting
card.
away with it.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's honestly nuts here. Ray Chen is going to do everything here to hang on in this matchup. Has the Super Rod here to shuffle the some Pokemon and energy back into the deck. But it's like you said, Kyle, is it too little, too late? We have the bug catching set here. Top 7 to get a Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, this is just not what you want to see. Look how thin that discard pile even is. Tord has been completely in control of this entire matchup so far here, locking the item cards, fully setting up, and just striking on Ray Chen's entire board here. And like you saw, the 10 was put on the Teal Mask Ogerpon. That puts it at perfect damage to just be taken out by this Dragapult EX. When you're facing off against a deck that has the ability for the counter catchers and 4 Boss's Orders in there, you are going to struggle here. We're going to see the Teal dance from this Teal Mask Ogerpon and try to get somewhere here for Ray Chen.
I was trying to think if there was any amount of energy that's possible to get enough onto a single Teal Mask Ogerpon EX to use Myriad Leaf Shower to knock out a Dragapult EX. It's a lot.
Right.
I think you need 10 combined energy between the 2 active Pokemon. There's 2 on the Dragapult, so you would need like 8 energy on the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Does not seem likely. Yeah, just where are the prize cards coming from if you're Ray? The Toedscruel is just not going to be an option in this one.
Sad.
How are you going to just piece together knockouts in this game You have 4 prize cards left to take before Tord only has to take 3. Is there some way to pull this off?
Exactly, and I mean, one of the 2 prize Pokemon out there for Tord has 320 HP. I mean, it's just a huge, almost unsurmountable conquest you have to do here, but we're gonna strike into this Dragapult EX. It's not gonna take the knockout here, but it is gonna count extra damage for each of those energy attached to both. I mean, I ain't surprised. It's like his whole deck is in his hand. The hand is thickums here for Tord Reklev. We got the Ultra Ball just casually discarding these 2 Buddy Poffin just to take a look here through the deck. Select this Dragapult EX here, and that's a healthy one. Right there for Tord Reklev. Of course, the Neo upper energy is attached to the one in the active position there for Tord, but only 3 prize cards left between Tord and taking a win against one of his most difficult matchups here in our Masters top 8. Is Tord Reklev going to be able to do this once again? Recon Directive into either that Luminous Energy or an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and at this stage, Tord is just trying to figure out what are the ways I could possibly lose.
Right.
And how can I just shut the door on this game? Is there some weird thing that could get me? Probably not. As long as he can set up another attacker, you got to think it's going to be.
As long as you're not decking out, you know?
Well, yeah, that would be an embarrassing way to lose.
There's no way. Oh, my goodness. Well, we have the energy attachment here.
Drop the Durant EX on you.
Yo! The secret tech here. Dragapult EX is going to get that fire energy on the bench here, lining up a healthy attacker soon for Tord as he continues to go. Oh, look at this, too. The Professor's Turo to pick up that Hawlucha again. You could just play it down and use it again if you really wanted to, but not going to be this time. The Latias EX is going to join our bench here. And that jamming tower's actually been there for the whole game, just doing nothing, jamming nothing.
Yep. So you see Tord just setting up the inevitable attack for game next turn. 200 damage on this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Now it will just take 1 Boss's Orders plus a Phantom Dive for 4 prize cards. Yeah, the Hawlucha can do it as well.
It's been scooped up.
But Tord just has access to his entire deck at this point. Even an Iono here really wouldn't do that much. He's going to draw 3 cards. He has flipped the script available. There's a Dragapult on the bench with an energy ready to go. It's just not a pretty situation.
It absolutely is not. We're going to see the energy switching over to that Iron Leaves EX. That is going to be a healthy attacker here for Ray Chen with that Rapid Vernier ability. Allows you to Prism Edge instantly if you have enough energy in play to shift onto it. Why are you laughing, Buka?
Just Tord looking at his hand like, oh, what's going to the bottom of my deck? Oh, yeah, all of it.
Everything.
Yeah.
Off of this Iono, of course, Tord's going to have a slimmer hand, a much slimmer hand here of just 3 cards. Ray Chen doing everything here to limit Tord, but it's been a tough match.
Yeah, Ray is finding probably the only possible way to win this one. Is going to come in with the Iron Leaves EX and use Prism Edge for the knockout and try to set up another attacker for the next turn to try to close things out. It's not very likely, but got to take your chances where you can. Take the knockout, go down to 2 prize cards, and it's pretty simple for Tord. An energy card plus a Boss's Orders, a counter catcher.
There's the energy.
That is it.
There's the Boss's Orders.
Tord Reklev advances to the top 4 at the North America International Championships, taking down one of his most difficult matchups. What an incredible run, an exciting run for Ray Chen. Just 2 tournaments, the Portland Regional Championships, now this one, coming out of nowhere with this Toad Scroll deck. Really an incredible story coming to an end here, but he does it again. Tord
does
Reklev
it again.
moving on to the top 4.
He does it again. The light has shone down on Tord Reklev. So unfortunate here for Ray Chen, not being able to defeat Tord once again, but still making it all the way to our Masters top 8 with Toadscroll EX. I'm sure feeling very happy still after just making it this far at NAIC. Incredible watch there from Ray Chen. Let's take a quick look back between these players in our Masters top 8. How this match went. It is not exactly what we wanted to see from Ray Chen, was facing so many obstacles. Look at those prize cards. Teal Mask, Ogre Pawn, all over the place stuck in those prize cards, and that allowed Tord to take these big knockouts here. The Toadscroll wasn't protected. It was wiped off the field. The Mew EX, easy prize cards from that Dragapult EX Phantom Dive. That allowed Tord to just carry out this strategy, continuing to set up, limiting Ray Chen with those item cards being locked from Badoo, and straight to those prize cards. A win for Tord in the first game. Second game, another 2 Teal Mask Ogre Pawn in the prize cards there for Ray Chen, and we just couldn't get into a Toadscroll EX.
Yeah, just depressing a bit if you're Ray. Your deck has been firing on all cylinders this whole weekend. You get to the biggest match of your career and things just fall apart. We were not able to see what this deck can offer at full strength. 2 games, we didn't even see a really big colony rush. Tord just slow and steady, did his thing, got the early item lock with the Badoo, got Dragapult, played a bunch of boss's orders. That's it. Our boss, Tord Reklev, is moving on to the next round.
Our boss has ordered it up. Tord Reklev advancing to the semifinals. I mean, it is unreal here. You cannot go to an IC anymore without seeing Tord Reklev at the top tables. It is bananas, but he's done it again. Tord Reklev into our Masters top 4. And hey, that just means the excitement here is going to continue even more. You know, there's a huge fan base always rooting for Tord Reklev, and we're going to see him advance and continue on through this bracket. I mean, whoo, that's pretty wild. I'm not going to lie, I was rooting for that Toadscroll just because of how cool that story is. But the story ends there for the Toadscroll EX, but definitely not for Ray Chen. I mean, now Ray Chen has been put on everybody's mat. Yeah, I mean, if you weren't paying attention to Portland, you sure are now. Ray Chen is on the map here with the Toadscroll. Definitely a player we're always going to be looking out for in future championships.
Yeah, for sure. We do have some other results coming in. Sounds like Isaiah Bradner was able to defeat Piper Lapine 2-1 and is advancing to the top 4.
No plot.
Could be another collision course for Tord and Isaiah.
Wow.
And then I think we just got another result in. Riley was able to defeat Cameron's Ends Zoroark deck 2-0. So that will be Tord's next opponent, I believe. Wow.
Ooh,
we are down. We're still waiting on the results of the last match, but I think we know 3 of our top 4 at this stage. It's crazy to think we have 2 of our biggest names, Tord and Isaiah, still in the running.
Yeah, I mean, that would be truly the script writing itself for sure. The rematch, can you imagine in the finals what they did already at EUIC, but potentially having a different outcome this time? I mean, that was already incredible. The fact that we could have that on our roster once again, I mean, it truly just, it makes me in awe at the Pokemon TCG. These players, they put so much effort into this game, and that's how they continue to rise to the top. And these are just absolute champions from both of their regions clashing off right at the end. I mean, it could be so cool to see, Puka. We're just gonna have to see if that is what today is gonna hold for us, or if it's gonna be a different story, a different pilot of a different deck, and a different player that we might see advance.
Yeah.
We're still determining that.
Are we going to flip the script or just reuse an old one?
Yes, exactly. I love it. Well, we're definitely going to have to see what happens here. I'm going to be on the edge of my seat watching all the rest of these games, that is for sure. But we're going to have the Championship Sunday tomorrow. That's what this all inevitably leads to. Yep. The championships, who's in the finals for each of our age divisions, the juniors, the seniors, and then the masters. Giant finale, followed by an incredible trophy show, might I add.
Yeah. Well, sounds like we do have an interview lined up with our winner, Tord. We're going to hand it off to Skarzig for a familiar sight. Tord for a winner interview.
Love it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the big stage. I'm here with Tord Reklev, and we just have a few moments to get some thoughts from our hero here while we're waiting for the rest of the top 4 to get locked in. So let me ask you, it seems like you've been through this before, this is familiar territory for you, but some players, no matter how many matches they play, no matter how much they win, they still feel the nerves. What are you feeling right now?
A little bit relieved, actually. This was my only loss this event, like earlier, so I was very happy I was able to set up so well, and also so happy I didn't get donked either, because that can definitely happen in this matchup. So I noticed a lot of emotions for sure. As I said to you earlier, I put a lot of effort into this one, more than I've done in a long while. So I'm really happy that it's paying off.
A sense of relief. I think that's a great way to be feeling heading into the next stage of the tournament for the IC. And I think this is a testament to our viewers at home, right? They know that you've been putting in the hard work, and to see it pay off maybe gives them hope to try a little bit harder, do just a little bit more testing if you can, and see those results. And of course, I want to ask about your adjustments for the matchups. I know the cards seem to be falling your way, but that again was your only loss in the Swiss rounds. Was there any changes to your game plan, or do you just trust that your renewed consistency strategy would shine true?
So the Swiss rounds were pretty weird, but I caught on relatively early what I had to do. Just ignore the thing inactive, play so many ghosts in my deck, so I can easily just pick off whatever targets are on the bench instead, because then we can actually play the similar game plan. We're just going like 2-2-2, but on the bench instead, right? Because they are relatively squishy. So even if I don't get the snipe damage, I don't need it, because like 200, like a little bit of a Dew, a little bit of a Lucha, it's enough, right? Maybe even Blood Moon can swing for like the last 2. But yeah, in Swiss, she was drawing a lot better than here with like turn 1 attacks and stuff. So definitely a little bit fortunate to get a little bit of breathing room, being able to set up. And if my deck set up, it's definitely superior. And in that second game, it was 2 Toad School on the bench, but one of them evolved into the wrong one. And then I saw a big window. If I then knock out only one, that means that she can't really bench another one, because it doesn't have that protection anymore. And I can go for like a 3-price turn. And that was what ended up happening. It was blocked from being played, and I was able to set up a checkmate situation over the course of like 1 more turn. So that was great. Very, very satisfied with the ending there.
Yeah, great analysis, and I'm glad that you kept your wits about you, found that window of opportunity. And just before I let you go and maybe take a little bit of rest before your next match, just any final thoughts you have for the people, your adoring fans at home?
I mean, your support means everything to me, and that's also why I put in so much effort before these events. Without you guys, it wouldn't be possible. I'll just hit the wall, so thank you so much. I really mean that.
Sincere words from Tord Reklev, everybody. One more big round of applause as we kick things back to the desk and keep the next stage of the tournament underway.
Oh my gosh, Puka. I can barely watch Tord speak without almost tearing up myself. I mean, you can just feel the passion for this game behind every word that he speaks, whether he's discussing his matchups or just how he feels about his supporters, what this means to him, the time and dedication he's put into this game. Yep. It is all there. He's not only a legendary player, he's also a legendary person there, as you can see from Tord Reklev. Even taking that win with so much grace, too.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, don't be fooled. He is a fierce competitor, right? He wants
He's
to
the
win.
final boss.
Yeah, he cares so much about winning. That's why he's putting in all of this practice. But yeah, it really does mean a lot to him. He just loves playing Pokemon TCG, whether it's standard format, old formats. He cube drafts with us a lot. The guy just loves Pokemon. He's an expert at it. And it really does mean a lot to him to keep winning at these events. But, you know, the job's not done. He's on to the top 4. He's cleared the big hurdle of the Toedscruel deck. But, I mean, it's just top 4. There are 3 other players remaining in this tournament joining Tord.
Let's take a look at it.
Yeah, we do
We
have
have the bracket.
our updated bracket we can look at if you're following along at home, seeing who is advanced. We just saw Tord and Riley McKay was able to take down Cameron's Ends Zoroark deck. And then we had Greg and Isaiah also advancing. Ooh, that means we have 3 Gardevoir decks and 1 Tord Reklev to fight against them all.
I mean, how incredible is that? Isaiah Bradner on the Gardevoir. We have Greg on the Gardevoir, Riley on the Gardevoir, and Tord sitting on Dragapult here. This is our top 4, and I have great news for you. You're going to be able to see both of these top 4 matchups as well. We always put both of our top 4 here for y'all. It's going to be exciting here. We're going to have a lot of Gardevoir against Tord.
Yeah, one player I wanted to shout out in this top 4 is Greg.
Oh my gosh.
He started off the event 0 wins, 1 loss, 2 ties. He won every single game since that abysmal start. There was no room for error after that. He's won every single match.
Right.
He won his top 16 cut match. He won in top 8. This could be a legendary run from the bottom, just going undefeated. Yeah. He's, of course, going to have to go through some excellent players to continue this run. See Isaiah Bradner with another deep run at one of these tournaments. He's going to be looking for his first victory at an international championship. He's gotten 2nd place at so many different events. And then there's Riley, who is going to be standing in Tord's way as well. There's so much to follow here. Some of our greatest players versus some new players trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, Pokemon battles for the ages here at the North America International Championship. We're going to have them coming up very soon for y'all. Don't go anywhere.
My tools! Ultra Ball. Yep. I can even guess what it's getting. I think you're getting a cloak. Most likely. Yeah. If you got the goods, you got the goods. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm cooked. I think so. It was a good run.
Hey Pokemon fans, Adam Skarzig Watson here in the lounge at NAIC, and I'm joined by a couple special guests, a power couple who have been dominating the Asia League, Ira and Wancho. Ira, what's it like playing with and competing against Wancho?
It's been fun. We play in the house and then we play in major tournaments, sometimes against each other. So it's been fun.
And that's great that you found a partner in not just Pokemon, but in everything. What's that experience been like, just learning Pokemon and being able to compete with, you know, essentially your best friend?
Nothing beats it, right? Nothing beats being able to wake up next to the best testing partner you can get, right? And then, again, she's so amazingly talented, and like I feel like she just picks the right decks, and the luck just rubs off on me.
It sounds like a really solid partnership, kind of talking about decks together, testing them. Who do you say has the most success picking the right decks, Ira?
I think it would be me, because I usually pick the top meta decks, and Wancho usually picks rogue decks. And so This season, he picked meta decks and he's been winning, and he was champion for nationals, right? But the prior seasons, he would always go in with a rogue deck, and I would always place higher than him.
Yeah, see, I can understand how that would definitely end up in some stronger results for you, Juancho. And for this season, since you've been so dominant, is it just part of this partnership, or is there another factor that goes into how many tournaments you've been able to top cut and win?
No, yeah, I mean, I think Ira got it right. A lot of the times I like to play fun decks or whatnot, and because I'm not chasing for my world invite the past couple of seasons, I'd be like, oh, I want to play Roaring Moon. I'm gonna put an Iron Hands EX. I'm gonna get so much Twitter clout. And then not perform. But then, this season, Ira kept me grounded. Even though I wanted to play so many wacky decks like Zoroark EX, or maybe even Poison Moon, for example. Ira would say, maybe we should try and actually play good decks. And sure enough, it did translate to results. And then, at that point, I'm like, you know what? Let's do it. Let's go chase for the invite around mid-season. And it ended up working out.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like you had your work cut out for you, reining in his rogue deck tendencies. I tend to do the same thing. But tell me how this kind of Pokemon partnership began, and you got together and started competing as well.
So I would say pretty new to the game. I've only been playing for a little over 3 years, and I got into the game by watching Juancho's streams. He started streaming on Twitch, and so I was his moderator there. And I learned the game through watching him play PTCG Online, and then PTCG Live. And that's how I got into the game. And then we tried some tournaments. I did pretty well in the first one, and it kind of just continued. And then now it's a family bonding thing that we go to tournaments together.
That's the dream, right? For sure, to just meet and have a shared love of Pokemon and be able to compete and just learn, improve, and grow as players. And now you're both qualified for Worlds. What even harder next season?
Oh, you know what? We're taking it one step at a time. Like I'm fully focused on this year's World Championships. Not just for me, again, it's with my family. I want to make sure, especially my son, my kiddo. He's not here right now, unfortunately. Hi, Aiden. I'm sorry we couldn't bring you, but he has his invite already too, right? He's in the World Championships as a junior. He's 9 years old, and this is gonna be his first time in even just traveling for a tournament. I want to make sure that I can be the best coach, dad, Poke Dad I can be for him. Make sure he can at least have a good time. So I'm fully focused on that. After the World Championships, we'll have to see what happens next season. A lot of times I cast the national championships. That's why I can't earn my invite. That's where most of the points come from. So we'll have to see what happens then.
A whole world qualified Poke family. I can't believe it. But when it comes to your plans for the next season, is that going to be the same thing, or maybe chase your own invite really hard, Ira?
Yeah, I think I agree with him. I'll take it one step at a time. This season, I really tried because last season I missed it by one slot. So the previous season, each country in the Asia circuit, they only sent 4 representatives. And I was 5th place. And so I made it a point that this season I'll really try. I'll attend all the events that I can. I'll prepare for the events. And sure enough, it worked this season. So Juancho's first place in the rankings, and I'm third place in the rankings. So we're both going, yeah.
That's honestly just so heartwarming. The fact, and especially the way that you came back with a vengeance and got that slot and qualified. Because I know that in other regions it can be very difficult to get these slots. And was there any specific thing that you focused on to improve, or was it just a numbers game for you, or was there something you had to change to get that next tier of rating for yourself?
I think it's really, it boils down to more preparation. Before I used to just show up to a tournament, but now I make sure that days before, or sometimes even weeks before the tournament, I really put in the time and prepare for it. because again, I was so close the previous season, and that was really, that was heartbreaking a little bit. And so I said, maybe, and so I'm happy to be able to achieve the goal. So for now, I'm happy. I'm enjoying. I'm here in the U.S. I'm, having a good time.
I'm glad you didn't give up on yourself and that you managed to make it all the way here to SD. What do you got, Juancho?
Oh, you should have seen it at the start of the season. She was so scary. She was like, "No, I'm going to win." The determination in her eyes, it was there. No, our very, very first tournament, she was locked in, and she was just like, "I'm going to get the World Championships."
And then our first big tournament is like the biggest one. I scrubbed out. So in Asia, if you get 3 losses, you're out of the tournament. You can't play anymore.
They don't let you run it back?
You have 3 lives, so you're out. And so if there's 8 rounds and you go 0-3, for example, you're just out. You can't play anymore. That's how ruthless.
That does sound pretty ruthless. You have any stories with that, Juancho?
No, that was just a very scary day.
I know when you're winning together, you also have to lose together. You have to practice together and prep together. And I'm so happy to hear that your Poke family's prep and bond has paid off. And thank you so much for sharing your story with me and with our audience at home. And I wish you the best of luck here at NAIC. And we're going to kick things back over to some Pokemon action soon. So don't go anywhere.
And welcome back in, folks, to the North American International Championships here for the trading card game. Things are heating up. We have gotten through top 8. We're moving into top 4. That's right, just 4 trainers remain before we will determine who will be our North American International Champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Kyle Sablehouse. Can't wait to take you through this first of 2 top 4 matches. That's right, we will have the opportunity to feature both of them. And one of these 2 players that we're about to see on the big stage is going to be playing for a championship tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be thinking that's a lot of pressure to have on yourself, but it's also a little bit relieving. If you didn't already have your invite, you now made the top 4.
That is right.
This international event. You are moving on to the World Championships in Anaheim. A little sigh of relief, but you still have to keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, that is right. The direct invite awarded to those players who make it to the top 4 at the international championship level. And there's a really interesting story brewing here for 2 of our trainers specifically. Last round, we saw Tord Reklev take down Ray Chin on the stream. That puts him into top 4. And on the other side of the bracket, Isaiah Bradner has moved into top 4. Those 2 players faced off in the finals of the European International Championships. And there is a chance we could see a rematch of that final game.
Yeah, the script writers have been doing us some favors. Look at this. They were on the furthest ends of the bracket, and now they have that opportunity. Tord still has a lot of work ahead of him and a great matchup against Riley. We'll see how that works out, as he's going to have to take down what I believe is a Gardevoir on that side. And then for Greg and Isaiah, we have a Gardevoir mirror match with a little bit of discrepancies as far as the deck lists. Should be a really fun one, but we could have that final again.
That is right. So there are 3 Gardevoir in our top 4. We're going to be going up with Greg and Isaiah. That's what we're going to be featuring first. Later on tonight, you'll be seeing Tord Reklev and Riley facing off against each other. Of course, we know Tord is playing his Dragapult deck. We've seen him a few times through the weekend now. Lots of Gardevoir, lots of Dragapult, and a few other interesting things. Got to give a shout out to that Inzork, a deck that no one really believed in heading into this tournament. Cameron Chenoy said, hey, I think this is still pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Cameron had an opportunity to run the table. He was playing against a few of those different Gardevoir decks, and he did not end up winning that one in the top 8, but realistically, I mean, En's Toolbox playing against multiple Gardevoir over and over again. You think he probably could have made it all the way to the finals off that.
In a different universe, the bracket shaped up slightly differently. Maybe the resistances changed once or twice, and that led to Cameron moving forward a little bit. Unfortunately, that didn't quite work out for him. I do want to give a plug as well to, of course, Piper Lapine. She's been one of the great players in North America the last couple of seasons. She's a 2-time regional champion, and she decided to roll up to this event with Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which is the deck we were really looking forward to seeing coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, she was doing some amazing things with his deck, and just great potential with his deck to build up all of that damage, throw it onto the other side of the board. We could see some really unique plays. And then she goes into her top 8 game against Isaiah and loses on the second turn to a slap.
Yeah, apparently she started a Badoo, drew past, Isaiah started Scream Tail, and yep, that first attack, we don't see it used too often. It's mostly about the Roaring Scream, but one little slap of the Badoo, and that sent them to a game 2, which took a bit longer. It was at least a bit more competitive, but Isaiah was able to close out that game, defeating Piper, sending her home, ruining that chance for her to become an international champion and keeping Isaiah's hopes alive.
Yeah, we've seen other really unique decks. Of course, we featured Ray earlier on the stream. They're up against Tord Reklev. We saw that Toad Scroll deck one more time, but just didn't really work out. The prize cards were so unfortunate. A lot to work against, but she put up a great fight.
Not enough colony rushing was happening in that match that we just saw, unfortunately. But Tord was able to capitalize on whatever was put in front of him. He played very well and sent him on to top 4, and he is fighting for his shot at a 6th international title. This would be, I believe, his, 8th, 9th international finals appearance.
I'm running out of fingers, man.
Kind of hard to keep track. He is so consistent when it comes to this biggest level of events, and that's how you can tell that, you know, the chance for someone to just separate themselves from the pack really exists right now in the Pokemon trading card game. The more work you put in, there's a reason that some of these best players, you see their names consistently, they're all about this game. They really test, they really practice, iron out the perfect 60 for their event, and they play extremely well.
Yeah, and he's the only person on this style of Dragapult. No one else really believed in it as its own version, at least in the top 16, 15 players that we saw there. Everybody wanted to have another accomplice in the mix, that Charizard, the Dusknoir, some other help, and he just picked a cactus and said, let's try it out.
And Maractus has been something we've seen pop up a little bit in those Grimmsnarl decks. Some players chose to play it, some didn't. We've seen it pop up in the Dragapults in the previous format. Buying a turn or two.
Yeah.
Sometimes all you need is a turn or two, and it gets you right back in the game. It makes total sense in a slower deck like Dragapult, where you're trying to get into some evolution Pokemon. You got to get Cloaks in play. It gives you a chance to see a little bit more with those recon directives, giving you more turns to eventually build up to a large hand where you can spring your trap, pounce, and take care of whatever your opponent is trying to build towards.
Yeah, I mean, so often it's like a combo deck, but even though it's not, it's because you need these different cards to help out in these certain situations, and you need to have time to find those cards. Recon Directive does just that, but we don't really see him spring the trap until he has all 3 or 4 cards ready to go with him. He needs that energy, that counter catcher, that Iono, all the pieces there in order to feel comfortable.
Absolutely. So we do have the 3 Gardevoir as well. Differences between all of the lists. Gardevoir was, of course, the deck that dominated the previous format. People kind of counted it out coming into this tournament because of Grimmsnarl.
I did.
And in typical Gardevoir fashion, proves us all wrong once again. Why is that? Why does it keep coming back? Why does it keep performing so well?
It has Mew VMAX syndrome, you know? As soon as you count it out, it just gets 10 times stronger. It's waiting for that opportunity, and it just means that there's a couple people that aren't focused on taking this deck seriously. We don't see all of the dark types coming out of the mix, starting to target down on the Gardevoir. There isn't as much Charizard as we've been seeing. Every once in a while, there's a piece of it here or there, but the line isn't as thick, so you can take that knockout, move past that Pokemon, and then just play against Dragapult, and you're okay.
And it's also the deck that it seems like attracts the strongest and most dedicated players. I mean, someone like Henry Chow, someone like Isaiah Bradner, who we'll be seeing here shortly. These players spend so much time practicing and preparing, getting ready for these tournaments, ironing out, tweaking the deck list. They are some of the most skilled in the game, and you'll probably tend to see whatever deck the most skilled players choose to use gravitate towards the top, and it just so happens that Gardevoir is a choice for a lot of them.
Yeah, it does a great job of catering to those players as well. You have Artisan, you have all these different ways to search Pokemon out, and it doesn't take that much to find a big attack that can help you out. You can either target down the bench with the Scream Tail, include that Drifloon in some of these lists to take a giant knockout in some situations, and you just find that Pokemon right back instantly with Artisan. You're basically Iono proof because you don't need that much off of Iono.
It's been an excellent weekend here at the North American International Championships. We want to make sure everyone watching along at home is aware of all the opportunities to claim all sorts of different drops that we have happening be it in the trading card game live, be it in the video game, Pokemon Go, all sorts of giveaways happening. I do still need to log on and make sure I redeem this code, NAIC25, Destined Rivals. Get yourself special illustration rare versions of the Team Rocket's Giovanni and Ethan's Adventures. Both very strong cards.
Yeah, both we have featured on stream already. We saw the Team Rocket's Giovanni pulling some weight in round number 7 for us, and Ethan's Adventure was having a pretty fun time against a Raging Bolt deck. We saw Typhlosion taking a big win there, so you could also join in on the fun with this code NAIC25 Destined Rivals. Find these cards and start putting them to good use.
You can add these cards to your deck, and you can bling out your deck in style, not only with these specific cards, but also with the accessories you have on them. The deck box, the sleeves, those exclusive Cornerstone mask items, in-game cosmetics. Be sure to watch and earn over on Twitch. Link your accounts so you can get credit. If you've been watching all weekend, you still got a chance to make sure things are linked up properly so you can earn these rewards in-game.
I don't think I'll see the Cornerstone side of that coin. Often I'll flip tails, so but maybe I can get some use out of those sleeves.
Yeah, definitely very nice. Do you have a favorite Cornerstone or Ogerpon mask of the 4?
I mean, as far as the way that they look, the fire one is the coolest.
It is cool.
But it just hasn't really had a good card, so
I remember watching a couple of the VG regionals, and the Hearthflame mask had its moments there, I believe, but it's all about the teal mask for us here in the trading card game, and teal mask Ogerpon has been featured very prominently across the board in a lot of the exclusive North American International Championships merchandise and things that they have going on in the Pokemon Center. Of course, make sure you tune in to Pokemon Go at points throughout the weekend as well. Watch and earn timed research via Twitch drops for the Mandibuzz, inspired by the winning European International Championship team and also an Elite TM. That's a very difficult to attain item in the game. So the fact that you can earn one just by watching over on Twitch is very, very nice.
Yeah, Patomon's EUIC win. Pretty cool. And of course, we see a lot of these Pokemon Go players trying to get through that research. You got a great opportunity here now to collect some cool things and maybe add to your collection there.
Yeah, grab that Mandibuzz. Maybe you too can tap away and earn yourself a spot at a Go Championship Series event. Make sure to check out VG as well. Of course, you can claim Wolf's Incineroar from his EUIC winning team this season using that code NAIC25 Con Perish.
Yeah, we got some memers, man. That is the best redeem code I've heard in quite some time. It's really fun. I'm sure Wolf is he's laughing all the way to the grave with that one.
A great moment for sure. I love that the company's leaning into things here. It's a lot of fun. We try to have a good time with these broadcasts, this show, and all the giveaways that go along with it. I did bring my Switch with me. I'll have to make sure I log in and redeem this code as well before the weekend is all said and done. It's actually really cool. When you send this Incineroar out in the game, it says, "Go, Wolf's Incineroar." It's really, really cool, yeah.
I'm sure that looks even better on the Switch too, and we've seen a few of those popping up. The graphics that we've seen on the stream for VG have been pretty incredible.
I'm just waiting for a moment at regionals or internationals, or maybe even at the World Championships for Wolf to be playing against someone on the stream, and they send out, "Go Wolf's Incineroar."
He gets dumpstered by his own
Pokemon. Let's be real though, he's going to be able to find a way to handle it more than likely.
Probably.
Yep, trying to have fun over here. We enjoy what we do, and we hope you guys enjoy watching along with us and enjoy coming along for the ride. It's really a huge blessing for us to be able to go to all these tournaments, travel to all these really cool cities, so thank you so much for tuning in. I know myself and Kyle, the rest of the casters, the production team, everyone is thankful that you're willing to watch, and we hope that you have been enjoying throughout the course of things. But now, on a more serious note, Top 4 is about to get underway. One of these two players we're about to see is going to be playing for a championship tomorrow. The stakes could not be higher. They've locked up tons of prizes by getting to this point. There is still $25,000 up top for the first place winner.
Yeah, and it means so much to both of these players. A great opportunity for Greg here to potentially build on what he's accomplished already. We've seen a couple of results now, but for Isaiah, this is everything. Every time that he gets to this table, he's one step closer to claiming that big victory that he's been looking for. I mean, how many times has he been to an NAIC finals? And now he has a chance to do it again. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a really special tournament for Isaiah specifically. Dating back to 2018, he got second place, losing to Jackson Ford in that finals. Of course, we still see plenty of Jackson these days in the Masters division. And in 2019, Isaiah was finally able to claim that victory at the North American International Championships, where he defeated his good friend and testing partner, Reagan Retzlaff, in that exciting finals match. And then he got to the finals once again. He won in the seniors division, but then in 2022, he faced off against Azul GG, a match that you and I got to stream together, cast together. It was an incredibly exciting one. Went to 3 games. You remember that moment of Isaiah starting the Radiant Greninja, looking for a Battle VIP pass on turn 1, drawing so many cards, and just could not find a VIP pass, had no way to find anything else. Azul closed out that 3rd game. Really one of the more unfortunate things I think we've seen happen, especially considering the situation. Devastating for Isaiah. He walks away a 2nd place finisher, a podium finish, but he is a fierce competitor. He is all about closing out wins, and he's going to have to get through Greg Minkley here to make that happen in the finals tomorrow.
Well, we are ready to see what both these players are made of. Let's take it to the stage and introduce our first top 4 of NAIC.
It is time. The crowd is excited. This match is about to get started. Isaiah Bradner on the left, as we mentioned. NAIC finalist back in 22. EUIC finalist last season. He got top 8 at Worlds last year. He won a regional championships this year, finally clinching that victory he had been chasing for so long. And on the other side of the table, Greg Minkley, someone who has been around the game for a very, very long time. I know there's a lot of Rat Pack viewers out there cheering Greg on. He's a well-known, well-respected member of his communities, and by far his best tournament finish to date.
Yeah, I mean, we see him playing all over in a few of those regionals there. Some top 32, top 16 finishes. You're looking to build on this, and this is a great chance. NAIC top 4, Isaiah Bradner. You want to make a name here, Greg. It's right here, right now. We're excited to see what you have in this mirror match.
And it is going to be the mirror match. Gardevoir EX for both players. Monkey Dory for both players. We will see lots of Psychic Embrace. We will see lots of Adrenabrain, and we'll see lots of other attacks. That's one of the things about these Gardevoir matchups that's so interesting to me. They tend to get kind of scrappy. People will use every attack available to them. We'll see the Gardevoir's attack, Scream Tail, Drifloon, everything is probably going to get in the mix at some point.
You calling a Cruel Arrow for me now, Chip? Is that what we're expecting?
I think probably not, unless it's desperate times. I don't think anyone wants to be using Cruel Arrow. And as the prize cards are going out, we are seeing interesting things. Research for Greg, the 1 energy switch for Isaiah, 2 darkness energy, less than ideal, and Greg's 1-of copy of Badoo. Itchy Pollen will not be an option for him.
Yeah, finding energy for Isaiah might be a little bit of a problem. Thankfully, in his list, he does include 4 dark energies, which is not standard, to say the least. So he still will have plenty of opportunities for Monkey Dory, but maybe not as many as he wanted.
That's really what Isaiah's list is all about, using Monkey Dory as much as possible. He is playing 4 Monkey Dory. He is playing 4 Darkness Energy. He is playing the Energy Switch as well to try to use multiple Monkey Dory all in one turn. And here we go. This top 4 match is underway. Isaiah Bradner on the left, starting the Monkey Dory that we just mentioned with a Nest Ball to kick things off, searching the deck for any 1 basic Pokemon and putting it directly onto the bench.
Yep, great opportunity here now for Isaiah to check on what is in the prize cards for him. He will find out some pretty bad news in the dark energies, but all things considered, this is something that you can work with. Can still have a great board state, is not messing up on any of those curly accounts, and still could see that team evolution, even though he is going first, which likely was a decision from Greg's side.
Yes, I feel like you do want to be going second in this Gardevoir mirror match. And really, Gardevoir is a deck that just wants to go second in general. Really relies on finding a good supporter turn 1 to get through your deck. Try to find a Technical Machine Evolution. Try to just get a good established board. So as we get into this mirror match, Isaiah here checking his prize cards. Talk us through some of the strategies you expect to see employed by each of these players.
Yeah, this is a matchup where it's very important to calculate when you need to play down your Gardevoir EX. If you can attack with a Pokemon like Monkey Dory, like Screamtail, earlier than you typically do in other matchups, you might as well implore that. You have a chance to play down, deal 60 damage Monkey Dory, maybe put some pressure on your opponent. Go ahead and do so. You can take a knockout, force your opponent to be the first player of that Gardevoir EX, especially on Isaiah's side because he plays that one copy of Boss's Orders and might not have to wait for the counter catcher.
Ralts is found off of the nest ball, a key piece in order to try to get into Gardevoir EX as soon as possible, as early as turn 3 potentially. We could see it next turn. I don't expect to. There are a couple rare candies here. That's another difference in the lists we can point out. Greg is playing 3 rare candy, so he may have a little bit more reach to find Gardevoir depending on the situation he is in. Kicking off his turn, he'll start with that Earthen Vessel, immediately discarding Gardevoir EX. And it is worth noting, he's got 2 Gardevoir on this list. 1 is in the prize cards.
Yeah, well, thankfully for Greg, he did not have any reductions in other counts because he has the 4 copies of Night Stretcher. He's not up against Toadscroll. He doesn't have to worry about not having any access to this Pokemon. He will find it at some point, but maybe a bit of an awkwardness when you try to find this Pokemon off an Ultra Ball. He will soon realize, oh, maybe that was the one card I didn't want to throw away.
Yeah, those Night Stretchers activated now is nice, the 4 of in this deck list. Looks like off the Earthen Vessel, there will be 2 Psychic Energies being grabbed. Checking through the rest of the Pokemon that are available, what's not. Something that could be a little problematic for Greg, just thinking through the way things will play out here. He does have the 3 Professor's Research prized. As the game progresses, each of these decks is really reliant on playing Iono for draw power early, but also for disruption later in the game. Greg is not very likely to draw into Research off of an Iono because there's none in the deck. And when he takes them off his prize cards, he'll take a knockout, take the prize card. That's when Isaiah's going to Iono. The card will go into his deck. He's never going to draw Research off of Iono.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. You're going to continue to never use that supporter, use the Ionos inefficiently, maybe to see 6 cards when you could have been seeing 7, also getting some of those resources into the discard pile, like these Psychic Energies. There's a chance that you just don't have those resources available for Psychic Embrace later on.
Another key thing we can point out here, Greg does play Drifloon and Isaiah does not. What kind of opportunities and chances does that open up for Greg that Isaiah won't have available?
I mean, we're talking about those big one-hit knockouts. If you want to take a knockout on a Gardevoir, it's a lot easier when you have access to dealing upwards of 300 damage in a turn. We don't see that potential out of Isaiah. The maximum amount of damage he's doing, maybe if he includes that 1 copy of Bravery Charm onto a Screamtail, you could see him deal a lot, but it's never going to be enough to take a Gardevoir KO.
Off of the search, Greg was able to find the Cleffa, another card that Isaiah does not play. So while these 2 players are on the same archetype, their lists are actually quite different.
And this is a great nod to realizing what your prize cards are. You have Iono, and you are probably not going to see a good supporter, so what do you do in this situation? Open Prey to Scene Energy and play down a Cleffa. Give yourself a chance to draw into some more resources, and it looks like this hand does play out pretty well if he wants to.
Yeah, pretty solid, to be honest. Retreat into this Cleffa, getting another energy in the discard pile, and filling up the hand. There is an Ultra Ball, which normally could grab Gardevoir, but not an option since there is 1 prized. Grasping Draw, 7 cards in Greg's hand.
Now over for Isaiah. He had the double Ralts to start things off, and the rest of the hands not seeing much. A lot of energies, oddly enough.
Is there a supporter hiding in there at least?
There was 1 card that I could not identify in the middle, so there's a chance.
May have been an Iono hiding out. Isaiah doesn't look super pumped. He's thinking through his options, his plays. Earthen Vessel does discard a Psychic Energy. That is a key thing, of course, always to track. Getting those Psychic Energy cards into the discard pile. It's not as simple as it once was. There's no Radiant Greninja. There's no Curlia to help you out. You're a little bit more reliant on doing things the fair way, discarding them with Ultra Balls, and maybe even the secret box.
I mean, for Greg, look, he's already got 3 in the discard pile, and he does not have access to almost any of his professor's research. So kudos to him for getting that done early on. Now it's Isaiah's turn to start to fill up the discard. And we just don't see very much. Even a bit of a concession here of only going for a single energy off of the Earthen Vessel.
Pretty interesting to see, to be honest. Why do you think that is?
If you have a supporter like that Iono, then maybe you don't want to shuffle too much into or place on the bottom of the deck. Just depends what that last card is.
Ooh, and it does actually look like it is Iono. Isaiah is forced to take at least, well, he's not forced to. He could fail the Earthen Vessel, but wants to make sure that he can still have a chance to draw into some off of the Iono.
Yeah, give yourself a shot for one of those psychic energies, and most importantly, you'd love to see a Technical Machine Evolution, maybe Curlia or 2 to build off of this.
Let's see it. 6 cards from Iono, 6 cards for each of these players. Over on Isaiah's side, other side of the table, let's see if he drew a Technical Machine Evolution.
Yeah, we don't need that hand.
we need the other side.
Well, you know what? You don't need Technical Machine Evolution.
Oh, did he draw both his Curlias?
The double Curlia secret box.
Yeah, that is 2 Curlia, isn't it?
Oh, it's almost too good. Doesn't have any resources. He wants to really discard off of the secret box, and he would just hold on to Curlias.
Yeah, 6 cards drawn, and he is going to use secret box, discarding Monkey Dory. When you play 4, you don't really mind losing 1. You do kind of probably want 3 in play at some point in this matchup. He'll get rid of that Fezandipity. He can find it back later if he needs to off of a Night Stretcher. And we're actually going to see another innovation. We have not even talked about this just yet. That Technical Machine Turbo Energize. Talk to me about this, Kyle.
I didn't expect to see it this game, honestly. After we saw the 2 Dark and the prize cards and the Dark Energy on the active, it doesn't really have its full potential, but this is typically a card he loves to include for situations where he has those energies. You play down the Monkey Dories, you play the Dark Energies onto this Pokemon, and then you don't have to worry about that for the rest of the game. Typically for Gardevoir players, that is the tricky part, finding the Monkey Dory and the Dark Energy at the same time, getting the ball rolling. If you have those resources ready to go, you're pushing upwards of 6, 9 damage over to the other side of the board very quickly.
I think specifically it's meant to be pretty strong of an option against the Grimmsnarl matchup. Get those Monkey Dories into play like you mentioned. Get some energy cards spread out onto them so that you can start to use that Adrenabrain. You can combat the freezing shroud of the Frostlass. And sure enough, it will be that Turbo Energize. Search your deck for up to 2 basic energy cards and attach them to your benched Pokemon however you like. Isaiah's just fully charging up this Monkey Dory with a Darkness and a Psychic Energy.
Yeah, and that leads to that play that you can eventually attack with this Pokemon without playing down the Gardevoir. You don't have to give your opponent access to a big 2-prize knockout, something very vulnerable. Instead, you can incorporate these Monkey Dory. If your opponent doesn't have a knockout or play into that with a Gardevoir of their own, then you're just moving the damage over from your Monkey Dory right back to their board.
Earthen Vessel for Greg discards yet another Psychic Energy. That's about all he could want at this point. He now will have access to using Screamtail for whatever effect he would like. And Earthen Vessel will find a Darkness Energy as well. So Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain can set up for either of those Curlias on the bench to be KO'd.
Yeah, look at this. So it's 6 Psychic Energies already in the discard pile. He only has 1 more, but this is all that you'll ever need for the rest of the game. Now it's about employing the rest of your strategy, building your Monkey Dory, preparing for what's at stake. If Isaiah ever attacks in and leaves damage on board, you will also be prepared with your onslaught of Monkey Dory.
Artisan for Greg gets a second Monkey Dory into play. 2 Adrenabrain online. 1 Darkness Energy can be attached this turn. I'm not sure if Greg actually had a supporter to go with. He may play it slow once again. We may see yet another Grasping Draw. I think that's his only play, actually.
It kind of works for him. When you don't have research, just have a Pokemon in play that's built like a research. He's filling his hand right back up to 7. And he's going to likely be giving up the first prize pretty soon. It just depends on when Isaiah feels comfortable to do this.
Isaiah starts his turn off with an Earthen Vessel, discards a Nest Ball, finding 2 basic Psychic Energy. We'll see if there is a way in his hand currently to get rid of them. Does he have Ultra Ball to get a Gardevoir EX? And another thing here will be which of these 2 players takes the initiative. So often in these Gardevoir matchups, players don't want to be the first one to strike. They want to lean into their counter cards, namely counter catcher.
Yeah, this just depends on how comfortable Isaiah feels. If he can play down enough Psychic Energies, use his Gardevoir, fill the board, and then push the damage over to Cleffa, maybe he gets a free peek at a Pokemon he typically wouldn't see, a free Monkey Dory, a free Screamtail. If you can take that knockout, go up 4-6 in the prize race, maybe you feel like you're at a bit of an advantage then.
That's a really nice research there from Isaiah, discarding the 2 Psychic Energy he just found off of the Earthen Vessel. And an Ultra Ball can get another Psychic Energy. That is now 4 Psychic Energy cards in the discard pile. This is going to open up all sorts of different options and plays for Isaiah. Now, if he was to go aggressive here, there's a few options. We could see something as simple as a slap on the Screamtail. Take out this Cleffa, take that first prize card. You could see something like Roaring Scream, KOing one of these Kirlia. What are you thinking here, Kyle?
It's tempting when you see Kirlia. A lot of decks like to remove this Pokemon, but with the fact that he doesn't have access to taking a knockout with a one-hit KO on a Drifloom into another Gardevoir, targeting that Pokemon doesn't make that much sense to me. So I could see a world where you push damage over to a Cleffa and then maybe try to knock out a Pokemon like this Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy. Just don't let your opponent have that resource that you've already got built up.
3 energies being attached with Adrena Brain, a movement of some damage counters with
this is cute.
With the Adrena Brain, and it will be a knockout on that Monkey Dory with the Darkness Energy, targeting that down right away.
And look at this. The damage placement is so clean for Isaiah. You take 1 tick away. It leaves Screamtail with 40 hit points remaining. Now, even if Greg has the best setup with that Gardevoir and a Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, 30 damage pushed over to the Screamtail. This is not a KO. He still would have to work through this Pokemon another way with his attack.
Greg uses Night Stretcher, grabbing back the Gardevoir that was discarded early in order to put it into play. Psychic Embrace online, energies able to rain down from wherever Greg would like. And speaking of energy cards, a Darkness one found from the deck with Earthen Vessel. Another one is hanging out there as well. Doesn't really need too many more. And I already see some pretty powerful counter cards in Greg's hand, Counter Catcher being one of them. Isaiah here, I think, may only have 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so Greg could go for a line where he tries to stick the Gardevoir EX active for a turn. It could be risky. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, you might just have that read on your opponent that their hand isn't that strong. Played into a pretty solid play, only 2 cards remaining. If they had one of those energies in the prize cards.
There is the 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so it does make this play. I think if there was no Psychic Energy there, Greg would actually feel pretty nice about using Counter Catcher, then Iono. Use Roaring Scream. Maybe Isaiah is stuck with this Gardevoir in the active spot. But now, with 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, it's not as strong of a play because Isaiah can just find an energy to attach Retreat and then use, of course, Psychic Embrace to get the second one to get the movement necessary.
Well, he conserves these resources, and oh my god, it looks like he opened a pop pack. He's just found a bunch of different Ultra Balls and Nest Balls. What is that?
That is 3 pair right there, my friend. 2 Ultra Ball, 2 Nest Ball, 2 Rare Candy. I don't think we're playing the right game for that, as Greg will get into his own Screamtail, seeing a bit of a mirror from the board states of these players, though Isaiah is feeling more confident with his Monkey Dories ready to go. Greg now having a debate of using Adrena Brain. Does he go for the exact same play Isaiah went for? And it looks like the answer is going to be yes.
It was pretty good. You might as well try it again. Take the knockout on this Monkey Dory. Push the damage over. Leave your Screamtail at a spot that isn't too vulnerable. But we know Isaiah is ahead in this race right now. There is already 2 other Monkey Dory that he has. He has a Dark Energy on one. He could maybe find a Night Stretcher for the other, as the other 2 energies are in the prize cards. And if you remove this Monkey Dory from play on Greg's side, those plays start to become a little slimmer.
There's not too much going on in this hand, it looks like, for Isaiah. I don't really see a supporter card. I don't think there's actually one at all. He'll kick off the turn by using Artisan, stadium card that allows him or either player to search their deck for any basic Pokemon without a rule box and put it directly onto the bench. Only viable target is a Kirlia. Isaiah doesn't need that right now. He does have an Ultra Ball in hand. You could, in theory, discard a couple cards, go get the Mew EX, use Restart to try to get a little bit of a draw engine going. but Mew EX coming into play would not be super good.
Right. When you have Screamtail already ready to go, your plan is likely to continue to target down Monkey Dory. Just any 2 prize Pokemon right now, especially with that vulnerable hit points, does not work out for your plan. And Isaiah doubling down now on the Monkey Dory plan. This is how important this card can be. He has a 1 copy of Bravery Charm, and he's considering it for the Dark Energy Monkey Dory. This is what happens when you have 2 Darks in your prize cards. You just have to protect your Pokemon.
He'll use Adrenabrain, moving the 2 damage counters from his Monkey Dory over to Greg's Monkey Dory. And you can see, I mean, this is a Gardevoir deck, and you're attacking with things like Screamtail and Drifloon if you're on Greg's end of the board. But the real threat is the Monkey Dory. That's what these players are attempting to deal with turn after turn from one another.
Rightfully so. It's unfair when you can place down all of this energy all over the board and set up your Pokemon, but then heal your Pokemon and take free prize cards on the other side. There's always going to be that Cleffa remaining for a free prize card. No way to pick this Pokemon up that we see in this deck list here. So for Isaiah, he knows he can always reach for that. And it's not like Greg isn't going to continue to play Monkey Dories. He wants to have that opportunity himself.
Draw for turn from Greg, immediately into one of those Nest Ball that he had. Pheasantipity is an option now. You have to wonder when it's worth it to put the Fez in play. And this is where list knowledge could be a big deal, right? Greg is currently behind on prizes. And that means if he starts to, if he keeps the race even, he will never be ahead until the very end when he's theoretically winning, right? And that would mean Isaiah would not be able to utilize Counter Catcher. But looking at the deck list here, Isaiah is playing a Boss's Orders, and that is not a card we have seen played in Gardevoir lists in quite some time. Now, these players have probably played next to each other most of the day. I'm not sure if they played each other already in Swiss. That is also a possibility. But that is something you have to wonder. Does Greg know about Isaiah's Boss's Orders in deck?
Yeah, I mean, you also could have been sitting next to one of Isaiah's teammates as well, as we've seen this deck list popping up all over. Success from Henry Chow as well as Lucas Zing. A few players have been playing this deck and having a good time with it. So you might know that the cat's already out of the bag. That Boss's Orders is pretty dangerous. Pheasantipity worth the risk, though, this time around, as he does want to see a few more resources.
And Greg is going to choose to put this Bravery Charm on the Pheasantipity, protecting it as much as he can. He doesn't want to let that go down to a Gardevoir EX attacking for an easy knockout using Adrenabrain, of course, with the Monkey Dory to get the extra necessary damage. 7 cards off that Professor's Research. The one Professor's Research that was in the deck, it could have been the one. He did take a prize card, so maybe he took it off the prize card, but nonetheless, he will draw 7 new cards. And he could go for a similar line, put some damage into play, maybe on his own Gardevoir EX, Adrenabrain, KO the Monkey Dory. Could go after the other Curlia, set up to potentially one-hit KO the Gardevoir at one point. Iono Isaiah leaving him with no Gardevoir in play. Lots of different lines here for Greg.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm thinking to go as well. If you can take out this Curlia and maybe work in a play with that Drifloon, the Counter Catcher, you have the Secret Box in hand, so as long as your hand isn't disrupted, you likely will have the resources to put pressure on that Gardevoir and maybe take away that resource completely from Isaiah. But you're dealing with a lot of pressure here, as Isaiah's already down to 4 prize cards. Cleffa is staring him in the face, and he could probably sneak a few more with how vulnerable the Screamtail is.
1 damage counter moved with the Adrenabrain. It is up to 3 damage, so leaving the 1 on the Gardevoir so that Greg can utilize it in the future turn is actually really, really smart. Putting it onto the Monkey Dory, and yes, Roaring Scream targets it down once again. Tying up the game 4-4. These players mirroring each other in strategy, though their deck lists differ greatly. Now on Isaiah's side of the field. Roaring Scream is open. He can still chase down the Monkey Dory. And is that what it's just going to be? Monkey Dory after Monkey Dory after Monkey Dory?
Unless we see an additional damage counter on Screamtail at some point, it has to be. This is preventing a knockout on this Pokemon, but Greg is losing this battle. He just does not keep up in the prize race. Isaiah would be able to eventually take that Cleffa off the board, so it's up to Greg to change things, and maybe he does have the hand for that. He can find the resources with the secret box. Maybe Iono, Isaiah down to a low hand size. This is the turn where Isaiah really has to full send on his Monkey Dory strategy, use the Super Rod, throw the Dark Energies back in, maybe even Artisan bring this back out and try to establish the Monkey Dory once more.
Super Rod is being played, immediately grabbing back that Monkey Dory through the Artisan as well. Super Rod putting back, of course, the 2 Darkness Energy and the Monkey Dory. But Isaiah does not have a Darkness Energy. He's forced to attach another energy to this Scream Tail and takes out the Monkey Dory, which is good. He wants to target that. But now this Scream Tail is in range of Adrenabrain.
Oh, and this was the big risk. The Night Stretcher, the Monkey Dory, the Dark Energy is here. Now Greg has a free KO onto that Scream Tail. It's very easy to find that damage. Just one Psychic Embrace, push the damage over, knockout on the Scream Tail, and then Isaiah has a difficult decision to make. What do you feel comfortable promoting in this spot? It's probably Curlia, but I mean, that's not where you want to be.
Also, Greg can pick and choose what Isaiah promotes effectively. He's got 2 Counter Catcher in his hand. Choose what you want to bring up, be it something he wants to try to KO or something he wants to try to stick. Now, he could not reach for a knockout on a Gardevoir EX. There's no bench space for the Drifloon. And he's actually going to choose to hold off on the Counter Catcher altogether, going for Iono, saving it for later. How much later will there even be? We're getting down to the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're all on the bottom of the deck. It's not guaranteed you'll find a shuffle right now. You can't even proc the Artisan to find this resource and shuffle the deck once more. So they will be sitting there, at least for some time now. And I don't even think you could have found the energies in order to take that attack, as Screamtail's sitting there waiting with 3 energies and just a 1 retreat cost. A lot of energies are stuck on Greg's side of the board, and that's not optimal for a Gardevoir play as well.
Off the Iono, Greg finds 4 card. Isaiah will be left with 3, and perhaps Isaiah is fine with this. He did not have much working for him on the other side of the supporter. Greg gonna take a count of the deck, figure out some math. We do see Flip the Script being used on Pheasantipity. Isaiah did take a knockout on the last turn.
Yep, seen plenty of resources building this hand back up, and you can feel the momentum slowly shifting over to Greg's side of things. No Dark Energy guaranteed for Isaiah on the following turn. Doesn't even have a way to put pressure on the Screamtail right now. He's losing his main attacker that he's been using the entire game, and there is a Monkey Dory on the other side that is really threatening. Here comes the damage.
Damage being moved with the Adrenabrain. Potentially here soon. Will be onto the Curlia. That will be knocked out by the Roaring Scream, tying things up. 3-3 prize cards apiece. Onto Isaiah. What did the Iono yield for him? 3 cards to work with, plus the draw for turn. That is 4. Does he now have a supporter? I'm trying to figure out if there's a way for Isaiah to win the game on this turn. With the Cleffa being down, that's a free prize with Adrenabrain. The Pheasantipity's got 260 hit points. Screamtail can't quite get that high.
The only issue now is I don't think the Psychic Energies are there. If you have the Bravery Charm, you can hit 260. You just have to have all of those energies, and he doesn't have access to that with them 1 energy frozen on the Gardevoir.
And I think he attached that energy for fear of Greg's stalling play. He didn't have a super strong hand. He attached it from hand that turn. He didn't Psychic Embrace it. He attached it from hand to maybe play around Greg going for something like that. But Greg has just refused to knock out Isaiah's Screamtail. Isaiah refusing to knock out Greg's Screamtail. The kind of optimal attacker, I feel like, for both of these players in this early set of the game. Neither of them cares about dealing with it otherwise. And Isaiah is just going to hit this Pheasantipity really, really hard and set up for the win on the next turn.
Yeah, this is a great way to do this, especially if you have the knowledge of the deck list. You're not playing around Turo, then You know this damage will stick around. Screamtail, you can find it again, but this puts the pressure back on Greg. He does have to handle this threat. If you don't remove the Screamtail, you're just a dark energy away from likely losing this game, as Monkey Dory will spread over to the Cleffa, and then you can Screamtail knock out the Pheasantipity.
And Greg needs to find a counterplay to what Isaiah has set up here. He does have a couple of Bravery Charm in hand. One of those could go to the Cleffa. Looks like one will go to the Screamtail for the moment. Boosting that hit points up, 50 more HP, up to 140 base.
Yep, still has the Monkey Dory, so 30 damage can be moved off of the Pheasantipity. If you don't want to accelerate any more energies onto the board, we could see that easily pushed over to the Monkey Dory. Continue with that same game plan, just removing each one of these Monkey Dory once per turn. You see now the protection here for the Cleffa, really just considering how can I deny as many prize cards as possible. Can't be caught slipping playing against Isaiah.
And from Greg's point of view, Isaiah didn't do anything last turn. And really, in reality, Isaiah didn't do anything last turn, right? So we know that he probably doesn't have much. Now, there's a chance he could just be holding on to something to play, right? Coming up here, waiting for Greg to go ahead. I would activate Isaiah's counter catcher, maybe give him some options. Maybe he's holding on to research for this turn, has everything he needs. But if Isaiah wants to win the game on the next turn, he'll need to find darkness energy in order to start using some Adrenabrains. And now, even with that, Bravery Charm being attached to the Cleffa, I don't actually think it's going to be an option for him at all anymore.
Yeah, not seeing it here as well. Greg down to just 2 prize cards remaining. Isaiah trying to find some help. He does find Arven.
I don't know if that's going to help a lot right now. Arven is usually a bit stronger in the early game. Fetches that secret box, fetches the technical machines that Isaiah plays.
Well, the one spot we're seeing now is that Psychic Energy attachment for the turn might have been a little faulty. Maybe a chance to counter catcher, bring up the Pheasantipity, and there may not be an energy available to attach for the turn and retreat this Pokemon. We see 2 energies already in the discard pile and 6 in play.
That means there are no more Psychic Energy available and just 2 more Darkness Energy. Unless there's some Darkness Energy in the discard pile as well, there's a chance Greg isn't keeping them off to the side because they can't be brought back with the Psychic Embrace. So counter catcher to stick the Fez could be a real line here for Isaiah.
At that point, then Isaiah has to make a calculated decision to not take a prize card again, as you don't want to play into the Pheasantipity, flipping the script and seeing additional resources.
This guy.
Oh, it's so tricky. Trying to calculate how much damage can he play down. He would deal 140 right now.
And it has 150 hit points. It's not quite enough to get the KO yet. Another thing Isaiah wants to be mindful of is not putting this Screamtail in range of being KO'd by Greg's Monkey Dory, which is already set up and ready to go.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, you have that Bravery Charm, you use the counter catcher, you bring up the Fez, you hit it for 140 in the active spot, let it sit there, and then if you can find that Dark Energy Monkey Dory, if your opponent doesn't move the damage, you could knock it out, but we know that would happen.
Doesn't look like we're going to see counter catcher as the play. There is a Night Stretcher. Now, Isaiah does only play the 1 counter catcher. There's a chance somewhere along the way it actually hit the discard pile, so it may not even be available right now. But the Night Stretcher is not bad. That can get Isaiah back one of those Darkness Energy.
Yep, this opens up access for Monkey Dory Adrenabrain once more. You can move a little bit of damage, but setting up the knockouts, that's the tricky part. You can take away the Monkey Dory once more. That's probably how Greg would find 2 prize cards on the following turn. But then how do you win the game? You have a lot of damage on the Fez. It basically has to be boss's orders attacking with the Gardevoir. You're asking a lot from your deck, but maybe that's the best opportunity.
Could be a situation of Isaiah trying to just figure out a way to not lose the game next turn. If he can keep himself out of range, then try to math things out once you top deck next turn. Go from there, hope to find a key supporter to get you out of whatever spot you're in.
I mean, even Dark Energy right here on the Monkey Dory move 10 off of the Gardevoir over to the Fez. Takes the knockout on the Pheasantipity. and you can remove that Pokemon. You feel comfortable with the Bravery Charm on the Screamtails so that you won't be KO'd by double Monkey Dory at some point. The problem there is that you open Greg back up for Counter Catcher as you're taking 2 prize cards, but maybe enough energy are already in play to where you aren't worried about a Drifloon.
And something to note, remember, Isaiah played Super Rod on the previous turn, so he put his Darkness Energy back into the deck. He's not going to be able to grab one off of the Night Stretcher. And Earthen Vessel, his last prize cards, 2 Darkness Energy and that 3rd copy of Earthen Vessel, he's already used his other 2 Earthen Vessel. He'll just go for the Roaring Scream. He's going to take out the Monkey Dory. Does Greg have a way to close out the game here? Take his final 2 prizes.
It's gotta be tough from this point to find the lines. We see all Bravery Charm in play for Greg, so even if it were Drifloon, that's not happening. I mean, the Counter Catcher's not even active at this point.
I don't think Greg has a way to win right now. So Isaiah has successfully prevented that, made it so Greg cannot possibly close out the game this turn. Greg may also be out of ways to get back Monkey Dory. We've seen him expend a lot of resources. These players have been going after the Monkey Dories turn after turn after turn. And these players have been getting them back turn after turn after turn. They really value getting the Adrenabrain up and running. It's so good in this matchup.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's there. All we see is a single copy of Night Stretcher. The rest of the deck was secret boxes and Counter Catchers and all these cool cards that just aren't helping you find anything relative at this point.
Some of the theoretically most powerful cards in Greg's deck are rendered totally useless in the situation he's in currently. There's the Flip the Script of Pheasantipity, drawing 3 cards. Isaiah did take a KO last turn, of course. Couple Counter Catcher that can't be played, and the Drifloon, which I don't think Greg wants to use right now.
Yeah, nearly 3 blank cards at this point. Drifloon without Bravery Charm, 2 Counter Catcher, nothing working there for him. It is about playing Iono and maybe taking a knockout and leaving Isaiah on a weak hand.
Perhaps what Greg will need to do here is Iono Isaiah to 2 cards, and then just attack with his Gardevoir EX. KO this active Pokemon. You have to get rid of the Screamtail, right? And you know that Isaiah has a Night Stretcher in hand, so the Screamtail could come back, because as of right now, Isaiah could just win the game with a Roaring Scream if he can get another Psychic Energy onto this Pokemon through Psychic Embrace.
Oh, Greg is really working through it. He's trying to find the line. Retreating would likely mean that you take advantage of the high hit points of Gardevoir EX in this spot.
But does he have an Iono to combo with this?
Oh, he's
just going to Roaring Scream the active for the KO. Does knock it out, does take a prize card down to just 1 left. Isaiah draws for turn. And what he's asking Greg, how much HP does the Pheasantipity have?
Wow.
150, and the Roaring Scream from the Screamtail will be able to take the KO. Night Stretcher that was in hand makes sure Isaiah closes out game 1.
Yep, a Screamtail battle back and forth over and over again. Did not want to disrupt what was happening, as we saw back and forth, just easy knockouts, but it just forces your opponent to play suboptimally. Monkey Dory knockouts left and right, Dark Energies falling away, and when you need to move the damage most, you don't have that resource. I mean, that's just what happens sometimes. You just make your opponent play inefficient.
What a grindy game 1 we had for our very first top 4 match. You can feel the tension all the way back here in the booth. I can feel the tension that's up there on the stage. And the strategy for both of these players seemed to be very similar in game number 1. Roaring Scream to KO Monkey Dory.
Yeah, just moving a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. It's all you need. Make sure that your Screamtail is not in range of an easy knockout from the Monkey Dory. Don't give your opponent access to that if you don't need to. But this is where Isaiah, he switched over to this other plane. He didn't have the Dark Energies. They were in the prize cards. He adds the damage onto the Screamtail, and Greg does not want it. He leaves this Pokemon and lets Isaiah have a couple free turns of the Screamtail, which may have been a problem.
Yeah, Isaiah took the initiative, took that first prize card, and then Greg, like you mentioned, just kind of gets back into things, ties up the game, but doesn't quite have the resources. It really felt like a resource war here for these players. Isaiah, very mindful of what Greg could and couldn't do on any given turn. And you kind of saw the benefit of Cleffa in that game, right? It helped Greg to set up early on, but you also saw the detriment, not only because it was something Isaiah could have KO'd at some point, Greg was forced to put a Bravery Charm on it when it maybe could have been used somewhere else, but it ate up a bench spot for the entire game, making it difficult for Greg to ever use more than one Monkey Dory, making it difficult for him to fit in Monkey Dory plus Drifloon. That Cleffa, I wonder if it did more harm than good for Greg.
Well, if you prize 3 Professor Research, maybe you have to play a little suboptimal in those spots. But I didn't like the fact that it forced out the Bravery Charm. It really hindered what Greg was capable of. You see all of those Bravery Charm played down. Isaiah says, I'm pretty sure you don't play 4 copies of this card, so I don't have to worry about my Gardevoir being KO'd at some point. And that allows him to continue on that other strategy he had, targeting Monkey Dories, ignoring the fact that he doesn't really have to play around a Gardevoir being brought up and knocked out.
Cards are being drawn for each of these players. 7 cards to the opening hand. I have to imagine Greg is going to choose to go second here, similar to what we saw in game number 1. Let's get into the second game and see if things work out better for either player. Already a rough start for Isaiah with his starter, that Mew EX in play right away, but an excellent start in turn. A good trade-off, secret box in the opening hand.
Yeah, maybe this will change the way Isaiah goes about his opening turn. If you have that Mew, you have to play a little more aggressive. You know that 2 free prize cards are available for your opponent at some point, likely by way of that Screamtail. But when you have the secret box, you're seeing so many resources. Now you have to make a decision. Do you play down Artisan in a spot like this? If you do, you give your opponent free Pokemon access, and it's a little dangerous when they have the TM evolution opportunities.
Discarding a couple Psychic Energy, getting rid of that Lily's Clefairy that's not super useful, but the Mew EX being in play, I wonder how that will impact this game. You know, Isaiah was forced to slow things down. He didn't have a draw engine set up. There's really no draw engine in this deck besides the supporters. Mew EX is barely a draw engine. I don't think you can really call it that. But now that being in play, how is that going to have to change what Isaiah does, how he approaches things?
I mean, there's a world where it ends up being a second Screamtail for you. Your opponent loved using that strategy, bringing the Screamtail active, and you can play some damage onto your Mew, have a little higher threshold of damage that you can build up, and maybe have a ridiculous turn where you can knock out something that wasn't expected.
Yes, that is right. You could put a bunch of damage counters onto the Mew EX. That would be really interesting to see play out. In theory, all 7 Psychic Energy to close out the game could lead to a Roaring Scream for 280 to the bench. With an Adrenabrain worked in from something else, that's 310. That's enough to knock out a Gardevoir.
Okay, well, we'll call it here and see if Isaiah finds it in 20 minutes.
And that may be what it takes here. These games do tend to move pretty slowly. This early turn especially very important. And right away off the secret box, he's grabbing the rare candy.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a bit of a tell to what this opening hand yields for Isaiah?
I mean, if I see Mew, I understand I have got to play a different strategy. I'm giving up prize cards I did not expect to give, which means I need to take prize cards I do not expect to take. And if you start off early and aggressive with your Gardevoir, you've already got 2 Psychics in the discard pile. Why not be the aggressor here and put Greg on the back foot? Force him to have all those resources early on with very little draw built into this deck.
Off of Secret Box, Isaiah finds Technical Machine Evolution, Research, and the other card necessary. Will immediately use Artisan. Did not grab that off of the Secret Box. Wants to make sure there's one still maybe remaining in the deck. He does play the 2 copies. Oh, the one is prized. Yes. So now with that other one being in the hand, that's actually really fortunate for Isaiah. He opened it since the one is prized.
Yeah, how many times do you see a player use Secret Box and then the only Pokemon that they have in play on the bench is from Artisan? But certainly enough, this is what Isaiah has to do in this spot. Force your opponent to have exactly Iono right here, right now. If it's not the case, you have Rare Candy Gardevoir attacking next turn.
Passing over to Greg. Let's see what he has available. There is another Ralts. There's a Nest Ball, but I don't think I see a supporter, Kyle.
No, he's missing out. He's got a Nest Ball. He can get a couple more Pokemon in play, but this is slow. He's going to have to watch on the other side as Isaiah completely pops off and goes crazy with that Gardevoir EX. And look at these prizes from Greg. This is devastating. We saw how it worked for Isaiah, but my goodness, 2 basic Dark Energies along with double Night Stretcher.
The 2 Darkness Energy for Isaiah, yes, annoying, but it didn't end up hindering him too much. He has 4 in his deck list. Greg, on the other end, he's only got 3, so those 2 Darkness Energy being prized, that is a much, much bigger deal.
Yeah, and then you try to recycle that energy that you'll have the 1 Dark Energy when you eventually find it, and you don't have access to half of your Night Stretcher. So when you want to recycle, bring that Monkey Dory back into play, it's so unlikely that you'll have exactly that resource unless you play some cards suboptimally, like the Secret Box, like an Arven. It just doesn't feel like you're doing very much with your turn then.
Greg does have the Cleffa in his hand currently. No supporter like we mentioned. Artisan is able to find the Monkey Dory. It looks like Nest Ball will bring another basic Pokemon out of the deck. I think he does also already have a Ralts in the hand currently.
Yeah, maybe this is the spot where you sneak the Badoo in. You saw your opponent just go after Rare Candy. You could retreat to this Pokemon if you have the read. And I think when your opponent plays Secret Box and only has a Ralts in play, you know what's about to happen on the other side. It doesn't lead to you building your own setup. But is that okay here?
Isaiah did not see the Badoo in game number 1, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it ever hit the discard pile. It was prized for Greg up until close to the end of the game. So it might not be something Isaiah ever saw. The Rare Candy play does walk right into an Itchy Pollen, but Greg's hand might be too weak for that play. He might not have enough, and sure enough, there's a lot of purple cards there. Energy, Pokemon, does have his own Rare Candy. So he's going to try to fill this hand up a bit with the Grasping Draw. If he finds a Gardevoir or Ultra Ball, he's got a Gardevoir ready to go next turn.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. For Greg, he's already up a prize staring down a Mew EX. So he feels like this is a spot where he can take that turn, build on his own hand, and maybe find some more help. All the pressure is on Isaiah at this point. He has to decide, well, his hand has to decide if he's able to do anything here, and he's probably going to have to play it very low, restart, and try again.
Does have access to the restart to draw some cards. We know Research is in the hand. We know Rare Candy's in the hand. Have to assume that means Gardevoir EX is waiting as well. 2 Psychic Energy already in the discard pile. This does open up plenty of plays for Isaiah right off the bat here this game. We could see him get super aggressive with Adrenabrain, taking a prize on the Cleffa, taking a prize on whatever Greg promotes, going down to 2 prizes taken right away.
I mean, it's almost all right here already. The Dark Energy is the only question mark. You play that on the Monkey Dory. You don't have the Psychic Energy just yet for your Gardevoir, and this is the hedge that he wants to play. If there is a world where you don't see the Psychic, you could at least Turbo Energize the Curlia.
I think it's the Evolution, actually, is what he ends up grabbing off of the Secret Box last turn. So that is what is in play now. And he does draw into Earthen Vessel and a Psychic. He could get aggressive. Now, I think he's probably not going to go for that. We could see just an Evolution onto the Ralts he just put down. We could see him find maybe another attacker. Did he find a Nest Ball? He actually may have pieced together enough to get off the initial Screamtail here this game. This is shaping up to be possibly the best turn 2 Isaiah could have asked for, to be honest, from going first in this game. Another Earthen Vessel.
Hold on a second. Yeah, with the Nest Ball there, he could go pretty wild, find a bunch of help. You could go right back to that classic Screamtail plan with the 50 damage on your Screamtail, be out of range of a Monkey Dory while also removing a Monkey Dory from play. You can search out the Dark Energy. He always has that Artisan as well to search out for another Monkey Dory, and then he's really playing with a lot of additional damage in the following turns.
The second Earthen Vessel finds a Psychic and a Darkness Energy. Nest Ball goes back into the deck. Any basic Pokemon being grabbed. We think it's going to be that Screamtail. We're going to start to see Roaring Scream lay down some damage, start to take KOs. Things starting off very similarly for Isaiah here in this second game. He's just making it happen on turn number 2.
Yeah, that's just unexpected. And when you see the Rare Candy Gardevoir, you think, okay, maybe there's a little bit of a world where you can get a decent attack off. He's got the best attack possible in the matchup, removing Monkey Dory, keeping his Pokemon out of range, already has the Dark Energy for his Monkey Dory. Everything's working out perfectly. He doesn't even have to worry about retreats. He's got the energies for it and a free retreater in the active.
2 Psychic Energy from the Psychic Embrace on to the Scream Tail. Of course, Roaring Scream deals 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on the Scream Tail. He'll put it up to 6 damage counters on it, 120 damage ready to be placed wherever Isaiah wants it. Gonna go with that odd number as well. This sets up to let Isaiah use double Psychic Embrace in the future to reach for even more damage with a Scream Tail once it gets a Bravery Charm. And does get rid of the Monkey Dory.
Wow, I mean, this hand for Greg, he's got a lot of pretty good resources, but they just don't work out. And the only other option is to Iono it all away.
So many energy. He'd love to put them in the discard pile, but he can't. There's no Ultra Ball, no research. He'll attach the Bravery Charm to the Cleffa and just has to play Iono. Both players shuffle their hands, place them on the bottom of the deck, and then draw a card for each of their remaining prize cards. Isaiah getting 5 after that KO. Greg will get the full possible 6.
Yeah, Isaiah taking one of those mid-game notes, as this is also information you can track during the game, as he places 3 energy on the bottom of his deck with the Iono. Some energies that he might want to have access to. Of course, he always has that built-in shuffle at any point with the Artisan, but if he doesn't want to extend, if he wants to see other resources, then you might want to manipulate that a little differently.
And once again, Greg fills his bench, board locked. He will not have easy Drifloon access. Isaiah will be able to make plays totally around however many Darkness Energy get to be placed into play. He'll be able to chase the Monkey Dory, chasing the Dark Energy almost more importantly. And Ultra Ball here now for Greg will discard a pair of Iono.
That is not great to see. Playing an Iono, losing 2 more of those copies, just will not be able to disrupt the hand of Isaiah for quite some time. It would just be that last copy of Iono, and that's great news for Isaiah. He's now thinking, every time that I hold on to some resources, every time I overextend and maybe take some additional prize cards, I'm likely to continue to build on my hand.
Greg just used Ultra Ball to go get a Gardevoir EX, but he does not have a rare candy just yet. He does it, okay, he has the Curlia, so he's thinking ahead for the future turns, and he wanted to thin his deck before using Pheasantipity, and perhaps wanted to make sure he could shuffle the deck so that he could draw into possibly some of those cards that he put onto the bottom with Iono.
It was getting ominous as we start to see no rare candy from the Pheasantipity. This means a slower turn. Once more, it is a Cleffa turn. How many times can you do this before Isaiah is able to punish?
And it definitely gets to a point where Isaiah will be able to just pull a little too far ahead. The more turns he has to get Monkey Dory into play, the more turns he has to get those Darkness Energy established. That means he'll be able to use 2 Monkey Dory per turn here.
Wow. I mean, once more, he finds the energies right back off with the Earthen Vessel, has the Professor's Research to go along with his hand, will lose an Iono, but he doesn't expect to be losing anytime soon, and the Dark Energy is there as well. So double Monkey Dory, and the main reason you want to see these Psychics, you already have your attacks pretty lined up if you want them, but you need to put a little more damage on your side of the board. Your opponent's not attacking you. If you put these energies in play, then at least you have a chance to push them over and maybe set up some more knockouts.
Isaiah finds 2 Psychic Energy off the Earthen Vessel. They get discarded to this research, but not before the Curlia evolves. The Monkey Dory gets a Darkness Energy, and now Isaiah has 7 new cards to work with. And he's got the Roaring Scream set up. He's already got the Monkey Dories. He really doesn't even need much else this turn. And he draws, you know, some powerful cards, Counter Catcher, Research, Arven, Ultra Ball, but I don't know that he necessarily even needs to play a single other card this turn.
Yeah, there's not much else you need to do. We need to see 1 Psychic Embrace so that at least 10 damage can be moved at some point to a Monkey Dory, take the KO, similarly the same way we've seen with the other Scream Tail attacks, and looks like Monkey Dory is a fine place to put that damage.
2 damage counters being placed onto the Monkey Dory. Probably only 1 will be moved with Adrenabrain, saving the other one for the future, so he's not forced to put another Psychic Energy into play. Really, really smart decision from Isaiah. And the Roaring Scream deals 100 to the Monkey Dory with the 10 damage counters already on it. The 1 damage counter, I should say. The 10 damage on it. It does go down. Greg, evolving Curlia up into Gardevoir EX. He's got some Psychic Energy. He does have a Research. What is he going to try to piece together? Going for the Flip the Script to kick off this turn, and does find his 4th and I believe final Iono and the secret box. What does that unlock for him?
Well, he has Bravery Charm already in hand. That was a resource you don't exactly want to lose just yet. If you can establish this Pokemon with the Drifloon, maybe there's a world where you can go for a big play. But how many Psychic Energy can he see in the discard pile? Is it just the one right now?
Wow, just the one Psychic Energy right now in the discard pile for Greg. He can find Earthen Vessel to get some more Psychic Energy off of the secret box. Of course, grabbing one of each of the trainer cards, a stadium, a tool, item card, and supporter.
Oh, this just is not lining up too great. Maybe enough energy if the Drifloon were to target the Mew EX to take a knockout, but certainly not going after a Pokemon like Gardevoir anytime soon.
Yeah, this is looking really questionable here for Greg. He's got to find a plan, and he's got to find a plan pretty quickly here. Earthen Vessel will discard the Nest Ball, searching now for any 2 energy cards, 2 Psychic Energy being the choice. No Darkness Energy right now. He does have Artisan in play that he could choose to utilize as well, but he's not been able to get enough Darkness Energy into the discard pile so far this game.
I mean, yeah, those Psychic Energies, he's got one so far. And if he does have the Ultra Ball to go along with this, maybe you could see a few more energies to work with. But yeah, this has been pretty abysmal for Greg. Just the resources not lining up. Anytime you see an Ultra Ball, there were no energies to go along with it. The secret box, no energy to go along with it. Just one copy of an energy is gone there so far.
And he'll be able to at least research this hand. He did find the secret box naturally, so he's not played a supporter just yet. So often we're used to seeing players have to Arven for that really powerful supporter. So this will get a couple of energy cards into the discard pile. That puts him up to 3. And the Drifloon comes onto the bench with the Bravery Charm ready to go. Is Greg looking for the full combo turn with a counter catcher with a way to discard more energy cards? If he was, I don't think he found it.
No, there was a sneaky Psychic Energy hanging out there. 4 energy now, so Drifloon has a little more access, but this is not enough for a Gardevoir KO anytime soon. The counter catcher was found. If you want to take a Mew knockout, you could do that. You're leaving a pretty healthy amount of damage on the board, though, and this is when he wants to shift over to the Gardevoir plan. You know your opponent doesn't have access to that Drifloon most likely, and maybe this is a chance where you can absorb 2 shots.
And maybe here we'll see Greg use the counter catcher and just go after one of the Monkey Dory or go after the Mew EX. Try to take the 2 prize cards now, set up a board state where he can go 2 on the Mew, 2 on a Gardevoir EX, and then maybe piece one last KO together somehow.
Got to be the plan at this point, and just have not had the Psychic Energies to work out any great combos here. He's protecting that Drifloon. He has a spot where maybe he can use that Pokemon later on for a big KO, but Isaiah's done a great job of protecting himself. He's avoiding those situations. If 2 prize cards were to fall here, counter catcher's still not back online, and Isaiah might work back on that 2 prize exchange on the Pheasantipity again, where he doesn't have to take a free prize.
It is going to be the line for Greg, taking the 2 on the Mew EX, and perhaps he's trying to set up for a line of KO this Mew EX, KO Gardevoir, and then if Isaiah puts another Gardevoir in play, get the Drifloon back, KO that second Gardevoir EX. And Isaiah does not have the reach that Greg has. He won't be able to push for a one-hit knockout on a Gardevoir, even though this Gardevoir has 40 damage on it currently. Isaiah can't push for that.
This is smart from Isaiah. Even though Monkey Dory may not be the attacker, that Psychic Energy for retreating is very helpful. You can bring that back with the Psychic Embrace, have additional damage counters to work with. If you're using Screamtail as your attacker, in a sense where maybe you go after that Pheasantipity, place the damage on that Pokemon, leave your opponent using counter catchers in a 4-4 race. It just doesn't work out. They're staring at a Screamtail with a Gardevoir active, not accomplishing very much.
Tons of cards in hand currently for Isaiah. That is another thing with Greg playing the research last turn. He was unable to disrupt Isaiah, and he even discarded all those Iono earlier. You got to kind of wonder, did he need to hang on to some of those?
Yeah, he does not have access to them anymore. We saw 1 played into 2 discarded, into a final 1 discarded off of this last research. So he should not have any more access to hand disruption. Isaiah has full information now to work with that, build his hand up, and see if he can mount together a pretty solid plan. He has 2 Monkey Dory. He has a Scream Tail dealing 100 damage right now. He can work in a little more damage with Psychic Embrace. But what makes sense here? Do you take the knockout on the Monkey Dory like you've been doing, deny the opportunity to push damage counters away, or do you try to set up some chip damage in one of these spots on an EX Pokemon?
The problem with too much chip damage being set up is that plays into Greg's Monkey Dory. Now, Greg doesn't have a Darkness Energy on Monkey Dory at the moment. We didn't see an Adrenabrain on the last turn, and he doesn't have a bench space open, so we aren't even really going to be able to see Greg use a double Monkey Dory turn probably ever in this game, and possibly ever in this set if Greg is not able to find a way to come back here. Ultra Ball from Isaiah does get rid of Rare Candy, gets rid of the Ralts. We see the math being done. But Gardevoir EX is found. Kirlia is in play, so now we can see Isaiah get that board established of the double Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, this Pokemon is a great attacker, and it has a ton of hit points. And if you're not threatened by your opponent, if they've overplayed their resources, if you see all the Bravery Charm go down and this Drifloon were to fall, then you know that you have some free attacks from this Pokemon to work with. He has 2 now lined up. If he wants to play the game where he avoids the counter catchers, he knows that those Pokemon are safe. He's likely not walking into a 2-2-2 prize map anytime soon, so you might as well play that Pokemon down.
Isaiah thinking through the plays. It's like Iono and Arven are the supporter options. Greg's got about 5 cards in the hand currently. Isaiah's not too worried about that, it seems. He's debating the Arven as the supporter for turn. That will be the call. Searching the deck for any item card, any tool card, adding those to the hand. He's already utilized Secret Box. Doesn't need TM Evolution. Could just see him thin out the deck a little bit, get rid of that Turbo Energize. Make sure that it's not something he's going to have to worry about drawing into in the future. A little bit of deck thinning. We like to say thinning is winning.
And it's been working for him so far. The only resource that he has yet to thin is 1 final Psychic Energy that still remains in the deck. He'd love to have access to that. Just gives his damage cap a little more ability to take knockouts in spots like this. Screamtail's doing pretty solid amount of damage. He still is holding onto that Bravery Charm where he could reach for even more. But now he has to come up with an attack. He's not worried about losing his hand. He holds on to a Night Stretcher, and he feels like Gardevoir is in a good spot here to come up and work on this Pokemon. I think he's in a pretty comfortable space. He sees 2 energies in the discard pile, 1 energy guaranteed stuck to the Gardevoir. Maybe the reach just isn't there.
And he'll be able to move all these damage counters off of this Gardevoir thanks to the pair of Monkey Dory in play. Both Adrenabrain being utilized. Both of those being utilized onto Greg's active Gardevoir, putting it up to 100 damage. And Isaiah's just going to swing into this for 190. Not a knockout. 20 HP remaining now for the Gardevoir EX. But now Greg doesn't have a way to take it out of range of being KO'd next turn by double Adrenabrain.
Yeah, think how beautiful this is for Isaiah. There is no way, with understanding the deck list, to boss's orders, bring up a Monkey Dory, take that knockout. A single Monkey Dory is the only thing that Greg has access to move the damage off of the Gardevoir, and it still does not play around double Adrenabrain from Isaiah. He has a basically guaranteed knockout on this Gardevoir next turn just from pushing damage counters over, and then he can continue to maybe even find a win on that Pheasantipity if he has the energies to go along with it.
Night Stretcher from Greg brings back Gardevoir EX, evolving onto the bench. Bravery Charm going on to Pheasantipity, maybe not yet. Thinking about it for just a moment. There is, I believe, Professor's Research in the hand. So Bravery Charm will come into play. Research discards the hand, draws a bunch of new cards. I think Greg would really like to see that 1 Darkness Energy he has now off of these 7, with 2 being currently in the prizes. Does he find it? And the answer is no.
Oh, he's got the Vessel.
That can get there. Yes, Earthen Vessel discards the basic Psychic. Greg can find 2 more out, and one of them will indeed be the Darkness Energy.
Yeah, this means that he at least stays in this game for a little longer. He can move some of the damage, but we still know that Isaiah has enough damage counters to work with here to push the damage back over to the Gardevoir. The one thing this does do for him is he doesn't have enough damage to where he could probably play enough onto the Scream Tail and still take a big knockout. He would have to use one of those Adrenal Brains towards the Gardevoir instead of over to a Pheasantipity.
Greg could start swinging with the Drifloon here, but then the problem becomes the Drifloon is now in range of Adrenal Brain, KOing it. He is going to put the damage onto the active Gardevoir. Is it time to go in with that Drifloon? It looks like the answer is yes. Balloon Burst, 30 damage for each damage counter on the Drifloon. 5 Psychic Energies being placed onto it. That is going to be 100 damage. 300 damage, a one-hit KO onto the active Gardevoir EX from Isaiah.
Yep, this Drifloon, 20 hit points away from a knockout. Adrenal Brain available to do that. The Gardevoir now protected in a way that it's 50 hit points away. It would be a double Adrenal Brain. So Isaiah has to make some considerations. What is the best way to handle this board? And also, you have to think about when you take these prize cards, because if you play down and overextend, remove both the Drifloon and the Gardevoir, then you walk into a counter catcher.
Isaiah could win the game on this turn. He's going with the counter catcher. He's got 4 prize cards remaining. If he can use 3 Adrenal Brains, 2 to KO the Gardevoir, 1 to KO the Drifloon, and then attack with the Scream Tail, KO the Cleffa on the bench, Isaiah could win the game, and he has the Monkey Dory from the Ultra Ball. He needs a Darkness Energy. There's the KO. He's taking his prizes. He has a Darkness Energy prize. He doesn't take the Darkness Energy, but he does take the Energy Switch. So now he will accelerate these energy to the active Gardevoir. Energy Switch or this Night Stretcher gets the other Darkness Energy necessary, uses Adrenal Brain, KOs the Drifloon. Gardevoir takes a knockout. Isaiah Bradner is going back to the NAIC final match.
He finds it once more with Monkey Dory Dark Energies. You're not just limited to 2. He finds the 3rd, and that's why you play these counts. It works so well for him, continues to find the perfect answer time and time again. There is no stopping the damage onslaught, and he finds a way to take a big win here against Greg. Moving back to this finals table, it feels like fate now, Chip. Continually, this man will work his magic and play Gardevoir now to a potential championship.
Congratulations, of course, as well to Greg. An incredible tournament run. He actually started this event with an 0-1-2 record and then won every single game through the rest of the day. 10 games won over the course of 2 days to get himself into the position. He won in top 16. He won in top 8. He got to top 4, getting a direct invite to the World Championships, adding an incredible accolade to his list of accomplishments. He's a longtime player. Congratulations to him on that finish. But now it's going to be all about the story of Isaiah Bradner getting to his NAIC final match for the 2nd time as a master, the 4th time ever. Let's recap that game.
Yeah, something else here. Mirror match, you expect to see a little bit of the same plays every once in a while, and sure enough, this is the strategy that we saw. Scream Tail, 50 damage. Move 10 away with your Monkey Dory and continue to target your opponent's Monkey Dory. The problem for Greg, he does not have the resources that Isaiah does, typically, except in this game, Isaiah was slowed down with the Dark Energies and the prize cards.
It was a battle of the Roaring Screams in game number 1. Always chasing after the Monkey Dory. That's what unlocks so many plays and has so much potential in this mirror match, specifically both players wanting to take care of it as much as possible and limit each other's options.
And what a start here in game number 2. Rare Candy Gardevoir, Scream Tail attacking 3 energies and just removing Monkey Dory continually off the board. Stayed true to his strategy and was able to find just enough resources to continue to build on his board. Greg really grasping at straws, trying to find a good plan. He had to burn all of his Ionos to do just that, but he did put up a pretty solid fight. Unfortunately, though, that meant that Isaiah built up a pretty great hand, and from there, he was able to find a ton of resources and keep in this game.
And that Night Stretcher brought back the final Darkness Energy needed. Isaiah takes the KO on the Drifloon, KOs the active with Miracle Force on Gardevoir, and there he is, headed back to finals once more, where he will be facing Potentially. We'll have to see. We got another finals match, and that's who when we're gonna decide who he will be facing off against. And I have a feeling Isaiah's gonna stick around to make sure he knows what his opponent is gonna be playing.
Yeah, you know, maybe he'll have a tweet ready, as we saw with Azul. He was ready to have a fight with him when it came to the finals and talk a little bit of smack here. Maybe he's got a word or two for Tord if it were to be the case. It'd be fun to watch. But we know Isaiah is so happy to be back at this finals table. He works so hard. He was taking a little bit of time off, focusing on college, focusing on his real life, trying to get everything in order. And he takes some time every once in a while to travel to these events, and he has so much success. Maybe take a couple more breaks. Why don't you?
It is really a treat to watch. You know, he's so skilled. He's great at deck building. His play is so clean and so strong. And he finds himself in yet another finals match at NAIC. Let's look at the updated bracket now that we know who one of our finalists will be. That is indeed Isaiah Bradner on a rampage through the top cut. And he had probably arguably the toughest path of either of the two players, whether it's Riley McKay or Tord Reklev in the finals tomorrow. Ryan Antonucci right off the bat, extremely accomplished, extremely successful. Piper Lapine, a two-time regional champion. Greg, of course, in the mirror match. What a path for Isaiah to get to the points he's in.
Yeah, he's been working tirelessly to get to this point, and he's had to show a lot of what he's capable of. And he's done it in a few different ways, not always the same strategy. If you have to switch things up, get aggressive, that's what his deck is capable of. You give good players opportunities to show that they've got a couple different options, and he can take any path to victory.
And now we'll be able to shift our focus toward Reklev, Riley McKay, our other side of the bracket, our other top 4 match, Dragapult versus Gardevoir. At least it's not another guarding mirror. Things are going to be quite a bit different. It's going to be interesting to see which one is going to come out on top. I think typically you would favor the Gardevoir player in the matchup, but it's really difficult to bet against Tord Reklev.
Right, and Tord does have a couple extra tricks. We know the copies of Badoo, multiple copies of that, the Maractus as well. When you're focused on the energy counts, there's always a chance that you can slow down your opponent, bring up one of those non-psychic Pokemon if they're ever to hit the board, and lock that Pokemon in play for a little bit. If Tord buys himself additional turns, he does have a great chance, but for Riley, he's smiling ear to ear knowing that there's no Duskull on the other side.
Yeah.
Because that typically is the real reason you're afraid of that matchup.
Yeah, that's the thing that can really swing things, or the Charizard EX
True.
as well, being another way that the Dragapult player can try to get the ball back in their own court. Tord is no stranger to the situation. Riley, this will be his first top 4 finish at an IC. This will be his first time this weekend playing on the big stage, so he'll have to get adjusted to that setting as Tord is ever so familiar with it.
Yeah, this is where Tord has made his home, as many international stages have seen. He's been very comfortable here. We saw already in his his top 8 game that he had against our Toadscroll player. It was a pretty easy path for him. He just did not have to do too much. He felt very comfortable up there, stayed his classic Tord fashion of throwing cards around, enjoying himself, and I'm sure he's ready to come right back to the table and play again.
And that's something that has been really fun to watch over the years with Tord. You know, he does take it seriously, but he loves it as well. And you can see it through his play. You can see he's been having so much fun, and that fun has gotten him back to top 4.
I mean, it's contagious. That also, how you give that energy to your opponents, and they get to enjoy the game as well. Even though you understand how important the moment is, you need to stop and take a breath and realize this is also a lot of fun.
A lot of fun indeed. And it's been a lot of fun casting this weekend so far with you. I'm looking forward to seeing more action coming up very, very soon. We're going to take a short little break, but don't go anywhere. Masters Top 4 coming up next.
To share a love of the game while the island sunset glows. Come on, my, it's time to go.
Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough.
It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon GO World Champion.
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earthbound. And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Cervelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day 1, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界一取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo, se siente increíble.
Okay, Pokemon fans, we are down to our last round today. One more clash to decide who takes that last seat at the Championship Sunday Finals table. Isaiah Bradner has already secured his place but who will be joining him? Riley McKay or Tord Reklev? Every play matters. Every prize card matters. Every decision matters. And quite honestly, I can't wait to see how this top 4B match will pan out. I'm Shea Byrne, I'm joined by Alex Dow. Alex, how are we feeling as we get ready for our final top 4 match here?
Honestly, incredible. I mean, we're so close now to tomorrow's final, right? We are this final game, this final match, this final round between two players who have battled through so many Swiss rounds, through the asymmetrical top cut, through top 8, and here in the top 4 now. So the stage is set. We'll get a chance to have a quick look, of course, of that journey that Isaiah Brandner has done to get to the final. But who will meet him there, as we do get a chance to see how Tord Reklev has passed Makani Tran 2-0, Ray Chen top 8 2-0. And Riley McKay had a little bit of a tougher time, 2-1 against Nathan Ginsberg in top 16 there, but then dispatched Cameron Chenoy. That ends Toolbox deck in the top 8 and has to meet arguably one of the best players we have in the game in Tord Reklev in the semi-finals.
Yeah, you know, all players here have had a tough path to get there. You know, Tord having to dispatch Ray Chen, who actually he lost to in day 1, but was able to navigate the matchup and secure himself the slot here in our top 4B. But then Riley, as you did say, did lose a game against Nathan, but did have a swift 2-0 against Cameron.
Yeah, but this is it. Like I said, the stage is set. Our players are at the feature table here for the top 4 match between Tord Reklev and Riley McKay. Again, another familiar matchup we're going to be seeing once again between two fantastic players who've gotten to this stage through so many victories across the weekend thus far. As we do get to see Tord, it looks like he won the die flip there. We just get a chance to recap exactly what both of these players have accomplished so far. I mean, Tord Reklev, we talk about him too much maybe, but a world's finalist. He was one game away from being a world champion. But look at those. IC champion 5 times, looking to make it a 6-time international champion, 3 times regional champion, 2 times special championship champion. But again, Riley McKay's been in this position before as well.
Yeah, you know, had some terrific finishes there for Riley. Vancouver Regional top 32, Knoxville Regional top 8 as a senior, Collinsville Regional top 8 senior, and Toronto Regional top 8 as a senior as well. So no matter what happens, Riley will be adding another notch in his resume here with at least a bare minimum NAIC top 4, but he doesn't want that. He wants to get in the final and try and win. So this is going to be an absolute clash of titans here with 2 decks we know have both been refined heavily. Everyone knows their decks inside and out, so there's not going to be many tips, tricks, or surprises here. Everyone knows what they're playing for and what they're playing against.
Yeah, as we do see now both our players putting out their prize cards. We get a glimpse of them, of course, whilst they are just working out exactly how they're going to be able to navigate this.
Both copies of Monkey Dory are prized for Tord. He only plays 2 copies, so there will be no use of Adrenabrain, at least until some prize cards have been taken. Interesting for Ryder has prized that Lily's Clefairy EX. That is a card that is tremendous in this matchup. Riley won't have access to that until that Lily's Clefairy is liberated from the prize card.
Yeah, so many little things that we're going to have to see throughout this game. Tord's favorite there, that Celebi in the waiting, in wings, trying to hope Tord can make it into the final as well, where he could meet his former dance partner in Isaiah Brandner in another international final. But Riley's going to be the one who's going to try and stop that.
He's going to try his best to stop Tord from making a mockery. But here we do see the handshake. Our NAIC top 4B match is getting started here. Tord on the left versus Riley, and it is Riley who is kicking us off here, going first. Going to start the turn off with a Ralts in the active, an Earthen Vessel discarding a Psychic Energy, and is going to consult the deck.
Yep, that first opportunity always for all of our players to consult their deck, work out what is prized, work out what resources they have available to them for this first game here in this Masters top 4.
So as we do see Riley consulting the deck and working out what is prized and what's available to him, let's take a second to run through this Gardevoir EX archetype in case you're not 100% sure of how it operates. It revolves around Gardevoir EX, has the fantastic Psychic Embrace ability, letting you attach as many Psychic Energy as you like from your discard pile to your Psychic Pokemon. That means Riley can unlock a whole host of attackers. Drift Balloon does a lot of damage into the active with its Balloon Blast attack. Screamtail does the same, but it actually can access the benched Pokemon as well. Now, we did mention Lily's Clefairy, which is currently prized, but that has an attack Full Moon Rondo, dealing more damage for each bench Pokemon in play. But also, it's really impactful because of its ability, Fairy Zone, that actually gives Dragon-type Pokemon a weakness to Psychic. And one other thing to keep an eye on during this game, we're going to be hearing Adrenabrains here, there, and everywhere. Monkey Dory can make fantastic use of the damage that Psychic Embrace does inflict on Riley's Pokemon by moving 3 damage counters off one of your Pokemon onto your opponents in any way you like.
Especially when you got that synergy with that Psychic Embrace, that fantastic ability that we've heard so much throughout this weekend, of course. And we're still going to hear it at least and into tomorrow as well, because Isaiah Brandner is already one Gardevoir there, waiting in the wings. Could it be a mirror match in the finals here in New Orleans, the North America International Championships, or will there be yet another Dragapult versus Gardevoir match in the final? Both of these players going to be doing their utmost to make sure it is them. This is just going to be such an important scenario here. We do see an Ultra Ball discarding that Iono and more Psychic Energy hitting the discard piles where you want them to be. Routes there hitting the field now as well. 2 routes in play. Energy attachment to the active. Does have access to Artem, but doesn't want to give it over to Tord. Tord's first turn of this Masters top 4 here. Pheasantipity in the active spot.
Looks like just waiting for the Riley's deck to be shuffled, and then he's going to start the turn off. We can see the top deck there. I wonder what it's going to be. Tord, I want to see that hand. Come on, let's have a look with cutting just the top card. Love to see that. Okay, Tord, what have you got here? I see an Ultra Ball. Brock Scouting. That's actually pretty good to see on your first turn. Letting you grab 2 basic Pokemon or 1 evolution. Looks like that is being debated here.
Yep, and we do see the Brock Scouting, one of those cards that's come into the game ever since the inclusion of Budew and its Itchy Pollen, now giving Tord that opportunity to go through the deck again, working out what he has access to. Going to be looking at through that deck and working out that actually those double 2 Monkey Dories are going to be not accessible because of the prizes. Again, following suit with what we just done with Gardevoir, if you are new to the stream or you're just catching up, Tord Recklef is playing that slower build of Dragapult EX. Of course, that fantastic attacker, that Terra Pokemon, dealing 200 damage with Phantom Dive and putting 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. Arguably the best attack in the game right now. How do we get there? Through that Dracloak. We're going to evolve up from those Dreepies to be able to get Recon Directive live, to get that built-in draw power just in your Pokemon line itself. But at the same time, because you are playing that slower build, you're going to be utilizing things like that Budew, which has been one of the selections from the Brock Scouting, to be able to utilize Itchy Pollen, a no-energy attack, which does deal with 10 damage. It kind of tickles your opponent, but it stops your opponent from being able to play any item cards from their hand, thus slowing the game down enough so that you can build out your board state and then start swinging away when you're ready with that Phantom Dive attack. And it's just going to be one of those games which we've seen before in previous formats. Destined Rivals here has only changed it up a little bit between these 2 decks. But at the same time, these 2 really showcasing exactly why they were the big 2 in the previous format and potentially why they're the big 2 in this one as well.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say they both have not released their stranglehold on the metagame. As the Bot Scouting does conclude, Tord's going to grab a Dreepy and the Budew. The Budew is a fantastic card, just slowing your opponent down and saying, the game will start on my terms, thank you very much. I'm going to limit your setup and Itchy Pollen until I decide I want to progress the game. We do see an attach retreat. There is the Itchy Pollen. I hope no one's got any allergies or Riley hasn't, because the pollen is flying here, there, and everywhere. So remember, Riley cannot play any item cards. There is a rare candy in the hand, cannot play that. And it looks like Artisan is in hand. Do you want to give that to Tord? I'm not sure.
I think maybe it's a good option when you're holding on to a dark energy as well. Often, you just want to utilize the Artisan, get a Monkey Dory down. You want to use your energy attachments onto your Monkey Dories, and then you can start manipulating damage from your side of the board to really start to take a stranglehold, as you kind of mentioned, in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, that art is on a fantastic stage, and both players can obviously use it, but letting you grab any basic Pokemon that haven't got a rule box and pop it straight onto your bench. So here right now, Riley's going to use that to grab that Monkey Dory. And as you did rightfully say, Alex, Monkey Dory does need a Dark Energy to be able to access that ability, Adrenabrain. So here Riley can, you know, grab the Monkey Dory, attach that Dark Energy, play the Rhino, and see what else the game will treat him with.
Yeah, I mean, Riley is playing that kind of build of Gardevoir with the heavier technical machine evolution. So maybe that Iono will hopefully draw into something like that and then be able to, again, retreat into the Monkey Dory and evolve up those routes through that means instead. As we do get the Iono played now, Tord just double-checking what resources will be going to the bottom of the deck. What does Riley have access to right now?
Oh, a Curlier. Does get a Curlier. Only the one, though. Obviously, can't play the Ultra Ball. Can't use any energy attachments right now because we did see the Dark Energy getting attached.
Yeah, just
not the worst. Not the worst.
I mean, it's just making sure what's that final card alongside that as well. I mean, I don't really see too much on a future turn.
Scream Tail.
Yeah.
2 energy and an Earthen Vessel.
We're going to be playing off the top of the deck at this point if we're going to keep being in an item lock scenario. That Curlier now on the bench. Not much more going on. Just kind of deliberating. It's back over to Tord.
Okay.
That Itchy Pollen has been enough. Kind of wanting to check exactly what cards Riley's been able to access so far. And it's just over to Tord. Does have the Dracloak. Recon Directive now live. Has a Dreepy as well. Has Artisan obviously available with that stadium currently in play. Energies. So he's going to get a pretty good turn here to kind of work through and build up that board and maybe even keep staying behind the Badoo for now as we get more energies into the game as much as possible. Remember, there's no real way for any energy acceleration in this kind of slower form of Dragapult EX. So every attachment is ever so important other than that one aspect that Tord is playing, that Neo Upper Energy, providing the 2 energies that a Terra Pokemon or evolved up Pokemon will be able to utilize so that it can attack with Phantom Dive as a Stage 2 Pokemon because it provides every type.
We do see the Artisan concluding, going to grab a Dreepy, and this also shuffles the deck, meaning the cards that were previously put to the bottom, thanks to Riley's Iono, have now been shuffled around. And that Dracloak ability is live as well. Recon Directive, when you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, you can put 1 in your hand and 1 to the bottom of the deck as well. Dragapult is a deck that loves to get multiple Dracloak out as the stage ones, as we do see the Recon Directive being used. Professor's researching Luminous Energy. That would mean there'd be 3 copies of Luminous Energy in the hand if that is taken. But then you don't want to discard this whole hand with Professor's Research either.
No, it's not ideal, but I guess giving it an option is there. But yeah, there's a lot of Dragapult EXs. I don't think you want to give that away too much, but maybe just for a moment, if you're getting an Itchy Pollen off, you're getting the attachment on right now, there's not much coming over from Riley's side for the time being. You can kind of just hold off and then make the decision for a supporter on your next turn. I think that may be the decision that we have to kind of think about here. It's just an Itchy Pollen. 20 damage now on that active routes. It's just over to Riley. Looks like he top decked a Badoo of his own.
Yeah, I think so. Badoo, yep. It wasn't in the hand before. Remember, Riley is still item locked. Cannot play any item cards. So with this hand, is just stuck to benching Pokemon, attaching energy, and using that Artisan as well.
Yeah,
another the greatest of hands here.
It's another key way maybe to try and get more Monkey Dories down. You know, this is one of the few decks which wants to utilize multiple. You know, one generally isn't always enough, especially when you're utilizing Psychic Embrace. You do have more damage counters to be able to manipulate around the board, especially also when Tord may be attacking at some point with that Dragapult EX. Getting those 6 damage counters across onto Riley's side will start setting this up. And then, again, we can play a bit of a slow game. You can go into your own Badoo. It's definitely an option.
It is. We could even see a Volt Psy Shot. That would also get there. You know, you got the Monkey Dory can obviously move 20 damage off the rolls. We do see a pay retreat into the Badoo. We do see Monkey Dory with Dark Energy attached there. We did see the Adrenabrain as well onto the active Badoo. So that means this Itchy Pollen will actually take a prize card there for Riley on the board here in our top 4 match here, the North American International Championships. What can Tord do to respond?
Yeah, massive knockout, because this is so important when it's okay to maybe go ahead and prizes in this kind of matchup, but only in this scenario where you're able to take a knockout with the item lock also still in play on your opponent's side of the board. Right now, this kind of means that Tord is locked out of items, although he actually doesn't have any in hand right now.
No.
It's a unique scenario, of course, as the artisan's being utilized now for Tord to go through the deck and double check. Of course, after that recon directive he just used, he does move that Luminous Energy. He did put to the bottom, back around again. But he has access to a second Badoo, and that's probably where he's going to go for here. There it is. Itchy Pollen's going to be coming back. This Badoo war will be continuing, at least for this moment, unless he, potentially hits some very important cards on his turn with maybe a supporter. Let's see how that exactly goes through. One of the key things we can highlight just on Riley's hand as well, he might have been able to take a Professor's Research from the prizes there, because there's one now suddenly in hand. That does kind of give Riley an opportunity to continue playing the game on their next turn, even if item lock does come on. Back live as well. So it's always going to be a bit of a slow struggle and a slow grind in this early stages. But Riley's probably going to look or feel quite comfortable, because double Monkey Dory with 2 Dark Energies is so, so important.
It really is. If Tord, it's interesting because it has only got Luminous Energy in hand, so it won't be able to fire off a Phantom Dive with the way this hand currently stands. Obviously, might not even want to start applying that sort of pressure while joining to Professor's Research and Buddy Buddy Puff in there off that recon directive. That would be 3 copies of Professor's Research in the hand if he chooses to take it. So it is going to take the Buddy Puff in. Because he can't play that right now, isn't the Itchy Pollen lock. So we might just see an attach of the Luminous Energy, a retreat into the... Oh, we are going to see Dragapult EX hit the field. We do see Luminous Energy attached to the active, and we do see a Professor's Research. Okay. Now, what are these 7 cards going to be?
There's a couple of options. If we find maybe an out to the Latias somehow, of course, can't play items to get to it, so it had to be a raw draw, but there it is. Does also then allow Tord to preserve the energy on that Dreepy, because Skyliner will provide free retreat into something like the Badoo if he chooses to do so as well. He does get a chance to flip the script at the same time after Badoo's Itchy Pollen knockout on his own Badoo there. He hits the ace spec, currently not needed. He's already attached for turn. But it looks like, I'm sure that Latias is going to hit the field. Again, remember, these energy attachments are always so important for this deck.
Yeah, being able to preserve those energies is never a bad thing when you're stuck. Attaching 1 per turn or using your once per deck A-spec in Neo Upper. Latias EX does hit the board, has that fantastic ability. Skyliner gives all your basic Pokemon a free retreat cost. So GB can retreat to the bench, preserving that Luminous Energy. And Badoo hits the active for another Itchy Pollen. And even though that does do 10 damage, that could come flying straight back thanks to the Adrenabrains from Riley. It is over to Riley now. Is still item locked though.
Yeah, it feels like right now was that 4 Itchy Pollens that we've seen so far.
Oh, big Professor's Research there. Sorry, Alex going to discard the hand and draw 7. That does get another energy in discard pile. So it looks like we see 1, 2, 3, 4 energy, I think, in Riley's discard pile. Quite a few. Here's Professor's Research. We do see a Curlier.
We see a Gardevoir as well.
Oh, we do see a Gardevoir EX as well. That means Psychic Embrace is currently live.
Again, it's now finding out which attacker would be best here, because it's still the Badoo in the active spot. Doesn't have anything like the, not Monkey Dory, sorry, the Drifloon. Screamtail's currently in the discard pile. But we do get the opportunity to Psychic Embrace and then utilize Adrenabrain. That is a mid-turn KO on a second Badoo now. Tord now has a decision on which Pokemon to promote. It's going to have to be that Dreepy without the energy. Then it could mean Riley could go down to 3 prize cards remaining. And that could actually almost be close to being very difficult to come back from. But if there's a way, this is where Dragapult sometimes does shine when it utilizes things like Iono, like counter catchers, and like big swings of that Phantom Dive attack. What else can we piece together? Energy attachment from hand onto the Gardevoir EX there.
It looks like we're going to see a retreat. We are. So it looks like Miracle Force is going to be our attack here. 3 energy, 190 damage, I should say. Heals all special conditions as well. That's not super relevant. What is relevant is that 190 damage, though. That's enough for a big KO.
Still has access to one more Adrenabrain if Riley chooses to do so. Again, it's, I guess, always one of those things you sometimes second guess because Tord, I'm sure he knows Tord must be playing some Monkey Dory or some a number of Monkey Dories as well. So even if he sends some damage over, he could potentially see it coming straight back. So we just
debating whether we're going to attach this as well. So this means we're probably going to see another Adrenabrain for a bit more value there, as that's going to bounce that damage onto that bench Dreepy. But there's the big Miracle Force for Riley, marching towards his place in the final in Game 1. Did take Lily's Clefairy off the prize cards. That means Fairy Zone could be live next turn, giving towards Dragapult's a ×2 weakness to Psychic. Is over to Tord now, yet to take a prize card. Hasn't got an attack ready yet. Jet Headbutt could be live. You don't want to be announcing that at this time. So it looks like it's going to promote the Latias EX, going to consult Riley's discard pile, and will start his turn.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things where this is going to be one of those first turns where you're wanting to get something like an Iono against your opponent's side of the board. You know, reduce the number of cards in your opponent's hand right now. As we do flip the script, it's going to be possible after that Miracle Force attack on that Dreepy there.
Yeah, that was a big KO. So we're going to see flip the script, drawing free if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. It's definitely live.
Yeah, well, the Badoo was knocked out during the turn, during Riley's turn as well. Again, we're just...
Maybe just consulting. We've got table judges there. But this is looking like an interesting scenario for Tord. Does have energy in hand now, so can definitely attach at some point and then grab a Phantom Dive. Tord isn't to know that Lily's Clefairy is definitely available, though. Looks like Flip the Script has concluded now. The cards have entered the hand.
I think it's just double-checking whether Tord has been able to draw a card on this turn yet after promoting the Latias EX, and then just double-checking. Actually, he would have one additional card in his hand as well, as both our players are now in agreement that that was the case. So Tord has used Flip the Script, has access to another Dracloak, which will evolve onto that Dreepy, which has 3 damage counters on it from the previous turn's Adrenabrain from Riley there. So now we do have some draw power once again. Of course, now it's just Tord having to figure out exactly the route here to overcome Gardevoir EX. It's not the easiest, especially now that we do have access to Lily's Clefairy EX. We do see the Recon Directive, Professor Churro scenario, and a Luminous Energy as well. Hasn't quite found anything like an Iono yet.
Yeah, we would love to see the Iono here. Riley's hand is getting rather large. You know that if you was to just leave this hand unchecked, all manner of things can come out from Riley's side of the board, but hasn't been able to find it yet. Flip the Script has been used. Recon Directive has been used.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're going to have to go into Maractus to try and maybe slow the game down one more turn. Utilize that corner attack on the Maractus there, maybe bringing up something like the Monkey Dory. Because I guess you don't really want to bring up a Badoo. You put yourself under item lock, under duress, effectively.
You KO it as well, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true. You have to do that. Yeah, keep forgetting it does 20 damage. And the Neo Upper Energy committed to the Maractus, I guess because both of his Dragapults right now, or his Dragapult and his Dracloak, have Luminous Energy anyway. It can't get a Neo Upper Energy onto it.
Yeah, we have to see the boss's order's going to bring up the Monkey Dory. We see Maractus hit the active, that Neo Upper Energy. That's going to count as 1 colorless energy, which is fine, because Corner is a 1 colorless energy attack, 20 damage, and then it stops your opponent from retreating next turn. A lot of decks don't play switching cards right now, so Tord's just trying to buy himself a turn to sort of have a bit more of a commanding presence in this game.
Yeah, so it's back over to Riley now. 20 damage dealt to the Monkey Dory. Does have an opportunity to fling it straight back over with Adrenabrain, but I'm sure it's going to try and piece together maybe a little bit more in terms of getting true value right now against Tord's Dragapult deck. Does have a few different cards that Riley will be able to access, like the Arven. I think there was a couple of other supporters that were there as well.
Yeah, worth noting, Riley has 4 energy currently attached to that Gardevoir EX. Now, energy in play is actually one of the worst places to have it in the Gardevoir deck because you need them in the discard pile, right? So you can accelerate them back. And if they're currently attached to Pokemon, you have to sort of try and get them in the active to then pay retreat to get them back in the discard pile. So Riley being able to fuel attackers might be a little bit hard. Yeah, only 1 Psychic Energy currently in the discard pile. So only 1 available to use of that Psychic Embrace. We do see it there. Onto the Monkey Dory. Remember, Monkey Dory can definitely attack Mind Bend, you know, deals 60 damage and confuses your opponent's active. I mean, that would apply some pressure.
Absolutely. The Maractus with 110 HP, just putting it into confusion and then just causing a little bit of chaos on Tord's side. Just simply just trying to stop the corner lock. If Tord has to attack through a confusion, it wouldn't be too great from Tord's perspective. But again, can free retreat into it as well. We do see the Adrenabrain over onto the Dracloak. There, now 6 damage counters on it, and a Mind Bend has been announced. 60 damage to the Maractus, confusion on the Maractus. Corner if you were to attack just like this, meaning you would have to flip a coin, hit heads to be able to allow the attack to go through. If tails, you deal 30 damage to yourself.
And the attack fails. The attack won't go through as well.
Absolutely.
So it is over to Tord's side of the board now. Has top deck. That is a very large hand. I wonder, we see counter catchers in there. We see all sorts. We don't see an Ino yet, though.
One of those things where Tord has used Artisan multiple times, and yet to show that a Monkey Dory has hit the board, kind of giving Riley loads of information that the Monkey Dory is not available. I mean, what Tord would do right now to have access to things like Adrenabrain, just to try and maneuver the damage off that Dracloak on the bench right now, which is in a pretty dangerous position. It's only got 30 HP remaining. Could be just susceptible to just another Monkey Dory at some stage as well. Just Tord just double-checking his resources that are currently in their hand. Ultra Ball being eyed up here, discarding a Treepy and a Brock Scouting. Looks like it's going to maybe go for the Dragapult EX to evolve up that Dracloak. Make sure not losing such an important piece of the deck here.
But I tell you what this does do is that forcing the evolution into the Dragapult EX removes that Recon Directive draw power. And we know that these Dragapult EX decks love to leave Dracloak in play as much as possible because filtering those cards throughout the whole game gives you extra cards in your hand and lets you put non-important cards to the bottom of your deck. So with that double Monkey Dory pressure from Riley, forcing Tord to evolve into a Dragapult EX when you otherwise might not want to. Here we are going to see a Recon Directive. Though. There's the Iron Note, quickly, swiftly taken. Love to see that if you're Tord. And are we going to see that evolution? I guess we're going to have to. Yep, here we do see that evolution. So there is no Recon Directive currently live.
Yeah, I mean, he's utilized it already before evolving up, of course, making sure you get as much value out of that as possible. I'm sure we're going to maybe even get that fire attachment as well, just to kind of have a Dragapult ready, start swinging away. But here we go, Professor Churro scenario here. Will we send up the Dragapult and start firing off a Phantom Dive this turn, or will we try and corner once again? These are some of the few decisions that Tord has to make in this scenario. Of course, has the Iono at the moment, but obviously cannot play it since he's played the Professor Churro scenario. Does send forward the damaged Dragapult EX here with that Luminous Energy attached. Fire Energy attached now. Phantom Dive now live. It's going to be a big one.
And a counter catcher as well. It's going to bring up the Gardevoir EX straight into the active. 200 damage. Now, some of that can get bounced back via Adrenabrain for sure. But then we get 6 damage counter spread as well. And you can't spread them all off. So we'll have to pick what you want. But here we go. See 200 damage into the active. And it looked like 6 damage counters onto the courier. That is Tord's first announcement of Phantom Dive here in our top 4 feature match at the North American International Championships. Is over to Riley. How will he respond? Oh, a quick bench of the Lily's Clefairy and the Bravery Charm. So that means the Fairy Zone is live now, giving those Dragon Pokemon a ×2 weakness to Psychic. That means Miracle Force will be a big KO.
One of the more important things is that Bravery Charm, taking Lily's Clefairy EX out of Phantom Dive range there. It has the base HP of 190, but with that Bravery Charm moving up to 240 HP, ever so important, just to combat combat exactly what the Dragapult could do in return, in retaliation here. Riley now does have another Gardevoir EX in hand as well, so could evolve up this benched Curlier, kind of again also just keeping it out of range and just saying, well, I've got this Gardevoir ready to go if needed. It's going to be a retreat first, get those energies back to be recycled around with that Psychic Embrace. Just kind of eyeing up, utilizing that Lily's Clefairy EX as the main attacker here with some Psychic Embrace onto the active. You know, Psychic Rondo now, or Full Moon Rondo, I should say. 20 plus the number of bench Pokemon that are currently in play, dealing plenty amount of damage, especially when there's a damaged Dragapult in the active as well. And here we go, we're just going to see exactly what cards we're having
left are in the deck, okay. Yeah, Full Moon Rondo, 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponents. I remember there is a ×2 weakness, so it's essentially 40 plus 40. And when that is a damaged Dragapult, more than enough damage. We are going to see the bench Curlier evolve into Gardevoir EX. We still haven't seen the Adrenabrains being used yet, so damage can start flying back wherever Riley likes. Very good scenario here, I think, if you're Riley. We are going to see Adrenabrain moving 30 damage from the active Clefairy onto the Dragapult EX by the looks of it.
Yeah, not giving Tord the opportunity to necessarily move the damage back. You know, he hasn't seen the Monkey Dory yet, but I guess he's still expecting it to come back at some point. So if we put it on Tord's bench, it does then mean that Adrenabrain could send it back as well. So he's just playing it on the active, essentially just using Adrenabrain as a heal, as we do get, you know, now 120 damage on the active Dragapult EX here.
Yeah, this is actually a big turn here, completely healing some Pokemon, moving that damage onto the Dragapult so it can't come flying back. Arven, the supporter, is being played here. Going to grab a Buddy Buddy Puffin and a Technical Machine Evolution. I very much doubt we'll be seeing that getting used, as we do see it. Both of those cards immediately getting discarded for an Ultra Ball. That's going to grab a Drifloon, a really good attacker in the Gardevoir EX Archetype. Balloon Blast 30 for each damage counter on this Pokemon. So that essentially means for every energy attached by a Psychic Embrace, that's 60 damage for Balloon Blast. And since there is a Bravery Charm in the hand, we need that. But here we are going to see a big Full Moon Rondo. Riley has one prize card to take here in our top 4 match, and he'll be a Game 1 victor if he can take it. Does take Nest Ball, Earthen Vessel from the prize cards. Is over to Tord. Just kind of consult the board state, thinking, how can I get out of this? This is a pretty dicey situation.
Yeah, if there's anyone who could, it's likely to be Tord Reklev. We got to start be thinking about some of those resources that are available. I guess that's why Riley sort of asked to double check how many cards are remaining effectively in both players, as Tord does hit the Fire Energy off the top deck, or the top card there from the deck. You know, right now there's 5 Psychic Energies in play. There's 1 Psychic actually already prized, so there's 1 more Psychic Energy in the deck and 1 Dark Energy there as well. So that Earthen Vessel could be pretty important if Tord does go down the route of maybe trying to trap a Pokemon for a little bit longer.
Do we potentially go for an Iono plus Blood Moon play here?
Certainly.
Blood Moon does carry the active.
Yeah, it's definitely a game plan that could happen. I guess one of the biggest things that we need to consider is, you know, Riley's, what we have seen with Gardevoir EX in recent times, that its draw power isn't as great as it has been, right? When we don't have refinements anymore, you're really reliant on things like some people playing Mew EX, some people utilizing the Fezandipity. As we do see the Blood Moon Ursaluna now hit the field, that Season Skill ability, meaning that Blood Moon, the attack that deals 240 damage, doesn't require any energy left because Riley has taken 5 prizes. There is the Iono here, just to try and stem the flow a little bit, try and turn this game around. That Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, of course, will be able to free retreat. When it utilizes that Blood Moon attack, it can't attack once again on following turns. So it does need to find a way to recycle that and just try and slow the game down for Riley here. Tord gets the full value of the Iono, gets 6 cards. Riley just a 1. Would love to see exactly what that is, as we do get a Flip the Script as well. The final Flip the Script for Tord Reklev.
Yeah, we won't be able to announce that anymore, because if Riley knocks out any other Pokemon, he will win. We actually saw the Jamming Tower in the hand there as well. That prevent any Bravery Charm shenanigans from, you know, the Scream Tail and or Drifloon. But Blood Moon Ursaluna will take the care, can attack for free thanks to that seasoned skill ability. Love to see that. We did see a turn attachment onto the Dragapult EX before the Ino as well. So this is the comeback for Tord. If Tord is going to win this game one, that Ino needs to stick and limit Riley from doing anything next turn. We are going to see the Jamming Tower staging replacement as well.
So it's possible now to actually start, I mean, whether you want to do so or not, there's enough damage counters already on the board, so maybe it's even worth it to use Dragapult now to start swinging away.
Yeah.
You're dealing enough damage to knock out this Lili's Clefairy EX. He's already got 6 damage counters on the board anyway, so let's just keep firing off more damage counters. It's going to be a big 6 straight onto the God of EX. Phantom Dive knocking out this Lili's Clefairy EX. Retaliation there, down to 4 prizes. Can Riley find a way out with just 2 cards? Oh, he's hit the Night Stretcher. There's the Lili's Clefairy EX back again. 2 energies in the discard.
Night Stretcher to get back Lili's Clefairy. Fairy Zone is live ×2 weakness. Miracle Force for the last 2 prizes, or last prize I should say, for Riley. Big game win there. The Ino finding Night Stretcher absolutely ridiculous. And Riley takes a game 1 here in our top 4 feature match. Riley McKay currently 1 game away from being in the final.
Yeah, extraordinary card to get off the Iono to 1 after your Lili's Clefairy EX was knocked out there. I do wonder if you went for the Blood Moon on that particular turn. Maybe that was one way to kind of avoid just something like a Night Stretcher coming down and taking a retaliation KO instantly there. But, you know, trying to get full value from the Phantom Dive was exactly what we wanted to see, as we do get a chance to just recap exactly how this game 1 of this Masters Top 4 went down.
Yeah, and it was, you know, in the early game, Riley was able to just develop that double Monkey Dory, super impactful, and just be able to manipulate damage in a really aggressive way. Mid-turn KOing that Badoo, forcing Tord to promote stuff he didn't really want. And here we did see the Miracle Force early on in combination with the Adrenabrain was just enough pressure for Tord. And these sort of sneaky little prizes were able to add up. And here we find himself with 1 prize card left, Riley. And this was the turn when we could have used the Blood Moon Ursaluna to KO the Lili's Clefairy. Instead, we're going for Jamming Tower plus Phantom Dive combination. But that Ino to 1 was able to find that Night Stretcher to get back the Fairy Zone, distort reality, make that Dragapult EX weakness to Psychic for a big Miracle Force KO. And Riley knew that Ino to 1 treated him very well. However, cannot relax too much. Still needs to win game 2 or game 3 to get himself a slot in the final. And if you're sitting across the table from Tord Redcliffe, you don't get many easy ones.
Yeah, it's not going to be any freebies here. Tord's going to make you and push you to your limits. 41, just over 41 minutes on the clock. Fist bump, game 2. Masters top 4 on this side of the bracket. Who is going to be trying to put themselves in position to face Isaiah Bradner in the final here? Nespel instantly played here as Riley gets a chance to work out what is prize. Again, figure out what is available in the resources there. Nothing too crazy. A couple of energies towards the top there. You know, place 3 copies of Technical Machine Evolution, so not too much to worry about. We can work with this.
Yep.
But again, it's just going to be all around that energy resource management, because it was starting to look a little bit dicey when a lot of your energy is already on the board.
It really was. You know, at one point, Riley only had 1 energy attached. Oh, in the discard pile, I should say. But it turns out when you can turn those Dragapult EX weakness to Psychic, Miracle Force is all you need. So yeah, the prize cards there for Riley. I'm sure if you was to ask him if you want to draw up some prize cards here for game 2, those ones aren't bad. I'll be very happy with those. It looks like the Nespel has concluded to grab a Ralts and he's going to consult his hand and see what else he has available.
Yeah, well, again, you know, all of these players are going to spend a little bit of time just kind of working out what is prized, right? This is so important, because you want to make sure if you have prized an important card like a Routes, that you know that there's only 2 that you're going to be working with. You need to then go into things like the Monkey Door, maybe evolve up with the Technical Machine Evolution that way. Or because if 1 goes down, you're only going to be working with 1 unless you find a Night Stretcher. There's all these little things that we're playing through your minds as you go through your deck here in this deck search. And I think Riley's now happy with what he's seen, has the Routes down, and we can get the ball rolling.
I think so, as we are going to see the deck being shuffled I'm not sure if there's any other playable cards in the hand. Maybe an energy. I know it was a Technical Machine Evolution at the very least. Let's have a look. Rare Candy, Drifloon. No other playable cards there, actually. So I think we're just going to see a pass over to Tord now. His first turn in our game 2. Now, remember, if Tord wants to get himself in the final, he needs to win this game. Why are you chuckling?
Well, I mean, the top deck was a buddy-buddy
Oh, there we go. We'll take that, won't we?
I mean, it's pretty good when you're a setup stage 2 deck because you get to search for 2 of your basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. And then also has a Brock Scouting in hand as well, which allows you to continue getting further basics. But we do get a glance at those prizes alongside Tord. He won't have access to that Maractus in this sort of stage of the game right now. 1 Badoo is prized. He does play 2 copies. We've already seen that from game 1. 1 Monkey Dory once again hiding away in those prizes pretty much towards the top as well. So that's also unlikely to see too soon. But this Buddy Poppin' does look like it's going to conclude with a Dreepy and the other Badoo there from the deck as Tor just kind of reconfirming exactly what else is prized, of course. You know, does play 4 Boss's Orders, wants to be targeting certain Pokemon when he wants to target them, of course. But it's going to be ever so important. Has the Latias in the active spot, which is a pretty good starter in this scenario because that Skylander ability will allow you to maneuver into the Badoo, of course. We'll look to try and get energy attachments to the Dreepies as well. Maybe utilizing that Brock Scouting, as mentioned, to grab a couple more important pieces in the game here.
As it looks like we do see that Buddy Poppin' concluding. There we are going to see the Brock Scouting it. You grab any 2 basic Pokemon you like or 1 evolution. Looks like we are going to see the Dracloak getting ready for turn 2. Love that. Get into play nice and early. You know, that you won't have to worry about trying to find it. Yeah, I like this play so far. Do we have an energy in Tord's hand?
I think there was 1 energy, but I think this is important because I don't think Tord has any other playable supporters or anything else that he can really do. So needs that Recon Directive to almost semi-bail himself out. You know, from the next turn, he'll have that top deck card that he'll be getting on his turn, and then also a Recon Directive, which then will see another further 2 cards, and he can make that decision from then onwards. But it's just a retreat into the Badoo now. Itchy Pollen, once again, we're going back to the same game plan as of game 1, slowing your opponent's turn where possible, limiting what your opponent can do on their turn. Jamming Tower also coming down now, and it's just a 1 damage counter from the Itchy Pollen.
Oh, we have a Courier in the hand there for Riley. Technical Machine Evolution as well. Oh, that means we can see off this iron. If we see an energy, we can actually see the Guard of our EX come down this turn. Technical Machine Evolution, letting you evolve any 2 of your benched Pokemon and evolve them up a stage.
Yeah, so important here. There's energies there. There's so many energies there.
No other basic Pokemon, though.
But I guess does have the Professor's Research for a future turn. We're likely to just see the God of our EX on this turn here from the Evolution attack. Or maybe it's just a pass over.
Just a pass, okay.
The Technical Machine Evolution needs to be discarded, of course, because it's on the active right now. But maybe they didn't want to risk it. It's just over to Tord. I mean, he's got pieces to work with right now. There's another Dreepy, it looks like.
Don't see a Dracloak.
Oh, yes, of course. I just realized the Jamming Tower is there as well.
Oh, of course, yes. How could we? Silly us. There we do see the Professor's Research being played. They're going to draw 7 cards. We'd love to see a Dracloak here. Oh, there we go. Not just 1, but 2. I can only evolve 1. Only 1 of those Dreepy was down last turn. That Clutch Jamming Tower Stadium card we have seen increase in a lot of play, sort of semi recently, making all tool cards have no effect. Buddy Poppin' being played here as well.
Yeah, such a unique interaction to have that Technical Machine Evolution to be, if that stadium is changed and bumped at some stage by Riley, we'll have access to utilize that Evolution attack, and then it will be discarded. But the Jamming Tower there, nullifying the whole effects of tool cards here as the Buddy Poppin'. Here we go. We've got the full crew of 4 of Dreepies now swarming the bench. And it's just going to be one of those scenarios where we're likely to just see another Itchy Pollen. It does mean Tord, if he doesn't have a Dracloak in his hand, will find it a little bit more difficult to eventually. Oh, she has two.
Definitely has
Doesn't
two,
even matter.
right? Yeah, has two. Look at that. There goes one. Recon Directive. Look at the top two cards. Put one in your hand. Monkey Dory. Now, the bench is full, so Monkey Dory isn't going to be a factor, at least until something gets KO'd on the top side of the board, or we see a Professor's Tourist scenario, perhaps. So with that knowledge, that Monkey Dory is getting sent straight to the bottom of the deck. Nice stretcher, currently in the hand.
Now, Tord must be thinking he's seeing a boss's orders in hand there. So, of course, still just got... He obviously just benched that other Dreepy with the Neo Upper Energy. So, can't evolve that one up there. It's just going to be an Itchy Pollen for the moment. Routes with 2 damage counters on it. Another Psychic Energy, a good card to pick up when you're going to potentially research all those cards away. The Super Rod looks like it's going to be another card that goes, though.
We do see Dark Energy getting committed to the Curly. A big Professor's research here. If we saw an attacker and a Guard of REX, we actually start seeing some big damage there. We do see the Guard of REX.
And he hits a secret box there. He's
can't play that. Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, of course.
No, can't play that one, or the Nest Ball either.
But can the Gardevoir do anything in this scenario? I mean, I just thought it might have seen another Stadium as well.
How many in hand?
Oh, just kind of double-checking what resources he thinks
There is
might
the
have
Guard of
access to.
REX getting involved on the bench. A Psychic Embrace is currently live. A Side Shot would even take the KO, funnily enough, on the rolls. I mean, it would get there.
I mean, why? Potentially, why not? But at the same time, does leave yourself a little bit susceptible here.
It really does. Oh, no, just going to see the pass over. Okay.
Comfortable with the Gardevoir on the bench.
Don't mind it, you know. Basically saying you can't itch pollen forever. So eventually I'm going to him items. It's back over to Tord then. Recon Directive.
Ultra Ball will get the Dragapult.
It would.
Luminous Energy in hand. That's definitely an option there. It's just whether this is the turn to turn off the item lock here, which is important or not. As you do see the second Dracloak come down now. Second Recon Directive being utilized first.
And this is such a different game. We do see Fezandipity and the Halucha there off the Recon Directive. This is such a different game to game one. Tord Reklev has a multitude of options, setting up multiple Dracloak with energy, meaning we are, I imagine, going to see a lot more, you know, Phantom Dives. But you're right, as soon as that Itchy Pollen lock is lifted, Riley will be able to go off to the races. We know there's a lot of energy in that discard pile already.
Guess it's one of those things where if we can get through the board state and just kind of build up even further, we're just going to get another Dracloak first, knowing that if we do turn off the item lock, it probably gives Riley a lot of cards to be working with. And especially with that, we know that there's a secret box in there. One of those core key components for all of these types of combo cards and combo attacks that sometimes you do need to utilize with the Gardevoir, Psychic Embrace, Pokemon flying everywhere, damage counters flying everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's just now on tour to see if there's a way to kind of just limit what Riley might have access to. Dracloak, still one more Recon Directive to go. Another 2 cards. It's another Dracloak. We've got the full family out now.
Wow,
it's all 4.
Efficiency here, isn't it? 4 Dracloak in play. Boss's Orders was found there. Does that have one in hand?
Yeah, already has one.
We love Boss's Orders.
But then now, doesn't... there's the Night Stretcher. We do have Iono as well. Night Stretcher being utilized here. Kind of just double checking, of course. Early on, discarded that Dragapult EX. It is now live. Fire Energy attached, Luminous Energy attached. Is this the turn? Boss's Orders on the Gardevoir EX. This could be a big turn here. Phantom Dive is now live. That bench routes is now susceptible to being knocked out from Phantom Dives. 6 damage counters as well. One last check of the resources Tord has utilized here. And I'm sure it's just going to be one massive attack. He does have supporters and cards in hand for a future turn. But then it's going to be on Riley to see if there's a way to retaliate here. And with pieces, Phantom Dive 200, routes knocked out. Tord takes first prize of game 2.
And this is a completely different game to game 1. We know there's a Boss's Orders currently in hand for Tord, so we'll be able to chase this Gardevoir if it decides to play musical chairs and hide on the bench. Now, Riley has got access to his item cards now. As we do see Earthen Vessel, discard Technical Machine Evolution, letting you grab any 2 basic energy you find from your deck. We know Secret Box is in hand. That super powerful A-Spec. You do have to discard 3 cards from your hand to play it, but then you can search your deck for an item card, a tool card, a supporter, and a stadium, and put them all in your hand at the same time.
Yeah, finally, with that opportunity to utilize such a powerful A-Spec card here, Jamming Tower has been stuck in-game for quite a while now, as we do see the Secret Box now being utilized, discarding that Psychic Energy alongside the Arven and the Professor's Research. Artisan, quick choice, Bravery Charm, tool card of choice, item card, and supporter still to come. Does already have Professor's Research in hand as well, and also that Dark Energy, I'm sure, is going to be looking to try and commit that to a Monkey Dory as soon as possible. Buddy Poffin could go into something like the Drifloon as its attacker, and also iron up the other routes as well, just in case that Gardevoir does go down on the next turn.
Yeah, this is looking ridiculously strong. Buddy Poffin, obviously, as you say, can find the Drifloon. That has no problems reaching into a Dragapult EX. Lily's Clefairy could come knocking about as well, applying that Fairy Zone. We do see the staging replacement, so Artisan are currently live as well, meaning Riley has a ridiculous amount of search power to grab any Pokemon he really likes. Well, benched, basic Pokemon, I should say. So it looks like Artisan is going to grab a Rolt.
Nest Ball available.
Looks like it's going to grab the Lily's Clefairy. So Fairy Zone is currently live. Drag of Dragons have a ×2 weakness of Psychic right now.
Has once again that Bravery Charm ready to maybe even go on the Clefairy to make it a little bit harder to see that go down from an opposing Dragapult EX, of course. And Monkey Dory also being set up to just try and, you know, start utilizing some of those damage counters that's on Riley's side of the field. Dark Energy attachment for turn, Bravery Charm attached, and a clean Professor's Research for a fresh 7 cards.
7 new cards as well. Set up an attacker, set up a Monkey Dory, use your Ace Spec, and get 7 cards afterwards to boot. Drifloon has hit the hand. Another Monkey Dory has hit the hand. Multitude of options there for Riley.
And this is one of those turns. We know we're always going to try and use as many of those Monkey Dory Adrenabrains as possible. Kind of double checking how many Psychic Energy. That's at least 5. Maybe even a little more there. It is 5, I think. Another Psychic Brace to the active so that it can retreat. Has put it down to 90 HP remaining. And Monkey Dory can bring it back up to 120. Of course, here, going into that Lily's Clefairy EX now. Fairy Zone live. Full Moon Rondo dealing 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon on both sides of the board. And then ×2 weakness. Here we go. Adrenabrain again to the active to just save the damage counters on it. Attack announced.
Big Full Moon Rondo for the KO. Riley on the board. Absolutely making a mockery of that Dragapult EX. Thanks to that Lily's Clefairy. Full Moon Rondo dancing his way around this game. 2 is over to Tord. Now, I was going to say, how many cards when you ran? He's got quite a lot. Professor's Research and then took 2 prize cards. Is over to Tord now. Now, I guess this is an interesting scenario, right? Because Jamming Tower has been used. Not a realistically easy way to carry this Lily's Clefairy thanks to that Bravery Charm. Currently outside of range.
Yeah,
you would love to try and carry that Gardevoir, yes, but then the Lily's Clefairy still knocks about, so we can't be doing that. There's a lot of threats for Tord to try and navigate here.
I think it's just that mindset, maybe, that I have to potentially give up another Dragapult. Already has the Neo Upper Energy on a Dracloak, so just needs to find Dragapult EX to get that attacker to start swinging away. But you don't really want to keep pushing it too close, because even if you take out the Gardevoir, like you said, that Lily's Clefairy EX is going to be available. Counter catcher on the Gardevoir here. It's going to be this line of play that he goes for. And it's just going to be that decision on which attacker we can try and utilize. We're going to have to try and weave in the Iono as well, of course, before maybe trying to utilize those Recon Directives.
What did you say?
But then it's just how much damage counters. It's got 90 HP left, that Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, it's a
Dragon Headbutt won't be enough.
Yeah, I was just thinking that Dragon Headbutt can't get, obviously, Neo Upper Energy doesn't work on a stage 1, but Dragon Headbutt would have been quite nice. There is the Iono. That's going to be Tord's way to try and get back in this game. Resetting Riley's hand size down to 4. Tord will get 5. He's going to consult the deck list there. Is there any? No, I don't see any other alternative attackers that can hit 90 damage right now.
No, he does have the Ultra Ball. Kind of just a reminder, I mean, he hasn't prized any of his other Dragapults. One's obviously in the discard pile after being knocked out. First Recon Directive, Psychic Energy there, and also a Boss's Orders once again. Already put a couple down to the bottom of the deck as well. It means he'll be putting 3 if he chooses And the boss's orders, no, Psychic Energy heading to the bottom there. Keeping one boss's order in hand now. Second Recon Directive, another 2 cards, Shay. Professor Churro Scenario and a Luminous Energy, it looks like.
It was like Professor Churro going to get sent to the bottom of the deck, keeping that Luminous Energy.
We just don't have time to play the Professor Churro Scenario nowadays anymore. We're going to have to keep swinging weight there. Dragapult EX, I think, is the pickup there.
Needed to find that to take the KO. That's one piece of this Game 2 puzzle for Todd that he needed to find. Artisan now is going to be played. Worth noting that is going to shuffle the bottom of the deck. So those cards that were put to the bottom are now going to be all shuffled up.
Have we seen Hawlucha already? Can we take out the other routes there with a Phantom Dive?
Yeah, I mean, looks like he's eyeing it up. Now, he can't get it into play via Artisan because it's coming into playability.
Has Ultra Ball in hand.
Does have Ultra Ball in hand.
So that's why potentially it was a big waiting to not utilize the Ultra Ball for either of the pieces yet. Recon Directive to leave the highest of percentages to hit one of them. That's definitely one way to do it. Ultra Ball being eyed up here.
Ooh, this could be quite tasty then, because you're actually removing the God of EX in the active, obviously, and removing any benched way of getting into God of EX. Now, it does kind of mean that Full Moon Rondo, as you say, you are going to give up another Dragapult EX, but we need to actually fill the bench a little bit more. But then also...
Blood Moon Ursaluna can come back in.
Blood Moon Ursaluna, yeah, we didn't see it last game.
Not properly, not to full effect.
But even then, if you're removing the God of our threat anyway, all we have to do then is just attack with Dragapult again, perhaps.
Well, it's still got the
Bravery Charm.
Because you want to be put all the damage counters on the routes.
So could this be the game for the Blood Moon Ursaluna?
Maybe they're out. There's the Hawlucha. Flying Entry, a fantastic ability allowing you to, when played from hand, put 1 damage counter on 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. Routes there, easy choice. The other one, something to play around with, I guess. But again, it's just potentially just going to fly back with Adrenabrain, maybe that 1 damage counter. Just got to work out how much value that 1 damage counter could be. Going on to the Monkey Dory with Dark Energy here. This could be a big, big swing turn. Dragapult EX evolved up.
EX, there's a Luminous Energy attached as well. Free retreat. Thanks to Skyliner. This is going to be a massive turn for Tor to get back in this game. A 3-prize turn with this Phantom Dive. 200 damage into the active. More than enough to KO active Guard of EX. 6 damage counter spread. Tor just escorting those Pokemon to the discard pile. 3 prize cards taken. 2 more left for Tord. What can Riley do? Lily's Clefairy is still knocking about. Is in the active spot now. Oh, and Riley's picked up the discard pile. Haven't had a chance to consult his hand yet after the Ino. Just consulting what is left.
Tord's found a avenue. 1 chance here to try and take a game against Gardevoir. Such a, historically, I guess in more recent times, quite a difficult matchup that we've seen. But when you're weaving in the attacks he has done, he's been able to get that early attack onto that Gardevoir EX, put it within range of a Phantom Dive, and of course, utilizing that Hawlucha to full effect, essentially wiping the Gardevoir line off the field here. Just kind of double checking.
Here we are going to see the Ino there from Riley. Earthen Vessel, Curlier, Gardevoir EX, and something else. Just consulting the discard piles. A lot of energy there, funnily enough.
Yeah, there we go. 2 cards for Tord from his Iono there. Artisan being utilized. Again, shuffle up some of those cards that went to the bottom of the deck from that Iono. Opportunity to take one of those cards out as well. Don't really know if there's any more routes left at the moment. Earlier in Gardevoir in hand. Are there any more routes in the deck? At this moment in time, regardless of what happens, you're going to need to take out this Dragapult EX.
Yep.
And what the amount of damage you're doing, remember, is 20 plus 20 for the number of bench Pokemon on both sides of the field. So it's 7 bench Pokemon times 20 there is 140 plus the 20 on the base damage of the Lily's Clefairy Full Moon Rondo. It's 160, and when you times that by 2,
oh wow,
Dragapult EX is 320. Doesn't look quite so big anymore.
Good math that, isn't it? It's efficient right there. It looks like we are going to see that Full Moon Rondo for the KO.
Ultra Ball in hand for Tord here. Guess it's just now. He does need an energy, of course, to attack because...
but does have the access to recon directives.
Yep, so there are draw power.
Okay, here we go for Tord. Are we going to see a Blood Moon Ursaluna KO? Energy! Oh, wait, so with recon directives to filter some cards into the hand, we can play that Ultra Ball.
Again, maybe just want to double check, make sure everything's okay with that Artisan, but we'll have to recon directive regardless. Maybe you could just see it here. Nice stretcher as well. It's all the pieces he needs here. He can Ultra Ball the energy away, but again, he's going to recon directive as well.
Don't mind it.
Go through the motions here. Again, I'm sure that has to be the direction we go down here. Iono now going to the hand. Maybe at this point, just double checking that is available. I mean,
is it in the discard pile? Oh, it's in the discard pile, the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So there's the Night Stretcher. That's going to recover Blood Moon Ursaluna onto the bench. Season skill ability means you have to have one energy attached. And there we are going to see the big Blood Moon for Game 2. Tord evening up here in our top 4 match at North American International Championships. If anyone could, Tord could. We are now essentially playing a best of 1, a win or go home scenario for our players to get in the finals.
Best of 1. Advantage potentially in this scenario because Riley won game 1 because he gets to choose whether to go first or second. But let's take a look exactly how Tord was able to take game 2 and level up the series.
Yeah, this was a completely different game to game 1. That Jamming Tower making things awkward at the start of the game. And then we saw the Phantom Dives aggression from Tord Reklev. Riley was able to stabilize a little bit of that Lily's Clefairy, Fairy Zone Full Moon Rondo dealing massive amounts of damage. And here we did see the Phantom Dive back. This was a crazy turn, 3 prize turn, removing all remnants of Gardevoir from the game. Here we did see the return Full Moon Rondo, perfect maths at KOing Tord's Dragapult. But in the end, we didn't see it in game 1. But after a few recon directives in the Night Stretcher, we saw the Blood Moon Ursaluna rear its head, season skill ability, Blood Moon for the big KO, and that's all she wrote for game 2.
Yep, and this is why we're taking ourselves to a tense game 3 here. If you're just joining him, I'm not too sure what you've been up to, but this is now going into game 3 of the Masters Top 4 on the B side of the bracket, deciding who will be facing Isaiah Bradner in Championship Sunday in a chance to become the North American International Champion of 2025 here. Riley won game 1, will get to choose to go first or second. I'm sure it's likely to be second because the number of technical machine evolutions that Riley does play. It is that kind of hybrid build with the couple of Arvans and the technical machine evolutions can sort of just draw straight into them. Both players, let's see how we set up here. I mean, we'll get a glance, I'm sure, in a moment as well. It looks like there's a basic Pokemon on Tord's side. He has placed one down. And it's just on Riley. Is there a basic Pokemon? Not something we're working with. It's going to be a mulligan.
Ooh, now that's not what you want to do in a game 3 top 4 match in a IC. Well, top 4 matches give your opponent extra cards to start the game. In the Pokemon TCG, if your opening hand of 7 does not contain a basic Pokemon, you reveal your hand to your opponent, and then if they do have a basic Pokemon, which Tord does, you actually get to start the game with 1 extra card for each mulligan.
Right, well, 16 minutes left on the clock here in this 75-minute best of 3. We know we're playing, I mean, the deck is already coined Slow Dragapult already because it doesn't utilize things like the rare candies.
Oh, that's another mulligan.
Riley there, giving away another extra card that Tord will have access to on his first turn.
I think Tord's saying, thank goodness there was not a basic Pokemon in that hand. That was looking pretty good. So that's going to get shuffled away. So Tord gets to start the game with an additional 2 cards.
Remember, both our players here have played through an intense day 1 of Swiss rounds, an intense set of rounds of Swiss rounds, I should say, in day 2. Asymmetric top cut, top 8s to find themselves here, already having earned a direct invitation to the World Championships, but looking to go 1 or essentially 2 steps further and become an international champion as well.
Yeah, all that extra prize money, all the extra booster packs. Here we go over to Riley. Ooh, is this another mulligan? 3 extra cards for Tord Redcliffe. That's like a free flip the script.
No drawback.
No drawback, yeah.
No Pokemon
Don't
knocked
worry
out.
about Pokemon getting knocked out. Have a free, flip the script. We never support a card where you just get to draw free.
Not only will I let you go first, but I'll also give you 3 extra cards to play around with.
Yeah, and that's the sort of why you try and go second, try and leapfrog yourself. But if you let your opponent go first and they have a good setup, you're kind of nullifying that bonus of going second. Is over to Riley. Are we going to get a start to our game 3 here?
4th time lucky.
Here
Let's
we
have a
go,
look.
4th time lucky perhaps. Let's have a... Oh, not yet. Not yet. Oh, there we go. We got one. We got one.
We're gaming.
Particularly great.
Yeah, but we'll get a little gander.
We'll have a little gander at that soon. But
Tor.
here we go. Tor going to get those 3 extra cards to start the game here.
He's never turning those down.
No, of course you're not. You'd be mad to turn them down. But here we go, the fist bump. Our game 3 is getting started here in our top 4B feature match at the North American International Championships. Win or go home scenario. Rolts in the active for Riley versus Tord Dreepy.
Oh.
And that's a hand. I see a buddy popping. I see energy. I see all sorts. I see supporter cards. I see another Dreepy. Quite honestly, Alex.
It's all going. I mean, what more could you ask for in this scenario? You get to build your board state because your opponent hasn't been able to find a basic Pokemon when shuffling up and preparing for this game 3. As we do get a chance now to consult the deck, look through those prizes. That big Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is going to be sat there, at least for the time being, alongside a couple of supporters, a couple of energies. That Buddy Poppin's the only one that we really don't care about too much right now because we already have access to one.
Yep.
And that's more than enough, usually, to unlock the deck to go through. But Tord's going to be knowing that, well, I'm going to need to find this Blood Moon Ursaluna if I can get this game plan going once again. But let's just get through this game first. Let's start swinging away, maybe eventually with the Dragapult EXs to begin.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves here. Still turn 1. Come on, deep breaths, everyone. Whew, okay, game 3. This is what it's all about. Oh, wow, we do see the Buddy Poppin concluding for 2 copies of Dream. We did see in game 2, Tord had all 4 out and 4 Dragcloak, filtering all manner of cards. Worth noting, we haven't seen many Adrenabrains from Tord's side of the board. I don't think we've seen any.
No, not until we haven't seen Monkey Dory really hit the field, in honesty, from Tord's side, despite playing 2, right?
Yep, and that's a fantastic card. A lot of people say it's the best card. All 4 Dreepy in play turn 1.
And the Badoo, and the free retreat Latias.
Okay. Doesn't look like we're going to see Monkey Dory anytime soon, but that's what happens when you give your opponent an extra 3 cards to start the game. This is what happens.
Yeah, look at this. Full board already set up there. Going into the Latias EX. Just for the moment, remember, Skyliner is live. All basic Pokemon will have free retreat. Over to Riley. This top deck has to be important because that hand didn't look that pretty. I think it was a Routes.
I think, is there an...
Oh, it does have Technical Machine Evolution and an Ultra Ball and an Earthen Vessel. So can piece some things together. It's just missing something like that supporter for the moment.
And if you play this Ultra Ball, you won't be able to use the Ultra Ball to then grab your Gardevoir EX, right?
Well, it has it in hand, I believe. Again, that's why we're having to discard it. Just get the energies going and flowing already.
Okay, so not the easiest of first hands to navigate. Playable, though. It's playable.
It's playable. We're getting through the deck a little bit. We're going to be thinning things through. You know, we'll double-check those prizes first. Again, we have that rare candy, that one-off copy. I mean, we are focusing on the Technical Machine Evolution build here. We do have a couple of energies there hiding away. The Shaman, which has been so important, maybe in other matchups. This one, a little bit less so because it doesn't protect from damage counters being dropped.
Does not.
As an effect of an attack rather than damage.
Yeah. I think that's one of the best places for Shaman is in the prize cards in this matchup. You stay there. And it looks like the Ultra Ball, the Earthen Vessel has concluded. After that prize check, Search going to grab 2 copies of Basic Psychic. Wise have another double check. Let me just work out exactly what we have access to here. What are you looking at there, Alex?
I mean, my face is glued to the screen to try and work out exactly what's in that hand. I mean, like I said, I don't think I see too much. I mean, we do get an evolution up here.
But it's just the 1, right?
Likely to be just the 1.
Just the 1 Curlier.
I think 1 Curlier is actually in hand as well. Is he playing the 3 copies? It's just the 2.
Just the 2.
But again, Tord's not going to be firing off a big attack anytime soon either. There you go. Energy attachment and the Technical Machine Evolution to the active. This time we will see it possible without that Jamming Tower currently in play.
Oh, Gardevoir EX is currently in hand, actually. So we'll be able to evolve after that.
Yeah, that's one thing I did clock. I think I saw the little shiny pink there. That EX hiding away. Remember, alongside a Curlier. Just the evolution here for the one routes. It is just the one Curlier that's available.
Hey, not the most explosive of turn ones, but, you know, it's functional at the very least.
It's enough for the time being. But
it really is.
Even if you go into Gardevoir in this moment, there's no Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
True.
And it's just going to be that continuation of a pretty difficult turn. I mean, Tor's going to try and slow things down again. Remember, we don't play rare candies in this type of list. You do rely on things like the Badoo. Slow your opponent's game state down whilst you build up yours. That's going to be ever so important throughout these turns. Tord draws a card. It's the Monkey Dory, which we haven't seen from his side of the board yet. Does have Dracloak. I'm not going to be seeing
it now either, because that bench is full. Looks like we do see a Dracloak come down. That means one recon directive at minimum is live. We do see an Iono. Interesting, on a refill Riley's hand here. Tord not happy with that hand. Going to reset both players to 6. I'm sure Riley would love that, to be fair. Now, we are probably going to see the Itchy Pollen very... No more Dracloak.
Not right now. We do have recon directive.
No energy attachment either. Well, I mean,
not yet.
There's
I mean,
energy.
there is. And the supporter card. Oh, it has Professor's Research in hand there as well. But again, do you want to get rid of those resources of that nice stretchers? Ever so important. But, you know, prioritizing that energy, not ideal when you don't have a second Dracloak there. Going into Badoo from that Skyliner ability. Badoo ready to launch an Itchy Pollen. Doesn't need any energy to do it. Itchy Pollen from Tord's side. 10 damage on that routes. What can Riley piece together? Had no supporters in hand last turn.
Now got 4, sorry. Arven, Professor's Research ×2, and Iono.
Good. Arven to go into the Technical Machine Evolution once again.
There we go.
Just get the Gardevoir flowing. But again, that kind of puts him in the same position that we saw in Game 2, right? Despite having that advantage of going second and utilizing Technical Machine Evolution, Tord could potentially find a way maybe to hit the Gardevoir early once again.
Yeah.
And that was one of the sort of reasons why maybe Tord, by taking advantage of that scenario, was able to piece together a 1 knockout and then a 3 prize turn and then a final 2 on the Lily's Clefairy EX. But looks like this is the route we're going down at the moment. Technical Machine Evolution attached there to the active once again. It's going to be back-to-back, potentially.
The back-to-back TM Evolution. Not something you see every day, but, you know, when you're a Gardevoir EX deck, and that is going to get you to your Gardevoir EX. There we go, and oink. There we go. Gardevoir EX has hit the playing surface.
I don't think I've ever heard an evolution being yoink.
Have you not?
No, that's new to me.
That looked like a yoink to me. Straight out the deck, into play. That's a yoink. And it is over to Tord now as the deck is going to get shuffled. You would love to get a cheeky little bit of damage on that Gardevoir EX, right? There is no Monkey Dory developed. There is none of that. And a Phantom that would actually KO this Ralts as well.
It's actually the same scenario, right?
Yeah.
It was exactly the same. And it's just going to be down there. He top decks the Dracloak. He gets another draw power. That was one of the very vital key.
Wait a minute. Everything in hand here. We have Neo Upper Energy in hand. We have a Dragapult EX. We have another Dracloak.
Just doesn't want to really, like, you put the Neo Upper Energy on a Pokemon that already has a fire on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not efficient, but it does get you there. Obviously, you do have your recon directives to try and, you know, be a bit more efficient with it. Here's the second one being used here. Luminous Energy! Now, that is very good. That means we could potentially see the boss's orders play into the Gardevoir EX. 200 damage on that, 6 damage counter spread. That's enough to carry the Ralts. That would leave Riley with a lone Gardevoir EX with 110 hit points left.
This is again, all the pieces are kind of falling in place right now to follow the suit of what happened in Game 2. There goes the energy attachment. Luminous Energy on that Dracloak there with the fire. Dragapult EX in hand. We'll be able to then save the Neo Upper Energy for a future turn. Boss's orders, telepath there.
There's the boss's orders swapping Riley's active Gardevoir EX with no energy attached. Currently in the active spot, a little bit stranded.
No energy in the discard pile either, remember.
Going to be no shenanigans. Now, are we going to see Itchy Pollen?
No, I'm sure.
We are. We are. Okay.
Maybe I guess one of the few things, again, you are a slow Dragapult. You want to make sure those energy attachments are getting full value where you can. Saving one more turn first. There you go, energy attachment from hand. Maybe those resources Tord's made maybe a big read and knowing that, well, your hand must be clogged up because nothing was really played in the last turn.
That is true.
Or maybe there's just so many vital pieces because, you know, do you really want to research all those pieces away? Maybe you're just waiting for Tord to attack, not an itchy pollen.
Maybe.
Just under 5 minutes remaining in this game, by the way. Tord slowing this game down to a halt where possible here. Oh, this is getting intense now, I think.
It really is. You can't see us viewers, but we are glued to the screen right now. I haven't got a Scoobies. What's going to happen? It looks like we're just going to see a pass. No support is being played. Okay, is over to Tord now. What he's playing fast. Here we go. Drakloak is going to hit the bench. That's 3 copies of Recon Director that's available. An extra 6 cards Tord can see. 3 of which can hit the hand, 3 of which hit the bottom of the deck. We know that there's a lot of... Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, wow. We'll have all 4
Here we go again. This is the perfect mirror of game 2. 4 Drakloak will be in play.
4 of a kind out now. 1 Recon Directive utilized. 3 to go. Is this the turn? You're going to have to keep asking yourself, Tord, is this the turn where we go into it? Dragapult evolved up from that utilized Recon Directive. Still has 3 Recon Directives available. Now it's just this turn. I mean, Professor's research, there's a lot of really useful pieces there. You really want to necessarily discard. Neo Upper Energy attached now to the second Drakloak. I think he's just deliberating. Will I need to utilize these Night Stretchers? Wants to try and save him. Makes sense. Here we go. Jamming Tower and Luminous Energy going to the bottom of the deck now. Third Recon Directive utilized. Another 2. Maractus. Buddy Poffin, not useful here.
See you later, Maractus. There's another Recon Directive being used now. Counter Catcher Professor's research.
I think maybe this is the turn. Maybe you just have to hold now. You just don't, because you want to, if your Dragapult EX gets return KO'd, maybe you can still utilize that Counter Catcher in the next turn if you take 1 prize here. Yeah,
no, here we are. We are going to see the free retreat from the Badoo. Phantom Dive is going to be barreling down on Riley. 200 damage into the active. 100 hit points will be left on the guard of IEX. 6 damage counter spread is going to be more than enough to KO the Rolts on the bench as well.
Hasn't played a supporter yet, so gets to utilize that Brock Scout.